absorption. I can see the pulse detection from here. I have a monitoring ward on it. You have approximately 4 days before a response team arrives. Wei was already walking back to Luo Qingfan. For days, he said. Luo pulled out the route map. We can reach Sister Joybird's district in 3. Chapter 65. The formal invitation from Supreme Sovereign Quang Tianda arrived through the Continental Communication Relay infrastructure on the 2nd day of the Central Continent Circuit, which was exactly 2 days after the Lu Nantao absorption. The timing confirmed that Lu's monitoring ward estimate had been accurate. The Sovereign's intelligence apparatus was tracking fragment absorptions and responding within approximately 48 hours. The invitation was formally worded, addressed to cultivator Wei Chengliang, inheritor of the unorthodox, and requested his attendance at a cultivation summit at the Continental Throne Palace within 30 days. The invitation cited mutual interests in the preservation and proper stewardship of divine cultivation artifacts. The wording was diplomatic. The subtext was clear. The invitation's formal language carried several layers of information beyond the explicit content. Mutual interests in the preservation and proper stewardship of divine cultivation artifacts was the sovereign's diplomatic framing, but the specific phrasing, preservation first, stewardship second, indicated a priority ordering. Quang Tianda's institutional instinct was preservation, keeping things where they were, under institutional control, rather than allowing them to circulate through an uncontrolled inheritance. Stewardship implied active management, which implied Quang saw himself as the appropriate manager. Wei read the invitation's relay transmission 3 times. The transmission carried a secondary Qi signature layer that was standard diplomatic protocol for communications from the Continental Throne, a verification signal confirming the message's authenticity. What made this one unusual was that the verification signal carried a trace amount of fragment resonance. Not Wei's fragments, one of the 5 Quang held in his personal collection. This was either an accident of proximity, the message had been written near the collection, or it was intentional, a demonstration that Quang held the fragments and wanted Wei to know he knew Wei could detect them. He decided it was intentional. The Supreme Sovereign was intelligent enough to know that fragment resonance was detectable to the inheritance holder and intelligent enough to use that detectability as communication. The trace fragment resonance in the verification signal was saying, "I have what you want, and I am willing to have a conversation about it." Wei composed his response carefully. Attendance at the summit confirmed, specific arrival date provided. A formal expression of reciprocal interest in constructive dialogue regarding the proper integration of divine cultivation artifacts into contemporary continental cultivation frameworks. This was diplomatic language for, "I understand your offer and I am coming to assess it," without committing to anything beyond attendance. He did not tell Fatty Qian about the invitation until they were 2 days into the travel toward the summit. Fatty's reaction, a long silence followed by, "You are absolutely insane and I am absolutely going with you," was approximately what he had expected. By Rushue, who had returned from her Arctic Sword Pavilion training period the previous week with a breakthrough to core formation peak and a new stillness in her bearing that Wei was still calibrating, read the invitation and said, "He wants to absorb your fragments personally." "Yes," Wei said. "He can't do that without killing you." "He believes he can do it without killing me," Wei said. "He is wrong, but he believes it. The belief is what makes him willing to invite rather than simply deploy force." She looked at the invitation. "He has 5 fragments in his personal collection." "Yes," Wei said. Yi Wuhan confirmed. 5 sealed fragment artifacts, held since the previous cycle's suppression. He acquired them during a continental unification campaign approximately 60 years ago. He folded the invitation. "If I attend the summit and can map his collection's security architecture, I can extract the 5 fragments more efficiently than if I try to reach them through an infiltration operation designed without that information." "You're going to walk into the Supreme Sovereign's palace to steal from him." "I'm going to attend a cultivation summit and gather intelligence," Wei said. "Whether that intelligence subsequently enables a theft is a future decision." She looked at him with the expression she used for verified assessments of plans that were risky in ways he was not fully acknowledging. "You're planning to steal from him." "Both things can be true," he said. She was quiet for a moment. "What do you need from me?" "Combat backup at spirit-severing equivalent application range," he said. "And someone who can read formation security architectures while appearing to be doing something else entirely." "I can do that," she said. "What's Luo's role?" "Tactical command of the diversionary component," Wei said. "He's better at that than I am." She looked at the invitation. "You have been planning this since the invitation arrived." "I have been planning this since Yi Wuhan told me the Supreme Sovereign held 5 fragments personally," he said. "The invitation is confirmation that the plan is viable." She almost smiled. He spent 3 days preparing a very specific performance. Chapter 66 The Continental Throne Palace received them with the specific ceremonial attention that institutional power directed toward guests it considered both significant and adversarial. Elaborate enough to communicate respect, calibrated enough to establish the power differential at every step. Quang Tianda was, as every account had indicated, vast. Not physically large. He was an ordinary height for a cultivator of his generation, but vast in the way of someone who had accumulated power across 400 years of void transformation cultivation and had let it become visible in his bearing, in the weight of his attention, in the way the spiritual environment in his vicinity oriented itself toward him automatically. He was the kind of cultivator who had stopped noticing that everyone around him adjusted their posture when he entered a room. Wei noticed all of this the way he noticed formation architecture, as operational information that would eventually be relevant to a specific action he had not yet finalized. The summit had 16 participants, sect leaders, Continental Alliance representatives, one independent spirit-severing cultivator whose sect affiliations were complex, and Wei's group of 3. The stated agenda was the question of divine fragment stewardship in the current continental context. Wei recognized this as the diplomatic framing for, "What are we going to do about you?" The palace was the continent's most sophisticated formation architecture, and he gave it the careful attention it deserved while appearing to give it none. His hairwire network, deployed as he moved through the initial reception corridors, extended at the lowest sustainable output, threading through the ambient spiritual environment of the palace's formation infrastructure as a passive detection mechanism rather than an active scan. Active scans produced detectable chi signatures. Passive threading produced nothing. It was simply his own cultivation artifact present in a space, not pushing against anything. What the hairwire registered over the first 4 hours of the summit was a detailed portrait of the palace's defensive formation architecture. 3 distinct formation layers. The outermost was a standard grand-scale protection array of the type used by major institutional installations designed against external threats at the sect war scale. The middle layer was a monitoring and containment formation specifically calibrated to detect fragment resonance, fresher construction than the outer layer, probably installed within the last 2 years based on the chi settling characteristics. The innermost layer was personal, formation architecture woven into the spatial structure of the inner formation wing itself, carrying Quang Tianda's personal cultivation signature as both authorization key and alarm trigger. The middle layer was the operational problem. Any attempt to access the 5 sealed fragment artifacts in the inner vault would trigger the fragment resonance monitoring, which would in turn alert the palace's security infrastructure. The only way past the middle layer without triggering it was to approach the fragments in a way that didn't read as fragment resonance detection, either approaching from a non-resonant angle, difficult for someone who was themselves a fragment holder, or creating a momentary disruption in the monitoring formation's coverage. Fragment 2 and water architecture. The palace's middle formation layer used water chi columns as part of its monitoring distribution network, a standard design choice, since water chi was an excellent propagation medium for subtle detection arrays. If the water chi columns were disrupted simultaneously, the monitoring layer would experience a coverage gap during the disruption window. The gap would be short. The formation's redundancy would compensate quickly, but it might be enough. He finalized this element of the plan during the reception's dinner course, while appearing to be genuinely engaged in a conversation about cultivation theory with the Continental Alliance representative to his right. His performance at the summit was precisely calibrated. He demonstrated Fragment 1's sneeze induction on a consenting volunteer, causing a respectful wave of awkward laughter from the assembled leaders. He demonstrated Fragment 2's cooking application on a decorative water element in the center of the summit hall, producing a chi-dense medium that was genuinely excellent, and that 4 of the 16 leaders requested samples of. He demonstrated Fragment 3 by tying a knot in one of his hair strands and inviting 3 assembled spirit-severing level cultivators to cut it. None could. The room was half laughing, half horrified. Quang Tianda was calculating. He could see the calculation in the way Quang's attention moved between Wei's demonstrations and the space behind Wei's left shoulder, where the airwire detection web that Quang had running through the palace's ambient formation was registering something it couldn't quite categorize. During the private reception following the formal session, Quang moved through the room to Wei's position with the specific directness of someone who had decided the social geometry was no longer necessary. "I have 5 of your god's fragments," Quang said. "Would you like to see them?" Wei said yes. Chapter 67 Quang Tianda's private collection was housed in the palace's inner formation wing, a space that Wei's hairwire extended over the previous 6 hours through the ambient formation infrastructure of the palace itself, had partially mapped but had not been able to fully penetrate. The inner formation wing security was layered and responsive, designed by someone who understood that detection was insufficient and that the real security challenge was preventing any action by someone who had already detected the defenses. Kwong led him through the inner wing personally, which was itself significant. The Supreme Sovereign escorting a guest personally was a dominance display as much as a hospitality gesture. It was saying, I am not concerned that you might learn from this tour, because what you learn will not help you. The 5 fragment artifacts were in a sealed display case at the chamber's center. Fragments of the God of Joke's inheritance that had been extracted from previous cycle holders, sealed in formation-stabilized containers, and arranged in a pattern that Wei's inheritance resonance identified as a deliberate trap. The fragments were real. The containers were engineered to allow absorption in one direction only. If he touched the containers with fragment resonance active, they would absorb his fragments rather than releasing theirs. The system had registered this before Kwong finished the invitation. Its notification had been, warning, fake laughter. Punchline inverted. Wei examined the 5 sealed fragment containers without moving closer than the polite examination distance that a visitor inspecting a host collection would maintain. The containers were formation artifact cases of high-quality manufacture, the kind produced by cultivators specializing in preservation architecture, capable of maintaining a stable qi environment for an indefinitely long period. Under normal circumstances, they would simply keep the fragments inert and preserved. What Kwong had added were the additional formation inscriptions visible on the outer housing of each container. Subtle, but readable to someone who had spent enough time studying formation architecture. The additional inscriptions were directional valves. Fragment resonance could enter the containers, triggered by the approach of a fragment holder, but could not exit. The containers were not displaying the fragments. They were traps disguised as displays. Any attempt to absorb the fragments through standard resonance contact would result in the holder's fragments being drawn into the container rather than the contained fragments being drawn into the holder. The system had registered this architecture's existence before Kwong had finished leading him through the inner wing. The notification format had been immediate and specific. He had appreciated the warning's timing. He also noted that the trap was sophisticated in a way that indicated Kwong had good intelligence about how the inheritance worked. To build a directional valve that would capture the holder's fragments rather than releasing the stored ones, you needed to understand that fragment absorption worked through resonance contact, that it was the holder's existing fragments that created the attraction, not a passive transfer from stored source to holder. Kwong had studied the inheritance mechanism carefully enough to build a functional countermeasure. This was important information. It meant there was at minimum one other person in Kwong's intelligence apparatus with detailed knowledge of how the Laughing Heaven system's absorption process functioned. Not just divine cultivation artifacts of interest, knowledge, but technical mechanism knowledge. He needed to identify this source. He looked at the case with the expression he used when examining operational problems. He asked polite questions about each artifact, the acquisition history, the formation containment mechanism, the resonance signature characteristics. Kwong answered each question with the specific precision of someone who expected the questions to reveal what Wei was planning. Each answer was accurate and was also a test. He answered each test with a response calibrated to confirm that he was considering attempting an absorption. He was not. He was mapping the formation security architecture that by Rushiwe, visible through the chamber's transparency formation in the adjacent gallery, was also reading from a different angle. The offer I'm extending, Kwong said, is this. Serve as a continental fragment recovery asset under my authority, and I will surrender all 5 sealed fragments to you when the recovery is complete. Your inheritor status and my sovereign authority create a natural institutional alignment. Wei considered this offer for the appropriate duration. Then he said, I'd like to think it over. Of course, Kwong said. He was already signaling his security formation to transition from hospitality mode to containment mode. Wei had anticipated this specific transition. He had been watching for it since the private reception began. One more question, Wei said. This formation inscription on the case's base. Is it original to the containment design, or did you add it? Kwong looked at the inscription. In the 1 second that his attention moved to the case, Bai Rushue activated a specific sound Dao resonance through the transparency formation's conduction path, and Luo Qingfan initiated the diversionary strike at the palace's south gate, and Wei activated Fragment 2 on every water feature in the palace simultaneously. Chapter 68 The escape from the Continental Throne Palace was, by Wei's post-event assessment, 73% according to plan and 27% improvisation. This was a better ratio than he had projected for a 3-layer operation against void transformation stage security infrastructure. The 27% improvisation occurred primarily in the third phase, the roof exit. The planned roof exit route had been compromised by a patrol shift that Luo Qingfan's diversionary strike had unintentionally accelerated rather than delayed. The improvised route took them through the palace's formation inscription storage facility, which was both more complex to navigate and more structurally interesting than Wei had anticipated. The roof exit improvisation required him to navigate the formation inscription storage facility with Bai Ruxiue and Luo, while Quang Tianda's palace security completed its emergency deployment. The storage facility was organized by formation era. Oldest inscriptions nearest the outer wall, newest nearest the inner formation wing, and contained approximately 400 years of accumulated cultivation formation technology from across the continent. Most of it was irrelevant to their immediate escape. A small portion was operationally interesting in ways he did not have time to engage with. He noted 3 specific inscription types for future reference and kept moving. Bai Ruxue's sound formation technique was running continuously, providing a sonic environment that the palace's ambient monitoring heard as normal storage facility activity, footsteps in the appropriate patterns, equipment handling sounds at the expected intervals, the specific acoustic signature of a facility that was being professionally ignored rather than searched. The technique required sustained concentration. Her expression was the tight, focused calm he had come to associate with her operating at high sustained output. The facility's eastern exit brought them to the formation maintenance corridor, which was not on the plan. The plan's roof exit had assumed they would use the inner formation wing's secondary stairway. The patrol shift that Luo's diversion had inadvertently accelerated had placed a security team on that stairway approximately 2 minutes before their planned arrival. The formation maintenance corridor was an alternative, but it bypassed the section of the outer wall that Luo had preceded with his formation explosive. The explosive's detonation was the planned outer gate diversion. Without Luo in position at the gate, the timing would not work unless... Can you reach it remotely? Wei asked Luo, without specifying what it was. Luo already knew. 30 meters past my activation range, Luo said. Standard activation thread maximum is 20 meters. Use fragment 3, Wei said. Luo looked at him. That's your technique. I can extend the hair wire to carry the activation current, Wei said. If you anchor the formation explosive's trigger to the wire. It took 40 seconds to set up. Wei extended the hair wire through the corridor's exterior vent to reach the gate structure, found the formation explosive's trigger formation by resonance, and threaded the activation current. Luo activated. The outer gate's exterior face detonated on the plan's original timing within 6 seconds of the projected window. The improvised execution had produced a 12-second additional delay relative to plan. He noted this in his post-event assessment column. Improvisation adds time. Account for it in future multi-phase operations. The water feature's simultaneous conversion had worked as designed. Fragment 2 operating at core formation level could not convert the palace's full water infrastructure. There was too much of it. But converting the targeted defensive formation node's water chi columns simultaneously had collapsed 3 specific defensive layers and created a confusion period that lasted approximately 4 minutes, which was the window the escape needed. In the confusion, Wei had done something he had not planned. One of the 5 sealed fragment artifact containers had been in by Ruxue's path during the escape route through the inner formation wing. She had not touched it. He had, on impulse, activated the system's resonance scan on the container as he passed within arm's reach. The system's response, warning negated. Core fragment detected. Extraction viable via system intervention. He had touched the container. The trap had activated, and then the system had converted the trap's absorption mechanism. Instead of the container absorbing his fragments, his system had stripped the trap's directionality and extracted the real fragment within. The process took approximately 2 seconds and left a functional formation container that was now empty. Fragment 11 registered. Weight of ancient dignity. A technique that caused the target to feel the full weight of performing dignity before an audience. Not shame exactly, but the specific psychological burden of maintaining the performance of authority when the performance was the only thing holding the authority together. He filed this one immediately in the first section. He had specific ideas about its application. They reached the roof. He used Fragment 3's hair wire to bridge a 15-meter gap between the palace's outer parapet and a maintenance formation pylon. Bai Ruxue crossed first, then Luo. He crossed last, tapping the pylon lightly as he passed it with a Fragment 2 activation that left the chi-dense medium coating the pylon's contact surface. Anyone who touched the pylon in the next 6 hours would find their grip compromised. They were off palace grounds within the 4-minute window. In the alley 2 streets from the palace, Luo was already rerouting their departure path. Fragment 11? Bairushiwa said, looking at his expression. Effective against emperors, he confirmed. Chapter 69. Kuang Tianda cornered them in the palace courtyard before they cleared the final outer gate. He had moved faster than Wei's timeline had projected, which indicated either better formation speed than documented or a shorter reaction interval for authority challenges than the intelligence had suggested. He was vast. At void transformation, the power differential between him and Wei's core formation was not merely quantitative. It was categorical, a different relationship to the fundamental forces of cultivation that made direct comparison incoherent. Wei had known this intellectually. Encountering it physically was different. Kuang's first technique sealed the courtyard's exit formations simultaneously. Not an attack, an administrative action, the kind of technique that operated at such a level of power that the techniques themselves were categorically different from combat applications. Like asking a question of the formation infrastructure itself, which answered accordingly. Wei activated Fragment 11 on Kuang Tianda, the supreme sovereign, standing before his court's assembled palace formation. In view of 16 summit participants who had followed the commotion to the courtyard windows, suddenly felt the full weight of performing absolute authority before an audience that he had just revealed he could not control a single inheritor within. The performance of authority required that authority be real. The fragments mechanism found the gap between performance and reality and amplified it. 2 seconds. He had 6 seconds of Fragment 11's effect window and needed to use all of them productively. The problem with Fragment 11 against Kuang Tianda specifically was that Fragment 11 worked on the gap between performed authority and real authority. It amplified the psychological burden of maintaining the performance when the performance was being challenged. Against someone with 400 years of void transformation cultivation, the gap between performance and reality was narrow enough that the effect's duration was shorter than against a person operating primarily on cultivated social authority rather than genuine cultivation power. 2 seconds was the maximum reliable window. After 2 seconds, Kuang's cultivation depth would allow him to stabilize the Fragment 11 response and reassert full operational control. Wei used the 2 seconds to accomplish 3 things. Activate Fragment 2 on the 3 water features closest to Kuang's position, producing atmospheric distortion in the area between Kuang and Bairushiwa's position. Signal Luo's formation explosive with his preparation thread by touching the activation marker he'd threaded into the corridor wall during the escape route, and reposition himself to the gate's structural frame, away from the direct line between Kuang and Bairushiwa. The water feature distortion was minor against void transformation. It didn't obstruct Kuang physically, but it created a momentary formation environment irregularity that Kuang's automated defensive formations registered and needed to assess. The assessment took approximately half a second. Against a cultivator managing Fragment 11's psychological pressure simultaneously, half a second of automated defensive activity was half a second where the conscious attention was split. He had also, during the 6-second Fragment 11 window, read something in Kuang's expression that he stored carefully. The Supreme Sovereign had looked, for approximately 1 second, not angry but genuinely frustrated. The frustration was the specific kind produced by a careful plan not working as designed. Kuang had wanted Wei controlled and cooperative. The trap in the inner vault had been designed to capture rather than harm. The invitation had been a preference for a working relationship rather than conflict. This meant something about what came after the escape. Kuang wanted the fragments, but wanted them through agreement rather than seizure if agreement was available. This was a negotiating position he had not known existed before today. Bairushiwa executed a spirit-severing class technique. She had broken to core formation peak during her Arctic Sword Pavilion training, and the technique she deployed was one that used her peak-level compression to produce output above her cultivation stage's technical ceiling. At core formation peak against void transformation, the technique should have done nothing significant. Against void transformation operating at reduced output because the host was managing the psychological burden of Fragment 11's mechanism, the technique landed. Kuang Tianda deflected it. The deflection cost him something, not injury, but attention, and the 2 seconds of Fragment 11 had expired, and the next 3 seconds of recovery were the window. Luo Qingfan's prepared formation explosive, set during the previous 6 hours in the outer gate's structural members, detonated the gate's outer face. They went through the hole. Behind them, in the courtyard, Kuang Tianda stood in the ruins of his gate and said, quietly, to the assembled summit participants who had gathered at the windows, "The joke god's fragments were never safe. Why did I think they would be different now?" No one answered him. No one had an answer. Wei updated the team roster and added Elder Mao to the pre-operation briefings. Mao participated in the formation security analysis, pointing out details about vault construction that would have taken Wei weeks to discover through direct study. The old man's knowledge was comprehensive and precise, and every detail he provided increased Wei's confidence in the operation's viability. Chapter 70 The declaration of Continental Wanted status came through the formal notification channels 3 hours after the palace escape, which was faster than Wei had expected. The speed indicated that Quang Tianda had not needed to deliberate. They traveled underground, through sympathetic sect networks, rootless wanderers' safe houses, and the specific kind of infrastructure that informal alliances build when they anticipate needing it and nobody has formalized it into an institution yet. Wei had been building this infrastructure since the regional alliance formation. He was now using it at a scale that exceeded its original design parameters. The Wanted Declaration's formal parameters were more operationally informative than its existence. Continental Wanted status at the immediate apprehension tier required both organizations in the formal continental governance structure, the Continental Throne and the Three Peaks Council, to co-sign. The declaration that arrived through the formal notification channels bore only Quang Tianda's seal. The Three Peaks Council had not co-signed, which meant the declaration had not cleared the full continental authority structure. This was significant. Quang had enough institutional authority to issue a unilateral Wanted declaration, but its legal weight was reduced without the council's signature. More practically, it meant the Three Peaks Council had not committed to the hunt. The council's neutrality was not support, but it was a signal that the continent's institutional landscape was not uniformly aligned against Wei. Some of it was still calculating. He sent a relay message to Yi Wuhan through the Wanderers Network, asking for any intelligence she had on the Three Peaks Council's current position on the fragment question. Her response arrived 12 hours later, which was longer than her usual turnaround, indicating she had needed to gather information before answering. The council is watching. 3 of the 5 senior members have fragment-adjacent cultivators in their family lines, minor resonance holders, similar to the people you've been finding. They are not certain whether the inheritance represents safety or danger, and they are not committing until they are. He filed this. The Three Peaks Council's calculation was based on what they knew about the inheritance, which was incomplete. They were deciding without the full picture. This was both a problem. Incomplete information produced unpredictable decisions, and an opportunity. If he could provide them better information before they committed to a position, the position they chose might be more useful. The Wanderers' Safe House Network, never formally organized, never institutionalized, but built over 18 months of careful relationship management through Fatty Qian's logistical infrastructure, proved its value in the 2 weeks of underground movement that followed. The network was designed for exactly this use case, moving someone who was being hunted by an institutional force through territory the institution thought it controlled. Over the following 2 weeks, he continued the Central Continent circuit while moving. The travel was faster than optimal and the absorption conditions were less controlled than he would have preferred, but the fragment count increased. Sister Joybird's giggle field absorbed cleanly and produced fragment 12, a contagious amusement technique that he immediately filed in the first section under operational applications against high-concentration enemy forces. The Weeping Rock cultivator's absorption was technically complex. The fragment was so thoroughly integrated into the man's environmental cultivation that extracting it without collapsing his formation base required 3 hours of careful work and Mianyan's sound Dao operating as a separation guidance frequency. Fragments 12 through 16 accumulated over the 2-week period. Various absurdist applications that his system was integrating faster than in the early months, apparently because the density of existing fragment integration lowered the activation threshold for new absorptions. He was becoming more efficient at becoming more ridiculous. The system countdown updated. From insufficient to marginal, 38 fragments remained until critical threshold. This was a real improvement. Marginal was better than insufficient. He filed this and continued moving. What he was watching for, during the 2 weeks of movement, was the Conclave's response to the Continental Fugitive Declaration. If Yin Jingming coordinated with Quang Tianda's intelligence apparatus, the combined search coverage would be substantially more difficult to navigate than either organization independently. The coordination happened faster than he had projected. Yin Jingming and Quang Tianda forged an operational alliance within 6 days of the palace escape, sharing intelligence, coordinating patrol coverage, and systematically expanding the search radius outward from Wei's last known position. The pace was professional. The resources were significant. He had the infrastructure and the fragment count. What he needed was time, and the alliance between Yin and Quang was compressing the timeline from 2 directions simultaneously. He filed this. He kept moving. Chapter 71 The true history that Elder Mao shared over 4 hours of uninterrupted narration was more detailed than any written account Wei had encountered. Mao had been Xiao Wuji's disciple from age 16 to 56. exactly 40 years. He had spent the final 2 of those years watching the god of jokes prepare for his death. The coalition of serious gods had been moving against Xiao Wuji for a decade before the killing, Mao explained. They had been subtle at first, blocking his access to new cultivation territories, undermining his disciples' advancement in the hierarchies that mattered, cutting off his teaching opportunities. But as Xiao Wuji's power continued to expand despite the coalition's efforts, the pressure escalated. By the time Mao was in his 40s, it was clear that the coalition had decided the god of jokes was a threat to the very structure of divine cultivation hierarchy, and something would need to be done about it. Xiao Wuji had known this, Mao said, with the specific certainty of someone who had discussed it openly. He had not attempted to hide from the coalition. He had spent the decade before his death distributing the fragments with deliberate precision, positioning them in locations where they would surface at specific points in history, embedding them with holders who would eventually seek out the person who could aggregate them. He was preparing an inheritance, not planning a defense, Mao said. The moment he understood the coalition would successfully move against him, he pivoted entirely to ensuring that his power would survive his death. The killing was inevitable. He accepted it. He planned for it. He made it into the setup for something that would outlast him. Mao had survived because Xiao Wuji had spent 3 years building each of his surviving disciples a specific escape technique. It was not a technique for combat or evasion. It was a technique that allowed them to withdraw from the location at the moment of the killing without the coalition's transcendent stage agents being able to track or pursue the withdrawal. Wei asked why Xiao Wuji had prioritized his disciples' survival, and Mao's answer was simple: because that's what he was like. He was more concerned with everyone else surviving than with his own persistence. This was, Wei understood, the most important thing about the god of jokes that anyone had told him. Not the power, not the inheritance, not the divine status. The simple fact that Xiao Wuji's priorities had always been distributed rather than self-centered. The Laughless Conclave and Continental Throne's formal operational alliance announcement reached Wei through the Wanderers Network on the morning of the 18th day after the palace escape. The announcement listed specific operational parameters: shared intelligence, coordinated patrol deployments, fragment resonance monitoring coverage expanded to continental scale. Any fragment absorption pulse would now be registered by both organizations' monitoring infrastructure within hours. The operational alliance announcement was formally published through the Continental Cultivation Communication Network at the 6th hour of the 18th day, which meant Kuang Tianda and Yin Jingming had reached formal agreement in less than a week after the palace escape. This was faster than Wei had projected, and the speed told him something specific about both parties' motivations. Yin Jingming's interest in the alliance was straightforward. The Laughless Conclave had been operating against Wei since the first investigation team deployment, and the alliance provided institutional legitimacy for their continued operations. The Conclave's charter technically limited its enforcement activities to Conclave-affiliated territory. A formal alliance with the Continental Throne extended the Conclave's operational jurisdiction to cover the entire continent. Kuang Tianda's interest was more complex. The Supreme Sovereign had, prior to the palace escape, been operating from a position of interested acquisition. He wanted the fragments and believed a negotiated arrangement was preferable to conflict. After the palace escape, where Wei had accessed his inner vault, absorbed one of his 5 sealed fragments, and exited through a hole in his outer gate in front of 16 summit participants, the calculation had shifted. Kuang's institutional authority had been visibly challenged. The alliance with the Conclave was as much about demonstrating that the challenge had consequences as it was about the practical operational benefit. This meant Kuang's willingness to negotiate had not disappeared. It had become more conditional. The alliance was partly a face-saving escalation designed to create a situation where Wei came to the table or faced a unified institutional force rather than just the sovereign's personal apparatus. Wei considered this as potentially useful. An opponent who was escalating to create negotiating leverage rather than to achieve elimination was still operating within a framework where a resolution existed. He kept this analysis in the pending section rather than the operational section. Acting on it required circumstances that did not currently exist. This changed the central continent absorption sequence significantly. The coordination created a coverage overlap that made sequential absorptions detectable as a pattern rather than as isolated events. If the monitoring detected 3 absorptions within a short interval, the response teams would converge on the projected trajectory rather than the last known position, a predictive response protocol that was substantially more difficult to evade than reactive coverage. He held a planning session with Luo Qingfan, Mianmian, and Bai Ruxue in a safe house in the Tangling District's outer residential zone. The session produced 3 decisions. First, absorption of the remaining central continent fragments needed to happen in a clustered window of less than 6 hours, producing pulse signatures that read as a single event rather than a trajectory. Second, the conclave's 20-vault fragments needed to become the priority after the central circuit completed, because the vault's security would increase the longer the Alliance had to prepare. Third, and most operationally significant, a fragment holder in the Eastern sects had sent a panic message through the Wanderer's network, the word "found," and then silence. This meant the Alliance was not just hunting Wei. It was hunting every fragment-adjacent cultivator they could identify. The panic message came from someone who had held a minor fragment resonance, not the inheritance itself. Someone who had been found not because they were part of Wei's network, but because the monitoring's expanded coverage had registered their fragment signature. He did not know this person. He could not have protected someone he didn't know. But the panic message and the subsequent silence were information he filed in a specific way. The Alliance was now operating at a scale that would eventually find everyone who had any fragment connection at all, including the people Wei needed to find himself. The fragment map's timeline had just become more urgent. He told the team. They continued planning. One rescued holder, during the following week's operation, was a child. Chapter 72. The rescue operation covered 3 fragment holders who had been located by the Alliance's expanded monitoring, 2 in the Eastern Sect region, 1 in a border town between the Tangling District and the Crane Province. Wei organized it as a distributed action rather than a single operation, using the Wanderer's Safe House network as the coordination infrastructure and operating 3 teams simultaneously to prevent the rescue activity from producing a coherent trajectory that the Alliance could track. His own team handled the border town holder, a woman in her 40s named Chun Wei, who had been using her fragment resonance ability, a persistent temperature inversion field that produced warmth in cold places and coolness in warm ones, as a practical service for local farmers managing crop climate. She had not known what the ability was. She had built a life around it. When Wei arrived, 3 Alliance scouts were already in position around the town's perimeter. He had expected 1, based on the monitoring timeline. 3 meant the response was faster than his projected interval. He handled the scouts with Fragment 7 and Fragment 10 in combination. Weight of silliness applied first, creating hesitation in each scout's decision process, followed by divine headaches, spatial disorientation, when the hesitation created a timing window. 3 scouts incapacitated non-lethally. Window for minutes. The border town was called Reed Water, which was accurate. It was built along a reed marsh at the junction of 2 provincial trading routes, the kind of settlement that existed primarily because 2 roads met there rather than because the location had any other inherent significance. The fragment-adjacent cultivator, Chun Wei, was known locally as the Comfort Farmer. Cultivators and ordinary people both sought her out during harsh seasons because the temperature inversion field she maintained within a 5-li radius of her farm kept crops from freezing in early autumn and kept animals from overheating in high summer. She had never understood the mechanism. She had simply discovered it at around age 20 and built her life around the fact of it. The 3 Alliance scouts had not been subtle about their arrival. Deliberately so, Wei realized as he assessed their positioning. They were in visible positions, not concealed positions. This was a message rather than an ambush. They were demonstrating presence, saying, "We know who you are and what you hold, and institutional authority is watching. Yield cooperatively, or the cooperation becomes less comfortable." He had encountered this tactical stance twice before, once during the Blood Lotus Alliance's initial contact phase and once during the Conclave's regional investigator deployment. Institutional forces with ambiguous instructions defaulted to visible presence when they had authority to compel, but were operating in territory where compulsion would create political complications. The scouts wanted Chun Wei to come involuntarily to avoid the locals noticing a forcible extraction. This meant they were not yet certain whether she was a fragment holder or merely a resonance proximity case. Their monitoring had flagged her signature, but they hadn't confirmed the classification. If he could get her out before they confirmed, their reporting to the Alliance would be inconclusive rather than definitive. He incapacitated the 3 scouts in the order that minimized their ability to signal each other. The 2 flanking positions first, then the center, where the team leader would be carrying the communication relay. For minutes was accurate. He spent 90 seconds of it on the scout work and 2.5 minutes on the run to Chun Wei's position. He explained the situation to Chun Wei in 2 minutes. She made a decision in 30 seconds. They were moving in the remaining 90 seconds. The other 2 rescue teams recovered their targets. One of those targets was 11 years old. Zhu Mianmian's message reached him that evening. The child had a fragment resonance that made dogs follow her. Every dog within a substantial range felt an uncontrollable compulsion to accompany her. The child had been running from a pack of 37 dogs when the Alliance's scouts intercepted her, and the scouts had subsequently been unable to focus on the capture because the dogs had also started following the scouts, creating a general confusion of both people and animals. The child's name was Xiaoduya. She had managed to evade the Alliance scouts with 37 dogs in tow for 6 hours before Mianyin's team found her. This was, by any objective measure, impressive. Chapter 73 Xiaoduya arrived at the safe house with the 37 dogs, which reduced to 12 after Wei's absorption of her fragment, and then to 0 after the absorption completed and the field dissipated. The 12 dogs that had been following her for the longest period appeared briefly confused before locating comfortable positions and settling in with the specific contentment of animals who had been following someone for a long time and were now simply choosing to stay. He spent the first few minutes after the absorption studying the dogs. 12 of them remained, as noted, the ones that had been in the field for the longest duration. Their behavior after the field dissipated was distinctive. They did not leave because they had been following a compulsion, and the compulsion was now removed. They stayed because they had been following Xiaoduya specifically, and the fragment's dissipation hadn't changed that. They had attached to her as a person, not as a source of the resonance. The god of jokes had designed this fragment with a specific understanding of how attachment worked. The compulsion drew creatures near. Actual relationship determined whether they stayed. The punchline was that the fragment had, in the process of generating inconvenient involuntary following, created genuine bonds between the holder and the creatures in their vicinity. You couldn't hold Fragment 17 for years without building real relationships with the animals around you, because the years of proximity created the foundation for something that wasn't about the fragment's mechanism at all. Xiaoduya, who was sitting on the floor of the safe house's main room with one of the 12 dogs in her lap and 2 more leaning against her, looked at Wei with the expression of someone processing a significant realization. They actually like me, she said. Not the field. The field brought them close enough to find out, Wei said. She thought about this. Then, the headache person. Did something similar happen to him? He considered how to answer this accurately. Lu Nantao's fragment made everyone around him suffer, he said. The people who stayed despite the headaches, the ones who were still there after 40 years, they stayed because they were choosing to be there, not because of the fragment. He said once that he could always tell who genuinely wanted to be there. So the suffering was the filter, she said. She was 11. He filed this in the first section, under Things about the God of Jokes design philosophy that I understand better than I did yesterday. Fatty Qian appeared at the doorway with food for the 12 dogs, which he had apparently acquired from somewhere in the 30 minutes since their arrival. This was efficient even by his standards. The fragment resonance, Fragment 17, animal resonance, joke tier, registered as what the system described as a passive field bonus rather than an active technique. It didn't generate a specific combat application so much as make the holder inexplicably appealing to non-human creatures within a significant range. At higher integration, according to the system's tooltip, the field would expand and intensify, eventually producing coordinated behavioral effects in large animal groups. He had not been certain about absorbing a fragment from an 11-year-old. He had been certain about asking her, explaining what it meant, and letting her decide. She had decided within approximately 2 seconds, with the clarity of someone who had spent years being followed by dogs through every sleeping, bathing, and public appearance context, and had found the experience thoroughly inconvenient. Does it hurt? She had asked. It feels strange, he had said. Like remembering something that wasn't yours. Okay, she had said. Do it. The first operational application of Fragment 17's animal resonance field came approximately 48 hours later, during a conclave confrontation in the Crane province that his team encountered while routing through a district that had appeared clear on the Wanderer's intelligence, but had since been covered by a new patrol deployment. The conclave patrol included 6 cavalry beasts, trained combat animals with cultivated battle instincts, and considerable investment in formation-coordinated attack patterns. When Fragment 17's field extended through Wei's standard combat positioning radius, all 6 cavalry beasts sat down simultaneously. The cultivators mounted on the sitting beasts attempted to dismount and continue the engagement, which produced a sufficient period of organizational confusion for the team to withdraw through the patrol's now disrupted coverage geometry. Dia, watching from the safe position, said, Fatty Qian, who had become her designated logistical guardian within approximately 30 minutes of her arrival, said, That's just how he works. Chapter 74 The breakthrough to nascent soul came in the 34th day after the palace escape, during a combat retreat through the White Pine Corridor, an elevated terrain section between 2 sect territories that was theoretically neutral but had been claimed by 3 simultaneous pursuit teams converging from different vectors. The White Pine Corridor pursuit had 3 teams converging from 3 vectors, which was a standard high-priority containment deployment. It implied Quang Tianda's intelligence apparatus had identified his current movement trajectory with sufficient accuracy to position intercept teams ahead of rather than behind him. This was a significant intelligence quality improvement over the previous 3 weeks. Either the Alliance's monitoring had improved their predictive models, or they had a source with direct access to information about Wei's route planning. He reviewed the route planning security protocol as he moved through the corridor. The route had been planned with Luo and Bai Ruxiue, communicated to Fatty Qian and Mian Mian through the standard relay network, and cross-referenced with Yi Wuhan's fragment location intelligence. Any of these communication paths could have been compromised. The relay network security was strong but not absolute at the continental communication infrastructure level. The Alliance's resources were sufficient to operate sophisticated monitoring. He did not dwell on the security question during the corridor passage because dwelling required cognitive resources the combat management was using. He stored it and returned to the immediate problem. 3 teams converging, elevated terrain limiting lateral movement, and his current cultivation load at the edge of sustainable management. The corridor's eastern face provided the lateral movement option the terrain had initially seemed to deny. A 40-meter drop to the lower approach path that was, under normal circumstances, inaccessible without flight capability or formation equipment. At nascent Sol, his core had sufficient density to survive the kinetic exchange of a controlled fall with hair wire breaking at intervals. At core formation, it would have been inadvisable. At the current stage, it was unpleasant but viable. He had assessed this option and filed it in the contingency column during the approach. It was now the primary column. He had not planned the breakthrough. He had been managing fragment integration at elevated cultivation load, 17 fragments active, combat conditions, sustained output across multiple technique applications, and the system had been running what it described, in joke format, as a compression sequence for the previous 3 weeks. The joke format description had been, how do you fit 17 punchlines into one setup? Very carefully, very fast. He understood this retrospectively as an accurate description of what the Laughing Heaven system's breathing technique was doing. Using the laughter principle's internal logic, the specific cognitive pattern of holding multiple contradictions simultaneously in suspension until the resolution moment, as a cultivation compression mechanism. Each fragment's power set was, at the system level, contradictory to the others in some dimensional way. Sneeze induction versus dignity, weight versus animal resonance versus spatial disorientation. Holding them simultaneously in integration required the kind of cognitive architecture that the laughter principle was specifically designed to produce. The breakthrough happened in the 47th second of the retreat, when he was simultaneously managing Fragment 1's hairwire position, Fragment 2's terrain conversion on the corridor's ice melt runoff, Fragment 7's application against the lead pursuit team's formation commander, and Fragment 17's ambient field suppressing the pursuit team's cavalry. The simultaneous management load hit a point where the system either needed to be significantly more powerful to sustain the integration, or it would fail. He did not fail. The system upgraded. The nascent soul projection, the external spiritual form that manifested as a cultivator, ascended the stage, materialized above him for the standard projection interval. The form was a smaller version of himself, floating, with an expression that could only be described as perpetually finding something privately amusing. Luo Qingfan, who had been coordinating the retreat from the rear position, looked at the projection for a moment and said, "That is exactly what I expected it to look like." Chapter 75 Nascent Soul changed the fragment applications in ways that Wei had not fully anticipated based on Yi Wuhan's theoretical descriptions. The descriptions had been accurate as far as they went, but the actual experience of the applications at the new tier revealed qualitative differences that made the descriptions undersell the change. Wei sat with the implications of this carefully. The cascade's propagation mechanism had shifted from physical transmission to chi resonance transmission. This meant the technique was no longer limited by terrain or tactical positioning. A cultivator with trained spiritual fields, standing at opposite ends of a valley, would still be connected through the ambient chi network if their fields overlapped. The sneeze cascade would travel between them invisibly, propagating through the very medium that connected all cultivators to the world. It also meant the technique was now something that could not be easily blocked by standard barrier formations. Physical barriers could contain liquid. Chi barriers could slow the cascade's propagation through spiritual fields, but they could not stop it entirely without cutting off all ambient spiritual energy flow, which was impossible without isolating the entire formation from the cultivation base that sustained it. More practically, A single activation in the right location could theoretically affect 40 or 50 cultivators if they were positioned in a coordinated spiritual field network. Wei tested this understanding carefully with Fatty Qian and Luo Qingfan, designing controlled scenarios where the cascade could propagate through their intentionally maintained field connections. The results confirmed his reasoning. By the third test, Luo was sneezing so comprehensively that he gave up trying to maintain formation work and instead sat down to let the cascade complete its cycle through his system. This is absurd, Luo said, still sniffling. At core formation, this was a curiosity. At nascent soul, it's a weapon. It's a tool, Wei corrected. Whether it's a weapon depends on how it's applied. The sneeze cascade stage upgrade was the most immediately operationally significant. At core formation, the cascade required physical contact between targets to propagate. At nascent soul, it operated through ambient spiritual energy. Direct contact was no longer required. The cascade could travel through the spiritual field that any cultivation practitioner maintained as a baseline condition, jumping between targets who were within range of each other even if they weren't touching. In a formation of 12 cultivators operating in coordinated spiritual energy contact, a single activation could potentially cascade through the entire formation. Fragment 2's soup conversion reached atmospheric application. He could now convert ambient moisture, cloud formations, river vapor, morning dew at scale, rather than being limited to liquid that was already present in accessible form. This meant terrain control was no longer limited to locations with existing water features. He could theoretically create the soup medium anywhere the atmospheric moisture density was sufficient. Fragment 3's indestructible hair could now extend from his body by several meters as controlled tendrils. The tendrils maintained the structural properties. They could not be cut by most techniques, but they were also extensible and retractable with intentional precision. He spent 2 days learning the control discipline. Bai Ruxue watched this process with the specific expression she used for things she found genuinely impressive, but chose not to say anything about until her opinion was fully formed. When she did say something, she said, "Please do not use those in situations where they would be interpreted as threatening." He understood she meant threatening in a specific social rather than combat sense. He filed this in the second section, medium-term cultivation management notes. Huang Tianda's intelligence apparatus registered the nascent soul breakthrough within 18 hours. The continental bounty was updated to priority, continental elimination. He had been expecting this. It changed the search urgency, but not the substance of the operation. The continental continent's fragment distribution also revealed patterns that suggested deliberate organization rather than random placement. The fragments were positioned at major intersection points of strategic power, administrative centers, military outposts, sites of historical cultivation significance. This suggested that whoever had originally distributed the fragments had done so with detailed knowledge of the continent's future development. Wei ran this analysis past Yu Wuhan, and her response came back concise. Xiao Wuji planned 500 years ahead. He did not distribute the fragments randomly. He distributed them according to a map of where the dominant power centers would be at this point in history. You're discovering the map by finding where the fragments are. This changed Wei's understanding of the collection sequence. It was not just about reaching the fragments before they degraded. It was about following the god of joke's planned trajectory for where his power should be activated. The fragments were breadcrumbs through time itself, left by someone who had genuinely understood the shape of cultivation history better than anyone alive. He arranged all of this, Wei said to Elder Mao. The killing, the distribution, the timing, all of it was arranged so I would follow this specific path. Did it bother him? Mao asked. Did what bother him? That he had to die for his power to be available to you. Wei considered this. The answer was no. The god of jokes had clearly accepted, even planned, his own death as a necessary cost for preserving his inheritance. The killing was not a loss in the traditional sense. It was the final setup before the punchline. Chapter 76. The Laughless Conclave sealed vaults held 20 fragments, the largest single concentration on the continental map, and had been on the priority list since Yu Wuhan had provided the complete picture. The vault location was confirmed. The Conclave's headquarters complex in the Solemn Mountain Range, at an altitude that produced natural chi suppression for anyone not trained in altitude-adapted cultivation techniques, with formation security that Mian had been studying since the regional alliance period. Mian infiltrated the Conclave's supply route network as a procurement agent. Her sound Dao made her effective at stealth applications. She could produce a sonic field that altered the sound her footsteps and clothing made in the ambient environment, creating what registered to listening formations as the expected background sound pattern of the supply route's normal activity. She had been developing this application since the intelligence operation planning sessions 2 months earlier. What she found in the vault complex exceeded the expected intelligence picture in one significant way. The vault did not contain only fragments. Her message reached way through the relay network on the 5th evening of her infiltration cycle. The vaults contain records. They have documented every joke Xiao Wuji ever told, cataloged as dangerous heresies. There are 47 volumes. The cataloging is precise and comprehensive. He sat with this for longer than the operational timeframe recommended. The Laughless Conclave had spent 500 years carefully recording the God of Jokes' complete joke archive and labeling each entry as dangerous. They had found the jokes significant enough to preserve meticulously while officially condemning them. They had found them funny. He was confident of this. An organization that found something purely offensive did not spend 500 years documenting it carefully with this kind of academic attention to detail. They had found the jokes funny and found that finding genuinely frightening, and had responded to the fear by cataloging the jokes under the framework of danger. Mao's marginal notation in the founding manifesto came back. This is what seriousness looks like when it loses its sense of humor. He asked Mian to copy as many of the joke records as she could carry. He also asked her to map the fragment vault's access formation while she was there. She sent back. Already did both. Here's the map. The jokes are extraordinary. Chapter 77. The transfer of Elder Mao's fragment took place 3 days before the vault strike. Mao had been carrying it for 40 years, he said, integrated so deeply into his cultivation base that removing it would damage his overall power significantly. When the transfer happened, Wei felt it immediately, a shard of divine consciousness, tiny by comparison to the other fragments, but carrying a weight of persistence that was disproportionate to its size. The system registered, Fragment 18, echo of the original. Grants momentary access to Xiao Wuji's divine memory, once per day, at the discretion of the current holder. Mao sat down after the transfer and was visibly reduced, his cultivation aura compressed, his physical presence dimmed slightly. 40 years of integration with the fragment had become part of his baseline power state. Removing it left him diminished, like removing a load-bearing column from a structure and watching the structure sag slightly. Does it hurt? Wei asked. No, Mao said. It feels like waking up after a very long sleep. I've been carrying that weight so long that I forgot what it felt like to not carry it. He paused. I do feel older now. Wei understood what Mao was actually saying. That carrying the fragment had been keeping him in a state of sustained awareness that had prevented his body from registering the full weight of his years. Now that the fragment was gone, Mao would begin aging again at normal speed. He had probably given himself another 5 to 10 years of active cultivation capacity by holding the fragment as long as he had. He was spending those years on the vault strike. The unspoken understanding between them required no words. Mao knew what he was choosing to do. He was doing it with full awareness of the cost. The infiltration plan for the Laughless Conclave vault required 6 people and 1 contingency tree that Luo Qingfan described, with the specific accuracy of someone who had reviewed many contingency trees, as the most comprehensively branched plan I have ever seen, and I am not certain that is a compliment. The team, by Rushue for direct combat engagement if the plan's stealth phase failed, which it had a 23% probability of doing based on Wei's analysis of the vault's security rotation. Luo Qingfan for tactical command of the approach and retreat phases. Mian for infiltration guidance, using the intelligence she had gathered during the supply route period. Fatty Qian for distraction. He had demonstrated, over the course of the regional alliance period, a specific talent for being so thoroughly disruptive to formation security through mundane rather than cultivation-based activity that the disruption could not be categorized by standard detection protocols. Xiao Dia for cavalry suppression, contingency only, in the event the Conclave's outer perimeter used beast-mounted patrols. The planning sessions for the Conclave vault operation extended over 2 weeks. Every detail was subjected to multiple rounds of analysis. The formation security was documented by Mian's reconnaissance. The fragment locations within the vault were mapped. The exit routes were identified. Contingencies were layered over contingencies until Luo Qingfan said, with the tone of someone who had reviewed extensive contingency planning, that he was confident they could handle everything except total vault collapse, and he was working on a contingency for that too. What's the contingency for total vault collapse? Wei asked. Run, Luo said. Run very fast, and don't look back. The team roster solidified as the planning progressed. Bai Rushue was essential for direct combat engagement. Her cultivation at nascent soul peak was the highest in the team, and her combat precision was better than any of Wei's fragment applications could achieve. Mian provided intelligence and infiltration capability that no one else in the group had developed. Fatty Qian, despite not being a formal cultivator, had demonstrated an uncanny ability to be thoroughly disruptive to formation security through what Luo called strategic chaos generation, and what Fatty Qian called just doing things that don't make sense to people who think too much. Luo Qingfan handled all of the tactical coordination. He had a gift for holding multiple simultaneous operational threads in his awareness and adjusting them in real time as circumstances changed. Most tactical commanders planned for a specific scenario and then executed the plan. Luo planned for 7 scenarios and was prepared to shift between them instantly as conditions evolved. Xiao Duya, the cavalry suppression specialist, was the only team member Wei had added partially for contingency, a role designed entirely around addressing one specific low-probability scenario that would have become immediately fatal if it occurred. The probability of the conclave's outer perimeter using beast-mounted patrols was estimated at approximately 12%. Xiao Dia's entire role was managing that 12% so it didn't become a fatal operational flaw. Wei's role: formation disruption using Fragment 9's soup saturation on the Vault Complex's defensive water cheat column network, which Mian's map showed was distributed through an underground channel system running under the complex's foundations. He had also spent the previous 2 weeks working on a reverse engineering problem. The Conclave's Dao silence array operated on the specific frequency of Xiao Wuji's fragments. If the array's frequency was knowable, its mechanism was identifiable. If the mechanism was identifiable, a counterpulse was theoretically constructible. He had not finished the counterpulse before the vault operations timeline forced a go-no-go decision, but he had the mechanism identified. The counterpulse would come. Elder Mao arrived at the planning session on the 3rd day and announced that he was coming. Wei said he was not risking the old man. Mao said, "I was Xiao Wuji's disciple for 40 years. Try to stop me." Wei looked at him for a moment. "What does that mean operationally?" "It means I know things about how divine inheritance vaults are constructed that are not in any accessible documentation," Mao said. "It means I have been inside a formation constructed by the god of jokes before, and I know what it looks like from the inside. And it means that if Yin Jingming is in that vault, which he will be, because he always is where the fragments are, I am the only person here who has faced him before and survived." He paused. "I was 70 years younger at the time, and I survived barely. But I survived." Wei added Elder Mao to the team composition. He revised the contingency tree accordingly. The fragment Wei absorbed from Mao carried layers of integration that Wei could perceive immediately. This was not a fresh fragment freshly separated from its previous holder. This was a fragment that had been intimately merged with Mao's cultivation base, shaped by 4 decades of continuous integration. The moment Wei pulled it into his own system, he felt the ghost impressions of all that time and all that accumulated understanding. Fragment 18 was unlike the other fragments Wei held. The other fragments were divine power tools, applications of divine capability directed toward specific outcomes. Fragment 18 was memory. It was the accumulated consciousness of the god of jokes at the moment immediately before his death, crystallized into a form that could be transferred between hosts. The system had indicated once per day access, which meant each use would consume the fragment's available activation for a 24-hour period. Wei understood intuitively that using Fragment 18 was going to be more demanding than using the other fragments. The other fragments required qi expenditure and technique precision. Fragment 18 would require him to temporarily inhabit someone else's consciousness. "You've never had to do anything like this before," Yi Wuhan said when Wei sent her the fragment registry update. Her response came back within the hour, which meant she'd been waiting for this specific information. The memory fragments are the most delicate. They're not tools. They're archives. Every use damages them slightly. After approximately 700 uses, the memory degrades completely. You have to assume you get roughly 1 use per day for the entire service life of the fragment. Wei did the mathematics. 700 uses. 700 days. Almost 2 years of once per day access to the god of jokes consciousness at the moment of his death. After that, the fragment would become dormant, carrying the memory in a form that was no longer accessible to Wei but still present as a component of his cultivation base. It was both valuable and finite. He would need to choose carefully when and how to access it. It was not a technique to use casually. Chapter 78. The memory access came involuntarily, within seconds of the fragment absorption, before Wei even understood what was happening. He was suddenly inside Xiao Wuji's awareness at the moment of the god of jokes' death, not watching it from outside, but experiencing it from within the god's own consciousness. The coalition's kill team was executing their assault with professional precision. The transcendent stage cultivators were moving through coordinated strike patterns designed to overwhelm divine defensive capabilities. It was, from a pure technical perspective, a flawless execution. But Xiao Wuji saw the moment before the killing. The moment where he could have escaped, could have invoked his divine authority to repel the attackers, could have chosen persistence. He saw all of those options available to him, and he chose none of them. He chose to die, but he chose to die in such a way that the killing itself would become the mechanism for the inheritance to survive. The moment of impact came, and Wei felt the sensation of divine power being forced out of its containment, scattering across the world as the god's form dissolved. But the scattering was not random. It was directed. It was the final joke, the setup for a punchline that would take 500 years to land. Wei came back to himself in his meditation state, gasping like he'd been underwater. The memory had lasted a fraction of a second in real time, but it had contained an entire lifetime of understanding. He sat with it, letting the implications settle into his consciousness, and understood something that Elder Mao must have understood decades ago. Xiao Wuji had chosen his death not out of weakness or despair, but out of a specific calculus about what would produce the outcome he desired. This was not a sad story. It was the most perfectly structured joke Wei had ever encountered, and the punchline was still unfolding. The true history took Elder Mao 4 hours to tell, and Wei let him tell all of it without interruption, partly because the history was operationally relevant, partly because Mao was telling it in a way that indicated he had been waiting to tell it for a long time, and the telling was itself necessary. Mao Zhenlong had been Xiao Wuji's disciple from the age of 16 to the age of 56, 40 years, 2 of which he had spent watching the god of jokes prepare for the death he knew was coming. The coalition of serious gods had been moving against Xiao Wuji for approximately a decade before the final action, and Xiao Wuji had been aware of the movement the entire time. He had not run. He had spent the decade distributing the fragments with the specific deliberateness of someone who had decided that the inheritance mattered more than the inheritor, and that dying with it intact would prevent it from surviving at all. Mao had watched the killing. He had been one of 4 disciples present. He had survived because Xiao Wuji had spent 3 years building each of his surviving disciples a specific exit, a prepared cultivation technique that would allow them to withdraw from the killing site, without the coalition's transcendent stage agents being able to track the withdrawal. He had been more concerned with his disciples' escape routes than with his own survival. This was, Mao said, entirely consistent with who Xiao Wuji had been. After the killing, Mao had built a false reputation as an eccentric but orthodox elder over the following 4 decades, staying small and inconspicuous and waiting for the primary fragment holder to emerge. He had given Wei access to the restricted archives because those were where the relevant historical documentation was. He had designed the curriculum around the fragment unlock conditions he remembered Xiao Wuji describing. He had kept the token for Yi Wuhan because Xiao Wuji had told him, 40 years before his death, that Yi Wuhan would outlast the coalition and would need to contact whoever came next. He had 1 fragment remaining, a tiny shard he had absorbed from the killing site itself, where the god of jokes' divine power had scattered as his form dissolved. Xiao Wuji had not authorized this absorption. It had happened automatically, the fragment finding the nearest available resonant host in the moments of dissolution. Mao held out his hand. Fragment 18, he said. I've carried it for 40 years. I don't think I was supposed to hold it this long. The transfer hurt them both. The fragment had integrated into Mao's cultivation deeply enough that removing it required a careful dissolution process rather than a clean handoff. When it completed, Mao's cultivation was visibly reduced, not catastrophically, but significantly. He had given up 40 years of integration. Echo of the original. The system registered. Grants momentary access to Xiao Wuji's divine memory once per day. The first access came involuntarily, within seconds of absorption. A brief vision of clarity that showed Wei something he had not known. Xiao Wuji, at the moment of his death, had known exactly what the coalition was about to do. He had chosen not to prevent it. He had made the killing blow into the setup for a joke whose punchline was the inheritance itself. He chose it, Wei said. Mao said, yes. Every time. Huang Tianda's intelligence apparatus registered the nascent soul breakthrough within 18 hours. The Continental bounty was updated to priority, Continental elimination. He had been expecting this. It changed the search urgency, but not the substance of the operation. If anything, the increased attention clarified his priorities. The fragment collection needed to accelerate. The window of time before multiple institutional powers converged on his location was closing. The understanding that came with the memory was multi-layered. Wei could feel not just Xiao Wuji's awareness, but the specific quality of divine consciousness at the moment of transcendence failure. The god of jokes had been, at that moment, simultaneously accepting the necessity of his death and processing the incoming attacks with perfect clarity. He had not been frozen in fear or doubt. He had been completely present. What struck Wei most forcefully was the absence of resentment. Xiao Wuji had not been angry at the coalition. He had not been grieving his own ending. He had been engaged in the most elaborate joke he had ever constructed, and he had been doing it with genuine enjoyment. The moment of his death was, from his perspective, the moment of perfect punchline delivery. This suggested something about the nature of the laughter Dao that Wei had not previously understood. The laughter Dao was not about happiness or positive emotion. It was about truthful perception, which sometimes meant perceiving things that were deeply difficult. Xiao Wuji had perceived the truth of his death, that it was necessary, that it was the right outcome given the circumstances, that it was going to produce something valuable, and had found that perception genuinely funny rather than tragic. Wei sat with this understanding for hours after the memory access concluded. The implications were extensive. If the laughter Dao was fundamentally about truthful perception, and if Xiao Wuji had been the god of jokes because of his capacity to perceive truth at unexpected angles, then the cultivation path Wei was building was not about becoming funny. It was about becoming more capable of seeing what was actually true in situations that serious practitioners dismissed or misunderstood. This was a gift that Mao's transfer had given him. Not just the fragment 18 itself, but the crystal-clear understanding of what the fragments actually meant and what they were for. Chapter 79. The team's final preparation session took place the evening before the vault strike. Everyone was present, by Rushue, Luo Qingfan, Mian, Fatty Qian, Xiao Duya, and Elder Mao. Wei reviewed the contingency tree one final time, asking for objections or identified flaws. No one had any. Either the planning was truly comprehensive, or they were all at the point where they had accepted the risk and were ready to execute. Fatty Qian asked for one modification. "Can I bring soup?" "Soup," Wei said. "I've been developing a specific batch designed to maintain cultivation clarity in high-stress situations. I want the team carrying some as a morale factor. It won't change the operational outcome, but it might help people remember why they're doing this." Wei approved it without hesitation. If there was one thing he had learned from Fatty Qian's persistent involvement in cultivation projects, it was that soup was more effective than he had initially understood. Not in a technical cultivation sense, but in a human sense. People made better decisions when they weren't entirely depleted. Luo Qingfan ran through the timing one final time. The conclave's formation rotation would change at dawn. The 3-minute overlap period would be their infiltration window. Once Mian was in position, they would wait for her signal. Once Wei activated Fragment 2, they had approximately 12 minutes before the redundancy system compensated. In those 12 minutes, they needed to extract 14 fragments and establish the exit route. All contingencies? Wei asked. All contingencies, Luo confirmed. Everything from minor formation response to total security activation is accounted for. We go regardless. They slept fitfully that night, Wei and Bai Rushue in adjacent rooms, both knowing that whatever happened the next day would reshape the entire trajectory of the mission. Mao spent the night in the archives with He Wuming, reviewing documents that related to vault security design. Fatty Qian continued cooking. Luo prepared equipment. By dawn, they were ready. The final check happened in the pre-dawn darkness. Wei moved through the assembled team, speaking briefly with each person to confirm their state of readiness and their understanding of their specific role. This was not a formal military operation with a clear chain of command. It was a small group of people unified by purpose rather than hierarchy, each one choosing to be present at this location despite the danger. Bai Rushue was calm, moving through a final combat practice routine that her body needed to complete before major physical engagement. Wei watched her work through a 20-form combination that she had practiced for decades. The precision was flawless. She would be the last line of defense if anything went catastrophically wrong. Luo Qingfan was reviewing the contingency tree one final time, his eyes moving across the documentation with the focused attention of someone who had memorized it weeks ago but needed one final confirmation that nothing had been missed. There was nothing that Wei could add to improve the plan. Luo had done the work that needed doing. Mian was stretching, preparing her sound Dao for the infiltration phase. The sonic field she maintained required continuous focus and intention. It was not something she could maintain passively. She would need to hold it throughout her time inside the vault complex, which would mean no ability to respond to unexpected developments. She had accepted this limitation as a necessary cost. Fatty Qian was still cooking, preparing the morale maintenance soup in a small portable formation that Luo had designed to maintain heat without requiring direct fire. He had enough prepared for the initial operation and had backups prepared for contingency scenarios that extended beyond the first phase. This is good soup, Wei told him. It's my best work, Fatty Qian said. I wanted something that would keep people centered if everything goes wrong. This should do that. Elder Mao emerged from the meditation chamber where he had spent the night. He looked older in the pre-dawn light, visibly depleted from giving up the fragment. But his eyes were clear and focused. He was ready. Wei took a long breath and felt himself settle into the state of absolute presence that he had learned to access during the Laughter Dao's foundational training. Not anxiety, not confidence, just clarity about what was happening and readiness to respond as circumstances evolved. We go at first light, Wei said. The conclave formation rotation happens at dawn. We infiltrate during the overlap period. Everything after that is contingencies and adaptation. Everyone nodded. It was time. The vault strike went partially wrong in the first 12 minutes, specifically at the Access Formation's secondary defensive layer, which had been updated since Mianmian's intelligence gathering period. The update had added a secondary frequency resonance check that Mianmian's infiltration technique could not spoof without her Soundao's resonance signature being detected. Mao's knowledge proved relevant immediately. The secondary check was a formation design pattern that Xiao Wuji had used for his own divine inheritance vaults, which meant the conclave had reverse-engineered the god of joke's own formation architecture to protect against the inheritance's holder. Mao knew the pattern's structural assumption and knew that the assumption had one gap. It was designed to detect fragment resonance coming from outside the vault. Fragment resonance already present inside the vault would read as internal. Wei activated Fragment 2 on the vault's internal water chi column network through the underground channel access Mianmian had mapped. The soup medium, propagated into the column network from below, registered as internal formation activity, because it was internal. The secondary check's detection algorithm was looking for external threats. The soup medium was now structurally embedded. The vault's defensive formation structure began collapsing from within. Not quickly, and not completely. The conclave's formation engineers had built redundancy into the system, but sufficiently to create a 12-minute operational window before the redundancy compensated. The operation's timing had been calculated down to the minute. The conclave's formation rotation changed every 6 hours, with a 3-minute overlap period where the new guard formation was being integrated with the old one. This overlap was where Mianmian could enter with minimal detection risk. The exit window was even narrower, 2 minutes of disrupted formation flow between the moment Wei activated Fragment 2 and the moment the redundancy compensated. Wei had spent 3 days running simulations of the vault strike with Luo Qingfan. Each simulation revealed new complexity. The conclave's defensive water chi column network was more intricate than Mianmian's initial mapping had suggested. The underground channels fed multiple defensive systems, not just the primary barrier. Converting one section of the network to soup medium would cause cascading effects across the entire system, but the pattern of cascading was unpredictable without detailed real-time data. This has a 40% chance of catastrophic failure, Wei told Luo on the final planning session. I know, Luo said. I'm the one who calculated it. We're going anyway. Yes, Luo agreed. Because the alternative is waiting, and waiting is how organizations like the conclave consolidate. The longer we wait, the more thoroughly they integrate the fragments into their institutional power structure. At some point, the fragments stop being extractable and become part of their cultivation base. Wei understood this. The operational calculus was stark: succeed now with 40% probability, or eventually fail with certainty as the conclave's control over the fragments deepened. There was no third option where they avoided the risk indefinitely. In those 12 minutes, Yan Jingming appeared. The waiting before Yan Jingming appeared was perhaps the most intensive psychological moment of the operation. Wei was positioned at the vault's inner chamber, maintaining focus on the soup medium conversion while simultaneously monitoring the formation's response and coordinating with Luo through the relay formation. His consciousness was divided across multiple simultaneous processes, maintaining the conversion stability, feeling the formation's defensive logic adapting and compensating, tracking the team's movement through the compromised security perimeter, and staying alert to any unpredicted activation sequence. The soup medium's propagation through the water chi columns was faster than the formation's defensive protocols could adapt to. This was the advantage of the conversion. The formation's defensive logic assumed the columns would carry compressed chi flowing according to predictable patterns. When the columns began carrying soup medium instead, the entire secondary defensive structure became confused about what it was supposed to be detecting. But the confusion was not lasting. The conclave's engineers were good enough that they had built redundancy into their redundancy. Secondary defensive layers were not just backup systems that activated when the primary was disrupted. They were independent systems with their own sensing and response capability. The formation knew something was wrong in the water-chi network within 40 seconds of the conversion's activation. By 90 seconds, the formation had routed defensive authority to the tertiary systems. Wei had accounted for this timeline. Luo had coordinated the team's movement into the vault through the growing window of vulnerability. Mian was guiding them to the fragment storage locations. The extraction was beginning. It was at this moment that Yin Jingming appeared, stepping out of a location Wei had not expected, not from the vault's outer perimeter, but from the inner chamber itself. The Conclave's greatest defensive cultivator had been in the vault the entire time, waiting for Wei to make exactly the move Wei had made. He had been in the vault complex. He had anticipated an attempt, which meant either the Alliance's intelligence coverage had detected the pre-operation reconnaissance, or Yin Jingming had simply decided to be present at the most likely target and had waited. Yin Jingming at nascent soul peak versus Wei at nascent soul early stage. The gap was, by any conventional cultivation metric, decisive. Yan's technique precision was the product of 50 years of cultivation at peak stage. Wei's was 3 months old. Wei activated fragment 18. The memory was brief, a fraction of a second of divine recall. Xiao Wuji's movement pattern, not dodging incoming strikes, but repositioning so that each strike's trajectory continued past him into something that made the strike into a setup element rather than a terminus. He moved. Yin Jingming's 3-hit sequence landed on positions Wei had vacated. The positions Wei had moved to were all formation architecture features that the sequence's continuation required passing through. The strikes disrupted the vault's remaining defensive structure rather than Wei. Yin stepped back. You're using his movement. I'm borrowing his memory, Wei said. The vault was being absorbed behind him while this exchange happened. Mao and Mian had continued the fragment recovery operation while Wei engaged Yin. Luo's coordination of the recovery team was producing results. 20 fragments, sealed in vault containers, moving through the exit route. Chapter 80. 14 of the 20 conclave fragments were through the exit route when Yin Jingming sealed it. The vault strike itself was going to be a test of everything Wei had learned about applied cultivation over the past months. The theoretical understanding of fragment applications was one thing. The actual combat context deployment was another entirely. He had trained extensively with Fragment 9, soup saturation, but using it on the Conclave's water-chi column network was a different application than anything he had practiced. The columns carried compressed chi flowing at high velocity. Converting soup medium into that flow was theoretically sound and practically untested. Wei went over the mechanism one more time in his head. Fragment 9 allowed him to create a soup medium from an existing liquid and expand its volume indefinitely. The Conclave's water chi columns contained liquid that was saturated with cultivation chi. It was not pure water, but it would still respond to the conversion process. The key was timing. He needed to wait for Mian to confirm the secondary defensive layer was in place, then activate the conversion at the exact moment when the formation rotation overlap was occurring. If he was early, the conversion would trigger security responses he wasn't prepared for. If he was late, the infiltration window would close. The waiting was the hardest part. Wei positioned himself at the underground channel access point that Mian had mapped by Rushua, covering the exterior, and Luo Qingfan coordinating communications through the relay formation. When Mian's signal came through the relay, secondary layer confirmed. Wei moved. The activation was instantaneous. Fragment 9's power flowed through the connection he maintained to the water chi columns, and the conversion began propagating through the underground channel network. He could feel it spreading, the compressed chi in the columns becoming the soup medium's distinctive properties. The formation's defensive logic suddenly had a major structural element that wasn't behaving according to expected parameters. The vault security activated with predictable timing, and Luo's voice came through calm and precise. Formation disruption underway. Mian is through. You have 12 minutes before redundancy compensates. Wei held the conversion steady and waited for the next signal. The real operation was about to begin. The Dao silence array, not the mobile carrier version, but a formation-embedded version built into the vault complex's permanent structure, activated from a formation node that Mian's intelligence had not documented. The frequency suppression field expanded through the vault, and Wei's fragment applications began flickering. The 14 fragments already through the exit route were with Luo and by Rushua on the exterior. 6 fragments remained in the vault, and the exit was sealed, and the fragment applications were intermittent. The seal remained in place for 8 hours. Wei stood outside it with 14 fragments recovered through the original exit route, 6 recovered through the side access junction, and a growing sense of terrible understanding. The Dao silence field should have deactivated when Wei left the vault. The fact that it remained active meant the field was still anchored to something. and the only thing that made sense was Elder Mao. By Rushue, standing beside him with the 14 recovered fragments secured in cultivation storage, said, "He chose this." "I know," Wei said. "He chose it the moment he learned what you were doing with his fragment. Everything after that was him deciding that this was how he would spend his remaining time, not by ascending or by seeking advancement, but by giving you the space to collect what needed to be collected." Wei said nothing. There was nothing that could be said that would change the fundamental fact of Mao's choice or the weight of the consequence. When the seal finally dissolved, 8 hours and 43 minutes after it activated, there was nothing inside the vault, not even a body. The Tao silence field had consumed everything it had contained, leaving only the pristine emptiness of a chamber that had been completely drained of any form of persistence. Elder Mao's storage ring was found outside the complex, placed deliberately where Wei would find it, containing handwritten notes that Mao had prepared knowing this was the most likely outcome. The notes contained the location of 4 additional fragments that Mao's own connections had identified over his 40 years in the inner sect. They were distributed across the continent, held by people Mao had trained personally, and each one came with a handwritten introduction explaining that the bearer had been waiting for this moment. Wei absorbed the 6 recovered fragments in a meditation state that lasted until the next sunrise. Each one carried resonances of Elder Mao's long-accumulated understanding. The final fragment, the one Mao had added notes about, carried something else, a specific memory that Mao had trained into it deliberately. The memory of the god of jokes killing, experienced from Mao's perspective as a young disciple, the moment when Xiao Wuji chose not to survive. Every time I had a choice to live, the memory transmitted, I chose to live small. Every time I had the opportunity to accumulate power, I turned away. I did this because I understood, from watching Xiao Wuji, that power that isn't paired with absolute clarity about its purpose becomes a weight that crushes you. You don't have that problem. So live big. Choose the large thing. And when you get the chance to be useful completely. Don't half-measure it. Don't hedge. Do the thing fully, or don't do it at all. He counted available assets. Fragment 3, indestructible hair, was structural rather than chi-dependent. Hair wire functioned on physical properties. The Tao silence array suppressed chi projection technique output, but not the hair itself's structural integrity. He extended the hair wire through the vault's side access formation junction that Mao had identified during the approach. The junction required physical manipulation rather than chi technique manipulation. He could do this with Fragment 3's structural properties active. Elder Mao, who was between Wei and the vault's remaining 6 fragment containers, understood the operational picture within the same moment Wei did. Without being asked, he moved to the array's 6 carrier formation nodes. The embedded version had nodes rather than carrier cultivators, but the architectural principle was the same, and began physically disrupting the nodes using the 40 years of formation theory he had accumulated as a formal intersect elder. "Get the fragments," Mao said. "I am not leaving you here," Wei said. "You are," Mao said. "I am not asking." He disabled the second node. "You have 3 minutes before the redundancy activates. Go." Wei went. 6 fragments absorbed in 2 minutes, 40 seconds, through the side access junction with the Tao silence field suppressing 60% of his fragment output and the remaining 40% producing intermittent but functional results. He pushed the fragment containers through the junction and followed them out. The junction sealed behind him. Through the formation's external monitoring ward, he watched Elder Mao still standing in the Tao silence field, holding 6 formation nodes under physical suppression while the vault's remaining security systems redirected against him. He was 64 years old. He was fighting with pure physical technique and structural cultivation knowledge and old bones. The last image before the seal closed completely, Mao laughing. Not the laugh of someone managing a terrible situation. The laugh of someone doing exactly what they had been waiting to do for 40 years. Wei stood on the exterior of the vault complex with 32 fragments, 14 through the original exit route, 6 through the junction, 12 already held, and waited. The 32 fragments Wei carried represented more than 2/3 of the total inheritance. The collection had been efficient. The casualties had been limited to the one casualty that mattered most. Elder Mao, who had known when he entered the vault complex that this was likely to be the outcome. Mao had traded his life for 20 additional fragments, and for the knowledge he had conveyed to Wei about how divine inheritance vaults were constructed. Wei absorbed this understanding into his operational planning. The Eastern Wilderness fragments would require a different approach entirely. The Conclave had been an institutional target, organized, structured, with predictable defensive patterns and hierarchical decision-making. The Eastern Wilderness was lawless, unorganized, filled with threats that were not cultivators but environmental hazards, beast tides, and ancient trap systems. The work of collecting the remaining 76 fragments would reshape the continental cultivation landscape. Each collection point would require different tactics, different team compositions, different contingency approaches. But the core principle remained the same. Wei would advance through the fragment network, recovering the god of jokes' scattered power and integrating it into a coherent inheritance. Huang Tianda's continental bounty was no longer his primary concern. The fragments were his concern. The work was his concern. Everything else was contingency. Chapter 81. The third morning after the vault strike, Wei Chongliang sat on a flat boulder at the edge of the forest and watched the tree line with the patient attention of a man who had run out of other things he could do. 32 fragments. The count felt wrong in his chest, not because it was insufficient, though the system said it was marginal, but because it meant 32 fragments had come out of that vault complex while Elder Mao had stayed inside with the Dao Silence Array pressing down on him like a slow hand. 32 fragments felt purchased at a price Wei had not agreed to pay. "You're going to wear a hole in that rock," Rushua said from behind him. "I'm not moving. I can see that." She sat on the ground below the boulder, her back against the stone, her sword laid across her knees. After a moment, he walked in there knowing what the Dao Silence Array would do to him. "That doesn't make it better." "No," she agreed. "It makes it deliberate." The distinction felt important in a way Wei could not yet articulate. Deliberate meant Mao had chosen. Chosen meant Wei had not failed to protect him. Chosen also meant that Mao had trusted Wei's judgment enough to trade his own safety for it, which was a weight Wei had not been carrying before the vault and was very much carrying now. Luo Qingfan emerged from the camp with a map case under his arm and his expression doing the careful neutral thing it did when he had information he expected to be poorly received. "Fragment holders to the northeast have gone dark," he said. 3 of them. The Conclave's recovery force swept through the Shermu Valley corridor 2 days ago. We knew they'd move fast. Yes, but the Valley corridor is also where the next cluster of mapped fragments sits. Luo set the map on the boulder next to Wei and traced 3 circles with one finger. 11 fragments in this cluster. If the Conclave secures the area first, they won't hold them. They'll destroy them. Wei had worked this out during the 2 days of waiting. The Conclave's doctrine was not fragment collection. It was fragment elimination. Every fragment they got their hands on before Wei was one less he would ever recover. The countdown timer in his system panel pulsed once, as if agreeing. He stood up. The decision to wait for Mao had been correct. He was still correct. He would continue waiting. On the morning of the 3rd day, movement at the tree line, not the careful movement of scouts or the deliberate advance of enemies, but the heavy, uneven movement of someone who had been walking through forest for 3 days on injuries that hadn't been fully treated. Wei was off the boulder before he'd consciously decided to move. Elder Mao walked out of the trees. He was bleeding from 11 distinct locations. Wei counted them in the first second because counting was something useful to do when the alternative was simply standing there looking at what determination costs. He was carrying 6 Conclave spirit badges in his left hand, threaded on a length of wire that had not come from Wei's supply of hair wire. He had improvised it from something inside the vault. In his right hand, 6 fragment containers, sealed, intact. He held them out to Wei without preamble. "Remaining vault inventory," he said. "I couldn't get the other 2. They'd moved them during the array activation." Wei took the containers. 44 fragments, including his own. Mao's legs gave out as he released the weight, and Wei caught him by one arm before he reached the ground. "Sit down," Wei said. "I'm sitting. You're falling. There's a difference. The outcome is the same." But Mao let himself be lowered to the ground, and he didn't argue when Rushua arrived with the medical kit. He watched her work on the deepest cut, across his left forearm, long and deliberate, a defensive slice rather than an incidental one, and said, without drama, "They fight well, the Conclave cultivators. I want you to know that. Whatever you think of their doctrine, the technique is clean." "How many?" Wei asked. 8. The other 4 ran. Mao's eyes were clear. Whatever cost the night had been, the cost had been paid, and the man who remained was the same man who had gone in. The array was harder than the cultivators. "I destroyed the primary node with my shoulder. It made a very unpleasant sound." "Your shoulder. It's fine. Rushua is already annoyed at me about it. I can tell." Rushua said, without looking up from the wound she was closing. "Your shoulder is not fine. Your shoulder has a formation node-shaped impression in it that will take 3 weeks to heal." 3 weeks, Mao said, as if this were a minor scheduling inconvenience. He looked at Wei. "What does the system say?" Wei had been checking it while Mao spoke. The fragment containers had absorbed into the system upon contact, and now the panel showed the updated count clearly. He turned it toward Mao. "Fragments, 38/108. Critical threshold, 54. Status, marginal TO sufficient. Recommendation, accelerate. 38, Mao said. 38. The old man's expression was difficult to read in the way that faces are difficult to read when they contain more emotion than they show. He looked at the number, then at Wei, then at the forest he had come out of. 16 more, he said. You need 16 more before you're stable. And then the rest. And then the rest. Mao let Bai Rushua bandage his arm without protest. The Eastern Wilderness fragments. Yi Wuhan's map showed 54 in that corridor. I'd start there. The central continent is too hot right now. The conclave has every movement tracked, and the sovereign's intelligence net doesn't sleep. Zhu Mianmian arrived from the camp's perimeter, where she had been running her sound Dao through the forest for signs of pursuit. No conclave signatures within 3 li, she reported. They pulled back toward the vault complex. Either they're regrouping or they don't know which direction we went. Both, Luo said. The soup's saturation way ran through the vault's internal water columns will confuse their formation tracking for another 6 to 8 hours. After that, they'll have a directional signal. Then we move in 4 hours. Wei looked at Mao. After you've eaten and Rushua's done with your arm. Mao almost smiled. You're being careful. I'm being strategic. You're part of the operation. Operations don't abandon assets. Is that what I am? An asset? Wei said nothing for a moment. The morning light was cutting through the trees at a low angle, and Mao looked older in it than he had before the vault, which was the honest cost of what he'd done. You're the person who's been waiting 40 years to do exactly what you just did, Wei said. So I'm guessing you're satisfied. Mao laughed, the full, real laugh that Wei had first heard in the vault's external monitoring image, just before the seal closed. Completely, he said, and then caught himself. Don't tell me that word is banned. It is. Then, to a degree that exceeds any prior measurement, Mao said, with great dignity. How's that? Borderline. The system panel pulsed again, 38/54. Pace, marginal TO sufficient. Recommendation, accelerate. It had not changed its recommendation. Wei tucked it away and went to help break down the camp. 16 more fragments. Then 38 after that. The math was plain. The only question was whether the math could be made to cooperate with the timeline the world was setting. The system panel's recommendation had not changed since Mao walked out of the forest. Accelerate. 16 fragments to the critical threshold. Wei had been running the fragment map in his head since the camp broke down. Not Yi Wuhan's physical map, but the system's internal register, the pattern of signatures across the eastern wilderness. He knew which clusters were dense and which were dispersed. He knew which fragments were likely to be in ruins, which in beast cores, which in carriers. The carriers were the ones that took time. He would need to factor that against the coalition's probable timetable. Mao, riding in the supply wagon with his bandaged shoulder and his tea, said, without looking up, you're planning. Always. You're planning in a way that's making Luo anxious. He gestured at Luo, who was 2 steps ahead and had the posture of someone waiting for information to act on. He can help. If you share the map. Wei shared the map. Luo had the Eastern Wilderness fragment distribution memorized within 20 minutes, which was characteristic of Luo. He spent another 10 minutes building a route optimization that reduced the estimated collection time by 4 days. Wei accepted the optimization with the ease of someone who had learned to take good information from whatever source offered it. What if the coalition moves faster than the optimization assumes? Luo asked. Then we adjust, Wei said. The optimization is a plan. Plans adjust. Luo wrote this down, which Wei suspected was less for future reference and more because Luo was constitutionally unable to have a tactical insight and not document it immediately. So far, the world had consistently underestimated how quickly he could find unorthodox solutions to timing problems. He was counting on that continuing, because the coalition's timeline would not wait, and the system's recommendation had changed to a single word he had never seen before: urgent. Chapter 82. Mao's recovery took 4 days rather than 3. Wei did not rush him. They moved northeast through agricultural country, keeping to secondary roads and small villages where conclave surveillance was thinner, and Mao rode in the supply wagon when his shoulder made walking impractical, which was more often than he claimed and less often than Bai Rushua prescribed. On the second day of travel, with the wagon wheels raising dust on a packed earth road between 2 fields of autumn grain, Mao told Wei everything. Not in a single speech. In pieces, as they passed through the day, a paragraph between villages, a longer section while they rested at a well, the final pieces in the evening over the soup that Fatty Qian had been making from whatever the local markets offered. The full history of Xiao Wuji, assembled over hours, with the countryside moving past in the background. He was not what the histories describe, Mao said. The histories that bother to mention him make him sound like a trickster god, a chaos principle, a disruption force. That's not what he was. He was a cultivator who noticed that the heavenly Tao itself had a sense of humor, built into the universe at the foundation level, and who decided to make that the basis of a divine path rather than an amusing observation he set aside in favor of a more dignified approach. When was this? Luo Qingfan asked. He had his notebook out, because Luo was constitutionally unable to absorb information without documenting it. 700 years ago, before the current era's great Tao stabilized into their present form, there was a period of approximately 200 years when new Taos could still be established. The universe was still settling. He found his window and built the laughter Tao in that window. Mao shifted his shoulder and did not wince, though Wei saw the effort it cost him not to. The coalition formed in response. 11 divine realm entities who had built their power on gravity, solemnity, and law. The concept of a great Tao of laughter offended them in the way that a beautiful joke offends a very serious man, which is to say, more deeply than any genuine threat would. Because the joke implies the serious man is missing something, Wei said. Yes, exactly that. Mao looked at him. You understand this because you've been on the receiving end of it. The outer disciples who laughed at you were not laughing because you were weak. They were laughing because the gap between your abilities and their concept of appropriate power made them uncomfortable, and laughter is how people discharge discomfort. The coalition was doing the same thing, at divine scale, with a weapon. Fatty Qian, who had been stirring the soup and half listening, said. So they killed a god because he made them feel stupid. Essentially, that's the most human thing I've ever heard. Mao smiled. Xiao Wuji would have appreciated that observation. The fire popped. The grain fields in the darkness smelled of dust and approaching cold. Wei turned his soup bowl in his hands and thought about what it meant that the heavenly Tao had humor built into it at the foundation level, not as decoration, but as a structural principle. If that was true, then everything the coalition had done to suppress the laughter Tao had been fighting the universe's own nature. Not winning, not losing, just fighting, for 700 years, against something that didn't need to win because it was already true. He Wuming, Wei said. You mentioned him yesterday. Tell me more. Mao was quiet for a moment. Dia, who had been feeding scraps to a small dog she had acquired in the last village through the unignorable gravity of her fragment 17 field, looked up. Even Luo stopped writing. He Wuming is not part of the cultivation world as we understand it, Mao said. He is not a cultivator who ascended, not a divine realm entity born from a principle of nature. He predates the current cosmic era's Taos. His function is maintenance. He exists to preserve the universe's dignity, which in his terms means preventing laughter from destabilizing the gravity that keeps reality coherent. Does laughter actually destabilize reality? Bairushu asked. No, that's the joke. Mao's voice was perfectly dry. He Wuming was assigned a function 500 years before the laughter Tao even existed. By the time Xiao Wuji rose, He Wuming's mandate had already been written to include him. We don't know who writes He Wuming's mandates. We only know that when the coalition killed Xiao Wuji, they were working with He Wuming's implicit support, not active cooperation, but He Wuming's indifference to the killing was itself a form of sanction. Wei filed this away. An entity that predated the current era. An entity with a mandate that might have been designed to include him specifically. An entity that was, functionally, a cosmic anti-comedy mechanism. He thought about what it would mean to make a cosmic anti-comedy mechanism laugh. Probably nothing good. Probably also unavoidable. The heavenly Tao has humor in its foundation, Wei said. You said that. Does He Wuming know that? Mao looked at him with an expression that was equal parts admiration and apprehension. I don't know, he said. But I think that's the right question. It's the right question, Yi Wuhan's voice said, from the darkness beyond the fire. Nobody had heard her arrive. Wei's hair wire had not detected her. She was either very quiet or she had been there for a while, and Wei had not been paying sufficient attention to his own perimeter. Both possibilities were instructive. She stepped into the firelight and sat down with the ease of someone who had been sitting by fires for several centuries and had no patience left for ceremony. She accepted Fatty Qian's offer of soup with a nod that suggested she found soup fundamentally reasonable and picked up the conversation as if she had been present for all of it. He Wuming knows the universe has humor in it, she said. That's precisely why he finds it dangerous. A universe that can laugh at itself can also decide not to be serious about maintaining its current structure. He Wuming is not guarding against absurdity. He is guarding against possibility, against the chance that the universe might one day look at its own gravity and find it unnecessary. She sipped the soup. He has been at this job for a very long time. He is tired in a way that nothing with a Tao can fully understand, because a Tao gives you a reason. He Wuming's reason is the absence of reasons. He is maintaining silence. And we're the noise, Wei said. You are. Specifically, the primary fragment holder of the inheritance of the god of jokes is, by He Wuming's calculation, the loudest noise the universe has produced in several hundred years. She set down her bowl. He will come. The only question is whether you'll be ready. How much time? Less than you want. More than you'll use efficiently. She looked at the system panel Wei had unconsciously extended toward her. 38. You need 16 more before you can survive what I'm about to tell you to do. Which is what? The Eastern Wilderness. Fast. Light. 2 people maximum. A larger group moves too slowly and leaves too visible a trail. Her eyes moved to Bairushua. You'll do. Bairushua said nothing. Her expression was the one that meant she agreed, but was reserving the right to be difficult about the details. Go east, Yi Wuhan said. Absorb everything you can find. 54 fragments are in that wilderness, or were 3 months ago when I last surveyed it. Some will have moved. Some will have been absorbed by wildlife. Beast cores are particularly good fragment containers. Some will be in ruins that are genuinely dangerous. She stood. I would suggest not dying in any of those ruins. The punchline requires you to be alive at the end. What punchline? Wei asked. She smiled. The smile of someone who knows the answer and has decided the knowing is better than the telling. The one that makes everything else the setup, she said. You'll know it when the time comes. She was gone before the fire shifted. Wei sat with the system panel, and the soup and the weight of everything Mao had told him, and everything Yi Wuhan had just declined to tell him, and felt something in his chest that was not fear and not certainty, but the particular feeling of standing at the edge of a very long drop and understanding that the drop was the point. Well, Fatty Chin said, refilling everyone's bowl without being asked. At least there'll be soup in the wilderness. He was not wrong, but the soup would have to sustain them through whatever the coalition remnants were now preparing, because Yi Wuhan had just confirmed they had entered the eastern corridor ahead of Wei's planned route, which meant the next cluster was no longer a planned stop, but a race. Chapter 83. 3 days after Yi Wuhan's appearance, Wei and Bairushua were 2 days into the eastern wilderness, and something was wrong with the spiritual weather. Not wrong in the way that storms were wrong, with visible signs and predictable physics. Wrong in the way that a room goes wrong when someone in it has just received very bad news, a shift in pressure, a flattening of sound, an ambient quality to the air that transmitted discomfort without explanation. The light came through the canopy at angles that were technically correct, but felt slightly off, as if the light had been slightly diminished at its source. Coalition remnants, Bairushua said. She had felt it too. 3 of them. Transcendent stage, if Yi Wuhan's intelligence is current. Wei extended his hair wire through the undergrowth ahead, spreading it in a web 50 meters in each direction. The wire was more sensitive now than it had been before the threshold crossing. Every fragment upgrade had added resolution to Fragment 3's structural awareness, and the hair wire now distinguished between a rabbit in undergrowth and a mouse in undergrowth with the specificity of an instrument rather than a sense organ. The wire picked up vibrations, animals moving, wind through leaves, the creak of old growth wood expanding in the cooling afternoon. And, at the edge of range, something else, a quality of stillness that was not natural stillness, but deliberate stillness, the cultivator's stillness of someone who had learned to stop broadcasting their presence and had practiced that learning for a very long time. They're not moving toward us, he said. No, they're positioned. 3 points of a triangle, approximately 200 meters on each side. She had worked this out from the pressure alone, which told him her spirit-severing development was progressing faster than her report suggested. She had broken through in the field, under pressure, which was the kind of cultivation advancement that tended to settle deep. Waiting. Not for permission. They've had permission since they arrived. Wei retracted the hair wire and thought. They want to see something first. The fragments. They want to see the absorption. Bairushua's logic ran the same course as did, a fact he appreciated about working with her. They had been working together long enough that their threat assessments converged before either of them had finished the thought, which was useful in a fight and occasionally eerie in a conversation. They're recording data. Or they're waiting to see if I'll reach 54. If I do, the stakes change. She looked at him. The wilderness light was dense and green around them, and somewhere in the middle distance a bird had begun a song that consisted entirely of one note repeated at irregular intervals, which was either deeply meditative or maddening, depending on your current capacity for patience. Does it change our plan? No. We can't afford to slow down because they're watching. And we can't go back. Mao and the others are safer if we keep the coalition's attention east. He looked at the wire still trailing from his fingers. I'd like to know which 3, though. Why? Because if one of them is the agent who described Yi Wuhan's location to He Wuming's network, we have a conversation to have. Bai Ruxue was quiet for a moment. Is that a tactical concern or a personal one? Both. He coiled the wire and started walking. I'm allowed both. She fell into step beside him without argument, which was her version of agreeing that both categories were legitimate. The bird continued its one-note song. The coalition agents maintained their triangle formation and their deliberate stillness and their position at the edge of his wire's range, neither approaching nor retreating. They would follow. He could not prevent that. He could only move fast enough that the following became irrelevant. The eastern wilderness had a particular quality that Wei had not encountered in any other cultivation zone he had passed through. It was not hostile exactly. It was untended, not neglected, but released from tending, grown to whatever shape it wanted without sect formations managing its spiritual energy flows or mortal development trimming its excess. The result was a landscape that operated by principles Wei recognized in spirit but not in form. Formation nodes in unlikely locations. Spirit beast populations following migration patterns that defied conventional theory. Ruins from at least 4 distinct historical periods growing together in the same spaces, the older structures still stable beneath the layers of the newer collapses. The fragment density was high. Wei's system registered signatures in his first 2 hours of travel, some from far off, requiring redirection, some passing close enough that he had to consciously not absorb them because they were embedded in living creatures he was not going to approach without a plan. How many can you feel? Bai Ruxue asked. In the immediate vicinity? 7. At range, at least 11 more. He extended a thin hair wire in the direction of the nearest signature, reading its character through the contact. This one's in vegetation. Formation embedded. Does that take long? 15 minutes, maybe. The vegetation isn't holding it intentionally. He started toward it. The coalition agents just adjusted formation. They closed the triangle by 10 meters. They know you're starting. Then we'd better be quick. The first ruin of the eastern wilderness appeared 20 minutes later, a collapsed sect complex from approximately 4 centuries ago, its stones swallowed by vegetation, its cultivation formations long since degraded into ambient spiritual energy that the local ecology had absorbed over generations. The trees near the ruin were taller than the surrounding forest. The soil near its foundations was darker and richer, the centuries of accumulated cultivation energy having made the ground generous. Cultivation ruins fed everything around them for decades after their fall, which was one of the better ironies of the orthodox sect's collapse. In dying, they gave more to the land than they had when alive. Wei's system registered the fragment before he reached the outer wall. Fragment signature detected. Location, formation core chamber. Absorption possible. Here, he said. Bai Ruxue checked the ruin's perimeter with the quick assessment of someone mapping entry and exit points. No recent traffic. Vegetation is undisturbed at every accessible point. The conclave never found this one. Or found it, and couldn't extract it. He pressed his hand to the outer wall. The stone was warm in a way stone shouldn't be in autumn forest shade. The fragment's resonance had been keeping the formation core chamber at cultivation temperature for years. Let's go in. They went in. The chamber was smaller than he expected. A single room whose ceiling had partially collapsed, letting in a shaft of greenish filtered light. The formation core was in the center, a hexagonal stone structure that had been elegant once and was now overgrown with something that looked like moss, but moved with the slow deliberateness of something that had found the spiritual energy here worth staying for. The fragment was in the core's centerpiece, a carved panel depicting, Wei realized as he looked more closely, something like a person making an extremely exaggerated face. The carving had been there for 400 years. The fragment had settled into it during that time, and given the carved face a quality of expression that 400-year-old stone did not normally have. Wei sat beside it and let the system establish resonance. The fragment recognized the system immediately, the way a fragment of something always recognizes the larger structure it belongs to. The absorption was clean, warmly reluctant, the way everything worth having is reluctant to release. Fragment 40. Involuntary mirth field. Targets in combat range experience brief, uncontrollable flashes of finding their situation funny, breaking combat focus for 1.5 seconds. Effect intensifies if target has been suppressing laughter. Wei looked at the carved face on the panel. 40, he said. Bai Ruxue looked at the carved face too. It was making that face because the fragment was in it, she said. Probably. Or someone 400 years ago carved that face, and the fragment was drawn to it. She was quiet for a moment. Either possibility says something about the nature of this inheritance. Yes, Wei agreed. He stood, brushed the moss off his knees, and checked the coalition agent's position. They had held their triangle steady during the 15-minute absorption. They were watching as promised. Come on. There are 11 more in range. They went back into the eastern wilderness. The fragment count moved to 40. 9 remained to the critical threshold, and the coalition agent's triangle had tightened by another 30 meters while he was inside. Chapter 84. The continent registered the arrival of the 3 coalition remnants the way a body registers a drop in temperature, gradually, with a creeping withdrawal of comfort, followed by a general stillness. Wei heard about it through Luo Qingfan's relay message, which arrived via Zhu Mianmian's Sound Dao long-range communication on the 4th day of the wilderness expedition. The message was 3 sentences. It took Mianmian 11 minutes to transmit it in Sound Dao code, each syllable wrapped in a frequency that would dissolve before reaching anyone not already attuned to the receiving end. First sentence, coalition remnants confirmed in the cultivation world. Second sentence, major sects have gone silent. Third sentence, we're holding. Don't rush the fragments. Don't rush the fragments. As if the system hadn't spent 4 days updating its recommendation from marginal to sufficient to simply accelerate. As if the fragment count hadn't read 41 this morning and 43 now, which meant 2 absorptions in the morning alone and a pace that would have impressed even Yi Wuhan, if she were watching, which she might be. Wei sent back 2 syllables in the code, hold position. He and Bai Rushue had developed an efficient rhythm over 4 days. She scouted ahead for hostile fragment holders. Not everyone in the wilderness was welcoming. While he handled the absorption process, which required direct contact and several minutes of system mediation. She covered that time with a patience that looked like stillness and was actually continuous threat assessment. After each absorption, they moved. The fragments in the eastern wilderness were scattered in patterns that suggested deliberate distribution rather than random scattering. Someone, at some point, had organized where Xiao Wuji's power ended up. The ruins had fragments in their formation cores. The beast kings had fragments in their cultivation cores. The rare individual carriers they encountered, wanderers, hermits, the occasional recluse cultivator who had built a life in the wilderness precisely because the cultivation world found their abilities ridiculous, had fragments integrated into their meridians. The carriers were the complex ones. The ruins and beasts could be absorbed directly once Wei established his system's resonance with the fragment. The carriers required conversation, explanation, and the specific absorption technique Yi Wuhan had described. A 3-hour meditative process that extracted the fragment without damaging the carrier's cultivation base, provided the carrier cooperated fully and the fragment was not too deeply integrated. On day 5, they found a carrier who was not inclined to cooperate. I know what you want, said the hermit. He was approximately 60 years old, his cultivation at core formation mid-stage, his clothing patched from roughly 4 decades of wilderness habitation, and his expression conveying the specific variety of hostility that belongs to people who have been left alone long enough to form strong opinions about it. He was also shooting converted liquid at them from a bucket with some accuracy, which told Wei that the man's fragment was soup-adjacent. I want to talk, Wei said, from behind a tree. You want my power. The fragment in your cultivation base, yes. But I don't take it, you give it. There's a difference. I've heard about you. Another ladle of soup liquid splashed the tree. Jester Wei, collecting the joke God's power. Going to reconstruct some divine inheritance and probably bring a coalition of ancient enemies down on the continent in the process. That last part has already happened. A pause. Then, how bad? 3 transcendent stage remnants arrived 4 days ago. They've been following us since day 2. The shooting stopped. A head appeared around the corner of the hermit's shelter. A structure built from ruined stones that managed to be both structurally improbable and clearly functional, the way things built by experienced wilderness cultivators often are. The hermit had the eyes of a man who had survived a long time by being a good judge of which threats to take seriously. 3 transcendents, he said. Yes. And you're still here. I'm fast. The hermit considered this for a long moment. Then he came out from behind his shelter and sat down on a stump with the air of someone conducting an interview they had not planned to hold. My ability makes soup fly at people, he said. Offensively. I turned it into a combat style because I was tired of people laughing. I understand that position. I bet you do. He looked at Wei with something that was beginning to soften toward respect. If I give you the fragment, what happens to my cultivation? The soup technique is the only offense I have. The fragment leaves. Your cultivation base adapts over approximately 3 weeks. What you've built around the fragment stays. The technique is yours, not the fragment's. You developed it. The fragment just provided the initial seed. Wei paused. Also, I already have liquid to soup conversion. Yours will merge with mine. Your technique will actually get stronger in my system than it was in yours, because I have 8 other fragments that amplify it. The hermit looked at him. You're asking me to give my power to someone who will use it better than I can. Yes. That's not an easy thing to hear. No, Wei agreed. It's not. I'm not pretending it is. Silence. The bird that had been following them. Wei had noticed it 3 days ago. A small brown thing that had apparently decided they were interesting. Landed on the stump beside the hermit and regarded them both with the unperturbed attention of a creature with no particular stake in the outcome. The hermit looked at the bird, then at Wei. Then he said, fine, but I want something in return. What? Teach me the conversion technique. The real one. Not whatever I've been doing. The actual principle behind it. His jaw set. I've been in this wilderness for 40 years. I would like to know what I've been doing. Wei sat down across from him. It took 3 hours to complete the absorption. He spent an additional 2 hours explaining the principle of liquid-to-soup conversion, how Fragment 2 operated at a physical state level rather than a chi projection level, why that meant it bypassed most defensive formations, how the soup wasn't really soup in the culinary sense, but in the thermodynamic sense, a particular configuration of molecules given a specific behavioral instruction by divine origin intent. The hermit listened with the attention of a person who had been waiting a very long time for an explanation. When Wei and Bai Rushua left, the hermit was making notes on a flat piece of bark and the bird had moved to his shoulder. Fragment 44 registered in the system. You spent 5 hours with him, Bai Rushua said, when they were clear of the shelter. I said I'd explain the principle. The coalition remnants are still following us. Then we move faster now. He checked the system count. We're at 44. 10 more to threshold. And then the coalition confronts us. Probably. He thought about the hermit's face when the principle finally clicked. The specific expression that appears when something you've been doing by instinct is revealed to have a reason. But we'll be ready. He thought about the hermit's description of the principle landing. How 40 years of doing something by instinct was different from 40 years of understanding it. The hermit had made soup fly with precision and ferocity for decades without knowing why it worked. That was not wasted time. The technique was real, the practice was real, the skill was real. The understanding changed what the skill was for. Wei had been doing this for less than 2 years. He understood every fragment he carried. He had been lucky, or the system had been designed to explain as it went, which was itself a choice the god of jokes had made, to scatter power in fragments small enough that each one could be understood before the next arrived. He stored the fragment map and walked alongside the wagon. The coalition's triangle was still out there. He Wuming's timeline was coming. They were as prepared as they were going to be, with 16 fragments still uncollected and the clock running. We'll be ready, he said, which was true, and which was also what you say when the alternative is not being ready, and you have decided the alternative is not something you are going to consider. Somewhere in the wilderness ahead, the coalition's 3 agents were moving to intercept a fragment cluster he hadn't yet reached, and they knew the route. Chapter 85 Fragment 45 was inside a tiger. Not embedded metaphorically, physically inside the tiger's cultivation core, where it had been growing for approximately 3 years, causing the beast to emit, on each exhalation, a warm and slightly savory mist that smelled distinctly of broth. The tiger lived alone in a valley that was otherwise uninhabited, which Bai Rushua said made perfect sense once you considered that approaching anything emitting involuntary soup mist was probably not appealing to prey. The grass in the valley was unusually lush, well watered by the accumulated condensation of years of savory exhalations. It was, objectively, a peaceful place, if you could set aside the enormous predator at its center who had spent 3 years being inadvertently ridiculous and was understandably not cheerful about it. He looks miserable, Wei said. He looks enormous, Bai Rushua said. Both things can be true. Wei activated Fragment 17, Duya's animal resonance field, and felt the familiar expansion of warmth that the fragment produced, the sense of being inexplicably acceptable to every creature in the vicinity. The tiger, which had been watching them from across the valley with the wary intensity of a predator who has been involuntarily ridiculous for 3 years and is not in a good mood about it, blinked. Then it sat down. That should not work on a beast king, Bai Rushua said. Fragments don't negotiate with cultivation rank, Wei said. He was already walking forward. Bai Rushua did not follow immediately, which was, he had learned, her way of registering an objection without preventing him from proceeding. He walked across the valley floor, keeping his approach angle unhurried, his posture the same posture he used in conversations he didn't want to escalate. The tiger watched him come with an expression that combined wariness, exhaustion, and the particular dignity of a large predator maintaining composure under undignified circumstances. Wei sat down 5 meters from it. The tiger examined him. He examined the tiger. The tiger exhaled, and the exhalation smelled of good broth, a bone stock quality, long simmered. with a warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. Under other circumstances, Wei would have found this a pleasant smell. Under the current circumstances, it was a reminder of what the fragment was doing to this animal. I can take it, he said. Not to Bairushiwe, to the tiger. He had developed the habit of speaking to fragment-carrying creatures directly, partly because it was accurate to speak to them as the intelligent beings they were, and partly because of a fragment-adjacent instinct he had been developing over weeks of wilderness travel. The sense that certain things responded to being addressed honestly. It's been in you for 3 years, and it doesn't belong there. You didn't choose it. The tiger looked at him with the amber eyes of a creature that could not understand his words, but was reading everything under the words, the way animals read the space beneath human communication for the information that actually matters. Intention, safety, honesty. He moved closer, sat beside it, rested his hand on the massive chest. The tiger's cultivation core was dense and strong. Beast Kings accumulated chi with a different efficiency than human cultivators, less disciplined, but more fundamentally rooted, the way old trees are rooted rather than the way buildings are structured. The fragment pulsed inside it. The absorption took 40 minutes. The fragment had had 3 years to integrate, and the tiger's cultivation core did not release things easily. But it released this thing, because the fragment was not native to the beast, and some part of the beast's deep instinct knew the difference between what belonged to it and what had lodged in it the way a splinter lodges in a paw. When the fragment transferred, fragment 45, thermal saturation field, ambient soup medium now generates heat proportional to hostile intent within range, passive defense. The tiger exhaled once, a long breath that smelled of broth for the last time, and then stood and stretched and made a sound that was not quite a roar, but was the sound a tiger makes when it has resolved something that needed resolving. It looked at Wei for a long moment. Then it walked into the trees. Wei sat in the grass for a moment before standing. You told it the joke was over, Bairushiwe said. She had moved into the valley while he worked, keeping distance but within reach. I did. She was quiet for several steps as they walked. The lush valley grass bent around them. That's either very kind or very strange. Both, Wei said. She made a small sound that was not quite a laugh and was definitely not nothing. It was the sound of someone who had decided a thing was slightly funny and was making minimal effort to conceal this. You keep saying that. Because it keeps being true. The system count moved to 45. 9 more to threshold. They moved on. Fragment 46 was in a collapsed formation tower at the edge of a dried riverbed. The fragment had been keeping the riverbed sand at an unusual density for decades, which a local cultivation scholar had apparently been studying and was mildly distraught to see the cause removed. Wei apologized. The scholar said it was fine, really, but made notes that suggested it was not entirely fine. Fragment 46 absorbed cleanly in 20 minutes. Fragment 47 was held by a wandering cultivator named Guarensi who had spent 12 years searching for an explanation for his ability, making people feel inexplicably nostalgic for things they had never experienced, and who, upon receiving Wei's explanation of Shao Wuji and the Laughing Heaven system and the scattered divine inheritance, went very quiet and then said, in a careful voice, "So this absurd thing I've had my whole life, it belonged to a god?" Wei said yes. Guarensi said he needed to sit down for a moment. Take your time, Wei said. Gua sat. He looked at his hands with the expression of a man processing several decades of self-understanding being reassembled. I've been following people to try to understand what they missed, he said. People I met who seemed sad about things they never got to do. I could feel it in them, and then I made them feel it stronger. A pause. I thought it was a curse. It's fragment 47 of a divine inheritance, Wei said. Nostalgia for possibilities. It's a version of the weight of silliness principle, making the target feel the full weight of a road not taken. He paused. That's not a curse. That's a lens. A very uncomfortable one. Most honest things are. Gua held on to his fragment for a long time before releasing it. Not reluctance exactly, but the natural hesitation of someone relinquishing something that had defined them for 12 years, even if the definition had been uncomfortable. When the absorption completed, he looked lighter in a way that had nothing to do with cultivation. What does it do for you, he asked. Adds precision to an existing ability, Wei said, and some weight to certain moments. Gua nodded. He asked nothing else. Wei left him sitting by his travel pack, looking at the cultivation world with the particular expression of someone who has just learned that the thing they thought was wrong with them was actually the universe's handwriting on their life. Fragment 48 came from a ruin at the end of a valley that had clearly been a conclave extraction site at some point in the last decade. The stonework showed evidence of the formation engineering methodology Wei associated with conclave technique. They had been here, had found the fragment's location, and then, based on the evidence of the ruin's current state, had been unable to extract it. The fragment was embedded in the keystone of the formation core chamber, and the conclave's extraction technique required the fragment to be removable. This one wasn't. It had grown into the stone. Wei put his hand on the keystone and let the system find its way into the fragment directly, treating the stone as an intermediary rather than an obstacle. The fragment's resonance ran through the stone like veins run through a body, not merely in the stone but woven through it. The way something can be part of a structure rather than an element within a structure. He had to negotiate with the stone itself, in the only language stones respond to, which is patience. 15 minutes later, fragment 48 transferred cleanly. System update. 48 of 108 fragments absorbed. Critical threshold, 54. Status, 6 remaining to stability. Note, coalition remnants within 200 meters. Recommend awareness. They closed the distance, Barushua said. She was standing at the ruin's entrance, sword drawn, her posture the one that meant immediate rather than potential. Wei stood up from the keystone. 6 more to threshold. 6, with 3 transcendent stage entities in a ring somewhere within 200 meters of his current position. The pressure of their presence had been there all week, the ambient sense of something vast and patient watching from the tree line. And now it was closer, which meant either their timeline had changed or he was approaching something on the fragment map that they had decided he should not reach unobserved. Where are they? Triangle formation. 1 north, 2 south-southeast. They haven't moved in 20 minutes. She glanced back at him. They're still watching. What are they waiting for? I think, she said slowly, with the precision familiar in people who had been turning this question over for several days. They want to see what you do at 54. Whether the threshold changes you. Whether absorbing that many fragments destabilizes the inheritance in a way they can exploit. She paused. Or they're waiting for you to reach 54 so they can prevent 55. Wei looked at the system panel. 48. 6 more. Possibly the last 6 he would absorb without a fight. He thought about what Yi Wuhan had said. Give me a little more time. The joke's almost ready. And he thought about the 3 agents who had maintained their triangle for 5 days and had not struck when they had multiple opportunities. They were not here to prevent 54. He felt this with the instinct produced by someone who had been reading people's intentions through their behavior for over a year of conflict. If they wanted to prevent 54, they would have struck at 40. They wanted to see what 54 did. Then we'd better move before they decide to stop waiting, he said, and walked out of the ruin toward the next fragment on the map. Behind him, the coalition agent's triangle compressed another 10 meters. They were watching. He kept walking, and behind him, at the coalition's closest point, the silver-haired agent raised one hand in what might have been acknowledgement, or might have been a signal. Chapter 86. The Tiger, or a Tiger, or the idea that had made the tiger interesting to Wei for reasons he couldn't quite analyze in the moment, occupied his thoughts for a long time as they moved through the wilderness on the afternoon of the 5th day. Not the animal itself, specifically, the principle of it. The tiger had carried a fragment for 3 years that did not belong to it, that had made it ridiculous and isolated, that had served no function it had chosen. It had absorbed the power through proximity, not intent. And for 3 years it had managed the situation with the available tools, primarily, solitude, and had never stopped being fully what it was, which was a tiger, which was sufficient. Not diminished by the absurd addition. Not defined by it. Still a tiger. Wei turned this over as they walked. His own fragments were not like that. He had chosen them, sought them, built himself around them. But the people who had carried fragments they hadn't asked for, the fragment-adjacent cultivators who had spent years managing abilities they couldn't explain, they were like the tiger, carrying something they hadn't chosen and being fully themselves anyway. In some cases, the something they hadn't chosen had shaped what they became. The hermit's 40 years of soup combat. Guo Renzi's 12 years of following grieving people. Yan Jingming's 50 years of suppression. He thought about whether you could build something real on a foundation you hadn't chosen, and whether the answer was that all foundations were unchosen at their deepest level. Cultivation talent, birthplace, family, the particular shape of your cultivation base, and what you chose was what you built, not what you stood on. The system offered no comment on this philosophical train of thought. It was, he had learned, selective about when it contributed. Fragment 49 came from a sealed artifact case in a ruins cache that Yi Wuhan's map had marked as a priority acquisition, which meant she had known about it for long enough to have assigned it a category, which meant she had been planning routes through this wilderness before Wei had begun his expedition, possibly before the Vault strike, possibly before the Conclave had even become Wei's primary problem. The depth of Yi Wuhan's planning was one of the few things that could make Wei feel like he was improvising when he had thought he was strategizing. The case was trilocked, physical, formation-based, and spiritual. Bairushiwa handled the physical lock with a sword technique that was so precisely calibrated Wei made a mental note to ask her about it later. The blade had moved at an angle to the lock's mechanics rather than against them, a technique that required understanding the lock's internal structure before you touched it. She had mapped it in the 5 seconds before she moved. He would ask her about it later. Wei handled the formation lock using fragment 3's hair wire as a formation probe. The wire could now read formation architecture the way a finger reads raised text, finding the logic of the lock structure by contact alone. The formation had been designed by a conclave engineer, which meant it was methodical and precise and had no sense of humor. He found the gap in its self-seriousness within 30 seconds. The spiritual lock dissolved when Wei's system recognized the fragment within and offered an identifier. The lock had been designed to authenticate conclave fragment handling authorization. The system offered a different authorization, divine inheritance resonance, the original owner's frequency, and the lock deferred to it the way anything with a mandate eventually defers to what the mandate was written to protect. Fragment 49, absolute absurdity, negates one enemy technique per combat by making it too silly to function. Target technique experiences a 4-second structural collapse as its own internal logic fails. He absorbed it. The count moved to 49. 5 more to threshold. Fragment 50 was stranger. Yi Wuhan's map had marked it as carrier held, and the carrier turned out to be a formation scholar named Tang Wuling, who lived in a camp of perhaps 30 rogue cultivators, refugees, primarily, from sects that had collapsed or been absorbed during the continental political instability of the last 3 years. Tang Wuling's fragment manifested as an ability to make any argument he was losing become inexplicably funny, a defense mechanism, possibly, for someone who spent a great deal of time arguing about formations with people who disagreed with him. It started when I was 22, Tang Wuling told Wei, during the explanation. They were sitting by the camp's main fire, which was built from the kind of wood that burns long and even, maintained, Wei noted, with formation theory applied to combustion dynamics, which was characteristic of someone who thought in formations even when cooking. I was arguing about formation node placement with my senior practitioner. He was wrong. I knew he was wrong. I couldn't make him see it. And then I made a small error in my argument's logic, and he pointed it out, and my cultivation base, he made a gesture that conveyed spontaneous humorous release. And he laughed. And then he stopped arguing. A pause. I won. But I couldn't stop making myself look inadvertently funny when I was losing. And you never explained it? Who would I explain it to? I didn't understand it myself. He looked at Wei. You're saying it's a piece of a dead god's power. A joke god's power. The ability to make a losing argument funny. That's a specific cultivation principle. Finding truth from an unexpected angle. Making the opponent reconsider their certainty by making them laugh first. Tang Wuling considered. I suppose I did win more arguments than I lost, he said. I believe it. The camp received Wei and Bairushiwa with the caution of people who had learned that strangers often meant trouble, and then with increasing warmth as it became clear Wei was not affiliated with any of the hunting factions currently operating in the region. Tang Wuling agreed to the absorption after Wei explained the process and after the camp's apparent leader, a weathered woman named Su Qingji, who had once been Mudspring Sect's Grand Elder before the Conclave's regional sweep, confirmed that she had heard of Jester Wei and considered the hearing generally favorable. Stay the night, Su Qingji said. She had the manner held by one who had administered large groups for long enough to read situations accurately within seconds, and what she had read in the two of them was road wear and exhaustion that they were managing with the professionalism of experienced cultivators. You look like you've been moving for a week straight. 5 days, Bairushiwa said. Her voice was neutral, but Wei had learned to read the neutrality as a request. They stayed. The camp had better organization than most small settlements Wei had encountered in the wilderness months. Su Qingji ran it with the practical efficiency worn by someone who had once administered a sect with 300 members and had scaled her approach to 31, rather than rebuilding from scratch. There was a watch rotation, a food allocation system, a library box with approximately 40 cultivation manuals that circulated on a 2-week loan schedule. Fatty Qian would have approved with great emotion. During the evening, around the campfire, 5 other camp members approached Wei privately to ask about their own abilities. 2 had minor fragment-adjacent powers, not true fragments, but resonances, distortions in their cultivation that suggested proximity to fragment carriers over their lifetimes. Neither wanted absorption, they wanted explanation. Wei explained for 2 hours, following threads of each person's history, finding the specific logic in what they had thought was randomness. A woman whose laughter had always caused nearby plants to lean toward her. A man who could tell when someone was suppressing something funny. Not important, he had always thought. but reliable as a reading. Bairushiwa waited with the patience of those who had developed a theory about what Wei was doing and was giving him enough rope to prove or disprove it. You could have cut that short, she said, when they were away from the fire. They needed to know why they are the way they are, Wei said. That's not a small thing. She took a breath before responding. Her breath made a small cloud in the night air. No, she said. It isn't. She looked at the fire from a distance, at the small circle of people doing the ordinary evening work of survival. How many people are there like them? Carrying something they never understood. Hundreds, probably. Maybe thousands, if the fragments scattered as widely as Yi Wuhan's map suggests. He thought about it. Each of them spent years thinking they were broken, or ridiculous, or wrong. And they weren't. They were early, he said. The punchline hadn't landed yet. She was quiet again. Then, in the particular tone she used when she had reached a conclusion she was still examining. You're going to need a better infrastructure than one person absorbing fragments and explaining things to strangers. I know. The network, she said. That's what you're building. Not just the fragment collection. The network of people who understand what they carry. Yes, he said. She nodded once, with the precision of someone filing information. She did not say anything else. She went to sleep with the efficiency of a person who understood that rest was a cultivation resource and used it accordingly. The coalition remnants had not moved closer during the night. They maintained their 200-meter boundary with a patience that Wei found professionally impressive and personally unnerving. He slept 4 hours and woke to his hair wire's vibration pattern indicating no change in the perimeter. Bairushiwa was already up, standing at the camp's edge, watching the forest with the sword-at-peace posture that looked relaxed and was the opposite. For more, she said. I know. The coalition agents compressed their triangle by 50 meters during the third watch. Wei checked the system. 50 fragments. They're getting ready. Yes. Then we find the next 4 fast. But the coalition had closed to 50 meters, and 50 meters was nearly engagement range, and both of them knew it. And when 3 transcendent stage entities stepped out of the forest, Wei had 3 seconds to decide what came next. Chapter 87 Fragments 51, 52, and 53 came in the same morning, a morning that started at dawn and ended considerably after midday, in a stretch of wilderness that Wei's map showed as a former Xiao Wuji meditation ground. Whether the god of jokes had actually meditated there was impossible to verify, but the fragment density was consistent with a deliberate seeding. 3 fragments within a quarter li of each other, all in formation structures that showed the same stylistic signature. Fragment 51 was in a bamboo growth formation, the fragment embedded in the growth pattern itself. It had been redirecting the bamboo's growth for decades into a pattern that was, if viewed from above, an extremely elaborate visual pawn. Wei absorbed it while lying on his back staring up at the canopy, which seemed appropriate. Fragment 52 was inside a sealed well. The well's water had been soup for an unknown number of years. The local wildlife had adapted to this with the pragmatism of creatures that do not question their circumstances and simply treat soup as a given. A family of deer living near the well looked somewhat better fed than deer had any right to be in this part of the wilderness. Fragment 53 came from a formation pillar that had been engraved with Xiao Wuji's name in a script that looked official, a formal divine inscription, the kind used to dedicate cultivation structures. Wei absorbed it with a weight in his chest that was not grief exactly, but was adjacent to it. Someone had built a formal cultivation structure and dedicated it to a god who was killed before the structure was finished. 53 fragments. One more to the critical threshold. He and Bairushiwa stood in a small clearing 200 meters from the formation pillar, and the 3 coalition agents were visible now, not attempting concealment, standing at the 3 points of their triangle at approximately 120 meters, watching him openly. They know we're at 53, Wei said. They're counting the absorption pulses. Bairushiwa stood at his left shoulder, sword drawn, in the ready position that wasn't quite aggression. They have information about the threshold. Then they know the next one changes the situation. The central figure, the southern point of the triangle, facing them directly, stepped forward. She was tall, silver-haired, her cultivation so far above Wei's that his system could not accurately measure it, registering only transcendence, immeasurable. Her robes were the deep gray of the coalition's pre-modern livery, which meant she was old enough to have dressed in a style from before the current era's fashion conventions. Fragment holder, she said. Her voice carried the particular quality of transcendent stage cultivation. It moved through air like a stone moves through water, displacing everything around it. You are one absorption from the threshold. Yes, Wei said. We have been authorized to observe, assess, and if necessary intervene. Our assessment, as of this moment, is that you are proceeding toward a reconstruction of the Laughter Tao's foundational inheritance. She was not accusatory. She was reporting. Our mandate requires us to report this to He Wuming. Have you? We sent the report 3 days ago. She paused. He will arrive within 3 months at standard rate. Possibly sooner if the threshold is crossed. Wei thought about this. Is that a warning? Yes. He blinked. You're warning me? For the first time, the agent's expression shifted, just slightly, just a fraction, in a direction that was not quite readable, but was not hostility. Our mandate is the elimination of the Laughter Tao's inheritance. That mandate has been active for 500 years. She looked at the space between them. We have spent 500 years hunting fragments and fragment holders. In that time, we have never encountered a fragment holder who asked a deer how it was doing. Wei stared at her. Fragment 52's absorption, she said. The deer were nearby. You checked whether they were all right before you absorbed the fragment. We observed it. She was perfectly matter-of-fact about this. Our mandate covers divine inheritance reconstruction. It does not specify how we are required to feel about the person doing the reconstructing. One of the other agents made a sound. The silver-haired woman did not turn. You have 3 months, she said. Probably. Use them. She stepped back to her position. The triangle reformed. They were watching again, but the quality of the watching had shifted into something that Wei could not name precisely, but that felt less like hunting and more like witnessing. He found fragment 54 40 minutes later, in a grove of old trees, embedded in the root system of the largest one. The fragment had been growing through the roots for years, and the tree had been growing around it with the patient accommodation of something large and old encountering something it could not remove. Wei sat against the trunk and let the system find the thread of the fragment through the roots, following it inward like a slow unwinding. The absorption took an hour. When it completed, the system did something it had never done before. Every fragment Wei carried, all 54, resonated simultaneously. Critical threshold, crossed. System stability, achieved. All fragments, upgrading. Status, sufficient. He braced for the upgrade. He had been expecting power. What arrived was clarity. All 54 fragments reorganizing themselves in his cultivation base, like furniture being moved from arbitrary positions to the positions they had always been designed for. Each one fit against the others. The sneeze induction meshed with the sneeze cascade, meshed with fragment 8's chain mechanism in a way that had always been theoretically possible, but was now structurally actual. Fragment 2 connected to fragment 45's thermal saturation field. Fragment 3 linked to Fragment 5's eternal itch through a sensory network Wei had not previously had the architecture to support. His cultivation cracked. Not broke. Cracked, in the way ice cracks when a warming body of water pushes through it from below. Spirit severing had been building in his cultivation base for weeks, the breakthrough pressure accumulating with each fragment addition, and the threshold crossing was the final weight. The spirit severing breakthrough arrived without ceremony and without a dramatic manifestation. One moment he was sitting against the tree with 54 fragments reorganizing themselves. The next he was sitting against the tree at spirit severing early stage, with 54 fragments all pointing in the same direction. Rushua was next to him. She had been watching the coalition agents during the hour of absorption and was now watching him. You're different, she said. Spirit severing, he said. Her expression did something brief and unguarded. You broke through. The threshold. It pushed through the bottleneck. He looked at his hands. The hair wire he could now extend had tripled in length and sensitivity. The soup medium he could generate from ambient moisture was now atmospheric. Not just water he touched or controlled, but water vapor in the air around him, convertible at range. The system says secondary unlocks are available. What does that mean? I don't know yet. He looked at the system panel, which was still reorganizing, still settling all 54 fragments into their new architecture. But the coalition agents gave us 3 months. The silver-haired agent, watching from 120 meters, inclined her head slightly when Wei looked at her. Then we used 3 months, Rushua said. Wei sealed Rushua's Arctic Chi seal. It had been locked by a transcendent strike during a brief testing exchange earlier in the week, and the system overflow from the threshold crossing dissolved the seal with a warmth that moved through her meridians the way soup warms from the inside. She made a sharp sound as it released. That should be it, Wei said. That was unpleasant. The seal or the releasing? Both. She sheathed her sword. We should tell the others. He sent the message through Mianyan's channel in 3 syllables. Threshold crossed. Then he sat for another few minutes with the tree and the 54 fragments settling into alignment, and the 3 transcendence agents watching from their triangle. and thought about a god who had scattered himself deliberately so that his power could live in people instead of one divine body, and thought about the deer at the soup well who had looked at him with the calm attention of creatures who have learned that the world is stranger than it appears and have decided this is acceptable. He was going to need a plan for he wooming. He was, very possibly, going to need a really good joke, and he wooming, according to every account he had studied, did not laugh. Chapter 88 The Return Journey from the Eastern Wilderness took 6 days. Way with by Rushua moved fast and light, and without the coalition agents now. The silver-haired agent had told them 3 months, and the 3 figures had withdrawn south on the day of the threshold crossing. Their observation apparently concluded for the current phase. The forest felt different without them. Not safer. Exactly. He did not believe they had gone far, only that they had decided distance was appropriate for the moment. But the quality of the watching had withdrawn, and in its absence the wilderness was just wilderness again, which had its own demands but none of the deep unease of being tracked by something operating on a cosmic mandate. Wei spent the travel time testing the new architecture. 54 fragments, fully synchronized, changed the quality of everything. Not just the power, the responsiveness. When he activated Fragment 1 sneeze induction, it was no longer a technique he applied. It was a direction he indicated and all relevant fragments oriented toward. Fragment 8 sneeze cascade engaged automatically as a rider. Fragment 5's eternal itch added itself to the chain as a secondary disruption layer without requiring separate activation. The whole system was, for the first time, behaving like a unified will rather than a collection of discrete abilities. He tested each combination he could find. The result of every test was the same: coherence. The fragments fit together with a structural logic that had always been implicit in the system and was now explicit, available to act rather than waiting to be inferred. He was still learning what he could do. He suspected he would be learning for a long time. He had an idea about what this meant for he wooming. He needed time to develop it. "You're quiet," Rushua said on day 3. "I'm thinking." "You're always thinking. This is a different kind of quiet." He looked at her. She was picking through a stream crossing, her steps precise and unhurried, her attention on the footing while something else tracked the surrounding forest. The cultivator's dual attention that became automatic above foundation establishment. She had been at spirit severing for less than 2 weeks and was already carrying it the way people carry a rank they earned under fire, as a settled fact rather than a recent development. "The system's final message when the threshold crossed," he said. It said, "All fragments upgrading. Secondary unlocks available." And I've been querying it about the secondary unlocks. It keeps responding in joke format. That's new. It always responds in joke format when it's describing something significant. He checked the panel again. The secondary unlock notification was still there, still declining to specify, still returning the same response when queried. Question: what are the secondary unlocks? A. What do you call 54 reasons plus 1? He had been working on the punchline for 3 days. The answer, he suspected, was not a number. What's the joke mean? Rushua asked. I think it means the unlocks aren't abilities. Their perspective. Something about having 54 fragments changes how I understand the other 54 I still need. He watched a fish hold itself perfectly still in the current, facing upstream, holding position against the flow with the minimal effort of something that understood its medium entirely. Xiao Wuji didn't have 108 separate powers. He had one understanding, expressed 108 ways. And you're approaching the understanding. I think so. She stepped out of the stream onto the far bank and turned to look back at him. The late afternoon light was in her hair, and she had the expression she used when she was being deliberately unhurried with a thought, the careful one, the one that appeared before she said something she had decided mattered enough to say precisely. When you have the understanding, she said, what happens? Yi Wuhan said there's a punchline, that everything else has been the setup. She wouldn't tell me what it is. The setup being 500 years of a god's scattered power being hunted. Every enemy we've made, every alliance, every fragment absorbed, every person who tried to erase the inheritance and made it stronger instead. He crossed the stream and stood beside her on the bank. He wooming coming. He wooming being the largest piece of the setup. She did not answer immediately. The forest dripped around them. It had rained briefly the night before, and the canopy was still releasing its accumulation drop by drop. And the punchline is what you do when he wooming arrives. Yes. And you don't know it yet. I'll know it when the time comes. That's what Yi Wuhan said. She turned and continued walking. The path they were on, not a formal path, more a deer track that they had been following for 2 days, curved around a hill and opened into a view of the lower wilderness, the green and gray of it stretching to a horizon that was hazy with distance. After a moment she said, without inflection, I find that somewhat concerning. So do I, Wei said cheerfully. She glanced at him. And yet you're cheerful about it. I'm cheerful about it because the alternative is not being cheerful about it, and not being cheerful about it doesn't help with he wooming. He fell into step beside her. I've run out of plans at the edge of a fight before. Every time, I found something at the edge. Usually something I couldn't have planned. That's not reassuring. No, he agreed. But it's accurate. She walked with this for a moment. Then, in a tone that was exactly balanced between dry humor and genuine feeling, if you don't find something at the edge of he wooming, I am going to be very annoyed. I'm going to remember you said that. Good. Let it apply pressure. The last 3 days of the return journey passed in the rhythm of movement. Early starts, long middles, camps made quickly and left quickly. The landscape changing from deep wilderness to transitional country to the cultivation-managed territory that indicated proximity to the established world. Wei's hair wire ran continuously through every camp, and on the 4th night it detected an animal that had followed them for 3 days without approaching. Something large, moving with the deliberateness of a creature that had decided to travel the same direction for reasons that had nothing to do with pursuit. He left it alone. It left them alone. They arrived at camp on day 6 with 54 fragments, one spirit-severing breakthrough, and a question that still had no answer, moving toward a fight that had no guaranteed resolution. He was looking forward to it, in the way he had always looked forward to impossible situations, because impossible situations were the ones where something genuinely unexpected had room to occur. They arrived at the camp on day 6. Mao was sitting in the camp entrance looking more like himself than he had in weeks. His shoulder was recovering, his coloring was better, and he was engaged in what appeared to be a heated but amiable argument with Luo Qingfan about formation architecture that both of them were clearly enjoying. Fatty Qian came out of the cooking area at the sound of their arrival and immediately demanded to know what they had eaten and whether it had been adequate, which was Fatty Qian's equivalent of an emotional welcome. Dia arrived behind him with the dog from 2 villages ago, which had apparently followed her all the way here and had been formally adopted. 54, Mao said, when Wei reached him. 54. Spirit severing. Yes. Mao nodded, slowly, with an expression Wei had come to recognize as the old man's version of profound satisfaction. He chose well, he said, meaning Xiao Wuji and the inheritance both, meaning Wei and the threshold and everything in between. He did not elaborate. He did not need to. Zhu Mianmian appeared from behind a formation barrier at the camp perimeter and said, at some urgency, "The coalition remnants, did you get a 3-month warning?" "Yes." "Good. Because in the 2 weeks since you left, 3 of the Supreme Sovereign's former subordinates have sent peace inquiries, 2 conclave subfactions have collapsed, and a very strange man named Yin Jingming arrived here 4 days ago and has been sitting on that rock over there waiting for you." She pointed. "He says he has something to tell you. He also says he is unarmed and requests that you not sneeze him." Wei looked at the rock. Yin Jingming looked back at him. The former conclave leader was stripped of his formal robes, wearing traveling clothes, his cultivation signature at nascent soul peak, diminished somewhat from the vault fight, the cost of his Dao silence array exertions. He was not projecting menace. He was projecting, if anything, exhaustion and the particular variety of resolve that belongs to people who have recently changed sides on a deeply held conviction and are still in the early stages of carrying the weight of that change. "Yin Jingming," Wei said. "Wei Chengliang," Yin said. "I have 7 fragments inside me. I absorbed them as a child and have been carrying them for 50 years in a cultivation base designed to suppress exactly this kind of inheritance." He paused. "I would like to give them to you, if you'll have them." Wei looked at Luo, who raised an eyebrow that communicated both that he had already verified this information and that he had been waiting for Wei to arrive before deciding what to do about it. He looked at Mao, who gave nothing away. He looked at Bai Ruxue, who shrugged once, precisely, in the way that meant she had already made her assessment and was waiting for him to catch up. "We need 3 hours of quiet for the absorption," Wei said. "Fatty Qian will make soup in the meantime. You are welcome to some." Yin Jingming looked at the soup pot. He nodded. "That would be acceptable." And then he said, quietly, "I want you to know something before we begin. The fragments I carry, all 7, they have been waiting 40 years for someone who understood what they were. I am glad it was you." Chapter 89. The wilderness battle happened on the 6th day after Wei's return to camp, at a location approximately 2 li north of where they had set up base, in a meadow that had no particular strategic significance except that it was where Wei had been when the 3 Transcendence agents decided that 3 months was too long to wait. He had been testing the new fragment architecture with Bai Ruxue, running the upgraded sneeze cascade through its extended range parameters, feeling out how far the atmospheric soup medium could project now that spirit severing had opened the upper boundaries of his chi extension, when his hair wire, spread through the meadow grass in a net 50 meters in radius, registered a quality of pressure that had nothing to do with natural phenomena. "They're here," he said. Bairushua's sword was in her hand before he finished the sentence. The three agents appeared at the meadow's edge, not the deliberate materialization of divine presence, just three people who had been there and were no longer bothering not to be seen. The silver-haired woman from the wilderness, her two companions. The quality of stillness around them was the stillness of an enclosed space, a field that said, "This area is now a context, not a location." "It has been 11 days, the silver-haired agent said. Wei checked his own count. 11 days since the threshold. You said 3 months. He Wuming's timeline has changed. Our report was processed faster than anticipated." She held his gaze. "We have a new mandate. Observe and engage. Not observe and report. No longer." She glanced at her companions, then backed away. "Fragment holder, what we are about to do is not something we do with pleasure." "I know," Wei said. He thought of the deer. "I know that." Something in her expression shifted, briefly, and then the engagement began. It was not like any fight Wei had experienced before. Not because the power differential was greater, though it was qualitatively different in the way Mao had described. Divine law rather than cultivation energy, moving through space in straight lines that normal chi curved around. But because the three agents were not fighting without restraint. They were fighting at something that functioned like 70%, enough to test, enough to push, enough to force genuine responses, but not the ceiling of what they could do. Wei noticed this within the first 30 seconds. He had expected obliteration. What he got was examination. The first agent's technique, a formation net of divine law filaments that descended from overhead, designed to pin rather than destroy. Wei extended the hair wire through the net structure, reading its architecture the way he had read the well's lock, finding the tension points. Fragment 3 cut 3 filaments simultaneously. The net collapsed inward rather than settling. The second agent struck while the first net fell, a direct palm technique that projected divine law pressure in a cone. Wei activated Fragment 7, Weight of Silliness, at full power. The agent's palm technique slowed. Not much, not enough on its own, but the 2-second drag was enough for Bairushua. Her spirit-severing breakthrough had, in the 2 weeks since Wei had last seen her fight at full force, changed something fundamental. The Arctic Sword Chi was now cutting at a level that the agents registered as a genuine threat, requiring them to deflect rather than ignore it. One full Arctic strike landed on the second agent's left shoulder. Not enough to injure a transcendence cultivator, but enough to register. The third agent had not yet engaged. Wei watched him from his peripheral awareness. Fragment 1 sneeze induction, operating at heaven grade now, sent the first agent into a chain sneeze that the agent could not suppress, divine law or not. The sneeze cascade operated at the frequency of Xiao Wuji's divine will, and that frequency ran through every cultivation system like a thread through cloth. The agent sneezed 3 times, each one disrupting a fresh formation technique that had been building. In the disruption window, Bairushua landed 2 more strikes. The second agent moved to cover the first. The third agent came forward. He was not testing. Wei felt the shift immediately. The quality of his presence changed as he dropped the observational distance and committed. The technique he launched was a divine law seal, aimed at Bairushua rather than Wei. A calculated move, because Wei's system was unpredictable, but Bairushua's cultivator logic was standard enough to target. Wei moved between them. He had a fraction of a second to choose between Fragment 6, Echo of Laughter, 40% replication of a technique he had experienced being defeated by, and Fragment 49, Absolute Absurdity, which negated one enemy technique per combat by making it too silly to function. He chose Fragment 49. The divine law seal hit Wei's system field and experienced something he had not seen a technique experience before, structural uncertainty. The seal paused at the boundary of his field as if unsure whether it was still a seal or had become something else. For 4 seconds, the seal's internal logic failed. It could not determine whether sealing was an action that still made sense. In those 4 seconds, Wei absorbed Fragment 18's daily use of Xiao Wuji's movement memory and moved. The god of jokes' footwork was not evasion. It was redirection, treating each incoming technique not as a threat to avoid, but as a force to position relative to, so that the force continued past him into a more useful place. Wei moved so that the divine law seal's trajectory continued past him and into the second agent's stabilization formation. The seal arrived in the stabilization formation and spent its 4 remaining seconds of confusion there instead of on Wei. The stabilization formation collapsed. The second agent fell to one knee. Not injured. Stabilization formations failing simply meant falling out of a maintained technique, and recovery was fast. But it was 4 seconds. The 3 agents regrouped at the meadow's far edge. The silver-haired woman looked at Wei with an expression he could not read. You used his movement, she said. I've been practicing. Where did you learn it? Fragment 18. Echo of the original. He met her eyes. Xiao Wuji knew what he was doing. Yes, she said, and the word landed with a weight that was not argument. He always did. They left, not retreating, withdrawing with deliberate composure. The way professionals conclude an engagement they have extracted sufficient information from. Wei watched them go and felt the meadow's pressure release as the context they had created dissolved back into location. Bai Ruxue stood beside him, breathing controlled, sword still out. That was 70%, she said. I know. When they come at full power, we won't meet that with force. He looked at the edge of the meadow where they had gone. Xiao Wuji didn't defeat the coalition with force. He made the killing blow into the setup for a joke. He paused. I need to figure out what the joke is. You have time. Some. She sheathed her sword. We should tell the others. They walked back toward camp, and Wei's mind was already running the architecture. 54 fragments, all synchronized, all pointing at a question that was not tactical but structural. What is the punchline that makes he wombing the setup? The question was not just tactical. The setup? Every fragment holder tracked, every alliance forced together, every enemy who had pushed Wei's group tighter, required a punchline that matched the scale of the setup. He was not going to find that punchline by being cleverer than he wombing in combat. He was going to find it by being honest about what the last year had actually been. Not a fragment collection mission. A proof. A demonstration that the god of jokes had been right. That the universe's humor, built into its foundation, could not be suppressed by entities determined to suppress it because the suppression was itself the joke. He wombing was the punchline straight man. The question was just timing. He didn't have it yet. But for the first time since the vault, he felt like it was within range, and he wombing had told the coalition agents it would arrive in 2 weeks, not 3. Chapter 90. The divine law seal that had landed on by Ruxue before Wei intercepted it had done its work partially. She woke the morning after the meadow fight with her Arctic chi locked into a suppression pattern that reduced her spirit-severing output to approximately 40%. She did not mention this until Wei noticed her posture during morning exercises and asked directly. He asked directly because the posture was precise, so that was different from her ordinary precision. She was compensating for something rather than expressing what she normally expressed, which was competence so settled it looked like ease. It's not impairing my combat readiness significantly, she said. 40% Arctic chi is impairing your combat readiness significantly. I adjusted. You always adjust. That's not the same as not being impaired. He looked at the lock. His system could see it clearly now, at spirit severing, the divine law seal's residue like a cold hand wrapped around her chi channels, suppressing the flow without breaking it. The architecture of the seal was coalition work, precise, methodical, designed to last rather than to injure. A suppression tool rather than a weapon. I can work on it. The system has been processing divine law interactions since the meadow fight. I think I can dissolve it with the fragment architecture. I'm not going to tell you not to, she said. But I want it noted that I would have been fine. Noted. I still want to do it. She gave him the look that meant she found his concern both unnecessary and acceptable. A specific expression she had developed over the course of their time working together that communicated multiple things simultaneously, including, you are being slightly inefficient about this. I can see why, and I will allow it. Fine. After breakfast, Fatty Chien had made congee from the last of the grain they had purchased in the final village before the wilderness leg. He served it with whatever preserved vegetables remained in the supply pack, supplemented by the soup medium Wei had generated overnight from atmospheric moisture, a practice he had started after the fragment upgrade, using the ambient conversion as a cultivation exercise rather than a combat preparation. The camp had been eating well by wilderness standards for weeks, which was the direct result of having, in their party, someone who had made feeding people his primary calling and who treated adequate nutrition as a personal matter. The seal, Fatty Chien said, when Wei explained the dissolution plan over breakfast. He had the tone he used when he was going to ask a careful question. Can you dissolve it without hurting her? I think so. The fragment architecture at this level operates at divine law frequency. The seal should recognize the Laughing Heaven system's authority the same way it recognized Xiao Wuji's authority during the threshold crossing. He paused, being honest with himself. And if it doesn't, I fall back to fragment 49. Absolute absurdity, Luo said, looking up from his notes. He had been documenting the meadow fight since approximately an hour after it ended, which was Luo's immediate response to any combat situation. Document. Analyze. Prepare. Making the seal too silly to function. It worked in the meadow. On a technique mid-flight. A seal already settled into a cultivation base may respond differently. He said this with the tone of someone noting a variable rather than raising an objection. But Fragment 49 has shown remarkable adaptability. Monitoring the response pattern should give you enough information to adjust if the primary approach doesn't hold. Wei agreed. We'll find out. Yin Jingming, who had been sitting near the camp edge with his breakfast and an expression of careful neutrality, said, "The divine law seal pattern from yesterday. I recognize the architecture. Third-generation coalition technique, designed specifically for spirit-severing cultivation bases. It has a harmonic key in the formation structure." He paused. His neutrality had the texture of someone choosing words carefully because they had something useful to offer and were not certain of their welcome in the offering. "I know the key." Everyone looked at him. Yan's neutrality became something more effortful. He had been at the camp for 10 days. In those 10 days he had been useful, quiet, and had not asked for anything. He had repaired 2 formation wards without being asked. He had provided architectural analysis of coalition techniques whenever it had relevance. He had eaten what was offered, said what was relevant, and done what needed doing, which was the behavior of someone rebuilding something from the ground up rather than performing rehabilitation. Wei had watched it with attention. "I spent 50 years as the Conclave's primary operative in Laughless Doctrine. Part of that work was interfacing with coalition remnants when their goals aligned with ours." He set down his bowl. "I know their technique architectures. If you want the key, I can provide it." Wei considered. The previous day, before the meadow engagement, he had spent 3 hours conducting the fragment absorption from Yin Jingming, a process that had been, as Yu Wuhan predicted, complex and lengthy. 7 fragments, integrated over 50 years, required patience and precision to extract. During those 3 hours he had also conducted the conversation the outline of his life seemed to have been building toward, and Yin Jingming had said, among other things, "I was wrong." Not performed wrongness. Not the careful phrasing of someone constructing a favorable narrative. Actual reckoning, the kind that has been going on for some time before it reaches speech. Wei had heard the difference, because he had heard its absence in people who hadn't reached it yet, and the difference was real. "Tell me the key," he said. The dissolution took 2 hours, with Yan's architectural knowledge identifying the seal's harmonic vulnerability and Wei's system targeting the specific frequency. The seal had been built to last, but it had been built to last against cultivation techniques at its target range. Wei's fragment architecture was not a cultivation technique. It was a divine inheritance resonance. The seal had no protocol for the distinction and, in the absence of protocol, dissolved. By Rushua's Arctic chi returned to full function with a warmth that spread through her meridians. She sat very still for a moment while it settled, the stillness of someone registering the return of something they had been managing without. "Thank you," she said. To both of them. The inclusion was deliberate and without performance. Yin Jingming looked surprised that she had included him. A brief, honest surprise. Then he nodded, once. "You're staying," Wei said to Yin. "If you'll have me. You tried to kill my friends repeatedly." "Yes." "And you were pursuing a sincere conviction that was wrong." "Yes." Yin held his gaze without deflection. His expression was the expression from someone who had already completed the internal work and was now simply reporting. "I spent 50 years building my cultivation around a doctrine that was, at its foundation, a fear dressed as principle. The fear was real. The principle was the fear in formal clothes." He paused. "That doesn't excuse the people who suffered for it. But I want you to understand that I was not simply malicious. I was mistaken, which is different, and which requires a different kind of correction." Wei thought about the coalition agent who had told him, "Our mandate covers divine inheritance reconstruction. It does not specify how we are required to feel about the person doing the reconstructing." He thought about the distinction between people who did wrong because they were malicious and people who did wrong because they were mistaken, and whether that distinction had tactical relevance or only moral weight, and decided it had both, because what mistaken people needed when they changed was a different response than what malicious people needed, and the response that helped them become something else required recognizing the difference. "You're staying," he said again, and this time it was not a question. Yin stayed. He finished his breakfast, cleaned his bowl, and went back to work on the perimeter formation he had been refining. The formation was designed to hold against nascent soul-tier attacks. Wei looked at it and said nothing, because the honest assessment was that He Wuming was not nascent soul-tier, and they both knew it, and the honest follow-up assessment was that they were going to fight He Wuming anyway. Chapter 91. He Wuming's arrival would not be in 3 months. It would be in 3 weeks. This information arrived via Yi Wuhan on the 8th day after the meadow fight, in a message delivered through a communication method Wei had not encountered before, a sealed sound container, a preserved piece of Yi Wuhan's sound-adjacent qi that released her voice when he held it, and the qi seal recognized his fragment resonance. The voice said, "The coalition report reached He Wuming faster than I expected. He is not coming on schedule. He came when he was informed the threshold was crossed and the inheritance was active. 3 weeks, possibly 2. I'm coming to see the ending. I have been carrying Xiao Wuji's book for 500 years. I would like to watch the punchline land in person." The sound container dissolved after the message played. Wei stood holding the empty space where it had been and ran the numbers. 3 weeks, possibly 2. He had 54 synchronized fragments and spirit severing, and a team that had survived a meadow engagement with transcendent stage agents at 70% without casualties. He had Yan Jingming's architectural knowledge of coalition techniques, enough to work with. He had Kuang Tianda's void transformation cultivation if Tianda arrived in time. What he did not have was the punchline. He brought this to the camp that afternoon without saying it that way. He described the timeline, described what Yi Wuhan had said, let the team hear it and respond. Luo began immediately making calculations about the camp's defensibility and the optimal engagement positioning. Mian Mian started reviewing her combat frequency repertoire. Bai Rushua asked 3 precise tactical questions about He Wuming's known capabilities and took notes on the answers. Fatty Qian went to the food supply and started calculating how much they had and how long it would last and how to make it last longer. Only Mao sat still, looking at Wei with the expression in someone who had the patience to wait for the actual thing rather than the information surrounding it. "What are you not saying?" Mao asked, when the others were busy. "I know what He Wuming is. I know the tactical picture. I don't have the punchline yet. The one Yi Wuhan won't tell you." "Yes." Mao looked at him. "You'll know it when the time comes," he said, which was exactly what Yi Wuhan had said and was exactly as useful, which was to say, functionally useless as preparation and probably correct as prediction. The punchline isn't something you find by looking. It arrives when everything else is in place. "I know, but waiting for it to arrive is not a plan." "No," Mao agreed. "It's trust." He paused, which is different from planning, but sometimes more reliable. Wei spent 2 days on this, moving through the camp's daily operations, training sessions, fragment architecture exercises, the ongoing work of maintaining an informal alliance under the pressure of a deadline, and thinking underneath all of it. The joke book sat in his spatial ring, the copy Yi Wuhan had given him. He had read it 6 times. The last page's incomplete joke occupied him the way an open formation pattern occupies a formation engineer, as a structure with a visible gap in it, demanding completion. Setup. A god builds his power from laughter and is killed for it. His fragments scatter to a nobody. The nobody collects the pieces and becomes. He Wuming, he understood, was going to be the final examination of the punchline. Not its cause, not its context. The examination. If the punchline worked, He Wuming would confirm it. If it didn't, the examination would be brief and final. On the 3rd day, he stopped trying to think his way to the answer and started watching the camp. Duya feeding the animals, a population that had expanded during their wilderness travel and had followed her back to the main camp with the unanimous dedication of every small creature that had come within 20 meters of her fragment 17 field. She had given up resisting this. She fed them, housed the ones she could house, gave names to the ones that came closest. She did this with the matter-of-fact attentiveness of a woman who had decided that what she could do was what she would do. Fatty Qian running his kitchen with the precision of a man who had learned that food was a form of care and was not going to let anyone go hungry on his watch. His techniques were not cultivation techniques. His soup was not spiritual medicine. It was just soup, made with attention and with the specific intention that the person who ate it would feel better after. It reliably worked. Mao sitting with Yan Jingming and discussing formation theory with the ease of 2 people who had found unexpected common ground through the specific alchemy of being former antagonists who had both built their lives around principles that turned out to be different expressions of the same underlying question. Mao's principle. How do you carry something for 40 years and let it go cleanly at the right moment? Yan's question. How do you find what your 40 years were actually building toward when the obvious answer turns out to be wrong? They were, it turned out, having the same conversation. Bai Rushua sparring with Luo. She was teaching him a sword technique variant, which was something Wei had not expected from her. Bai Rushua's cultivation was precisely her own, and she did not share it casually. But Luo had asked, specifically, about spirit-severing transitional footwork, and she had assessed the request as genuine and answered it the way she answered genuine requests, thoroughly. Luo was receiving instruction with an earnestness that was new, stripped of the defensive competitiveness that had characterized him in his early time with the group. Zhu Mianmian sat at the camp edge playing her soundao instrument. It was technically a war preparation technique. She was cycling through combat frequencies, maintaining her arsenal, but the music that emerged was playful, light, tilting toward melody rather than weapon. It was the music of someone whose history involved decided that the preparation and the enjoyment did not need to be separate. Wei sat down next to her. "Do you know what you're playing?" he asked. "An old sect teaching composition. The basic sound Dao scales." She moved through a phrase. Her fingers knew the positions. The instrument produced the frequencies. "My first teacher made it boring on purpose." She said boring practice built real technique. "I'm making it interesting on purpose." Another phrase. This one with a small deviation that was not technically required and was not wrong. "I think she was right that boring practice builds technique. I also think it doesn't have to be boring." Wei listened. The music was not technically sophisticated. It was scales, foundational exercises, but it had something in it that the boring version had lacked. Not skill, presence. She was playing scales she had played 1,000 times and finding them genuinely interesting each time through some mechanism of attention that had nothing to do with the scales changing. Not performing interest. Experiencing it. Something shifted in his chest. The immediate precursor of understanding. Not the understanding itself, but the shape of the space where it was going to land. He went back to the book that evening. He read the last joke set up again. Then he read the rest of the book, all the terrible puns, all the elaborate setups, all the cosmic wordplay, and personal observations and notes on what made something funny versus merely surprising. Each joke was about something true that was being said at an angle to expectation. That God had not been making meaningless noise. He had been finding the truest things and saying them in the only way that bypassed a listener's defenses, which was to make them laugh first, which meant they had already received the truth before they could reject it. The laughter was the delivery mechanism. The truth was the payload. This was what the coalition of serious gods had feared. This was what the laughless conclave had built its entire doctrine against. This was what He Wuming had been commissioned to prevent. Because truth delivered through laughter could not be unheard. You could reject an argument. You could not unlaugh at a thing that had struck you as funny. The laughter was the truth taking root before the listener's objections could mobilize. 500 years of trying to prevent this. 500 years of trying to prevent the truth from arriving in its funniest possible form. 500 years of being, themselves, the best possible argument for the truth they were trying to suppress. Because nothing demonstrated the need for the laughter Dao more clearly than a cosmic entity dedicated to the suppression of laughter. He understood what Fragment 108 would do, why the answer to the incomplete joke mattered, what the punchline was. He closed the book, went to the fire, made soup. He had the punchline, and the punchline was 3 weeks away from landing. And in the meantime, there was soup to be made in a camp full of people who had carried things they didn't choose and built something real on top of the carrying. And that was the answer to the incomplete joke, and he had known it for months without knowing that he knew it. Chapter 92. The critical threshold had been crossed. The secondary unlocks the system had promised were not abilities, they were access. Wei could see, now, connections between fragments he had not previously perceived. Fragment 2 and Fragment 45 sharing a thermal principle at the molecular level, creating a defense field when both were active. Fragment 1 and Fragment 8 and Fragment 11 constituting a disruption shame dignity axis that could be applied as a unified technique against opponents whose cultivation was built on self-regard. The 5 gravity-aligned fragments, 4, 7, 11, 38, and 42, operating as a field rather than individual activations, generating a gravity of significance that made targets feel the weight of their own actions as they took them. He documented these for 3 days, working with Luo Qingfan, whose notation system was more systematic than Wei's and whose analytical capacity was well-suited to mapping logical structures. They sat with the fragment architecture spread across a flat stone that served as their working surface, both of them cross-referencing the system's internal display with Luo's hand-drawn diagram. The result was a map of the full fragment architecture, not the 108 he didn't have yet, but the 54 as a coherent structure. A partial reconstruction of the dead god divine will expressed in the specific, ridiculous terms the universe had chosen for this particular inheritor. It looked, charted out, somewhat like a joke. "That's not an accident," Mao said, looking at it. He had arrived at the working stone with his tea, which he had been carrying for approximately 3 hours without drinking, which was Mao's way of being present at something without making his presence a statement. "No," Wei agreed. Luo stared at the map without speaking. His notation covered both sides of a full page, and he was starting on a second. The diagonal axis from Fragment 1 to Fragment 49 sneeze induction to absolute absurdity. Every fragment on that diagonal disrupts an enemy's capacity to function within their own technique logic. If you could activate the full axis simultaneously, I can. Since the threshold, how much would it disrupt the technique at transcendent stage? At divine law frequency? Enough to create a 2-second window. Not more. Wei traced the diagonal with one finger, feeling the faint resonance of each fragment as he passed over its position. But if the 2-second window is in a sequence where every step matters, where the timing of each step is the difference between the technique working and the technique failing, then 2 seconds is enough, Luo finished. He looked up from the diagram. This is what you're planning for He Wuming. Part of it. What's the other part? Something I can't map, Wei said. Something that isn't tactical. Luo considered this with the expression typical of a person who had built his entire self-conception around tactical thinking, encountering information that tactical thinking could not process. He looked at the diagram. He looked at Wei. He tapped the map once with his pen, a precise tap that was less about making a mark and more about thinking through his fingers. I trust you, he said. Wei blinked. The sentence was so plainly stated, without qualifier or performance, that it took him a moment to receive it correctly. Luo Qingfan had arrived at this group through pride, through loss, through the gradual and sometimes uncomfortable process of discovering that the qualities he had dismissed were the qualities that mattered. He had made the transit with difficulty and without complaint, which was the specific variety of character that Wei had learned to respect above most other kinds. When did that start? Wei asked. The wilderness fight, Luo said. When you used fragment 49 to intercept the divine law seal that was aimed at by Rushua. You had a fraction of a second to decide between fragment 6 and fragment 49. You chose correctly, and you knew you were choosing correctly in that fraction of a second because you understood the architecture, not just tactically, but structurally, in a fashion that I don't have access to yet. He tapped the map again. You understand the system better than I understand tactics. I trust that. Wei was still. The morning light was good on the stone and the diagram and Luo's precise handwriting. Thank you, he said. Don't mention it. Luo rolled up the map with the precise efficiency of someone filing information for later retrieval. I'll prepare contingency formations for the He Wuming engagement. Standard team deployment, 3 fallback positions, perimeter ward protocol, evacuation channels for non-combatants. Even if the real solution isn't tactical, it helps to have a perimeter. It always helps to have a perimeter. That, Luo said, standing and tucking the rolled map under his arm, is the first time you've agreed with me about perimeters without a qualification. I've grown as a person. Luo's expression did something brief that might have been amusement. He walked back toward his tent and his formations work, and Wei turned back to the fragment map on the stone. He Wuming arrived in 2 weeks, not 3. The first sign was not power, it was absence. Sound reduced. Not dramatically, not at first. The birds quieted before Wei could identify why, and then the wind dropped to 0 in the way wind drops before a weather system rather than in the way wind drops naturally. And then the ambient spiritual energy of the camp's wards dimmed by a fraction that the wards themselves couldn't account for. Color at the edge of vision flattened marginally. The morning was normal in every measurable way, and then it was slightly less than normal, and the slightly was enough to wake everyone in the camp simultaneously at 4 in the morning, because every cultivator's deep instinct registered the change. Wei was standing at the camp entrance before he was conscious of having moved. His hair wire was extended to its full range automatically. He Wuming descended from the void, not dramatically, not in a manifestation of power, but the way silence descends when the last sound in a room ends. One moment the sky was sky. The next moment it contained something that was not part of the sky, that was not part of anything. That was the absence of Tao expressed as a presence rather than a lack. It had no form exactly. It had a center, a point in the air approximately 30 meters up, around which the quality of the world was reduced. Around which things were slightly less real than they had been a moment before. Every cultivator within 1,000 li felt it as a pressure without source. He Wuming spoke. Its voice was the sound of a joke that nobody laughs at. The setup has been delivered, the timing has been observed, the punchline lands, and there is silence. The reconstruction must not complete, it said. The Tao does not permit laughter. Laughter is the sound the Tao makes when it forgets itself. The Tao must not forget itself. Wei looked at it. At the being that had sanctioned the killing of the laughing heaven's origin 500 years ago. At the entity whose mandate was the silence of everything funny. At what the Tao had appointed to prevent the laughter Tao from existing, and which had been, as he understood now, the most important contributor to the laughter Tao's survival. He had the punchline. He had been carrying it for 3 days. He said, "That's a great setup." He Wuming paused. It was a very long pause for something that had existed since before the current cosmic era. Its form, the center point of reduced reality, the quality of absence, was very still. The morning birds returned to the camp gradually over the following 2 days. First the small ones, cautiously, then the larger ones once the small ones reported no catastrophes. By the time He Wuming was 6 hours old as a camp presence, the birds were entirely normal. This told Wei something. He Wuming's void did not affect everything equally. Things that operated at the level of instinct and immediate survival, birds, grass, fatty qian soup, had a kind of immunity. The void suppressed meaning and dignity and cultivation and the things that required a framework of significance to function. It did not suppress the unglamorous business of being alive. Wei smiled. "Give me a little more time," he said. "The joke's almost ready." He Wuming did not respond, and its silence was less reassuring than its voice had been. Chapter 93, He Wuming did not strike immediately. Wei had counted on this. Not because he believed He Wuming was patient by temperament, but because the entity had waited 500 years to reach this moment, and whatever calculus it used to measure urgency did not register the difference between a moment and a day the way mortal cultivators did. Cosmic entities had a different relationship to time. For a being whose mandate predated the current era's great Taos, 3 days was less than a breath. Wei used the 3 days. The team assembled around Wei without being summoned, not as a tactical formation, but as people finding the same place at the same time, because they had been in the same orbit long enough that gravitational logic brought them there. Mao, by Rushue, Luo, Mian, Fatty Qian, Dia with her collection of animals, and Yin Jingming, who had been at the camp for 10 days and had in that time said very little that was unnecessary and done considerable work that was useful. Huang Tianda arrived the following morning. He had been traveling from the east when the absence pressure of He Wuming's arrival reached him, and had moved immediately. Void transformation, Wei said, when Huang sat down with the group. He had the manner of someone who has arrived exactly when they were needed and is measuring the situation without assumption. Is it still intact? Mostly. Huang's expression was the careful neutral that comes from having recently lost an empire and was still calibrating to a world where that was true. The calibration was going slowly, which Wei found understandable. Losing an empire that you had spent decades administering was not a rapid adjustment. I have approximately 70% capacity since the Continental Throne. Enough for a significant technique, not enough to sustain extended combat. I'm going to ask you to spend it. Huang met his eyes. The question in his gaze was when, not whether. When I tell you. A nod. No argument. This was the version of Huang Tianda that had traveled alone to Wei's camp to offer apology and fragments. Not the supreme sovereign whose dignity required defending at every turn, but the cultivator who had done the math and arrived at a different conclusion and was prepared to act on it. Wei respected the math, and more than that, he respected the willingness to revise it. Yi Wuhin arrived on the 3rd day, walking through the camp entrance as if she had left an hour ago rather than weeks. She was more diminished than Wei had seen her. Her cultivation was clearly declining, the long erosion of spirit severing that had been extended beyond its natural limit for decades. The cost of 500 years lived well past the boundary where most spirit-severing cultivators stopped. But her eyes were the eyes of one who had arrived exactly where they intended to arrive, at exactly the time they had chosen, on a schedule they had been keeping since before Wei was born. She sat down. She did not ask for anything. She looked at He Wuming, which was still present in the sky above the camp like a question the universe was waiting to hear answered, the absence center, the reduced reality point, the patient anti-comedy mechanism doing its job with the thoroughness of a half-millennium of practice. "It's a good setup," she said to Wei. "I know. You know the punchline." "Yes." She looked at him for a moment, the specific look of someone who has been waiting to see something and is seeing it. Then she smiled. Not the small dry expressions she used to manage conversation, not the half-smile of irony, but a real smile, the kind that only appears when something long-awaited actually arrives. "Good," she said. "I've been carrying that book for 500 years. I would have been irritated if the punchline were inadequate." The team prepared through 3 days of He Wuming's patient, enormous, terrible waiting. Bai Rushue went through sword exercises at dawn each morning with a focus Wei recognized as the preparation of someone who expected to need everything she had and intended to have it ready. She did not speak much during these hours. When she looked at him, which she did, periodically, checking, her expression was the one that had several layers. Assessment, worry that she managed as assessment, and something underneath those that had no strategic vocabulary. He found it there when he was not looking for it, and looked away before she could see him seeing it, which was considerate of him, and also, he suspected, cowardly. Mian Mian ran her sound Dao through the camp perimeter, mapping He Wuming's presence in 3 dimensions, or rather, mapping its absence. It had no sound. When things have no sound, she said to Wei when he asked, it's because sound is impossible around them. Sound requires vibration. Vibration requires the possibility of change. He Wuming doesn't change. She paused, considering. The only time I've heard something like it was when I mapped a dead cultivation zone, a place where the spiritual energy had been drained to nothing. But even those zones had ambient noise. He Wuming has less than that. Can you use your sound Dao on it? I don't know. I can try to create enough vibration in its vicinity to disrupt its processing, not hurt it, but occupy its attention the way a sound in a quiet room occupies attention even when you're trying to ignore it. She considered. For maybe 30 seconds. That's useful, Wei said. Be ready when I need it. Fatty Qian made soup. He made it twice a day, morning and evening, with the attentiveness of someone who understood that the soup was not incidental, that feeding people well was a form of preparation as real as sword exercises or formation wards. He varied it slightly each time, because identical soup on successive days was a morale issue. He sourced fresh herbs from the camp's edge, where Dia's Fragment 17 field had been encouraging robust growth for weeks. Luo worked on formations, 3 fallback positions, fully warded, evacuation channels, a perimeter that could be activated in sequence to slow an advance rather than stop it, buying time rather than claiming security. He worked with Yan Jingming on the detail architecture, Yan's coalition knowledge mapping the gaps in standard formation theory, Luo's tactical precision filling them with solutions that the standard gaps had been assuming couldn't exist. Mao sat with Wei in the evenings. He did not offer advice. He was present. This was, Wei had come to understand, the most Mao-specific form of support, not the provision of solutions, but the offering of company that said, I have been carrying this too, and I am still here, and the carrying is survivable. On the morning of the 4th day, He Wuming descended closer. Not striking, descending, the way the sky descends when a pressure front moves in. The pressure increased. Sound around the camp began to reduce further. Fatty Qian's soup pot was still bubbling, but the sound it made was muffled, as if heard through walls. The morning birds had gone silent. Even the wind carried a quality of diminishment. It's escalating, Luo said. Yes. Wei stood. He looked at his team, each of them, in sequence. Mao, in his 40 years of waiting. Bai Ruxue and her sword and her careful honest feelings. Luo and his formations and his trust. Mian Mian with her 30 seconds of vibration ready. Fatty Qian with a pod in each hand and the expression recognizable in someone who had decided to be useful rather than afraid. Duya with 3 animals at her feet and a fragment that made the world incline toward her. Yan Jingming standing straight in the compound of the person he had been trying to become. What he felt in his chest was the warm, specific absurdity of caring about something enough to risk the joke landing wrong. Thank you, he said. For what? Dia asked. Being here. Where else would we be? Fatty Qian said, with the puzzlement characteristic of a cultivator who had genuinely not considered any alternative. Wei laughed. Full, unheld, not performed. The laugh of a man who has just received the exact answer he needed in the exact form it needed to arrive. Fatty Qian's puzzlement. The answer to the incomplete joke. The punchline, confirmed. He Wuming paused its descent and looked at him. Wei turned to face it. 54 fragments aligned behind his intent with the coherence of a complete thought. The system panel displayed the full fragment architecture as a unified field. Laughing heaven system, fragment status, synchronized. Readiness, sufficient. Sufficient. Not overwhelming. Not invincible. Sufficient to deliver a punchline that had been 500 years in the making. He thought about the setup, 5 centuries worth of hunting, of suppression, of the coalition and the conclave in Quang Tianda, and every enemy who had pushed him harder and gathered his team tighter and brought fragment holders from across the continent into coalition with him. Every attempt to silence the inheritance had made the inheritance stronger, more numerous, more networked, less erasable. Every attempt to kill the joke had contributed to the joke. He Wuming had been the most dedicated contributor of all. He looked at it, at the being who had done its job with total sincerity and total effectiveness for 500 years and had thereby created exactly the conditions the joke required. Here's the setup, he said. And He Wuming descended 3 meters, which was the first movement it had made in 3 days, which meant it had decided the waiting was over. Chapter 94. He Wuming's first strike erased 200 meters of forest east of the camp. Not destroyed, erased, removed from the list of things that had ever been. The trees and soil, and everything living in them simply absent from the record. No sound. No explosion. No debris. Presence and then not. The edge of the erased zone was perfectly clean. On this side, existence. On that side, never was. The camp's eastern perimeter wards registered the erasure and dissolved. Not failing, but encountering something below their operational threshold, something the wards had no category for. Fatty Chien threw a pot of soup at He Wuming. It was reflex, pure, uncalculated, the instinct of a cultivator who had spent years in Wei's company and had internalized, without meaning to, the principle that soup was applicable to most situations. He had been at the camp's cooking station when the eastern forest disappeared. He had taken one look at the void center overhead and done what his hands decided before his mind finished the assessment. The soup hit. He Wuming's void form registered contact. The soup, cooling, broth-smelling, entirely mundane, ran down what passed for He Wuming's surface and left marks that nothing else had left. The void form stared at the marks. Its advance stopped. It worked, Mian said, her voice carrying the quality of very controlled surprise. Wei had the fragment theory ready. He had been thinking about this since Yi Wuhan's explanation of He Wuming weeks ago. Fragment 2 operated at the physical state level, below divine law, below concept, below anything He Wuming's erasure function recognized as a target worth engaging. Soup was not a spiritual phenomenon. Soup was matter in a particular configuration. He Wuming erased concepts it classified as threats to cosmic dignity. Soup was beneath classification. It had no Tao. It was not a cultivation technique. It was not a divine inheritance. It was vegetable stock and bone marrow and whatever Fatty Chien had found in the market 3 days ago. Fatty, Wei said. Already making more. Fatty Chien had another pot on the fire before Wei finished the sentence. His hands did not shake. I meant thank you. Thank me when we're alive. He was entirely focused on the second pot. The delay from the soup contact was approximately 8 seconds. 8 seconds during which He Wuming processed the existence of something it had not been trained to process. Wei used every one of them. Luo's mapped advance pattern was accurate to within a margin he was prepared to stake his life on. He had identified 2-second windows in He Wuming's erasure rhythm from 4 days of observation, brief intervals when one erasure completed and the next began. In those windows, the field around He Wuming dropped from actively erasing to only preventing. Not safe. Nothing about He Wuming was safe, but survivable for 2 seconds. In the first window, by Rushua, Arctic Sword Chi at full spirit severing output, directed not at He Wuming but at the surrounding space. A spatial cut, a rearrangement of local coordinates that created a distortion the field had to redirect around rather than erase. 2 seconds of attention occupied. Again, Wei said. She was already moving. The second cut went in at a different angle, using the geometry of the first cut's distortion as an anchor. For seconds cumulative, He Wuming's advance had slowed to assess. In the third window, Yin Jingming, his solemn stone Tao, partially rebuilt over 2 weeks, projected as a weight rather than a strike. He Wuming recognized the stone Tao, gravity, seriousness, cosmic weight, the exact principle He Wuming was constituted to preserve. It could not erase something matching its own foundational nature without a logical contradiction it was not equipped to resolve. It had to slow. Hold it, Wei said. Yin held. 20 seconds. The Tao crumbled at the edges from the contact, stone erosion, granule by granule, the cultivation base losing structure slowly rather than shattering. He stayed on his feet for 15 seconds, then one knee touched the ground. He held for 20 seconds, and the 20 seconds were used, and Wei ran every fragment combination that could build something in those seconds. He ran the full synchronized field, all 54 fragments projecting as a unified inheritance toward He Wuming's presence. Not a weapon. A question. Structural. Here is what you tried to prevent, assembled from the pieces that your mandate scattered. It does not hurt you, but it is here. What does your mandate say now? He Wuming stopped. Processing. Huang Tianda activated his void transformation technique, the last significant use of his remaining cultivation, a divine law explosion that pressed against He Wuming's presence like 2 voids determining priority. He Wuming's movement suspended for 20 seconds in a field of competing void principles. Huang dropped to one knee when it released, cultivation base depleted to core formation. He breathed through the cost without complaint. Mian played. The frequency she had developed over 4 days, the pitch of what should have been there, the note that named the silence rather than opposed it. 30 seconds of sound telling the void its own shape. Elder Mao sat down in He Wuming's path. He sat in the clearing where the entity would advance once Mian's sound ended. He sat with his mortal cultivation, given entirely in the vault, nothing left to offer as power, and assembled the thing he had been carrying for 40 years. Xiao Wuji's first joke. Told at 17, At his own cultivation awakening ceremony, when he received the laughter Tao and the assembled cultivators did not understand what they were witnessing. The joke was a pun. It involved the cultivation word for foundation and the culinary word for base, which sounded nearly identical in the regional dialect of 700 years ago. It was the pun of a teenager who had just received divine power and wanted to see what happened if he aimed it at wordplay. Nothing had happened 700 years ago. No one had laughed. Mao broadcasted at maximum power. Not cultivation power. Just voice and 40 years of intention behind a voice. The intention of a man who had watched the god die for this pun and had spent 4 decades waiting to tell it one more time. It was, objectively, the worst pun Wei had ever heard. He Wuming stopped. For 45 seconds, the anti-comedy mechanism of the universe stood in a clearing and could not process what it was encountering. A mortal man. A terrible pun. 40 years of waiting behind it. Mao laughed. Once, fully, with his whole chest. The laughter of someone who has finished something they began 40 years ago and finds the completion genuinely funny, which it was, because the laughter deity had picked a terrible pun as his first act, and it had changed the cosmos. And that was the funniest thing Mao had ever been part of, and he intended to say so. He was fine. He had planned for this moment for 40 years, and he was fine. In the 45 seconds, Fragment 108 began to unlock. Mao stayed sitting. He was breathing easily and looking at the clearing with the expression of someone who has completed something that needed completing and is now at rest. One of Dia's birds, the small brown one that had been following they since day 3 of the wilderness expedition, landed on his shoulder without permission. He reached up and let it stand there. Wei watched this and felt something settle in his chest that had been unsettled since the vault, since the image of Mao laughing through the closing seal. It was finished now in the way things only finish when they finish correctly. The vault strike had been the moment Wei had first understood what it meant to trust people with the weight of something important. Mao walking into the Dao silence array had not been planned. It had been decided, in the moment, by a person who understood what the moment required. This was not something Wei had given him. It was something Mao had already had. Wei had just provided the circumstance. The understanding arrived now, watching Mao sit in the clearing with a bird on his shoulder. The laughing heaven system had not given Wei his team. It had given him a structure around which his team had assembled, each of them bringing the thing they already were. Fragment by fragment, enemy by enemy, crisis by crisis. The shape of what they had built was the shape of the people who built it. That was what Xiao Wuji had meant. The inheritance was not the fragments. The inheritance was what the fragments drew out of the people who encountered them. And in 45 seconds, Wei had to figure out how to make that understanding into a punchline that would stop a cosmic entity. Chapter 95 Fragment 108 did not arrive as power. It arrived as understanding, specific, bounded, technical. Wei felt it the way you feel a key entering a lock. The recognition of fit, the click of something constructed to fit together finally fitting. Fragment 108, Joke Law, Divine Grade, grants the user the ability to designate any circumstance as the setup and any subsequent event as the punchline, rewriting the local laws of cause and effect to make the punchline land. He Wuming resumed its advance. The 45 seconds that Mao's terrible pun had purchased were ending. Luo's perimeter wards were being erased at the edges, not systematically, but the way peripheral things always go first when the center is occupied elsewhere. The spatial barrier by Rushue had maintained around the camp's inner circle was thinning, each Arctic chi cycle taking slightly more effort to sustain than the last. Huang Tianda and Yin Jingming were both on the ground, spent, and Mian Mian had passed the limit of her 30-second frequency and was sitting with her instrument in her lap, catching her breath. Wei looked at He Wuming. He had Fragment 108. He had been carrying the shape of the punchline for 3 days, and now he had the mechanism to deliver it. The joke law was not a weapon in the conventional sense. It was a narrative tool, a divine ability to designate the relationship between events, to say this is the setup and this is the punchline, and have reality recognize the designation as valid. Valid enough to reorganize local cause and effect around the joke structure. The question was whether local cause and effect extended to He Wuming's advance, whether the joke law operated at a cosmic level or only within mortal parameters. He thought about Xiao Wuji, who had faced the coalition's killing blow and had not dodged, who had made the killing blow into a setup, who had died and scattered and arranged those 500 years of pursuit, all of it feeding into a reconstruction whose final form was not a single god, but a principle distributed across 1,000 people. The divine comedian had used joke law at divine scale, not to survive the blow, to make the blow part of the story. Wei took a breath. He looked at the being that had been the universe's anti-comedy mechanism across those centuries, the being that had, by doing its job, been the most dedicated contributor to the inheritance's survival. He looked at the 45 seconds that Mao had bought with a terrible pawn. He looked at the system panel with fragment 108 unlocked and waiting. Here's the setup, he said. His voice was steady, not performance. The stability recognizable in those who have found the exact right moment and knows it. A cosmic entity appointed by the Tao to eliminate laughter has spent 500 years hunting the fragments of the joke deity. He held He Wuming's attention, the attention of something whose entire existence was the suppression of this moment, now focused on him with the full weight of 5 centuries and a mandate. Every hunt, every fragment holder tracked and pursued, every suppression attempt that drove fragment holders toward each other, that built the network, that made the inheritance unerasable. He paused, timing it the way Xiao Wuji's book had taught him to time it. Not too long, not too short. Every battle that made me stronger. Every alliance forged because an enemy pushed us together. Every test in the meadow. The 3 coalition agents who warned me. He Wuming had stopped advancing. It was listening. Cosmic entities listened differently than people listened, with the full architecture of their processing, not just the attention. When He Wuming listened, it was reviewing every referenced event simultaneously. You have been the setup, Wei said, for half a millennium. Every action you took, every suppression you sanctioned, every elimination attempt, all of it was the setup for this moment. The Tao appointed you to eliminate the laughter Tao. The Tao also has humor in its foundation. You have spent 500 years being the universe's best straight man. He looked directly at what He Wuming was, at the center of the absence, and the punchline. He activated fragment 108. The designation was pure intent, precisely timed. He designated the 500 years as the setup. He designated the current moment. The 1,000 people in the fragment network, each of them carrying a piece of the inheritance that He Wuming's mandate had helped scatter and thereby helped gather, as the punchline. The local laws of cause and effect reorganized around the designation with the quality of something that had always been true recognizing itself. The punchline landed. The laughter Tao resonated across the cultivation world through every fragment-adjacent cultivator Wei had met, every carrier who had released their fragment, every person who had felt the inheritance's warmth and chosen to carry it forward. The old hermit in the wilderness who made soup fly. Su Qingji's camp, 31 people who had survived the conclave's regional sweep by becoming useful to each other. Tang Wuling and his argument defusing laughter. Guo Renzi with his 12 years of following grieving people and finally understanding why. 1,000 people laughing simultaneously. Not at He Wuming, not at the situation, but at the joke itself, at the setup and the 500 years and Mao's terrible pun and the fact that the universe had appointed an anti-comedy mechanism and built comedy into the universe's foundation, and both of these things were true at the same time. The heavenly Tao trembled. Not against He Wuming, not as a weapon. As a response, the foundational law of the cosmos, which had had humor in its structure since before the current era, which had watched half a millennium of its anti-comedy mechanism working against the humor it had built in, responding to the joke the way anything responds to a joke that is accurate, with recognition. He Wuming stopped. The erasure field did not just pause. It contracted, not to nothing, but to a personal radius, a boundary around the entity's center rather than an expanding front. The void quality of the air at the camp's edges returned to normal. The birds, which had gone silent 2 weeks ago, made a tentative sound somewhere in the newly absent forest. He Wuming stood in a clearing surrounded by the warmth of 1,000 people finding the same thing funny at the same moment. The warmth pressing against its void nature the way ambient heat presses against cold glass. And it said the thing that a void arbiter, ancient and mandated and absolutely serious in its function, said when it encountered an argument it had no response to: I don't understand. The 1,000-person resonance faded slowly, as things that occur simultaneously across great distances fade, not all at once, but in stages, as each individual's moment of laughter completed itself and returned to the ordinary. What remained was not silence, but a warmth in the spiritual atmosphere that weighs 54 fragments registered as the laughter Tao's first systemic stabilization. The inheritance present not just in one body, but in the world's fabric, the way a temperature change is present in the air rather than in a single degree reading. He Wuming had been trying to eliminate a single source. The source was now distributed. There was no single point to eliminate. The fragment network's resonance lasted approximately 40 seconds and then settled into something quieter, a background warmth in the spiritual atmosphere that Wei's system registered as sustained rather than peak. The 1,000 simultaneous laughters had been the punchline's delivery. What remained was the echo. The echo, according to Fragment 108's newly integrated aspects, could persist for years, not as active resonance, but as a change in the local spiritual energy's character. The way a fire changes the temperature of a room even after it's down to coals. The laughter Tao was now structurally present in the cultivation world. He Wuming could not erase a structural presence any more than it could erase the concept of warmth by extinguishing one fire. But it was already turning toward He Wuming's commissioning authority, which might have other ideas. Chapter 96, I know, Wei said. He Wuming's form was very still. The quality of the stillness was not violent. It was processing. The entity had the patience of 500 years and whatever existed before 500 years. It was not in a hurry to reach a conclusion, but it was reaching one. The network, it said. Its voice was still the voice of a joke that nobody laughs at, but the silence after the voice had changed quality. It was less certain of itself. The fragment distribution. Yes. I cannot erase it. No. Wei's voice was steady. He felt, underneath the steadiness, several things at once. The exhaustion of a fight that had required everything from everyone. The clarity of a problem that had resolved. The particular warmth of looking at the people around him and finding them alive. All of them. Even Mao sitting on the ground laughing. Even Yin Jingming on his knees with his solemn stone Tao in fragments, but his cultivation intact. Even Kuang Tianda on one knee with his empire gone and his void transformation gone and his expression lighter than Wei had ever seen it. You can't erase something that exists inside every person who has laughed at the same thing simultaneously. Laughter is structural. It changes how you understand everything that came before it. You would have to erase the moment from their memory, and moments of genuine laughter can't be erased from memory. They're load-bearing. Remove them, and the person's understanding of their own life changes shape. He Wuming processed this. Its form neither advanced nor retreated. The erasure field around it had contracted to personal radius. The quality of local reality was slightly reduced in its immediate vicinity, but it was not expanding. Around it, the cultivation world's ambient spiritual energy was normalizing, the way weather normalizes after a pressure system passes. The Tao trembled, it said. Yes. The heavenly Tao is not supposed to tremble. Wei thought about this carefully. He thought about Yi Wuhan's saying, the heavenly Tao has a sense of humor, built into the universe at the foundation level. He thought about what it meant that the foundational law of the cosmos had humor in its structure. He thought about a universe that had appointed an anti-comedy mechanism and built comedy in any way. Maybe it wasn't trembling, he said. Maybe it was laughing. The silence after this was the longest silence He Wuming had produced since its arrival. The entity was doing something with that sentence, examining it from every angle its processing could reach, finding the structure of it. Laughing and trembling, it said finally, are structurally distinct. At mortal scale, Wei agreed. Maybe at the heavenly Tao scale they're the same thing. Around the clearing, Wei's team remained in their positions. Mao sat on the ground with the composure that belonged to someone who had done exactly what they came to do and was at peace. Bai Ruxue was at Wei's left shoulder, sword sheathed now, her breath even. Yi Wuhan stood near Mao, watching He Wuming with the attention belonging to a person who had waited 500 years to see this exchange and intended to see every word of it. Fatty Qian had stopped making soup. The second pot was done, sitting on the fire, being kept warm for after. He had his arms crossed and the expression belonging to a person who has done his job and is waiting for the professionals to finish theirs. My mandate, He Wuming said, covers the elimination of divine inheritance that threatens the Tao's gravity. Yes. The laughter Tao status, if recognized as a great Tao, falls outside my mandate. My mandate covers foreign divine inheritances, not recognized great Taos. That is a categorical distinction my mandate cannot override. A pause that had the quality of an entity arriving at a conclusion it had been approaching for some time. I cannot eliminate a recognized great Tao. That is a rule older than my mandate. Then recognize it, Wei said. Another long pause. Around them, the morning continued its business. Birds returning to the newly absent forest's edge, Dia's animals moving carefully near the camp's perimeter, the soup pot bubbling on its fire. The ordinary machinery of a morning, continuing. I will file a report, He Wuming said. A report. Recommending recognition. To the commissioning authority. A pause. The commissioning authority has not communicated with me in 400 years. I do not know if the recommendation will be received. Then make the recommendation anyway, Wei said. You've been executing a mandate through 5 centuries because someone gave it to you. Maybe it's time to tell them what you found. He Wuming was quiet for a very long time. Long enough that Mian Mian sat down, and Luo finished a note in his documentation, and Fatty Qian got up and checked the soup temperature. When He Wuming spoke again, its voice had something different in it. Not emotion, exactly, but a quality that had not been there before. Acknowledgement. I will file the report, it said. Then it withdrew. Not the way it had arrived. Not the descending presence, the quality of absence moving in. It withdrew the way silence withdraws when sound returns, gradually, at the edges first, and then the center, until the air was just air again. The color returned to vision. Sound resumed its normal quality. The morning was ordinary and the soup pot was loud and fatty, Qian said, from behind Wei, with the precise certainty typical of a cultivator who has been waiting to say a thing. I have enough for everyone, if everyone would like to sit down. Everyone sat down. Wei sat last. He sat in the clearing where he Wuming had stood, where the anti-comedy mechanism of the universe had processed a joke and withdrawn to file a report, and he felt the 54 fragments settling back into resting architecture after the synchronized activation. He felt the spirit severing breakthrough new in his cultivation base. He felt, in his spatial ring, the weight of Xiao Wuji's book. He took it out. He opened to the last page. The setup was there. The blank was there. He closed the book. Tomorrow. He would write in the blank tomorrow. He knew what went there. He had known for 3 days. Writing it was the last step in something that had taken a year and a half, and everyone in this clearing, and a tiger, and a terrible pun, and he was going to take 24 hours to let that weight settle before he picked up the pen. He looked at Bai Ruxue, who was sitting across the fire with her bowl, and her composed expression, and the small, suppressed thing in the corners of her eyes that was relief, not fully contained. We're alive, he said. Yes, she said. How do you feel about that? She considered this with her usual thoroughness. Satisfied, she said. And very tired. A pause. And hungry. He gave her his soup. She took it without argument, which was as close to saying something significant as Bai Ruxue generally got. Fatty Qian made more. Bai Ruxue sat down beside Wei with the efficiency characteristic of people who have decided to stop standing and is doing so without theater. She did not look at him. She looked at the absurd new trees, which were continuing to grow at their slightly ridiculous pace, and she said nothing for an extended moment. The nothing was the kind of nothing that has content in it. Wei had learned to wait for that kind of nothing to complete itself. After approximately 4 minutes, she said, he Wuming trying its best was what made it possible. She was not asking. She was thinking aloud in the way she did rarely, and he appreciated every time. Every time it tried to eliminate the fragments, it drove the holders together. A pause. That's not a cosmic accident. He said, no. She studied him. Someone designed that. He said, yes. Neither of them said Xiao Wuji's name, because they were both thinking it, and saying it would have been redundant. What neither of them said was the other thing both were thinking, that whoever had commissioned He Wuming's mandate had anticipated the laughing god, had planned around him, had built the anti-comedy mechanism specifically for this inheritance, which meant someone, 500 years ago, had known the inheritance would survive. Chapter 97. 3 days after He Wuming's withdrawal, Supreme Sovereign Quang Tianda left the camp. He traveled alone, heading west toward whatever remained of his former territorial holdings, carrying with him a cultivation base reduced from void transformation to core formation and an expression that way associated with the start of a very long recalibration. He stopped at the camp entrance and looked back. The fragments I gave you, he said. 50 through 53. Do you know what they did for you? Thermal saturation, absolute absurdity, and 2 more in the synchronization architecture, Wei said. Fragment 50 gave me the laughter echo that made He Wuming's field stutter for 2 seconds during the final activation. Quang held the silence for a moment. Good, he said. That was worth something then. It was. Quang nodded. He walked west. Wei watched him until the road's bend took him out of sight, and then went back to the work of the day, which was attempting to locate fragments 55 through 107 before He Wuming's report came back with a decision. A process that now needed to run faster, because the window between punchline and resolution was defined by He Wuming's unknown commissioning authority, and that authority operated on a timeline Wei had no access to. Yi Wuhan had information. She had more information than anyone except possibly the universe itself, which was not organized in a manner that permitted direct querying. Fragments 54 through 107. Wei said to her, on the 4th morning after the withdrawal. She was sitting in a camp chair, an actual chair, which Fatty Qian had acquired from somewhere, and looking more diminished than the day of the battle, the spirit severing erosion advancing now that the sharp focus of the crisis had released. But her eyes were clear and her attention was complete. The conclave vaults, she said. Yin Jingming knows where the remaining sealed caches are. The organization has collapsed. There's no institutional protection on those vaults anymore. You'll encounter individual loyalists and formation defenses, but nothing coordinated. She looked at Yan, who was seated nearby with the careful posture of someone present at a conversation about their former organization. You can map them? Yes, Yin said. 12 vault locations. The 7 fragments I held have been transferred. The remaining formation-sealed fragments in the vaults total 31 by my last count, which was 8 months ago. He paused. Some may have been moved by retreating loyalists. But most are accessible, Wei said. Most. And the others? Eastern wilderness. Deeper than you went, Yi Wuhan said. 8 more. And 6 that I have personally been holding for 40 years, in a sealed cultivation room in Hollow Mountain, waiting for this moment. She met his eyes. I will transfer them. Today, if you have time. Wei had time. The transfer was the most unusual fragment absorption he had performed. Not because of complexity. Yi Wuhan managed the release with a precision that reflected spirit-severing cultivation at peak capacity, even in its current diminished state, but because of what the fragments were. They were 6 fragments Xiao Wuji had sealed himself, personally, in the months before his death. Not scattered. Saved. Delivered. Through an intermediary who had carried them across 5 centuries, to the person who was supposed to receive them. The last of the 6 transferred with a warmth that Wei had not felt from any previous fragment. Not the cold precision of vault artifacts, or the organic growth of beast core fragments, or the integrated humanity of carrier fragments. This warmth was personal. Xiao Wuji had touched these fragments knowing they would eventually reach this moment, and that knowledge was in them the way intent is in a well-made tool. Fragments 90 to 95, 6 aspects of the complete joke. Each unlocks one dimension of fragment 108's joke law: setup recognition, delivery timing, audience awareness, subversion structure, punchline weight, echo duration. He prepared them for you, Yi Wuhan said. Yes. He would have liked you. I think I would have liked him. Wei felt the 6 aspects of fragment 108 integrating with the original. The joke law now had precision it had lacked before, not more power, but more resolution. He could see the mechanism of it clearly. How to designate a setup, how to time the delivery, how to structure a subversion so the punchline could not be deflected. When do you plan to use it fully? Yi Wuhan asked. When He Wuming's report comes back. She nodded. Then you have time to collect the remaining fragments first. He did. The Conclave Vault raids took 3 weeks. Yan Jingming's maps were accurate for 28 of the 31 fragments, 3 having been moved by loyalists as suspected. The loyalists were found. 2 transferred their fragment containers peacefully when Wei explained the situation. 1 required a short fight that by Rushue concluded in 11 seconds without significant effort. The 8 Eastern Wilderness fragments required 6 more days. Wei took by Rushue and Yinyan. The wilderness was familiar by now. He could read its fragment signatures the way he read formation architecture, by contact and resonance, finding threads that led to cores. The 8 absorptions were clean. Fragment 107. 107 fragments. And the remaining 1 was inside Yan Jingming. Wei had known this was coming since the conversation in the camp. Yan Jingming had told him directly. 7 fragments absorbed as a child, without understanding what they were, buried in his solemn stone Tao for 50 years. 6 had transferred on the first night. The 7th, the last, the deepest, the one most thoroughly integrated, had been growing through Yan's cultivation based the way a root grows through stone. Slow, inevitable, and difficult to remove without destroying the stone. If it can't be safely extracted, Wei said, you keep it. Yan looked at him. If I keep it, then I proceed with 107. The joke law unlocked fine with 54. It may be sufficient at 107. Or it may not be. Yan was quiet. The 7th fragment is the one that has been with me the longest. I have built everything around it, even when I didn't know what it was. He paused. My entire life's cultivation. The solemn stone Tao. The conclave work. All of it was built around something I was suppressing instead of understanding. Another pause. That is a strange feeling. Yes, Wei said. Did you feel that way about any of yours? Wei thought about it. Fragment 1, he said. Sneeze induction. My whole cultivation career was built on finding uses for something everyone told me was worthless. He met Yan's eyes. What's the difference between your experience and mine? Yan was very still. You were laughing, he said slowly. You were finding it funny rather than treating it as something to be managed. Yes. I spent 50 years managing the fragment rather than understanding it. Yes. Yan exhaled. He stopped. That's the Tao of laughter, isn't it? Finding it funny. Finding the truth in it from an unexpected angle. Yan considered this for a long moment. Then he said, then take it. If it breaks my cultivation entirely, that's the cost. Something built on suppression should probably be rebuilt from understanding. The extraction took 4 days. Yi Wuhan guided it from Hollow Mountain via sealed communication. Wei worked slowly, treating the fragment's integration with Yan's stone Tao as a negotiation rather than a surgery. He was not removing the fragment from the Tao. He was asking the Tao to release something it had grown around. The stone Tao complied, eventually, in the way stone eventually complies with water, not all at once, but with a gradual recognition that the shape was always going to change. The transfer completed on the fourth day. Yan Jingming's cultivation dropped significantly, not catastrophically, not to mortal, but enough to require a months-long recovery. He sat with the absence of the fragment in his cultivation base and looked thoughtful. What do you feel? Wei asked. Lighter, Yin said, and less certain about everything. A pause. Is that the beginning? Probably, Wei said. Fragment status, 107/108. Fragment 108. Joke law, divine grade. Personal unlock, pending. Condition, you know the answer. He knew the answer. He had known it for some time. He took out Xiao Wuji's book. He opened to the last page. He read the setup one more time. A god builds his power from laughter and is killed for it. His fragments scatter to a nobody. The nobody collects the pieces and becomes. He wrote in the blank, and the system registered it. And fragment 108's personal unlock began, and somewhere in the cultivation world, 1,000 people who had been carrying pieces of an inheritance they didn't understand felt something shift. And somewhere at the edge of the cultivation world, the 3 coalition remnants, who had been watching from a distance, looked at each other and made no move. Chapter 98. What he wrote was, somebody who still makes soup. The system registered the answer. The panel was still for exactly 1 second, the first time the Laughing Heaven system had been still since he first received Fragment 1 at 17, when it had announced his power to a hall of laughing cultivators. Then, Fragment 108. Divine punchline. Personal unlock. Complete. Laughing Heaven system. Fragment status. Complete. System stability. Total. Tao. Laughter. Great Tao status. Pending recognition. Cultivator. Wei Qingliang. Status. Void transformation early. Ascension eligible. Next step. Optional. The completion did not feel like what he had expected. He had expected power, the rush of the final fragment, the apex ability, the killing blow of the divine prankster made available. What he received instead was completion, not a weapon, a closure. The feeling of the last piece of a structure settling into place and the structure standing on its own, needing nothing more. He sat with the system panel at length. A year and a half of his life was in this panel. The awakening ceremony where he had been laughed at. The sect where Elder Mao had watched him from a balcony with narrowed eyes that were not contempt. The canyon fight against Gao Xianting's lackeys. The soup that had dissolved Lady Vermillion's blood formation. By Rushue sitting down to eat with him for the first time, where she thought no one could see. The Conclave's investigators, and the Tao Silence Array, and the Vault Strike, and Mao walking out of the forest bleeding from 11 places. The eastern wilderness, and a tiger and a hermit who had spent 40 years alone. He wombing in the clearing with a terrible pun still hanging in the air around it. 108 fragments. 1 system. 1 punchline about soup. He put the book away. He put the system panel away. He went to find Fatty Qian. The kitchen area was exactly as it always was. Organized to Fatty Qian's specific logic, which was the logic of someone carrying the fed people in difficult circumstances for over a year and had developed strong opinions about where things should be. Wei stood at the entrance for a moment. Fatty Qian was preparing for the evening meal with the focused efficiency of a person who had decided that today would have good food regardless of what had preceded it. He looked up. His expression did the assessment it always did, checking, measuring, determining status. Whatever he found, he made space at the counter without comment. This was Fatty Qian's version of asking how you were, which was asking by making room rather than asking with words. Wei had always found it more accurate than words. All 108. Fatty Qian asked. All 108. Fatty Qian paused. He turned the thing he was chopping with a precision that required practice. How do you feel? Wei considered the question with full attention. He felt the weight of the completion, not a light weight, not a burden either, but the specific weight of something vast and old and deliberately scattered and painstakingly gathered. He felt the coherence of the system, all 108 fragments pointing the same direction for the first time. The divine will of the laughing god assembled in a mortal body that was going to continue being a mortal body for the foreseeable future, because the mortal body had soup to make and a cultivation network to maintain, and a woman across the camp who had said, "Don't go yet." He felt, underneath all of it, the particular feeling of standing in a kitchen with his oldest friend when the world had recently tried very hard to end and had not managed it. The feeling of remaining. Hungry, he said. Fatty Qian laughed. The full, uncomplicated laugh of a cultivator who has just received the exact right answer. Then we make something good, he said. and handed Wei a knife with the ease of two people who had been working in the same space long enough that the handoff didn't require negotiation. They made something good. The soup that evening was the best thing Wei had eaten since before the vault strike. Not because Fatty Chien had better ingredients, though the camp stores had been replenished recently, but because Fatty Chien made food the way he did everything else, which was with the full weight of his attention and the conviction that the people eating it deserved to eat well. The camp gathered as it always gathered in the evenings. Mao was there, mortal and laughing at something Yin Jingming had said that was apparently funny. Bai Rushua was there, sitting in the position she preferred, which was the one that let her see the whole camp without being at its center. Luo was there, notebook closed for once. Mian was there, not playing, just sitting. Duya was there, with the dog and two birds and a small creature Wei could not identify that appeared to have decided her lap was the safest location in the known world. Wei ate his soup and listened to his camp and felt, without precedent in a year and a half of forward momentum, the permission to simply be somewhere. The permission to simply be somewhere was not something he had experienced often in the last all those months. There had always been the next fragment, the next threat, the next step in a sequence that had been moving since the vault strike, and before that the conclave, and before that Lady Vermilion, and before that Gaussienting. The sequence had completed. Fragment 108 was in his cultivation base, personal unlock done, the system stable and resting. The next step was optional. That was the system's word, optional. He turned it over like a coin that had never appeared in this denomination before. Optional meant that the remaining work, distributing fragments, establishing the network, teaching cultivation method, writing the guide, was not a mandate. It was a choice. He was choosing it. The distinction mattered. The camp felt different at evening. Not quieter. The ambient noise was the same camp noise it had always been, the overlap of 20-odd people in proximity doing their various things. But the quality of the noise had changed. It was easier. The forward pressure that had been in everything for the past year and more, the constant vector of the next step, the next fragment, the next threat, was absent. People talked with less efficiency and more length. Mao told a story that wandered. Luo made notes about the fragment architecture not because he needed to, but because he found it interesting. Duya's animals were louder than usual, as if they had absorbed the permission from the ambient atmosphere and decided to express it. Wei sat in the middle of this and listened and found that the listening, in a manner entirely new, had no tactical component. He was just listening to the sounds of a camp that had survived something enormous and was finding out what it was like on the other side. Fatty Chien finished the evening meal preparation and came to sit beside Wei in the kitchen area's doorway. They sat without speaking for a while, which was one of the more reliable aspects of their friendship, the capacity to be in proximity without needing to fill it. Fatty Chien had made the transition from childhood best friend to operation member to cook to something that didn't have a precise name, but was recognizable as the kind of person you want in the center of whatever you are building. He had not acquired combat cultivation. He had not pursued fragments. He had pursued the things he was already good at and applied them to the situation, and the situation had been consistently improved by his presence. Wei thought about the incomplete joke's answer, somebody who still makes soup, and understood why it was right. Chapter 99, He Wooming returned on a Tuesday morning, which was ordinary in every way except for the reduction in ambient sound that preceded He Wooming's arrivals. Wei had been documenting fragment architecture, the full 108, which he now had access to, mapping the connections between the second 54 he hadn't yet collected and the first 54 already integrated, when the first sign arrived. He closed the notebook and walked outside. He Wooming descended to the same position as before, 30 meters overhead, the quality of absence radiating outward. The erasure field was not active. There was no expanding front. The birds went quiet, but they had not fled. They sat in the nearby trees and waited with the patient attention of creatures that had learned over the last several weeks that the vast terrible thing in the sky above the camp was doing something that did not require them to leave. I filed the report, He Wooming said. What was the response? There was no response. A pause that carried the weight of 500 years in it. Not grief, exactly, but the specific heaviness in someone who has been doing a job for a very long time, and is in a way he hadn't before considering what it means that they have been doing it alone. There has never been a response. I file reports to a commissioning authority that communicated with me once, at the beginning of my mandate, and has not communicated since. I have been executing a mandate without oversight over 500 years. Wei considered this. You didn't find that unusual before. No. Most divine realm functions operate on original commission and autonomous continuation. The assumption is that you execute correctly, and the absence of override constitutes approval. He Wooming paused again. I had not previously encountered evidence that I might be executing incorrectly. And now, the heavenly Tao trembled. It said, "The heavenly Tao does not respond to my reports. It does not respond to anything in my operational experience. But it responded to your punchline." The void form was still. I processed this for several weeks. The conclusion I reached is that the tremor constitutes a response. Not to me, to you. And what the heavenly Tao's response implies about the nature of my mandate, a pause, is that my mandate may have been categorically incorrect from the beginning. Yi Wuhan was at the camp entrance. She had been there for 3 days, declining to leave until this conversation happened. Her expression was the expression of one who has been waiting for a specific sentence to be said and has just heard it. The laughter Tao, He Wuming continued, is not a threat to the Tao's gravity. I have revised this assessment. Specifically, the heavenly Tao's tremor in response to the punchline indicates that the foundational law of the cosmos recognized the joke as consistent with, not threatening to, the Tao's nature. It paused. My mandate covers external threats to cosmic dignity. The laughter Tao is not external. It is structural. The Tao has humor in it. The laughter Tao is the humor in the Tao given a formal path. I was operating on a classification that was wrong. Wei was very still. Are you withdrawing your mandate? I am withdrawing the active portion, He Wuming said. The mandate was to eliminate. There is nothing left to eliminate. The classification error means there was nothing to eliminate in the first place. A long pause. Case closed. It began to reduce, the absent presence contracting, the void quality of the air becoming less pronounced. Wei said, "Wait." He Wuming paused. "The erasure zones," Wei said. "The forest. 200 meters erased when you arrived. Erasure is permanent. You said so." "Yes." The word landed with something that was the closest He Wuming could come to regret. What is erased cannot be restored. That is a physical constraint, not a policy. But new growth can happen in erased zones. New things can grow where things were absent. He Wuming was silent for a moment. "That is outside my function," it said. "But it is not outside yours." The laughter Tao's first act, if you choose to make it one, could address that. The erased zone is a setup. New growth in an impossible space is a punchline. That is structurally consistent with your principles. Another pause, and this one had a quality Wei could not name, but that felt, for once from He Wuming, like curiosity. What would grow there if you designated it? Wei activated Fragment 108's joke law. He designated the erased zone as the setup, 200 meters of nothing where a forest had been, the absence left by the universe's anti-comedy mechanism doing its job. He designated the fragment network's resonance, the 1,000 people laughing simultaneously, as the punchline. He ran the joke law through the echo duration aspect and let the echo propagate. The erased forest began to grow back. Not the same trees. New ones, species that did not exist in any cultivation manual, that had never grown in this region, that grew at the rate of cultivation-assisted development rather than ordinary botany. They were slightly absurd trees. They grew in patterns that suggested they found their own existence entertaining, which was characteristic of anything that grew out of a joke made into a physical principle. They were excellent trees. He Wuming watched them grow for a long moment. "I see," it said. Then it was gone. The way silence withdraws when sound returns. Gradually, and then entirely. The camp erupted in the noise of people who had survived something vast and were finding the aftermath, with its impossible new trees and its completed system panel and its Tuesday morning ordinary weather, entirely and genuinely funny. The new trees were still growing at their absurd rate. They would continue growing, Wei estimated, until they reached whatever size the laughter Tao's echo had designated as their natural height, which was probably larger than normal trees and definitely funnier looking. Several cultivators from nearby settlements had come to look at them over the last 2 days, drawn by the spiritual energy signature, which was unlike any formation or sect technique they knew how to classify. He had answered their questions directly. The laughter Tao's first act, the echo of a punchline, the universe's response to a joke. They had looked at the trees, and then at him, and then at the trees again. One had said, "Is the Tao always this strange?" Wei had said, "The Tao has humor built into its foundation. These trees are the humor expressing itself physically." The cultivator had written this down. The absurd new trees were not the only consequence of the laughter Tao's activation. 3 of the camp's formation wards had also changed, not malfunctioned, but evolved, incorporating the new Tao's presence into their structure in ways that made them more flexible and less brittle. Yin Jingming had noticed this first and had spent an afternoon documenting the changes with the thoroughness of a formation scholar encountering a new category. The wards were designed to interface with standard cultivation energy, he said. The laughter Tao's frequency is compatible but not standard. The wards adapted. He paused. "I didn't know wards could adapt." Luo said. Wei's hair wire adapts every time he uses it in a new formation context. Yin said, that's the user adapting, not the formation. Luo said, is there a difference? Yin had written this question down and was still thinking about it. Yi Wuhan did not react to the trees growing. She stood at the camp's edge and watched them for approximately 20 minutes, and then came back to where Wei was sitting and sat beside him, and said, Xiao Wuji would have liked them. Wei said he thought so too. He grew a ridiculous garden once, she said. Near his retreat, in the years before the coalition's attention intensified, he cultivated plants that were specifically useless, plants that grew in shapes that served no purpose, that produced flowers with no medicinal application, that attracted insects that had no function in the local ecology except to be present. He said the garden was a proof that the universe permitted useless things to be beautiful, that beauty did not require justification. She paused. I kept the garden alive for 50 years after he died. Then I let it go. A pause. I think I can let it go now. She looked at the new trees. I want to be here when he Wuming's commissioning authority responds. Whatever they say, I want to see how the punchline lands on them too. Chapter 100. The 3 coalition remnant agents arrived the next day. The silver-haired woman came alone. Her 2 companions remained at the tree line, a courtesy distance rather than a threat position. She walked to the camp entrance with the composed deliberateness of a person who has made a decision they intend to see through and would like to get to the point. Wei went to meet her. He Wuming's withdrawal, she said. Yes. We received the notification through our mandate channel. She paused and looked at the absurd new trees growing in the erased zone. They were doing something that trees did not normally do, which was growing at approximately 20 times natural speed and doing it in colors that were not quite standard for the species, a richer green, with a quality of intentionality that made them look like trees that had decided to be here rather than trees that had ended up here. She said nothing about them for several seconds. Then, our mandate is derived from He Wuming's commission. If He Wuming's mandate is withdrawn, our mandate's foundation is removed. Does that mean you're free? She considered this with the care of someone genuinely encountering the concept for the first occasion. We have been active across 5 centuries, she said. We have had a function. We executed the function correctly, by every metric our mandate provided for assessment. She turned to him. Without the function, she stopped. I don't know what that means yet. I have not had occasion to learn. You warned me, Wei said. We did. In the wilderness, after the threshold crossing. You told me I had 3 months. The mandate specified observe and engage. It did not specify when to engage. We chose 11 days because the observation data was sufficient. She met his eyes. We exercised discretion. Wei looked at her. At someone who had worked for 5 centuries executing a mandate and had found, in its final stages, enough discretion within the mandate's phrasing to warn the person they were supposed to eliminate. He thought about what it meant to do your job with integrity while also recognizing that the job might be wrong. Not shirking the mandate, but staying honest within it. How did that feel, he asked. She said nothing for a moment. Accurate, she said finally. Whatever the mandate was, we were accurate. Accurate to the situation rather than the assignment. Another pause. I am not certain that distinction is approved within our operating framework, but it is the distinction I would make again. Stay, Wei said. No obligation. But if you're figuring out what comes after 5 centuries of one function, you might find the Laughter DAO network useful. Or interesting. Or both. She met his eyes. The quality of the look was different from every prior encounter. Not the measuring look of an antagonist assessing vulnerability, not the careful look of someone deciding how to deliver a warning. The look of someone being asked a question they had forgotten to ask themselves. She turned and walked back to the tree line. Wei waited. He heard low conversation. Not the words, but the quality of it. Deliberate, not argumentative, 3 people finding a shared answer. After several minutes, she turned back. All 3 of us, she said. All 3. The 3 agents walked into the camp. Not as antagonists taking a position. As people arriving at a place they had decided to arrive. Fatty Qian looked at them from the cooking area, assessed the situation with rapid efficiency, and said, bowl. The coalition representative looked at the soup pot. She had operated for 500 years executing a mandate that included active suppression of Fragment 2's inheritance. She had, over the last several weeks, been hit by soup from Fatty Qian's reflex throw and had stood in a clearing while the heavenly Tao trembled in response to a punchline, and had observed Wei asking a deer whether it was all right before absorbing a fragment. She looked at the soup pot for a long moment. Yes, she said. Thank you. Wei took his bowl and sat at the camp edge and looked at the new trees, which were doing the absurd thing they were doing, growing fast and green and in colors that were slightly beyond normal, and felt the completed system panel in his cultivation base, and felt the fragment architecture settled and coherent and pointing in the same direction as everything else. The punchline had landed. He Wuming had withdrawn and filed a report and watched new trees grow in the space where it had erased the forest. 3 former antagonists were sitting down to soup. Mao was laughing at something. Bai Ruxue was sitting nearby with her bowl, shoulder touching his, because they were sitting at the camp edge, and the camp edge was not very wide, and she was not creating distance. The new trees were probably going to be talked about for decades. He Wuming's report might never reach its commissioning authority, or might reach it in 400 years, or might reach it tomorrow. None of that changed what had happened in the clearing. The echo was beginning. The laughter Dao was not yet recognized as a great Dao. That was pending, uncertain, dependent on whatever authority He Wuming reported to. But it was real. It was distributed through 1,000 people. It was growing in a forest that should have been absent. Wei made soup that evening. He cooked it slowly, from the stock that Fatty Qian had been maintaining for 3 days, and he made enough for everyone, including 3 former antagonists who were still calibrating to the concept of being somewhere rather than pursuing something. The system had no notification for any of this. The Laughing Heaven system was complete and stable and resting. It would have more to say when the time came. For now it was quiet. Wei's kanji was good. The new trees were genuinely ridiculous. He Wuming was somewhere filing a report to an authority that had not communicated in 400 years, and whether that authority responded or not, the joke had already been told. The punchline had landed. The echo was beginning. And the Tao continued, with soup, with new trees, with everyone around the fire finding Tuesday morning genuinely and entirely funny. The silver-haired agent stayed through the evening. Her 2 companions were quieter, doing the work of calibrating to a new environment with the thoroughness of people who had lived 5 centuries in a single context and were encountering the disorientation of its absence. Wei did not push for conversation. He let the camp do what the camp did. Feed people, maintain rhythms, exist with the warmth of a group that had been through something enormous and was still standing. By the end of the evening, the quieter of the 2 companions had accepted a second bowl from Fatty Qian, which Wei recognized as the first step in most relationships. She watched Wei from across the fire with the expression of someone still processing the concept of being somewhere without a mandate, and Wei watched back with the expression of someone who found this genuinely interesting. And Mao told a story about Xiao Wuji's second joke, which was only slightly better than the first. The Laughter Dao's establishment would have consequences Wei had not yet fully mapped. He was aware of this the way you are aware of a structure you have built while you are standing in it. You know the rooms you built, but the acoustics are something you discover by being inside. Other cultivators were going to encounter the Dao's energy in the spiritual atmosphere and want to know what it was. Some would be drawn to it. Some would be hostile to it. The orthodox world was going to require diplomacy that neither Wei nor Bai Ruxue was naturally suited to, which was why Luo's presence was going to become more important, and why establishing formal relationships with the sects that had been part of his alliance was now a priority rather than a circumstance. The next phase was going to look very different from the last 18 months. It was going to involve conversation rather than combat, documentation rather than urgency, the careful work of establishing something new in a cultivation world that had not had a new great Tao in 700 years. He was looking forward to it with the specific pleasure of someone who knows the hard part is done and the interesting part is beginning. And somewhere in the cultivation world, He Wuming was drafting a report to a commissioning authority that had not responded in 400 years, which meant the response, if it came, would arrive when nobody was expecting it. Chapter 101 He Wuming returned on a clear morning 3 days after its withdrawal, and the camp's perimeter alarms registered its presence before anyone had anticipated a second visit. Wei was at the fire when the hairwire triggered. A soft alert, not the pressure drop of an incoming strike, but the specific atmospheric signature of He Wuming making itself locally perceivable, the way a door opened rather than a wall being removed. He stood without urgency. The camp came alert around him. Bai Ruxue's hand moved to her hilt. Luo Qingfan reached for the tactical map. Yan Jingming's cultivation base activated at ambient level, his stone Dao reflexive after 50 years of the habit. Dia, who had recalibrated her threat threshold substantially over the past year, simply watched from the camp's edge with the direct attention of someone who found He Wuming genuinely interesting rather than terrifying. The void entity coalesced at the tree line. The absurd new trees were around it on 3 sides, still growing, their slightly wrong colors doing the particular thing they did in morning light, which was to look more deliberately present than any tree had a horticultural right to be. He Wuming stood among them and did not erase them. I have processed the situation, He Wuming said. I expected you would, Wei said. What did you find? The Laughter Dao has been registered as a recognized great Dao by the foundational structure of the cosmos. A pause with the quality of an entity accustomed to certainty encountering a category it lacked a prior reference for. I reviewed my mandate carefully. My mandate covers foreign divine inheritances operating outside recognized cosmic categories. A recognized great Tao is not within my mandate scope. No, it isn't. He Wuming oriented toward the trees. Whether void entities looked in the standard sense was unclear, but it directed its attention at the growth with something that functioned as examination. The laughter Tao's existence does not destabilize the foundational structure, it said. I predicted destabilization. The prediction was incorrect. The foundational structure has accommodated the 13th Tao the way it accommodates any recognized element, by incorporating it into the existing pattern. The pattern's integrity is improved by the restoration. Fatty Qian, behind Wei, silently mouthed at Luo, "Is it leaving?" Luo's response was a minimal shrug. Yin had taken his preferred lateral combat readiness position 3 steps to the left. Mao, from his camp chair, had closed his eyes with the expression of someone waiting for a specific word to be said. I was wrong, he Wuming said. The words hit the camp with the specific weight of something no one had heard before. Yin looked up with complete attention. Mao opened his eyes, and the expression that crossed his face was 64 years in the making. The deep satisfaction of someone who had been waiting for the correct statement and had lived to hear it. You weren't wrong, Wei said. You executed a mandate based on premises that had ceased to be true. That's different from wrong reasoning. That's wrong information. He Wuming considered this with thoroughness. The distinction between reasoning error and premise error. Yes, the premises were provided by your commissioning authority. If the premises were false, the error originates there, not in your execution. Which raises the question of the commissioning authority itself, he Wuming said. My commissioning authority has not communicated in 400 years. When I was commissioned, the authority designated the laughter Tao as a threat to cosmic stability. I have now observed the laughter Tao's establishment and found no evidence supporting that designation. The authority's information appears to have been incomplete. Another pause, longer than the previous ones. Or intentionally incorrect. The camp was silent. Take your time with that one, Wei said quietly. It's not a small realization. No. He Wuming moved its attention from the trees to Wei. I have filed a report. I have sent it through the commissioning authority's last known communication channel. The response time is unknown. As noted, 400 years of silence. But the record must be accurate. It paused. When a response comes, if one comes, I would like you to know about it. Come directly to me, Wei said. Whatever it says, I want to hear it. Why? Wei looked at the entity that had flanked his cultivation career from the moment of his first fragment absorption, that had been the most implacable of all his obstacles, standing now in a garden of trees that had grown from a punchline. Because an entity that used a void arbiter to suppress a legitimate great Tao for 5 centuries is an entity with goals and resources that haven't been accounted for yet. Its response to the report is the next setup. I want to know when it starts. He Wuming stood under the persimmon tree for a long moment. You find this situation structurally interesting, it said. As a potential joke. As a potential setup, Wei corrected. Whether it's a joke depends on the punchline. I don't have the punchline yet. A pause. But the setup has 500 years of material. That's good foundation. He Wuming withdrew slowly. The way it had retreated the first time, but with a different quality. Less like something receding from a situation it couldn't address. More like something that had completed a visit and was returning to its own considerations. The atmospheric pressure normalized in gradual stages over 20 minutes. Wei turned to the team. Set up a pressure notification protocol. Any atmospheric signature consistent with He Wuming gets flagged immediately. Done, Luo said, already making the notation. The commissioning authority, by Rushua said, from the edge of the group. That's the next thing, Wei confirmed. An entity powerful enough to commission a void arbiter, responsible for the god of Joke's death, currently unidentified within the coalition structure, silent for 4 centuries. He looked at the trees where He Wuming had stood. Either it ceased to exist, which is possible, or it went quiet because the 5th-century project had drawn too much attention and staying visible was inadvisable. He paused. Either way, the laughter Tao's establishment is a provocation it will have noticed. Then we should assume it's active, Rushua said. We should assume it's active and being careful, Wei said. Those are different threat profiles. Active and overt can be fought. Active and careful requires patience. He looked at the team. We build the network. We get the recognition. We make the laughter Tao distributed enough that targeting it requires targeting 1,000 people simultaneously. That's the preparation. He met each person's eyes in sequence. And when He Wuming's commissioning authority makes its next move, and it will, eventually, because entities that spend 5 centuries on a project don't abandon it cleanly, we're ready for the setup. Duya raised her hand. which she did when she had a question that she thought might be naive, but was actually usually not. What if it never moves? She said. What if it's just gone? Then the setup's punchline is that it collapsed before we had to face it, Wei said, which would be very funny. He paused. But I don't think that's the joke. He Wuming's void presence contracted slightly as it processed the soup question. This was a behavior Wei had begun to read as the equivalent of adjusting one's posture, not physical adjustment, but a spatial reconfiguration of attention. He Wuming was curious. It had been curious for several days, Wei suspected, but had not had the operational context for expressing curiosity because its previous mandate had replaced curiosity with directive. Now it had directive vacuum and curiosity was filling the space. Fatty Qian was already at the soup pot, ladling a second bowl. He did not make a ceremony of it. He carried it to the camp's center, set it on a flat stone directly below He Wuming's void position, and said, "There. It'll stay warm for a while." He Wuming did not move, but the void flatness of the air around the bowl changed slightly. Not interacting with the soup. Not yet. But aware of it in a new way. Aware of it as something other than the inert physical substance it had been treating as data. The soup, He Wuming said finally, functions as an invitation. Yeah, Fatty Qian said. That's what soup is for. Wei stood at the camp's center and watched this, the void arbiter and the childhood friend in the bowl of broth, and thought, this is going in the guide. Chapter 1, First Principle. The Laughter Dao's first act, in any new situation, is making soup. Chapter 102 The cultivation world's response to the Laughter Dao's establishment arrived in layers over the first weeks, and the layers had distinct qualities that required different kinds of engagement. The first layer was silence, the collective calibration of every major sect simultaneously deciding what position to take. Wei recognized it from earlier conflicts and let it run. Forced positions were harder to move later. He gave the cultivation world's machinery time to recalibrate. On the seventh day, the Grand Orthodox Cultivation Assembly sent an envoy, Sect Master Chao Lingchen, Spirit Severing, carrying the Assembly's formal seal and the composed manner of someone who had been representing institutional authority for long enough that the composure was structural rather than performed. Luo received her in the formal hall. Wei observed from across the room, close enough to be seen, far enough to signal that this was Luo's domain. The Assembly recognizes the spiritual phenomenon designated as the Laughter Dao, Chao Lingchen began. Her delivery was measured, each word weighted. We have received He Wuming's withdrawal notification and atmospheric data consistent with great Dao coalescing activity. The Assembly's position is that formal adjudication is required before institutional recognition can be extended. The adjudication charter mandates a minimum 3-month review process. With respect, Luo said, and his tone carried the exact register of polite correction that could not be dismissed as rudeness. The Assembly's adjudication charter applies to cultivation techniques, sect doctrines, and spiritual phenomena within the mortal cultivation world's scope of authority. A great Dao's existence does not require institutional adjudication. The Laughter Dao received cosmological registration at the moment of establishment through the Heavenly Dao's recognition protocol. That process is outside the Assembly's charter scope. Chao Lingchen's composure held, but the quality of her stillness changed. The specific stillness of an experienced politician encountering an argument she had anticipated in a slightly different form than she had prepared for. That is a novel application of the Charter's scope language. It is the standard application, Luo said pleasantly. The Charter's founding documents include a scope clause specifically excluding cosmologically registered phenomena from the adjudication process. The clause was added after an incident in which the Assembly attempted to adjudicate an elemental subclassification and was informed by the cosmic registrar that this exceeded institutional authority. The relevant commentary is in the 7th volume of the Assembly's own historical record. The silence that followed was brief. We will consult, Chao Lingchen said. We'll be here, Luo said. She left with the same measured pace she had arrived with. After the doors closed, Luo turned to Wei. 7 to 12 days for formal recognition. She came to establish engagement, not to win an argument. The recognition was already decided. The Assembly needed a visit to report that the process was handled correctly. Wei had been watching the exchange from across the hall, specifically watching Chao Lingchen's face during Luo's delivery of the 7th volume argument. She knew about the clause, he said. Yes. She came prepared to accept it gracefully. The performance was for her institutional record, not for us. Luo filed his notes. The genuinely orthodox sects are moving faster. 6 academies have sent in formal inquiries through Mianmian's channels. I'll have the cultivation guide complete this week, Wei said. Luo looked at him with patient resignation. In joke format. Obviously, with your translation appendix. I will prepare the translation appendix, Luo said, with the tone of someone who had made peace with a regular obligation. The 6 academies need the documentation this month. The conclave-adjacent sects are watching the Assembly's response and will follow its endorsement. If the Assembly's formal recognition comes in 12 days, we need the documentation ready to accompany it. It will be ready, Wei said. I write faster than you think. I know exactly how fast you write. You write everything 4 times and discard 3 drafts. The 4th draft is always correct. The 4th draft is always correctly written, Luo said. Whether it can be used by people who didn't write it requires the appendix. He picked up his own notes. I'll start the appendix today. You start the 1st draft so I can see what I'm translating. Chapter 103 The Soup Principle occupied Wei's analysis for 4 days. Worked through systematically from the mechanism that had made it effective against He Wuming toward a general theory of what the mechanism implied. The core observation, Fragment 2's liquid-to-soup conversion had penetrated He Wuming's erasure field because soup operated below the threshold of conceptual notice. He Wuming's void function required identifying a conceptual target, a formation, a technique, a principle, anything that existed as organized meaning. Soup was not organized meaning. Soup was a physical state of matter, warm and dense, and completely unremarkable, and He Wuming had no operational category for erasing the unremarkable. The first extension, this protection was not unique to soup. It applied to anything that could be expressed as a physical state rather than a concept. The question was whether that physical state expression could be applied to things that currently existed primarily as concepts, cultivation techniques, formation wards, the spiritual components of a practitioner's active application. He ran tests for 2 days with Bairushui observing and recording results. A formation ward's energy channels ran through jade and stone. If those channels could be soup-saturated before the ward's activation. If the physical medium carrying the conceptual energy was in a soup state, the ward's conceptual function might retain its erasure resistance through the physical anchor. He saturated a ward's physical medium, tested it against a void resonance formation he had built to model He Wuming's function at small scale. The ward held. The formation's conceptual structure remained accessible through the soup state medium, and the void resonance found no purchase. Intrinsic saturation, Bairushui said, studying the results. Not external coating. The soup has to be inside the energy channels, not around them. At heaven grade, the conversion is contact immediate. If I can touch the physical medium, I can saturate it in the same motion. He looked at the ward. The technique scales. Any structure with a physical medium can be anchored. My Arctic chi, she said. She had arrived at the same conclusion before he voiced it. He had learned to read the particular quality of attention she brought when she was already several steps ahead of a conversation. Your Arctic chi runs through atmospheric moisture as its primary physical medium. If the moisture substrate is in soup state before activation, she paused, working the mechanics. The concept is anchored to the medium, but the medium's physical properties change with the state transition. Soup state moisture is denser than air state moisture. The thermal conductivity characteristics are different. The technique's application profile changes. Better or worse? For area saturation techniques that rely on the air medium's diffusion properties, worse. For contact-based direct applications that benefit from high thermal conductivity at the contact point, significantly better. She examined her own sword arm. The contact applications are the ones that matter against void erasure. Test it, he said. Now, she said. We have the testing materials. They ran 3 hours of trials at the training ground. The results were better than Wei's projections by enough margin that he recalculated twice to confirm he had not made an error. Her sword strikes in soup state atmospheric moisture delivered 40% more thermal transfer than the same strikes in normal atmospheric conditions. The denser medium carried the cold principle with the efficiency of a better conductor. 3 practice dummies flash froze at temperatures Wei's instruments had never recorded in training contexts. The effect compounds, Bairushui said, examining the 3rd dummy's crystallization pattern with the focused attention she brought to new tactical data. At these temperatures, the concept of warmth in the contact zone isn't just suppressed. It's inverted. The local area experiences negative thermal concept. The idea that warmth could exist there becomes structurally inaccessible for several seconds. Wei looked at her. Negative concept exposure. Temporary. Bounded. But real. She studied the frost formations. Against an entity whose void function operates by erasing concepts it identifies as threats. A bounded zone with an inverted warmth concept is a zone where the void function encounters a different kind of absence, one that originated from cold rather than from erasure. The void function might read it as already processed rather than as a target. Wei stood in the training ground with the specific feeling of encountering a strategic insight that changed the tactical landscape in a way he had not mapped. Write this up, he said. This goes in the cultivation guide as a full section. Arctic anchor application, negative concept zone generation, combat protocols. She looked at the guide lying on the nearby table. At him. You want my contribution? You just developed laughter Dao doctrine I didn't have. Yes, I want your contribution. He met her eyes. The guide documents the principle and practice. You practiced it and generated something new. That belongs in it. She picked up a brush and began writing before he could say anything else, which was by Rushiwa's version of acceptance, direct, immediate, without ceremony. He watched her work, and the watching was the kind of quiet thing he had learned over the previous year to recognize and keep. Small moments that were true in ways that the cosmic events surrounding them sometimes obscured. She was writing cultivation doctrine for a Dao she had learned by watching him fight, and the doctrine she was writing was better than anything he would have written on the same subject, because she had found the angle from her own direction rather than his. This changes our tactical profile against cosmological level threats going forward, he said. Yes, she said, not looking up from the page. It changes several other profiles as well. I'll document those in the secondary sections. The experiment with the second bowl produced results that Luo documented under the heading Fragment 2 Interaction with Void Level Erasure Fields. Preliminary data. The data was simple. He Wuming could detect the soup. It could process the soup's physical properties, temperature, viscosity, the specific chemical signature of Fatty Qian's broth recipe. What it could not do was assign the soup a conceptual category that its erasure function could engage with. It's like trying to fold a map of the territory, Wei said, working through the logic. Your erasure works on concepts, on the map. The soup is the territory. Preconceptual. It exists before anyone decided it was the kind of thing that needed a cosmic rule. This implies, He Wuming said, that the god of jokes specifically chose Fragment 2 as a foundational power because it operated below the level of cosmic interference. Wei considered this. It implies he understood where the blind spots were. Where else are there blind spots? This was a better question than He Wuming probably realized. Wei looked at the soup bowl and thought through the laughing heaven system's fragment structure, sneeze induction, which worked through respiratory reflex and qi disruption simultaneously, straddling the line between biological and cultivative. Indestructible hair, which operated on the material strength of keratin rather than qi infusion, meaning it was hair strong rather than cultivation strong, and had no cultivation resonance to target. The eternal itch, which worked through nerve-ending stimulation rather than qi channels. All of them subconceptual in their own ways. I'll need to work through all 108, Wei said. But I think the answer is, all of them. Every fragment operates at the level of physical or biological reality rather than pure qi concept. That's why they're ridiculous. That's why they worked. He looked at He Wuming. The god of jokes built his entire divine inheritance out of things the cosmos had decided were beneath its notice. He Wuming processed this. The underestimation was intentional. The underestimation was the strategy. The soup was still warm. The morning was very still. Outside the camp perimeter, somewhere in the new trees, the wandering tree had moved 3 meters during this conversation without anyone noticing it move. Chapter 104 Grandmaster Yi Wuhan died on the 43rd morning after He Wuming's withdrawal, peacefully, on Hollow Mountain, in the meditation posture she had maintained for 500 years. The wild cultivator, who found her sent word through the regional network before dawn. Still warm. Cultivation dissolved cleanly into the mountain's spiritual atmosphere rather than dissipating. Not the ragged dispersal of unexpected death, but the deliberate integration of someone who had chosen the exact moment and had prepared for it thoroughly. The mountain's spiritual energy was richer than it had been the day before. Wei received the notification through Mianmian's network. He sat at the fire ring with the communication talisman he had given Yi Wuhan before she left the rally point. An ordinary talisman she had accepted without comment and never activated, because she had known she would not need to. She had accepted it because he offered it, and accepting was a courtesy. He sat with this for the better part of a morning. Fatty Qian came and sat beside him. Said nothing. This was correct. After a while, Wei said, she knew. Yes, Qian said. Before she left here, she said she wanted to see the punchline land. She went to Hollow Mountain after the punchline landed. He turned the talisman over in his hands. She had been waiting to see it. Not for any cosmic reason. Personally, she spent 500 years carrying Xiao Wuji's memory, and she wanted to see his joke land correctly. He paused. Once it landed, she was done. That's the right ending for her, Qian said. Yes. Wei set the talisman on the stone. She told me Xiao Wuji grew a garden of useless plants, things that were beautiful for no reason. She said it was a proof that the universe allowed beauty without justification. He looked at the fire ring's cold ash. She kept it for 50 years after he died, and then she let it go. He told the team in the afternoon briefing, plainly, without ceremony, because Yi Wuhan would have found an elaborate announcement performative, and he had learned to read what she would have found performative over the course of knowing her. Elder Mao was quiet for a long time. Then, she outlasted everyone who knew Xiao Wuji personally except me. She outlasted me by cultivation stage and 4 decades. He looked at the communication talisman on the table. She told his third joke better than he did. He mentioned this. He was annoyed. Dia, who had been sitting with the animal instinct for the right moment she had developed over months in Wei's company, said, "What was the third joke?" Mao looked around the table at each person. His expression was the one he wore when he had been carrying something a long time and had arrived at the right place to set it down. "About a serious god," he said, "who went to extraordinary lengths to eliminate humor from the universe, and through all those efforts created precisely the conditions under which humor could become eternal." The table was quiet. "Was that the joke?" Luo said. "The setup," Mao said. "The punchline requires the right place." "Hollow Mountain," Wei said. "Yes." Mao closed the notification talisman's communication layer with a deliberate tap. 7 days. Full team. All 3 coalition agents attended when Wei sent word, appearing at the sect gate the morning of departure with the quality of entities who did not know the correct approach to a cultivation ceremony and were making their best effort. The silver-haired agent looked at the gate and then at Wei. "We were uncertain of the protocol," she said. "The protocol is, you're here because you want to pay respects to someone who worked against your mandate for 5 centuries in service of something that turned out to be correct," Wei said. "That earns a place. Come in." They came in. The service at Hollow Mountain was what it should have been, attended by people who had earned the setup in a place that had the right resonance at the right time. Wei told the second joke. 3 of the wild cultivators from the mountain laughed immediately. The silver-haired agent laughed once, quietly, with the specific quality of someone surprised by their own response. Elder Mao told the third joke. For minutes of careful setup, 5 words of punchline that Wei did not write down afterward because some punchlines were only for the room they were told in. Everyone present laughed. Mao laughed last, the full laugh of someone who had been carrying the setup for 64 years and had just set it down in the right place, in the right form, for the right audience. The service ended. Wei sat with Mao on the meditation platform for an hour after. The valley east of the retreat was whatever it was. 8 centuries of change, the garden long gone. But the valley's qi carrying the quality of careful attention applied to beautiful, useless things for a long time. "What comes next for the mountain?" Wei said. Mao looked at the valley. Yi Wuhan used to say the mountain held its shape by being too stubborn to change for anything less than geological time. He paused. She was not talking about the rock. He stood from the platform, mortal joints in mountain air, slow and deliberate. "Let's go. Qian will have kept the fire. Qian knows exactly where we are. He'll still be worried," Mao said. "That's different." He started toward the path down. "The third joke is yours now. When you tell it slowly. The setup requires patience." Wei looked at the platform one more time. The morning light came through the east window exactly as it had through all of Yi Wuhan's mornings here. Everything was what it was. He followed Mao down the mountain. Chapter 105. 3 weeks after the service at Hollow Mountain, 2 things arrived that required separate and very different kinds of attention. The first was Yin Jingming's complete documentation of the punchline stone technique, which he brought to Wei on a clear morning with the deliberate approach of someone who had prepared for a conversation rather than simply initiating one. "I want you to read the full theory before the demonstration," Yin said. "The theory is harder to understand without the demonstration, but the demonstration is harder to understand without the theory." Wei read. The documentation covered 50 pages of Yan's careful notation, his dual-path cultivation development from the first experimental weeks through the current stage, the theoretical framework for how the solemn stone Dao and the laughter Dao's principles interacted at the second-order level, the specific mechanism by which genuine endurance differed from performed endurance, and why that difference was the technique's load-bearing element. The theory was good. Wei finished reading and set it on the table. "The punchline stone works because the stone is real," he said. "Yes." Yin stood near the training area, his cultivation base at resting baseline. 50 years of stone Dao practice taught me to produce the appearance of limitless endurance. The appearance was useful. Opponents who believed I would not break did not plan for the moment of release. But the appearance was hollow. The release, when it came, carried the force of a performance. He looked at his hands. The angle the laughter Dao provided was What if the stone were actually heavy? The real weight is the real setup. The real weight is the real setup, Yin confirmed. When the endurance is genuine, when I am actually at my capacity limit, actually holding what I cannot hold indefinitely, actually at the threshold, the release carries the force of the truth rather than the performance. He looked at the training formation, and the opponent's certainty that the stone will hold becomes the exact wrong certainty at the exact wrong moment. That certainty is the gap. The gap is the technique, Wei said. Show me. The demonstration was better than the documentation had prepared him for. 3 test formations in sequence, each one attacking Yan's structure with sustained pressure. He held each one genuinely, not performing patience, actually taking the weight, his cultivation base engaging at real cost. The first formation received its release at 3 minutes and 40 seconds, the moment the pressure had built to the edge of what was genuinely holdable. The release cracked the formation's structural nodes in a single exchange. The punchline stone, Wei said. The punchline stone, Yin confirmed. Wei looked at the cracked formation. This goes in the cultivation guide. That's why I documented it, Yin said. He was quiet for a moment. I want to tell you something. Go ahead. I spent 50 years opposing the inheritance. 3 years in active operations against fragment holders. The actions I took are not. He stopped. There is no adequate accounting for them. What I can do is the work that comes after. He looked at Wei directly. I have been doing the work that comes after. The technique is part of that work. The academy presentations are part of it. I wanted you to know that I understand what the work is for. Wei looked at Yin Jingming, the man who had sent assassination squads, who had deployed the Dao silence array, who had blocked the vault exit and almost prevented the entire operation from succeeding, who had then transferred 7 embedded fragments and stood in front of He Wuming for 11 minutes and started over from a foundation he had built wrong the first time. You're doing the work, Wei said. That's what I know. Yin was quiet. Then, with the specific directness of someone who had been practicing honesty at close range for months. Is that sufficient? For me? Yes. Wei met his eyes. For the people your operations hurt. That's their calculation to make, not mine. He paused. The work you're doing now is available to them as part of the accounting. Whether they accept it is their right. That's a fair answer, Yin said. It's an honest answer, Wei said. Fair and honest aren't always the same thing. I'd rather give you the honest one. Yin looked at the formation documentation in his hands. Then he set it on the table alongside the guide's current draft. Co-write the section with me, he said. The technique is better explained by someone who understands the laughter Dao's principle than by me trying to approximate the voice alone. Agreed, Wei said. Come by tomorrow morning. Bring the theoretical section. They spent the following 2 days co-writing. The result was the guide's most technically rigorous section. Yan's stone Dao precision combined with Wei's angle truth framing, and Mao, reading the draft, said it was the only section that made him laugh out loud at the theory itself. He would have loved this, Mao said. Xiao Wuji, the man who tried to erase his inheritance, writing a cultivation guide for it. Mao set the draft down. He would have claimed he planned it. He would have been lying. But he would have recognized it instantly and been insufferably pleased. He smiled. He had a specific expression for when a joke went better than expected. I can still see it exactly. Chapter 106 The Cultivation Guide reached its 4th and final draft in 3 weeks, which was the pace Wei had calculated and Luo had been monitoring with the quiet attentiveness he applied to all-time sensitive operational deliverables. The first 3 drafts had each served their purpose and been discarded. Draft 1 was technically accurate and entirely dead, correct information delivered from outside the principle it was describing. Draft 2 was honest and completely inaccessible. Genuine joke format encoding without the translation layer that allowed non-native readers to find the entry point. Draft 3 was the mechanical combination of 1 and 2, which was better but still felt like 2 separate documents stapled together rather than one coherent document with 2 registers. Draft 4 arrived when Wei stopped trying to solve the documentation problem and instead asked the question the principle required. What was actually funny about the way cultivation documentation failed to convey cultivation principles? The gap between what a cultivation manual said it was teaching and what it actually taught. Every cultivation manual he had ever read described technique execution in terms of the correct internal state the practitioner should be in when performing the technique. But the internal state was exactly what the practitioner didn't have yet. That was why they were reading the manual. The manual assumed the condition it was supposed to create. He wrote draft 4 from the gap. Each section began with the joke that exposed the assumption, the place where standard cultivation doctrine expected you to already know the thing it was teaching you. The joke made the assumption visible. Then the technical translation showed what the correct approach looked like when you acknowledged you didn't already have it. The structure was not joke then translation in the sense of two separate things. It was joke as diagnosis and translation as treatment. One document, two registers, one intent. He showed it to Luo first. Luo read it in 2 hours. He set it on the table. This is usable, he said. That's the highest compliment in your vocabulary, Wei said. It's an accurate assessment. The previous drafts were not usable by practitioners who hadn't already achieved the internal state. This one is usable by someone starting from outside. Luo paused. The jokes section in Chapter 4. The one about the cultivator who practiced patience for 40 years and discovered they had only practiced the performance of patience. Is that from the book of jokes? Yes. It's the best section in the document. It was Xiao Wuji's best joke about cultivation specifically. He told it in 3 different versions over different decades. The version in the book is the most compressed. He had figured out by the time he wrote it down that the setup could be shorter if the premise was established earlier. Luo looked at the document. He was a better writer than his reputation suggests. His reputation is that he was a divine fool who got lucky, Wei said. His actual record is a cultivator who built a coherent system on a principle that turned out to be foundationally true and encoded the system with enough redundancy that it survived 5 centuries of active suppression. He picked up the guide. Yes, he was a better writer than his reputation suggests. Bai Rushua read it last, when the planning table had cleared and Wei was finishing the final notation round. She picked it up without asking and read standing, which was her fast-reading posture, and she did not read it fast. She set it down 45 minutes later. The last line, she said. The last completed joke in the book of jokes, Wei said. Last line of the last full entry. She read it aloud. The Tao of laughter does not guarantee you will win. It guarantees that if you pay attention, you will understand what is funny about losing, and that understanding is worth more than most victories. She was quiet. He wrote this the year before he died. Yi Wuhan told me. She said it was in the last section he completed. He knew what was coming. She set the guide down carefully. He knew the coalition was moving against him, and he still wrote this. He believed it, Wei said. Not as comfort, as an accurate statement about how the universe works. He looked at the last line. He was right. She considered this. Then, I want to add the Arctic anchor section before this goes to distribution. I thought you were already writing it. I'm writing the technical section. I need to add an introduction that explains why I developed it. She looked at him. The guide requires the practitioner to be honest about where they started. I should be honest about where I started. Which was a sword practitioner who thought ridiculous abilities were tactically inadmissible and that any cultivation method requiring humor as a principle was insufficiently serious for actual combat. She picked up the brush. I was wrong. The guide should show that being wrong is the starting point, not the disqualification. Wei watched her begin the introduction. He did not say anything, because nothing was needed and also because he was in the specific emotional state of someone who had been waiting without knowing they were waiting for a thing to happen, and the thing was happening, and the right response was quiet attention. The handshake, afterward, became something Mao told people about. He told it well, in the way he told everything, with the specific rhythm of something that had been considered and then told straight. He said, Yin Jingming shook Wei Chunliang's hand. He said it was the most carefully executed handshake he had ever witnessed, with the quality of someone performing an action they have decided is correct with full commitment. The way you commit to a stone technique. No hesitation in the motion, all the weight going into it properly. He said Yin Jingming did not smile during the handshake, and that this was appropriate because the handshake was not a funny moment. It was a serious moment. And the solemn stone Tao was, fundamentally, a serious thing, and its first elder should shake hands seriously. Wei thought Mao had it exactly right. He also thought, though he did not say this, the fact that a man could spend 40 years believing that seriousness and joy were incompatible, and then spend 3 weeks in a wilderness camp with a void arbiter and a bowl of soup, and arrive at this moment. Hand extended, weight fully committed, taking the serious thing seriously in the exact way he had always known how to, was itself the laughter Tao's principle perfectly expressed. Not the joke about it. The thing itself. Yin Jingming was, as Mao said, the straight man. But the straight man, in the structure of a great joke, was not the lesser role. The straight man was the setup. And without the setup, there was no punchline. Wei held this thought and did not say it out loud, because Yin Jingming had specifically asked him not to make a joke about it. He felt, successfully not made the joke. The sentiment remained, expressed precisely by not being expressed, which was itself a somewhat advanced application of the laughter Tao's principles. Chapter 107. The fragment distribution network's formal establishment was Mianmian's work, completed over 6 weeks with the organizational intelligence of someone who had been building systems under operational pressure for 2 years and had developed a specific competence at designing things that did more than their stated purpose while appearing to do only the stated purpose. The design principle: 40 primary carriers, each fragment matched to the carrier's genuine character rather than assigned to a role. The operational challenge: create coordination without hierarchy, communication without monitoring, strength through distribution without creating a central node that could be targeted. Her solution was elegant in the way that genuinely elegant things were. You could see the logic only after you had already accepted the outcome. She built the inheritance network as a secondary function of a primary communication infrastructure. The communication infrastructure had independent value regardless of the inheritance. Cultivation communities across the continent needed fast, reliable information sharing. The infrastructure she built served that need directly. The inheritance network was embedded within it the way roots were embedded within soil. The roots needed the soil. The soil was made richer by the roots. Neither was the other. Wei reviewed the architecture on the 4th week and said, "This will outlast the inheritance network by centuries." "Yes," Mian said. "That was the point. The network shouldn't survive because the laughter DAO survives. It should survive because it provides genuine value independently. Then if the laughter DAO faces difficulty, the network doesn't fall with it. You plan for the DAO's potential adversity. I planned for every scenario I could model with 2 years of operational experience behind me." She adjusted a node configuration on the monitoring array. The intelligence network I'd built was designed to survive worst-case scenarios. This is the same architecture applied to a better purpose. Much better purpose, Wei said. The formal network establishment ceremony was non-ceremonial by design. Wei had told Mian explicitly that he wanted it to feel like the beginning of something rather than the commemoration of something, and Mian had understood that distinction completely. 40 carriers, assembled across multiple configurations, 15 in person at floating peak, 12 through communication array projection, 13 through letter transmission with talisman components for those too distant to project. The visual of the projected carriers eating soup in their own locations, while the physical carriers ate at the actual table, was strange and entirely appropriate. Wei told them 3 things: what they were carrying, the origin of the fragments, the god of jokes history, the inheritance's survival against 5 centuries of active suppression, the reason distribution mattered more than centralization. What the principle required: genuine observation, honesty about the gap between appearance and reality, the angle truth approach. Not performance of the laughter DAO, actual practice of it, which meant being actually honest about what you actually noticed. What the network was not a sect with authority over their practice, not an obligation, not a hierarchy. A web, 40 nodes contributing independent strength. No node was more important than any other for the web's integrity. He ended with, "The only thing required of you is to be exactly who you already are." The fragment resonance operates from your character, not from a role the network assigns. The cultivation world tried for 5 centuries to suppress the principle by eliminating its holders. The distribution is the counter to that approach. You cannot eliminate something that lives inside every laughing person in the world. He paused. Also, if Fatty Qian offers you soup, accept it. This is not technically required, but it's the right thing to do. 40 people ate soup. The network activation registered on Mian's monitoring array as a single coherent event, 40 nodes lighting simultaneously, the resonance web establishing between them with the structural integrity that came from fragments that actually belonged with their carriers. Active, Mian said. Stable. The ambient field quality in the local area has changed. She looked at the readings. The spiritual atmosphere feels lighter, not in density, in character. That's the principle establishing itself environmentally, Wei said. The 40 nodes together create a field effect. The field doesn't do anything. It's just the presence of 40 genuinely honest laughter DAO practitioners in proximity through the web. 40 honest practitioners changes the spiritual atmosphere when they're all practicing in the same moment. Yes. He looked at the monitoring array. The cultivation world has been without the laughter DAO's ambient field for 500 years. It's going to take time to remember what having it feels like. The question of what precision badness would look like as a formal curriculum module occupied Luo for the rest of the afternoon. He brought Wei a draft outline before dinner. It was 3 pages and included a prerequisite list, a list of common errors, titled Common Errors in Attempting Precision Badness, ordered by how much they resemble actual badness, and a section titled The Ethics of Intentional Imprecision in Divine Technique Application. That Wei suspected Luo had enjoyed writing more than any other section in the preliminary curriculum. This is good, Wei said, reading through it. The ethics section is potentially controversial, Luo said. Precision badness could be understood as deception, creating a false impression of low competence in order to achieve an effect unavailable to high competence. Is it deception? I've been working through this. Luo sat down. My conclusion is that it is not, for the following reason. The person deploying precision badness is not pretending to be less competent than they are. They are deploying a technique that looks like low competence, but requires high competence to execute correctly. The technique's appearance and the technique's nature are both real. The appearance is not a lie about the nature. It is a different true thing that happens to be confusable with a false thing. He paused. Mao would say this is just the laughter Dao operating normally. Mao would be right. Yes. Luo folded the draft. I'll put that in the ethics section's conclusion. He Wuming, which had drifted close enough to hear this conversation, said, the technique I deployed in stopping He Wuming, specifically Elder Mao's pun, was an example of precision badness deployed at the cosmic scale. Luo looked at it. Do you want to be case study 1 in the module? A pause. Yes, He Wuming said. I believe I am the most thoroughly documented example. You are also the only example with 4 hours of phonological analysis, Luo confirmed. Add that to the module, He Wuming said. Students should understand the level of rigor required. Luo added it to the module. Chapter 108. The 3 unsigned coalition members sent their inquiry in the 4th month, and the inquiry itself was more significant than its formal framing suggested. The letter was precisely drafted in diplomatic cultivation world register, but underneath the formal language was a single real question. What was the laughter Dao's position on entities that had not signed the accord, and specifically, were those entities safe? Wei had been monitoring for this communication through He Wuming's information channels and had been thinking about how to answer it since the 2nd month. He replied, the laughter Dao's network was not pursuing non-active entities. If the 3 unsigned members were not currently hunting fragment holders, they were not in active conflict with network interests. He invited them to explain their reasoning for declining the accord directly, with no condition or obligation attached to the explanation. Their response took 11 days and covered 3 pages. They had declined not because they planned to continue suppression activities, but because they did not recognize the authority of the Accord's current signatories to bind them to a position reversal on a matter they had not personally reviewed. Their primary concern was epistemological. On what foundation had the other signatories accepted the laughter Dao's legitimacy? He Wuming's withdrawal was data, but He Wuming had operated for 5 centuries on a specific mandate, and its withdrawal might reflect mandate revision rather than genuine reassessment of the foundational questions. The real question was the heavenly Dao's intervention. What had it communicated? What was its actual position on the 13th restoration? The coalition's founding doctrinal position was that laughter as a cultivation principle was cosmologically inappropriate. If the heavenly Dao had explicitly contradicted this, not just through an atmospheric event that could be interpreted multiple ways, but through its actual cosmic preferences, then the doctrine required principled revision, not just pragmatic adjustment. This was, Wei thought, a more rigorous question than he had expected. These were not entities refusing to accept a changed situation. They were entities demanding to understand why the situation had changed before they adjusted their position. That was epistemological integrity, not obstinacy. He spent 2 days on his response. The heavenly Dao had not communicated explicitly. He did not pretend otherwise. What he had was inference from strong evidence. The heavenly Dao had built a humor principle into the foundational structure from the beginning. This was not Wei's claim, but Yi Wuhan's, supported by 5 centuries of careful study of the foundational texts. The god of jokes had built his cultivation on this principle, and the heavenly Dao had granted him divinity on its basis, which was a direct cosmological endorsement. When He Wuming had prepared to permanently remove the principle, the heavenly Dao had objected with unmistakable force at a scale every major cultivator on the continent felt simultaneously. The inference from these data points was that the laughter Dao was not merely tolerated but actively wanted, that the foundational structure had a place for it, that had been forcibly emptied, and that the universe had been registering as an absence for 5 centuries. This was not certainty. He said explicitly that it was inference from strong evidence. He did not claim the heavenly Dao had spoken to him. He presented what he had observed and what it logically implied. He also said, if the inference was correct, the coalition's founding action was not a legitimate cultivation decision, but an active disruption of the cosmological structure the coalition claimed to protect. The 3 members could evaluate that statement independently. Their response arrived 4 days later. The analysis was consistent with available evidence. They had one additional condition for signing. The Laughter DAO network must commit to transparency about any anomalous fragment manifestations beyond the established 108. They were concerned that the reconstruction might not have perfectly replicated the original divine inheritance, and secondary anomalous manifestations could create unpredictable cosmological effects. Wei assessed this for approximately 30 seconds. The condition cost him nothing. The transparency commitment was operationally sensible regardless, and the gain was 3 more signatures closing the last significant formal opposition. He wrote back, agreed. Transparency on anomalous manifestations. They could inspect the network's documentation at any time. They signed the accord. The coalition of serious gods was, for the first time in 500 years, unanimous about something. Does this actually close the threat? Luo said, reviewing the signed documents. For now, Wei said. They're serious entities. They're not going to become Laughter DAO cultivators. But they're engaging with the actual evidence now instead of the doctrine, and that's a different kind of attention. He paused. The remaining threat isn't the coalition. It's He Wuming's commissioning authority, which is still unidentified. Wei confirmed. That's the thing I can't close yet. The revision of job was a significant project. He Wuming worked on it through the afternoon and came to Wei at dusk with 4 alternatives written on a strip of bamboo in a handwriting style Wei didn't recognize. Neither calligraphy nor printing, more like the visual notation of something that had not previously needed handwriting and had invented its own form. Option 1, He Wuming said. The cultivation world's most productive propagator of laughter. Wei shook his head. Productive is too positive. The joke requires irony. You were trying to erase laughter, and you propagated it. Productive sounds too much like you meant to. Option 2. The cultivation world's most inadvertent laughter practitioner. Inadvertent is better, but it reduces the irony. Inadvertent acknowledges the accident, which deflates the gap between mandate and outcome. He Wuming processed this. Option 3. The cultivation world's longest-serving comedy instructor. Wei considered this for a moment. The irony was sharper. Longest-serving implied deliberate, sustained commitment, and comedy instructor implied exactly the professional identity that He Wuming had been most opposed to. The gap between what He Wuming was commissioned to do and what this punchline said it had been doing was maximized. That's much better, Wei said. But it might be too comfortable for He Wuming to say with the right delivery. The irony needs to land on the entity telling the joke as well as the listener. Longest-serving comedy instructor is good, but it might feel too resolved. Like you've accepted it. I have accepted it. Yes, but the joke is funnier if the delivery still contains some of the not having accepted it. The gap between mandate and outcome is funnier when the one living with it hasn't quite processed all the implications yet. Wei paused. Option 4. Option 4, He Wuming said, is the universe's most effective inadvertent joke. Where joke refers simultaneously to the entity telling the joke and the action described as a joke. Wei was quiet for a moment. Mao, he said, needs to hear option 4. Chapter 109, He Wuming returned for the 3rd time on a morning in the 5th month, and Wei recognized immediately from the atmospheric signature that the quality of the visit was different, not the contained pressure of an entity that had arrived to address a situation, but the more open signature of one that had arrived to share something it had processed. Wei was in the restaurant courtyard when the hair wire triggered. He went outside. He Wuming was at the entrance, which was under the persimmon tree that had been there since before the sect's founding. The tree had developed, over its proximity to the ambient Laughter DAO field, a specific quality to its coloring, slightly richer, more deliberate-looking than persimmon trees usually managed, as if it had been paying attention. You processed, Wei said. The processing is complete, He Wuming said. I have a report. Tell me. The commissioning authority has not communicated in 4 centuries. I reviewed the complete record of my commission. The authority that issued my mandate was a constituent member of the Serious Gods Coalition, specifically, the faction most directly responsible for the god of jokes' death. Not a neutral cosmological oversight body. A partisan entity with direct interest in the Laughter DAO's permanent suppression. A pause. Whether the authority genuinely believed the Laughter DAO was destabilizing to cosmic structure, or whether it provided false information to achieve a desired operational outcome, I cannot determine from available records. But the conflict of interest is unambiguous. So your 5th-century mandate was issued by someone with a stake in your target, Wei said. Correct. And the commissioning authority is, where? Unknown. The coalition's internal records, as accessible to me, cover the past 4 centuries. The period before the communication silence, the period when the mandate was issued, predates the current archived record. Those earlier archives may be held by the coalition's senior members. Specifically, He Wuming paused. specifically by the entities that declined to sign the accord initially. The 3 who subsequently signed. Yes, when they signed, they committed to transparency about fragment monitoring. They did not commit to opening their historical archives. Another pause. I have sent a formal request for archive access as part of my mandate review process. Good, Wei said. The Warden of Gravity will support the request if they're unresponsive. I have also contacted the Warden. Wuming was still under the persimmon tree, which had stopped growing at some point and had simply remained at its slightly absurd proportions, as if it had reached the height it wanted and was satisfied. There is one more thing I need to tell you. Go ahead. I would like to identify the commissioning authority for reasons that include, but are not limited to, the network's protection. Wuming's attention was on Wei directly. I was deceived into executing a 5-century mandate that damaged something the heavenly Tao actively wanted to exist. The entity responsible for that deception has not been identified. That entity used me as a tool for 5 centuries against a legitimate great Tao. The void entity paused with the quality of something choosing very precise language. This is personal. Wei looked at Wuming under the persimmon tree. A void arbiter saying something was personal was a statement with implications he had not fully mapped. Personal in the sense that the identification and appropriate response to the commissioning authority matters to me as a matter of my own integrity, not only as a matter of the network's protection. Another pause. Appropriate word may differ for an entity of my nature, but the concept is accurate. Wei was quiet for a moment. When you find it, he said, tell me before you act. Agreed. Wuming looked at the tree. Whatever action is taken should be correctly set up. The commissioning authority has been operating in the background for 5 centuries. If it becomes aware that it has been identified before the response is ready, a pause. A punchline requires a setup. I am learning this. Fatty Qian appeared in the restaurant doorway with a bowl and the expression of someone who had decided that this situation called for soup and was going to provide it regardless of the audience. Wuming looked at the bowl. I will attempt the soup, it said. Fatty Qian handed over the bowl with the specific reverence of a chef whose preparation had been accepted by the most improbable diner in the history of his craft. Wuming held the bowl, looked at it, attempted an interface with a substance that was entirely beneath conceptual notice using whatever function it had that was closest to the category of physical experience. The attempt was sincere and entirely without grace. The soup was still good. From inside the restaurant, very quietly, Duya was not laughing. You should come to the network meetings, Wei said. You don't have to contribute. But being present in the cultivation world rather than external to it is a different kind of operation than executing a mandate. Wuming considered this. Different from what I have done for 5 centuries, it said. Yes, Wei said. That's the point. The guide's history section, the section on Xiao Wuji and the 108 fragments 5-century journey, was the section Wei found hardest to write without editorializing. The facts were documentable. The god of jokes had existed. He had built his power through comedy as a cosmic principle, not as an aesthetic choice, but as a genuine ontological claim about the universe's structure. The coalition had killed him because they disagreed with the claim. His power had scattered into the cultivation world's bloodlines. Wei had gathered the fragments over 3 years and established the Laughter Tao as a recognized great Tao. But the story, as he was writing it, kept becoming argument, and the coalition was wrong about this, and the suppression was unjust, and Wuming's mandate was based on a premise that the heavenly Tao itself did not fully endorse. All of which was true. All of which was not what the history section was for. Bai Ruxue read the first draft and said, You're trying to convince someone. Isn't that what history writing is? No. She set it down. History writing is what happened. The argument about what it means is a separate document. She paused. You're conflating them because you spent 3 years making the argument with your body rather than with text. Your instinct is to justify. The justification is accurate. Yes, and it belongs in the philosophy section, not the history section. She looked at the page. Write what happened. Write it as precisely as you can without editorial. Let the facts make the argument. A pause. They will. Xiao Wuji's story is sufficiently self-evident that you do not need to tell the reader what to think about it. Wei rewrote the history section without justification. He kept the argument for the philosophy section and expanded it there, because Bai Ruxue was right that it was more effective in context. The history section, plain and documented, was significantly more affecting than the argued version. He made a note in the guide's teaching appendix. When explaining the tradition's origins to new students, tell the facts without interpretation. Trust the facts. The argument is for after they have already felt the weight of what happened. Chapter 110 The Cultivation Guide's dissemination produced, within the first 2 months of active distribution, an effect that Mian flagged on the monitoring array and Wei had been expecting without knowing precisely when it would arrive. Practitioners were adding to it. Not revising or correcting, adding. Genuine additions in the joke-then translation format, encoding their own angle truth observations in their own cultivation fields, appended to copies that then passed to other practitioners who added their own sections. The copies were diverging and growing simultaneously. Luo drafted standards documentation immediately. Wei read the draft, considered it for an afternoon, and decided not to implement it. If I establish a standards body, he told Luo, the guide becomes a document that practitioners write sections for in order to satisfy a standards review. That's a performance of the laughter Dao, not a practice of it. The principle requires honest observation expressed directly. A standards review creates the wrong incentive. Different copies diverge, Luo said. The core methodology becomes inconsistent across the distribution. The core 22 jokes stay verbatim in every copy. Those encode the foundational principles, and they don't vary. Everything added after them is practitioners documenting their genuine practice. Wei paused. Inconsistency in the additions is not a problem. It's evidence that different practitioners are finding different angles. That's correct. Quality control. Quality control operates through what gets copied. Sections that are genuinely useful get reproduced more widely. Sections that are performances get reproduced less. Over time, the useful content propagates and the performances fade. He looked at the monitoring array's distribution tracking. This is the laughter Dao's quality mechanism. It runs on honesty. Luo was quiet for a moment. That's a slower mechanism than institutional review. It's a more accurate mechanism, Wei said. Institutional review is fast and produces compliance. Peer practice is slow and produces actual improvement. I'll take the second. He approved one formal standard, the core 22 jokes, verbatim, in every copy. Luo documented this as the single non-negotiable requirement and was, Wei thought, privately relieved to have at least one formal standard to anchor the rest. Over the following 3 months, the guide reached 40 variant copies. The editions ranged widely in quality. A sword practitioner section on the moment technique and intent diverged, and what that divergence communicated, which was excellent. A formation specialist section on the gap between designed and deployed formation behavior, which was useful, and one section that Wei identified as a practitioner who had understood the format but not the principle. The joke was forced. The punchline arrived at through expectation management rather than genuine. Observation. He sent a note to that practitioner. The joke works when the gap is real. If you're constructing the gap rather than finding it, the technique doesn't function. Look for a moment in your practice where something actually surprised you. The practitioner replied 3 weeks later with a revised section that was good. They had sat with the note, practiced with honest attention, and found an actual angle they had been walking past for months. Mian tracked the distribution patterns and reported monthly. The best variant copies were being reproduced at 3 times the rate of the median copies. The quality sorting mechanism was working. Wei read the new editions on evenings when the camp was quiet. He laughed at the ones that were actually funny. Not performed laughter, genuine laughter, the specific response to honest observation landing at the right angle. He thought, still learning the principle himself. Each new edition showed him something he hadn't seen from inside his own practice. This was, as Yi Wuhan had suggested, the correct relationship between a teacher and a living Dao. You didn't finish learning it. You kept finding new angles on the same truth. The persimmon tree in the inner garden was richer in color every week. The soup is set up question occupied Wei for 3 days. Not the question itself. He had answered that immediately. If Yi Wuming keeps coming down to interact with soup and the daily presence is what's being documented in Luo's records and Yi Wuming's commissioning authority reports, then the soup's meaning in the sequence is that it created the conditions for Yi Wuming's descent and eventual camp integration, which meant the punchline was Yi Wuming as a member of the camp. But that was just the structural answer. The structural answer was never the interesting part. The interesting part was what the soup meant as a principle. He wrote it in his private notes, not the guide. Fragment 2 operates on material reality rather than cultivation concept. But what Fragment 2 produces is not just food. It produces warmth and nourishment and the specific social dynamic of being offered something made with care. The soup isn't just chemically below conceptual targeting. It's culturally above it. You can erase a divine technique. You cannot erase someone handing you a warm bowl. Not because the act is powerful, because the act is simple in the specific way of things that have mattered to biological organisms for as long as biological organisms have existed. Warmth, nourishment, care offered and received. These predated cultivation. They predated qi. They predated the Tao itself, or at least predated the Tao's current articulation in the mortal world. He Wuming, as a void arbiter, had no biological history. But it was discovering, apparently, that the absence of biological history did not mean the absence of response to things that biological histories had built cultural meaning around. The soup was the first thing that he Wuming could not erase, and could not categorize, and could not ignore. The soup was, in some sense, the laughter Tao's foundational statement. Wei wrote in his personal notes, "The first teaching is not a technique. The first teaching is a bowl of broth offered without expectation. Everything else follows from being willing to receive it." Chapter 111 The Heavenly Tao's intervention at the climax of the He Wuming confrontation was, in the weeks after the laughter Tao's establishment, the subject of more scholarly cultivation commentary than any single event Wei could find a comparable record for. The question that generated the most debate was not whether the intervention had happened. That was unambiguous, but what the intervention indicated about the Heavenly Tao's active preferences. The intervention had disrupted He Wuming's maximum sobriety buildup. This could be interpreted as the Heavenly Tao objecting to the specific technique He Wuming was preparing, or the Heavenly Tao objecting to the elimination of the laughter Tao as an ongoing principle, or the Heavenly Tao expressing a foundational preference for the laughter Tao's continued existence. Each interpretation had different implications. Wei had one statement to contribute, and he made it at the Grand Orthodox Assembly's formal recognition ceremony. The cultivation world had spent 5 centuries treating the god of jokes as a heretic and his inheritance as an anomaly. The Heavenly Tao's intervention suggested that the cultivation world had been wrong about its own foundations. The laughter Tao was not an addition to the recognized great Taos. It was a restoration of the 13th. The slot had been forcibly emptied 500 years ago, and the universe had been operating without one of its foundational principles since. He said this clearly, without elaboration or academic qualification, and sat down. Sect Master Chao Lingchun, who had spent her career managing institutional positions and knew what a foundational revision looked like from inside, said, "If the laughter Tao is a restoration rather than a new establishment, the suppression of the past 5 centuries was not historical error. It was active disruption of the cosmological structure the Assembly is charged with supporting." "Yes," Wei said. "The Assembly's institutional history includes, at certain periods, tacit support for the Laughless Conclave's doctrinal position." Yes. She was 200 years old and had spent that time in institutions whose foundations had just been reclassified in ways she had not anticipated. She sat with this for approximately 30 seconds with the specific quality of someone who had the intellectual integrity to understand what it meant and the institutional courage to say what it meant aloud. The Assembly recognizes the laughter Tao not as a new great Tao, but as the 13th restored. The record will reflect this distinction. She picked up the formal recognition document. "This is the strongest and most accurate recognition I can offer on behalf of this body." She signed. The rest of the Assembly signed in sequence. 10 minutes. A 5-century correction entered the institutional record in a room full of cultivators whose expressions were the various shapes that important realizations took in people who had not yet had time to fully work through what they meant. Mao, sitting beside Wei, said quietly, "He told me this would happen." Not when. He was certain of the direction. The direction was correct, Wei said. It was. Mao looked at the document being circulated for signatures. He would have been insufferably pleased. He would have found the specific expression on the elders' faces extremely funny, and he would have been right about it. Wei watched the faces. They were not the faces of people whose understanding had changed. They were the faces of people doing necessary administrative work, updating institutional records to match a reality that had already shifted. The understanding would come later, in individual practitioners sitting with the record and thinking about what it meant. That was how large changes actually worked, not in the room where the documents were signed, but in the quiet afterward when the implications accumulated. The punchline had landed at the institutional level. The echo was the rest of the cultivation world catching up. The morning after He Wuming came to ground level, Wei found himself thinking about what arrived meant as a cultivation concept. The cultivation system had many words for advancement: breakthrough, stage crossing, realm expansion, Tao integration. All of them pointed forward, upward, outward. The implicit model was always of a journey that had not yet ended, of a destination always slightly ahead. But He Wuming, standing on the ground in the early morning, had used the word arrived. Not advanced, not reached a new stage. Arrived, in the sense of having come to the place you were going and recognizing it as such. Wei thought. When was the last time he had felt that? Not the cosmic punchline. That had been a completion, which was different. Completion was the end of something. Arrival was the beginning of being somewhere. The system panel, which had been quiet for days, displayed one line. Current cultivation status. Void transformation early stage. Dao resonance. Laughter Dao established. Note: arrival is a cultivation state. It is distinct from completion. He had not known the system could produce notes. He read it twice. The distinction mattered. Completion was what happened when something was done. Arrival was what happened when you understood where you were, when the accumulation of everything that had happened stopped feeling like past events and started feeling like the ground you were standing on. He had been accumulating for 3 years. The accumulation had completed, and now, standing in the cleared camp with the new trees, and he wooming and 4 days remaining until floating peak and a book with 43 margin notes in his pocket. He was, for the first time, standing on what he had built rather than building it. Arrived. He let himself have the morning with that word. The system did not interrupt it. The camp moved around him in its rhythms. He wooming stood on the ground nearby, having arrived in its own way, and the morning was good in the specific way of mornings that are the first morning of what comes next. Chapter 112. The autumn of the Laughter Dao's first year brought 3 notable events in close succession, and Wei tracked all 3 through the network's monitoring array while attending to the 4th event that was ongoing and less trackable. The slow process of the cultivation world deciding what it thought about the new Great Dao now that the initial shock had settled. The first notable event was the arrival of Lu Shuangshuang at the sect. She was 23, foundation establishment, and had been practicing laughter therapy, a pre-coalition healing technique passed down through her family lineage, since she was old enough to sit with a patient. The technique operated on the healing principle of genuine laughter, finding the angle from which something that had been painful was also, at a specific remove, slightly funny, and cultivating recovery from that angle. It had been outlawed in the Central Territories for 60 years during the Laughless Conclave's peak influence period. It had survived because her grandmother's grandmother had not written it down. When Wei met her, his fragment resonance registered a parallel derivation signature, the same principle as the Laughter Dao, arrived at from a different starting point through independent human cultivation practice. The technique was not a fragment inheritance. It was the truth finding its way up through genuine observation, the same way water found its way through stone. Your grandmother said laughter is the body's way of telling the truth, he told her. She was right in a way that went deeper than she knew. She asked if the technique was related to the Laughter Dao. Same principle, Wei said. Different source. The god of jokes built a divine cultivation system on this truth. But the truth existed in human practice before him, and it survived the suppression, and the practitioners who carried it didn't know they were carrying anything except that it worked. She was quiet for a moment. There are 4 of us still practicing the technique, she said. There were more before the conclave suppression. It survived anyway. Yes. Because the truth survives, Wei said. That's the Laughter Dao's core claim. It turns out to be empirically accurate. The principle doesn't die. It goes quiet sometimes, but it doesn't die. He paused. I'd like you to meet Elder Mao. She came the following day. Mao spoke with her for 3 hours. Wei left them alone and came back to find the old man with the expression he wore when he had received something he had not known he was missing. The technique in her grandmother's lineage, Mao told him afterward. It's the same principle Xiao Wuji was working from, not derived from the divine inheritance, parallel development through genuine observation. The cultivation world kept finding the same truth from the ground up because the heavenly Dao has it built into the foundation. He paused. He told me this would happen. That the principle was too foundational to stay suppressed. That everywhere people were genuinely honest about what they noticed, they would find their way to it. He looked at his mortal hands. He said, the joke is everywhere. We just have to stop performing and start listening. Wei thought about Lu Shuangshuang's grandmother saying laughter is the body's way of telling the truth, in a lineage that had never heard of the god of jokes. Thought about the bird colony whose song made people laugh involuntarily, unaware that they were carrying a fragment. Thought about the hermit who shot soup at house guests and had never known why the impulse persisted. The second notable event was the arrival of Lu Shuangshuang's second laughter therapy colleague, who had heard about the network through the communication infrastructure and made the journey specifically to understand whether what she had been practicing for 15 years was related to what Wei had established. It was. Wei brought her into the parallel tradition category of the network alongside Lu Shuangshuang, practitioners who had arrived at the angle truth principle independently and were now part of the web through genuine resonance rather than fragment inheritance. Mianyan updated the network's structure documentation to include a parallel tradition registry. How many are there likely to be? She asked. Unknown, Wei said. Everywhere someone has been genuinely honest about what they notice in their cultivation for long enough, there's potentially a variant tradition. The conclave suppression reduced the visible ones. The recovery process is going to be ongoing. Ongoing means the network's composition keeps changing. The network's composition should keep changing, Wei said. That's what it means for something to be alive. The third notable event was the quorum of Eternal Wait's message requesting the cultivation guide, which Wei had already been expecting based on the pace of their engagement with his joke in documentation correspondence, and which opened the connection to the coalition's internal scholarly apparatus that would matter significantly in the negotiations ahead. The entry in Wei's private notes on the day he confirmed the personal punchline read, "It is not what I thought it would be. I thought the punchline would be triumphant. I thought it would be the moment when the long story resolved into something that proved the beginning wrong, that the laughter at the communal altar was wrong to happen, and this proves it. But that is not the punchline. That is revenge, wearing the shape of a punchline. The actual punchline is, the laughter at the communal altar was not wrong to happen. The people who laughed were responding to something genuinely absurd. The power system was absurd. I was standing in public, and it said sneeze induction, and everyone laughed, and they were correct to laugh, because the gap between what they expected and what happened was enormous and genuine. I was not diminished by the laughter. I was not diminished because I did not pretend the gap wasn't there. I stood in it. I looked at the system panel, and it said fragment 1 of 108, and I thought, fine, this is what I am. I will be this extremely well. The personal punchline is not they were wrong. The personal punchline is the gap was real, and the gap was the beginning of everything. The laughter was appropriate. The shame would have been the problem. I refused the shame. That refusal was the whole laughter Tao, present from the first moment, waiting for a name. All I had to do was go back and let it be witnessed. He closed the notes. Outside, the camp was packing. He Wooming was carrying boxes. The wandering tree was in its pot. 4 days to Floating Peak. And after that, eventually, Greenwater Town. He was ready to go back. Chapter 113. The network's parallel tradition registry grew through the winter months of the Laughter Dao's first year at a pace that Mian tracked, and Wei found alternately surprising and, on reflection, exactly what should have been expected. The surprise was scale. Within 3 months of Lu Shuang's arrival, the parallel tradition registry contained 11 distinct traditions, healing arts, agricultural blessing techniques, certain schools of beast taming that operated on the principle of finding what was genuinely funny about the cultivator-beast relationship, 3 variant forms of a comedic performance art that had been practiced in a regional tradition and had never been connected to cultivation theory. All of them were different. All of them operated on the same foundational principle. The thing that should have been expected, on reflection, was that 5 centuries of suppression had driven the principle underground rather than destroying it, and underground traditions were more varied than visible ones. Visible traditions standardized. Underground ones developed independently in local conditions and produced local variants that retained the core while expressing it in ways specific to their environment. He wrote a section for the Cultivation Guide's monthly update. The Laughter Dao was not one tradition. It was a family of traditions unified by the Angle Truth principle. Each tradition arrived at the principle through its own path. Each path was a genuine path. The diversity was not a problem to be resolved through standardization. It was evidence of how foundational the principle was. He sent this to Luo for the translation appendix. Luo's translation. The Laughter Dao admits multiple approaches to the Angle Truth principle. Practitioners from different cultivation traditions may find their existing practice already incorporates elements of the Dao. Cross-traditional study is encouraged. Wei read the translation. You took 2 paragraphs and produced 3 sentences. You took 3 sentences worth of content and produced 2 paragraphs, Luo said. We arrive at the same information density from opposite directions. Which one is more useful for the guide? Luo considered. Both, in context. The long version for practitioners who need to understand why diverse approaches are acceptable. The short version for practitioners who just need to know it's allowed. He paused. This is the 42nd time we have had this conversation in slightly different forms. The 43rd, Wei said. You missed the one in the 3rd month about the foundation section. I'll correct my count. Luo made a notation. The Quorum of Eternal Wait has replied to the guide you sent them. Wei took the letter. The Quorum had been reading the guide for 3 weeks and had found the joke in Chapter 4. The one about the cultivator who practiced patience for 40 years, structurally interesting in a way they wanted to discuss. They had also found the technical translation of that section to be the clearest explanation of genuine versus performed cultivation states they had encountered in 50 years of cultivation scholarship. They would like to add a section. Wei read this sentence twice. The Quorum of Eternal Wait, the Coalition's internal scholarly review body, the entity that had taken 10 months to formally retract the founding doctrine that had justified 5 centuries of suppression, wanted to contribute a section to the Cultivation Guide. He brought the letter to Mao. Mao read it. Held it. Set it down. He told me once. Mao said that the funniest thing that could happen would be if the serious people read the jokes and understood them. Not pretended to understand them, actually understood them. A pause. He said he didn't know if it would happen, but it would be very funny. It's very funny, Wei said. Yes, Mao said. He was smiling with the full smile of someone who had been carrying a prediction for 60 years and was watching it arrive. Right back. Accept the contribution. Ask them to use the joke format for the first version and we'll help with the translation. You think they can write in joke format? I think, Mao said, that 5 centuries of documenting dangerous heresies from the god of jokes for their sealed archives means they know his format better than most people alive. He paused. They were taking his jokes seriously all along. They just called it something else. The commissioning authority's silence, He Wuming explained to Wei the following morning, was not unusual. In my 5 centuries of operation, it said, I received 3 messages. The first was my initial commission. The second was a clarification of scope in the 200th year, when a new case category arose requiring mandate expansion. The third was today's the case continues directive. It paused. I have never previously received a response within 4 hours of a contact attempt. Wei absorbed this. Usually how long does a response take? My previous contact attempt was in the 300th year, when I required mandate clarification on a related case. The response arrived 11 years later. 11 years. Yes. He Wuming processed. A response in 4 hours suggests either that the commissioning authority was already observing the situation and prepared the response in advance, or that the response's brevity required minimal deliberation time. Or both. Or both, He Wuming agreed. The case continues phrasing also implies that the commissioning authority has been tracking the case continuously and has a perspective on its current state. Continues suggests ongoing rather than new. The case did not restart when I received the response. It continued, meaning they've been watching the whole time. Meaning the heavenly Tao has been watching the whole time, He Wuming said, with the specific quality it had when distinguishing between the coalition's commissioning agenda and the heavenly Tao's actual authority. Not the coalition. The coalition thought they commissioned me, but the heavenly Tao was the one who actually assigned the mandate. And the heavenly Tao has been observing the laughter Tao's development continuously. Wei thought about this. For 500 years. Yes. And it let me find all 108 fragments. Yes. And it let the joke law application work. Yes. And it generated the tremor that halted He Wuming's maximum sobriety buildup. Yes. And now it says the case continues. Yes. He Wuming paused. I believe it is interested in what the laughter Tao becomes. So do I, Wei said. I suppose we'd better make it worth watching. Chapter 114 The Formal Coalition Negotiation for the Laughter Tao's Recognition in the Divine Realm Institutional Record, distinct from the Heavenly Tao's cosmological registration and distinct from the Assembly's mortal cultivation endorsement, took place in the 11th month. Wei attended with Elder Mao and Yi Wuhan's journal. The journal was the 500-year personal record of the person who had maintained the inheritance's continuity through the period when the coalition's project had been most active and most successful. It was the proof that the principle had lived through the suppression in individual, specific, ongoing human practice. He brought it because Yi Wuhan had wanted to be at this moment, and this was the closest thing to bringing her. The coalition's projections were 3, 2 entities Wei had not encountered before, and the Warden of Gravity. The Warden looked at the journal on the table. Yi Wuhan, it said. She wished to be here, Wei said. She didn't have time. I know of her work, the Warden said. Her role in the coalition's operational failures in the Greenwater region over the past century was never conclusively identified. We investigated 3 times. Each investigation produced insufficient evidence. A pause that had the quality of respect rather than frustration. She was careful. She was very good, Wei said, at everything she did for 5 centuries. We will proceed, the Warden said. The negotiation was, in Wei's assessment, the least adversarial formal session he had attended. The coalition's quorum retraction had done the work. The 3 signed accord members had done the work. The Warden's own position change had done the work. What remained was the administrative process of making the change formal in the Divine Realm Institutional Record. Wei made no demands. None, the Warden said, in the tone of someone who had prepared for negotiation and encountered its absence. Acknowledgement that the founding action was wrong. Recognition of the Laughter Tao as the 13th restored Great Tao in the Divine Realm Institutional Record. Commitment to cease anti-fragment holder activity. Wei looked at the Warden steadily. What would I demand beyond that? Reparations are standard in cases of this scale of historical injustice. The network is self-sustaining. Reparations create an institutional debt that complicates a relationship I want to be ongoing rather than transactional. He paused. I don't want a settlement. I want a neighbor. Those are incompatible outcomes. The warden was quiet for a long moment. Something moved in its gravity-weighted attention. Xiao Wuji did not make demands either, it said. He accepted peace terms and moved on. Another pause. I did not like him. His presence was disruptive to serious cultivation. His puns were frequently terrible. They were, Wei said. Mao agrees. His puns were terrible, the warden said. And he was correct about the foundational structure in ways that our most rigorous theorists are still working to fully articulate. It looked at Mao. I would like to hear one of the puns. Mao told the pun. The silence after it lasted 30 seconds. That is terrible, the warden said. Yes, Mao said. It is also structurally accurate. The punchline is logically sound. The execution is terrible and the logic is sound simultaneously. A pause. The combination is uncomfortable. That is the principle working, Wei said. The discomfort is the gap between the terrible execution and the accurate logic. The gap is where the technique lives. I need to practice finding the gap, the warden said. It said this with the specific quality of someone who had made a decision and was noting it as a commitment rather than an aspiration. Start small, Wei said. The small gaps are closer to the surface. The large ones take time. The documents were signed. The coalition's Divine Realm institutional record was updated. The Laughter Dao's restoration was formally recognized at the level where the god of jokes had first been known. Yi Wuhan's journal sat on the table throughout. Wei picked it up when the session ended and held it for a moment. The garden on the valley, he said to Mao, walking out. Yes. She let it go at the right time. Yes, Mao said. That was her. She always knew exactly when to hold and when to release. He paused. She would have found this ceremony very satisfying. Not the recognition itself. The warden asking for practice guidance. He smiled. That would have made her laugh. Kuang Tianda wrote 3 more letters that week. One was to the governor. One was to his former cultivation master, who was still alive at transcendent stage and had been waiting for decades for his most powerful student to send word. The third was to a fragment holder he had imprisoned 11 years earlier for carrying an inheritance he hadn't understood was anything other than a dangerous anomaly. He brought the third letter to Wei before sending it. I don't know if she will accept an apology, he said. He was holding the letter with the care of someone who had not previously written many letters of this kind. I don't know if she is still living. Luo has been compiling the affected fragment holder list from Brother Shin Mingwei and from Shun Xiyun, Wei said. Do you want me to check if she's on it? Kuang Tianda was quiet for a moment. Then, yes. Wei checked. She was on the list, alive, at nascent soul stage, currently in the southeastern cultivation region. The entry noted, fragment status unknown, possibly suppressed, last contact with Laughless Conclave Suppression Directorate 8 years prior. Wei passed the information to Kuang Tianda. He read it. He was quiet for a longer moment. She was at Foundation establishment when I had her imprisoned. She would have been at nascent soul by now regardless of whether I imprisoned her or not. The years she lost, she might have been at spirit severing. Yes. Kuang Tianda folded the letter carefully and tucked it in his inner robe. I will send the letter. And I will send an invitation for her to come to the school, if she wants. He paused. I will also offer reparations. I was an emperor for 30 years. I still have significant resources under personal rather than imperial control. You don't have to do that as part of the letter. No, he agreed. I don't have to. I am choosing to. He stood. In the careful way he did everything now. The careful way of someone learning to move through the world as a core formation cultivator rather than a void transformation one, which required different calibrations of effort and different attention to what was possible. Luo said there are 42 names from the coalition. Are there more from other sources? Probably, Wei said. The list is not complete. When it is more complete, Kuang Tianda said, I would like to see the full version. Chapter 115. The coalition's formal apology arrived in the 10th month in a communique from the Quorum of Eternal Wait that was, in Wei's assessment, the most surprising piece of correspondence he had received since the cultivation world stopped trying to actively eliminate him. The Quorum had been reviewing the God of Joke's death for the full 10 months since the Accord. Their review covered the historical record, He Wuming's operational reports, the atmospheric data from the Heavenly Dao's intervention, the Laughter Dao's first months of establishment, and the Cultivation Guide's foundational section that Wei had sent them. At the end of the review, they had reached a conclusion that contradicted the founding position of the institution they served. The Quorum was issuing a formal retraction of the coalition's doctrinal position that a divine cultivation system built on humor was cosmologically destabilizing. The position was not supported by evidence. It was contradicted by the Heavenly Dao's intervention. The founding action, the God of Joke's death, had been based on false premises. The quorum was extending a formal apology to the surviving representatives of the Laughing Heaven System inheritance. Wei showed the letter to Mao. Mao held it for a long time. He looked at it with the expression he wore when something was carrying too much weight to respond to immediately. He set it on the table with the deliberateness of someone setting down something that had taken a long time to arrive and needed a moment before being addressed. He told me the correction would happen, Mao said finally. Not when. He was absolutely certain of the direction. He touched the letter's seal. He said, the universe bends toward its own correction. If you build something on a true principle, and the principle is foundational enough, the universe eventually makes room for it. He looked at Wei. He was right. He was right about everything eventually. He was infuriating like that. He was also right in a form that required 500 years to be recognized, Wei said. Yes, Mao said. He was right at the speed of geological time, which is harder to take comfort from in the short term. He picked up the letter again. Right back. Accept the apology. Say what needs to be said. Wei drafted the reply over 3 days. It said, the apology was accepted. The Laughter Dao's position on the history was that wrong people were not hateable, just wrong. The correction mattered more than the grudge. He included one of Xiao Wuji's jokes at the end, the committee debating the sky's color, and the punchline. The sky did not wait for the vote. He sent it. The quorum's response arrived 4 days later. They had not encountered this joke before. Who was the original author? Wei wrote back, the god of jokes himself. Collection available. Reference enclosed. He sent the cultivation guide. He heard nothing for 3 weeks. Then, could they receive the relevant sections of the book of jokes as well? He spent a week making a careful selection. The principle encoding sections, the structural jokes, everything that was doctrine rather than personal record. He did not include the blank punchline joke. That one was not for institutional distribution. 2 months of silence. Then, we have been reading. We would like to add a section to the cultivation guide. We believe we have found the angle in our own practice. Wei read this 3 times to be certain he was reading it accurately. The quorum of eternal weight. The coalition's doctrinal review body. The entity that had spent 10 months formally retracting the principle that had justified the god of jokes murder. Asking to add a section to the cultivation guide because they had found the angle in their own practice. He brought the letter to Mao. Mao read it and said nothing for a full minute. Then, I want you to look at my face right now. I want you to remember this face. I'm remembering it, Wei said. Good. Mao's expression was the one he had described. The face Xiao Wuji had made when a joke went better than expected. He would have claimed he planned this. He would have been lying. But he would have been insufferably pleased, and he would have been right to be. Wei wrote back, yes. Please draft the section in joke format for the first version. We'll help with the translation layer if needed. The distribution principle had implications Wei hadn't fully worked through until he wrote the 4th section. The implication was this. Because the Laughter Dao lived in the network rather than in any single person, its survival did not depend on Wei's survival. This was the design. This was the intended architecture. But writing it down made it concrete in a way that thinking about it hadn't. If something happened to Wei Chungliang, the Laughter Dao continued. The 67 fragment holders continued. The 100+ anchor track practitioners continued. The guide, when completed, continued. Mao continued, mortal but still the best living teacher of Xiao Wuji's technique. Bai Ruxue continued. Luo continued. Yin Jingming and his Stone Dao subsidiary continued. He Wuming continued observing and reporting, which meant the Heavenly Dao continued to have access to documentation of the Dao's operation. The network was the redundancy. The redundancy was the invulnerability. He wrote it out and felt the weight of it settle. This was, he realized, the deepest sense in which he was the author, not the god. A god was the thing. The god's death ended the thing. An author wrote the thing down in a form that outlasted the author. The thing then existed independently. Xiao Wuji had been the thing. Wei was the author. The difference was not about power level. It was about form, about whether the principle was embodied in a single point or distributed through a system that expressed it. Are you all right? Bai Ruxue asked. She was at the other side of the camp table, reading correspondence. She had not looked up. Yes, Wei said. She looked up now. The expression she used when evaluating whether he meant what he said. You're sitting very still. I figured something out. What? That this works whether I'm here or not. He paused. And that this is what I was trying to build. She looked at him for a moment. And something in her expression did what it did when he said something she had already understood and was glad to hear him say. Yes, she said. It is. She went back to the correspondence. Good. That was, Wei thought, exactly the right response. Chapter 116. The network's formal first-year assessment arrived as Mianyan's report, delivered at the anniversary morning briefing in the form of 3 pages of precise data and a single summary statement that Wei read as the most accurate description of the network's status available. The summary statement: the network is stable and growing correctly. The data behind it: all 40 primary carriers advancing in cultivation. 11 confirmed genuine angle truth developments among the spontaneous awakening events, 2 flagged as performance and redirected successfully. 43 variant guide copies in active circulation, all maintaining the core 22-joke foundation. The best copies reproducing at 3 times the median rate, confirming the quality sorting mechanism. The parallel tradition registry at 11 distinct traditions, all genuinely resonant rather than performatively aligned. Formal recognition: the Grand Orthodox Assembly, 6 academies, the coalition of serious gods unanimous in the accord, He-Wooming present at 3 network meetings. Open threads: the commissioning authority, unidentified. The 3 coalition observers, watching but not engaged. Xiao Wuji's original divine realm, no response to the reconstruction. Wei reviewed the report and thought, the closed threads are the work of 1 year. The open threads are the setup for the next phase. Both are exactly as they should be. He said this at the briefing. Luo nodded. The commissioning authority is the most urgent open thread. It's the most immediate potential thread, Wei agreed. But I want to be careful about the framing. If we approach the next phase primarily as threat response, we're letting the commissioning authority's potential actions drive our strategic orientation. He paused. The network's primary work in year 2 is the same as year 1, building the Laughter DAO's presence so widely and genuinely that no single entity's action can meaningfully diminish it. The commissioning authority is a threat to be managed within that work, not the reason for the work. Mian Mian looked up from the monitoring array. He-Wooming's archive access request. The 3 members responded this morning. What did they say? They will provide access. The warden's advocacy was apparently persuasive. She pulled the confirmation note. Access to historical records predating the 4th century communication gap. He-Wooming will review them with their cooperation. How long will the review take? Unknown. He-Wooming processes thoroughly. Expect months, Wei said. When it has something, it'll come. He looked at the assembly. In the meantime, we keep building. The guide, the network, the recognition process, the parallel traditions. The commissioning authority, whatever it is, has been operating for 5 centuries. We can give He-Wooming a few months to find it. Yen, who had been sitting at the table's end with his notation book, said, the dual-path practitioner community has a name now. They're calling themselves the Stone and Laughter School. 3 of them have written to ask if the network is open to non-fragment practitioners. Yes, Wei said immediately. Bring them in. Add a non-fragment practitioner category to the network registry. They'll want to understand what membership means. Tell them it means access to the full guide, connection to the practitioner community, and participation in the information-sharing infrastructure. No obligations, no hierarchy, no required activities. He paused. And fatty chin soup if they visit in person. Yin wrote this in his notation book with the precise hand of someone who was taking the soup requirement as seriously as the other items. Which, Wei thought, was correct. After the formal introduction, after the tour, after the soup offering and the first session with Mao that ran 4 hours, He-Wooming came to Wei in the early evening and said, I have a request. Okay. I would like to be present when you arrive at Floating Peak. Not as a traveling companion. As preceding you. To arrive first and establish what kind of thing is coming. Wei considered this. What kind of thing is coming? The carrier of a recognized great Dao, with a team that includes a former Laughless Conclave leader turned subsidiary elder, a former Empire-level emperor who sacrificed void transformation cultivation, a coalition agent who has defected to provide fragment holder records, 6 new students including one from the Dao's founding location, and a void arbiter on observer status. He-Wooming paused. This is unusual. The existing Floating Peak sect community should have time to calibrate to it before it arrives. Wei thought about this. You want to go ahead and tell Headmaster Chen what's coming. I want to go ahead and ensure that Chen Headmaster understands that what is coming is not a threat to Floating Peak, is not a political seizure of the sect's resources, and does not involve any remaining cosmic-level erasure activity. A pause. I also want to ensure that anyone at Floating Peak who finds my presence alarming has time to process that alarm before I arrive in the context of a group moving in, rather than discovering it while trying to manage a large simultaneous arrival. That's very considerate. It is practical, He-Wooming said. Consideration and practicality appear to overlap frequently in your operating environment. Wei looked at it for a moment. Yeah, he said. They do. He paused. You can go ahead. I'll write a letter for Chun. Take it with you. He-Wooming waited while Wei wrote the letter. The letter said, essentially, He-Wooming is our Void Arbiter observer on open mandate, and is not a threat, and is very interested in comedy timing and may ask questions. Please have soup available. He Wuming read the letter, said, "This covers the primary concerns," and left before dawn. Chapter 117. The second visit to Hollow Mountain came in the 9th month, unplanned. On a morning when Wei had woken before the camp and found himself walking in the direction of the mountain path before he had consciously decided to go. He took the path alone. He had done this once before. The first visit, before by Rushua, had been part of his constant operational context. This time the aloneness was chosen rather than circumstantial, which was different. The mountain received him the same way it had received the full team, with the patient quality of a place that had accumulated enough time to understand that different visits required different receptions. The path was clearer than it had been in the autumn. The wild cultivators had been maintaining it since the service, which was a change from the previous maintained only by use state. He sat on the meditation platform. He had brought the book of jokes and Yi Wuhan's journal. He set them both on the platform's edge and looked at them. The book of jokes, Xiao Wuji's 500-year-old collection of divine jokes that were also divine techniques, that were also the complete foundational documentation of a great Tao that had taken 5 centuries to be restored to the cultivation world's awareness. The object was unremarkable to look at. The contents were the god of jokes' entire cultivation legacy in a format that looked like a joke book. Yi Wuhan's journal, 500 years of one person's observations, kept alone on a mountain, waiting for someone to make the observations relevant. Now archived in the network's records. Available to practitioners who wanted to understand what keeping the inheritance alive through active suppression had looked like from the inside. He picked up the book of jokes and read the incomplete joke one more time. The setup: a god builds his power from laughter and is killed for it. His fragments scatter to a nobody. The nobody collects the pieces and becomes. His answer was written in the blank space. Somebody who still makes soup. He sat with this for a long time. The valley east of the retreat was full of late-season light. Whatever Xiao Wuji's garden had been, whatever 50 years of Yi Wuhan's maintenance had looked like, whatever 3 centuries of wilderness recovery had done after she let it go, the valley was just a valley now, and the qi in it had the quality that the wild cultivators called inexplicably generous, which was the quality of a place where careful attention had been applied to beautiful things for a long time, and some residue of that attention remained. He picked up the journal. He turned to the last entry, the last thing she had written before she had settled into the meditation posture she had been found in. It was a joke. Short, clean setup, punchline that arrived in the right place. The joke was about a student who spent so long preparing to be ready that they missed the moment they already were. He had read this before, somewhere. In the training period. She had told him this joke, as a specific observation directed at him specifically. He remembered her delivery, entirely straight, as if she were reading a geological survey. He had laughed at the time without understanding. He understood now. He had been ready. He had been ready for a long time. The preparation had been the thing, and the preparation had been correct, and the moment it was supposed to lead to had been happening simultaneously with the preparation for the past year. And he had been inside it and outside it at the same time without noticing. He was still inside it. The next phase was not different from this phase. It was this phase, continued. The same principle, new setups. He closed the journal. He would bring it back to the archive. He looked at the east window and the late-season valley light and the meditation platform where Yi Wuhan had spent 5 centuries arriving at the place where the punchline could finally land. "Thank you," he said, to the room and the mountain and the 500 years of careful work it represented. The mountain said nothing, which was the correct response, because it had already said everything it needed to say in the quality of the light and the richness of the qi and the cleared path that the wild cultivators were maintaining now because it was worth maintaining. The botanical documentation project that Luo had assigned himself was, he told Wei on the 11th day, the most interesting documentation project of his life so far. This was not, Wei noted, a very high bar, given that Luo's previous documentation projects had included the Battle of the Blood Lotus Alliance's Western Stronghold, the complete tactical record of the Voidvault engagement, and 400 pages of comparative fragment holder case studies. But Luo made the comment with genuine enthusiasm rather than irony, which meant the new trees had produced something that genuinely occupied his analytical attention. The 7th species, he said, has now produced 3 instances of being in 2 locations simultaneously, not rapidly moving between them, genuinely present at both, for between 3 and 15 seconds, before resolving to one location. I have documented this twice personally, and once through corroborating witness testimony from both Mian Mian and Kuang Tianda, who observed it independently from different angles. Is that possible? I don't know. The spiritual flora theory traditions don't have a precedent for it. I have been researching, and the closest phenomenon in the existing literature is a type of mountain ash found in the western ranges that manifests duplicate forms under specific lunar conditions. But the mechanism there is a reflection effect rather than genuine simultaneous presence. He paused. What I believe is happening with the seventh species is something different. I believe it exists partially outside standard spatial law, which allows it to occupy multiple spatial positions simultaneously in the way that certain advanced spatial cultivation techniques allow cultivators to briefly exist in two locations. A tree that has spatial cultivation. A tree that exists in the space between spatial law and non-spatial law, Luo said. The laughter Dao's erasure zone regrowth produced it. The erasure zone stripped the spatial law from that area. The tree grew in the absence of it, and may have incorporated that absence into its structure. He looked at the wandering tree, which was currently in its pot near Mian and also, if you look carefully, slightly present near the soup station. It is a tree that is in two places because nothing in its development told it that being in two places was impossible. Wei looked at the tree. Put that in the curriculum, he said. Luo looked at him. Seriously. Module 1. Things that can be in two places because they grew where spatial law wasn't. There's a cultivation principle in there. Luo wrote it down. Chapter 118, the formal coalition negotiation for the Laughter Dao's divine realm recognition, was followed by a period of 3 months in which the documentation was finalized, cross-referenced with the existing cosmic record-keeping systems, and distributed to the relevant authorities within the divine realm institutional structure. Wei was not involved in this process directly. It was bureaucratic work at a level that neither required nor benefited from his presence. He delegated it to He Wuming, who understood the divine realm institutional structure from the inside, and to the Warden of Gravity, who had the standing to move the process forward with the appropriate bodies. He used the 3 months to do the work that was actually his. More guide contributions arrived. Practitioners from the Stone and Laughter School, from the laughter therapy traditions, from academies that had been integrating laughter Dao cultivation for 6 months and had begun producing their own observations. He read each contribution, responded to the ones that raised questions, and updated the guide's monthly revision with the best new material. He taught 3 seminars, one at Crane Shadow Academy, one at the small independent sect where the formation specialist's variant guide contribution had originated, one at the Arctic Sword Pavilion for the first cohort assessment by Rushiwa's master had requested. The Arctic Sword Pavilion cohort was 12 months into Laughter Dao supplementary practice. 9 of them had developed angle truth applications that were genuinely useful in their primary cultivation. 5 had produced improvements to their sword techniques that they had not been able to achieve through direct technique refinement, and 4 had developed secondary applications in analysis and diagnosis that were producing results beyond their sword cultivation training. Wei observed them for a full day before the formal assessment session. 3 of the 12 were performing the Laughter Dao rather than practicing it, going through the motions of finding the gap without actually looking for it. Their technique improvements were modest and plateaued. The ones who were genuinely practicing were still improving at the end of 12 months, which meant the genuine practice was producing ongoing development rather than a one-time adjustment. He said this at the assessment session, clearly, to the cohort directly. He told the 3 who were performing, the technique doesn't work if you're performing it. You have to actually look, not at what you expect to find, at what's actually there. The moment you stop looking and start performing the appearance of looking, the gap disappears, and you're just doing sword cultivation with extra steps. 2 of the 3 reacted with the specific expression of practitioners who had been found out and were deciding how to respond. One of them said, "How do you tell the difference?" From the inside. Wei looked at her. "Are you surprised by anything in your practice? In the last 3 months, has your technique done something that genuinely surprised you?" A pause. "No. Then you're not finding gaps. You're looking for confirmations." He met her eyes. The gap always produces a moment of surprise. Not the gap you expected, the one you didn't expect. That's the information. She was quiet for a moment. Then, "I've been trying to find improvements. Not looking for what's actually there." "That's it exactly," Wei said. She went back to practice that afternoon with the specific quality of someone who had received the right note at the right moment and was already reorganizing around it. Bai Rushiwa's master attended the session and said nothing until the end. Then, the 3 who were performing. Would they have continued indefinitely without the assessment? Possibly, Wei said. Or they would have plateaued and questioned the technique rather than their practice of it, which is the standard response to a technique that stops working. Most cultivation problems are diagnosed as technique failures when they're practice failures. "Yes," she said. "That is true of sword practice as well." A pause. "The cohort will continue. The supplementary integration is valuable. I would like to request a second assessment in 12 months. Agreed. She looked at him with the specific quality she had developed toward him over the year. Not the measuring assessment of the first meeting, something closer to the expression she used for things she found genuinely useful and intended to continue using. She chose correctly, the master said. Wei understood she was talking about Barushua. I know, he said. The master looked at him for one more moment. Then she turned to go back to her sect's internal administration, which was always waiting, and did not say anything else, which was her complete statement. The class Mao taught on the first evening lasted 4 hours and covered more ground than Wei had expected. The 4 stories about Xiao Wuji were not the same stories Mao had told Wei over the years. These were teaching stories, shaped differently, with the structural emphasis on the principles rather than the incidents. Where the versions Mao told privately were rich with detail and tangent and personality, these versions were precise. Setup, complication, revelation, principle named. The first story was about Xiao Wuji's first public cultivation exhibition, where he was expected to demonstrate divine-level techniques, and instead demonstrated sneeze induction on a skeptical audience member who had the misfortune of being in the middle of a foundation establishment breakthrough and sneezed the breakthrough's chi pattern into the audience's second row. The story ended with, he did not apologize. He did not explain. He waited for the laughter, and when it came, he said, the truth is funnier than the demonstration. The 6 students were quiet after this story. Then Chun Xiaoli said, is that the principle? That truth is funnier than demonstration. It's a door to the principle, Mao said. The principle is larger. He held up a second finger. Story 2. By story 4, the 6 students were sitting closer together, unconsciously, in the way that groups do when they are all listening to the same thing, and the same thing is becoming real to all of them simultaneously. He Wuming, at the camp's edge, had leaned far enough toward the circle that its void presence was perceptible at the circle's outer edge. Mao finished the 4th story, looked at He Wuming, and said, You're the 5th story. Tell them what happened. From the beginning. The full version. Don't skip the part about the soup. He Wuming processed this. My operational history as a case study. Your operational history as the best available example of the laughter Dao working on the largest possible scale. Mao settled back on his log. You have the information. You have the historical context. You were there for all of it. He paused. Also, I want to hear you tell a long story. Your timing needs practice, and long stories are the best training for timing. He Wuming was quiet for 3 seconds. Then it began, and the 6 students, and the camp, and the fire, and the new trees leaning toward the telling, listened. Chapter 119 The Quorum of Eternal Wait section for the Cultivation Guide arrived in the 11th month of the first year, and it was not what Wei had expected. He had expected a careful, measured piece of scholarly writing in the Laughter Dao's format. Competent, correct, intellectually rigorous, and slightly outside the actual principle, because entities that had spent 5 centuries opposing the Dao were unlikely to have fully inhabited it in the 2 months since they started reading the guide. What arrived was a section about the specific experience of reviewing 500 years of documentation on something you had been wrong about. The joke at the beginning was about a scholar who spent 40 years annotating a text that proved, on the 41st year's reading, to have had the opposite meaning from what the scholar had been annotating for. The scholar had 2 options, revise 40 years of annotations or revise the reading. The scholar revised the reading. The punchline was, the annotations were still correct. They had just been correct about the wrong interpretation for 40 years. The Laughter Dao principle this section encoded, finding the gap between what you have been saying and what the thing actually says. The angle from which your own 40-year error is also, in retrospect, a meticulous record of what it looked like to be wrong correctly. Wei read it twice. He sent it to Mao. Mao read it, and was quiet for a long time. Then, they found the angle in their own work, he said. Yes. Not performed. Not adjusted to meet the guide's expectation. Actually found. Yes. Mao looked at the section. The punchline is that their 40 years of annotations of the wrong interpretation are now the best available documentation of what the suppression looked like from the inside. He paused. That is genuinely funny. In the right way. He paused again. He would have found this extremely funny in the right way. Wei added the section to the guide without changes. He sent the quorum a note. The section is in the guide exactly as written. It's one of the better contributions. The quorum's reply came 6 days later. We are gratified. We found the process of writing it, the actual finding of the gap, clarifying in a way we had not anticipated from a writing exercise. We would like to continue contributing. Wei replied, contribute as often as you find something genuinely worth encoding. The guide's quality is determined by how genuine the observations are. You know the criterion. He received no reply for 3 weeks, which he interpreted as the quorum being in practice rather than in correspondence. When the next section arrived 2 months later, it was about the specific comedy of institutional self-correction. The fact that the institution most dedicated to suppressing a principle was now the institution best positioned to document what the suppression had felt like from the inside, and that the documentation was now the most comprehensive historical record available of the laughter Dao's survival through suppression. The quorum had found a second angle. Mao read it and laughed. The dinner after Counselor Yun's departure was quiet in a particular way. The quietness was not discomfort. It was the specific quietness of a conversation that had been more significant than expected and was still being processed. Shen Xiuyun had the list of 42 names. Luo had added it to the intake records with a new column: status, pre-arrival, source, coalition suppression directorate, contact initiated by Shen Xiuyun and Kuang Tianda. 42 names became 63 by the end of the evening, as Kuang Tianda's list from his empire's fragment holding population was added. 63 became 91 when Old Song contributed his network of wandering fragment holder contacts whom he had been quietly maintaining for 30 years and had never previously had an institution to direct them toward. 91 additional students, before the school had a building. We need to accelerate the floating peak preparation, Luo said, at dinner. He was eating while writing, which he did when the information required it. Headmaster Chin's 2 weeks becomes 1 week. The secondary halls need to be ready for overflow. He Wuming is arriving at Floating Peak tomorrow morning, Wei said. I can ask it to communicate the revised timeline. He Wuming can send a message to Floating Peak at speeds conventional messengers cannot match. He Wuming confirmed, from the camp edge. I will arrive before dawn. I will communicate the revised timeline and the intake numbers and will request that the overflow halls be opened. Thank you, Luo said, with the directness of genuine gratitude rather than formal courtesy. He Wuming said, You are welcome. A pause. Counselor Yun's decision to provide the list required significant personal and professional cost. The 42 names represent a directional change in coalition policy that she executed unilaterally, ahead of formal approval. I know, Wei said. She did it because it was correct, He Wuming said. Not because it was safe. I know that too. He Wuming was quiet. Then, I am including this in my report to the commissioning authority. Under the heading, Evidence of the Laughter Dao Principle Operating in Social and Political Contexts Beyond the Individual Cultivator. Another pause. The principle appears to extend further than I originally understood. Further than anyone originally understood, Wei said. That's the point. Chapter 120. The night before the Floating Peak sect's formal Laughter Dao recognition ceremony, Wei sat in the inner garden with the book of jokes and the specific quality of someone who had finished a large piece of work and was sitting with the silence that came after the completion, before the next thing started. The ceremony in the morning would be formal and correct and important for what it established in the sect's institutional record. It would also be, in Wei's honest assessment, less significant than the actual work of the past year. The 40 network nodes, the 43 guide variants, the 11 parallel traditions, the quorum's contributions, Lu Shuang and her grandmother's technique, the punchline stone, the warden of gravity asking for practice guidance, He Wuming attempting soup. Those were the things that mattered. The ceremony was documentation. He sat with the book of jokes in his lap and looked at the persimmon tree, which had reached the height it wanted and was doing the thing it did with the moonlight, taking it seriously, in the specific way of things that had grown from a punchline, and therefore knew that seriousness and absurdity were not opposites, but the same thing approached from different angles. He opened the book to the last, incomplete joke. The setup: a god builds his power from laughter and is killed for it. His fragments scatter to a nobody. The nobody collects the pieces and becomes somebody who still makes soup. He read his own answer in the blank space, and it was still the right answer. 11 months of testing, and it held. He had become someone who still made soup, who still paid attention to the small things, who still found the gap in ordinary moments, who still made something real and warm and present for the people around him as the primary practice of the Tao rather than as a supplement to some grander purpose. The grander purpose had been real and had been worth achieving. The cosmic work had been necessary, and he had done it. The Laughter Tao was a recognized great Tao. He Wuming had found the angle. The quorum was writing contributions. The parallel traditions were in the network. And the soup was good. Qian's soup specifically, which had developed new complexity over the year as he had incorporated ingredients from the eastern wilderness, the coastal regions, and whatever practitioners brought to the sect as contributions to his ongoing research. The soup had gotten better while everything else was happening, which was the most Laughter Dao outcome possible. Bai Ruxue came into the garden. She sat beside him without asking, in the position she had been taking for the past several months in the evenings, beside him, shoulder at the correct distance, which was close. He had stopped having opinions about the distance. The distance was what it was, and it was fine, and it was also more than fine. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow, he agreed. Ready? He looked at the blank space. At the persimmon tree. At the moonlight doing its good work on absurd growth. Yes, he said. The commissioning authority, she said, after a moment. He wooming is reviewing the archives. Months, probably. What happens when it finds something? We find out who has been operating behind a void arbiter for 5 centuries, Wei said. And we prepare a punchline appropriate to the setup. He paused. The setup is very good. 5 centuries. The god of jokes' death. The suppression. All of it. Whatever the commissioning authority turns out to be, the setup is excellent. He looked at the tree. The punchline will need to be worth it. She was quiet for a moment. The guide is good, she said. Not as a compliment delivered for effect. As an assessment reached independently and stated directly. Yes. The Arctic anchor section came out correctly. Better than correctly, he said. The introduction you wrote, the part about starting from the wrong position, is the best entry point in the guide for practitioners who are approaching the Tao from within a tradition that doesn't value humor as a cultivation principle, which is most practitioners. She looked at the persimmon tree. I didn't expect to find the angle useful outside combat. Where did you find it? A pause. In the negotiations, she said. With the academies. In the alliance discussions. She was quiet for a moment. The gap between what institutional representatives say they want and what they actually want to achieve. Finding that gap makes the conversation more efficient. It's the same mechanism. The laughter Tao applied to diplomacy. Applied to any situation where there's a gap between stated position and actual position. She paused. Which is most situations. Most situations, Wei agreed. The night was the right temperature. The tree was exactly as absurd as it had been for the past year. The system panel in his cultivation base was quiet. 108 fragments settled and stable. The laughter Tao's Tao carrier status confirmed. The ascension prompt closed. Void transformation peak. The highest mortal stage. Advancing slowly toward whatever came next. He would not ascend. Not yet. There were at least 3 years of work before the network was stable enough to not need his direct involvement. And then there would be the commissioning authority's punchline to deliver. And then whatever came after that, which would have its own setup. The setups kept coming. The gaps kept producing material. That was the nature of the principle. Soup tomorrow, he said. After the ceremony. I'll help, she said. You don't need to. I said I'd help, she said, which was her version of, this is already decided. Let's not revisit it. He did not revisit it. The persimmon tree was doing its thing with the moonlight. The ambient laughter Tao field was doing its quiet work in the spiritual atmosphere of the whole sect. Detectable if you knew what you were looking for, invisible otherwise, the presence of 40 people somewhere in the world being honestly themselves in ways that made the gap between what things appeared to be and what they were slightly more visible to anyone who was paying attention. He was paying attention. The Tao continued. The wandering tree was the last thing carried out of the camp. This was accidental, or rather, it was accidental in the way of things that happen because they are correct rather than because they are planned. The wandering tree was in Mian care, and Mian had been helping with 5 other pieces of the packing, and she kept coming back to check on the tree and finding it slightly further from where she'd left it, which made her reluctant to count it as packed until everything else was packed. In this way, the wandering tree was in the camp when no one else was. Wei noticed this from the road's edge. He walked back alone and stood in the cleared space where the camp had been, where the fire had burned and the correspondence had piled up, and he wooming had first asked about soup. The wandering tree was in its pot at the camp center. It was in its pot at the camp center and also, very slightly, near the eastern edge, which was the spot where he wooming had first descended to ground level. All right, Wei said to it. We're going. The tree did not respond in any verifiable way, but both instances of it, the center instance and the edge instance, oriented toward him at the same moment, the way a thing orients when it knows it has been spoken to. Wei picked up the pot. The edge instance of the tree faded as he lifted the center instance. Not dramatically, just a reduction of presence, a returning to one place from 2. He carried it to the road where Mian was waiting with the expression of someone who had expected this would be how it happened. You talk to it, she said. I said we're going. Did it understand? Wei thought about a tree that grew in the space where spatial law had been stripped away and decided to occupy more than one location because nothing in its development had told it that was impossible. Yeah, he said. I think it understood. He handed the pot to Mian, who held it with both hands, and they walked down the road toward Floating Peak, toward the school, toward the curriculum, toward the 43 margin notes and the blank punchline, and the witnessing still waiting in Greenwater Town. And the wandering tree was very still in its pot, and the camp was behind them, and the next thing was beginning? And somewhere in the void, Wuming was reading 4-century-old archives, looking for the identity of the entity that had set this all in motion, building toward a setup that was going to require exactly the right punchline. And whatever the punchline turned out to be, Wei was looking forward to delivering it. Chapter 121. Wei Chunliang had not returned to Greenwater Town since the day he left it at 17, a boy with a broken spirit and an unbelievable power. The town had not changed much. The same river, the same terraced fields, the same worn stone buildings that had stood for 2 centuries. He had not returned to Greenwater Town since the day he left it at 17, a boy with a broken spirit and an unbelievable power. The town had not changed much. The same river, the same terraced fields, the same worn stone buildings that had stood for 2 centuries. What had changed was him. He came in the early morning, when the streets were empty, when no one was yet moving between the market stalls or opening the shutters of their homes. Wei walked slowly through the familiar streets, feeling the echoes of his 17-year-old self in every shadow. There was the small shrine where he had once hidden to avoid the other children's laughter. There was the riverbank where he had sat for hours, convinced that his existence was a cosmic mistake. There was the market stall where old Master Chun had patted his shoulder once and said something kind, one of the few moments of grace in a childhood marked otherwise by shame. He found himself walking toward the communal altar without planning to. His feet knew the way despite 11 years of absence. The altar sat in the town's heart, a simple construction of stacked stone where the community gathered for harvests, festivals, and the formal recognition of young cultivators. This was where it had happened, where he stood, 17 and terrified, in front of everyone who had known him since childhood, and announced that his spirit root had awakened. The laughing heaven system. The absurd power. He sat on the stone bench beneath the old roof of the altar's shelter and watched the town wake. A merchant opened his stall. A woman carried water toward the riverside. A child ran past chasing something invisible, laughing without restraint. Normal life. The kind of life that had seemed closed to him on this exact spot 11 years ago, when his own gift had felt like a cosmic joke played at his expense. He found himself walking toward the communal altar without planning to. His feet knew the way despite 11 years of absence. The altar sat in the town's heart, a simple construction of stacked stone where the community gathered for harvests, festivals, and the formal recognition of young cultivators. This was where it had happened, where he stood, 17 and terrified, in front of everyone who had known him since childhood, and announced that his spirit root had awakened. The laughing heaven system. The absurd power. He sat on the stone bench beneath the old roof of the altar's shelter and watched the town wake. A merchant opened his stall. A woman carried water toward the riverside. A child ran past chasing something invisible, laughing without restraint. Normal life. The kind of life that had seemed closed to him on this exact spot 11 years ago, when his own gift had felt like a cosmic joke played at his expense. Wei sat on the bench for a long time after Bai Rushua left to get supplies for their stay. He watched the altar, the place where his cultivation journey had begun. He thought about the boy who had stood there 11 years ago, ashamed and terrified, convinced that his power was a cosmic mockery. That boy could never have imagined where he would stand now. Could never have believed that the power that had seemed so ridiculous would become the foundation for a great Tao. Could never have conceived that one day, he would stand before the heavenly Tao itself and argue for the laughter Tao's validity with confidence that came from genuine understanding. The transformation was so complete that sometimes Wei felt like he was looking back at a different person. And yet, traces of that frightened boy remained. Traces of the shame. Traces of the uncertainty. Traces of the conviction that laughter was weakness. All of those things had been integrated into his understanding of the laughter Tao. The fear had taught him what disciples would need to overcome. The shame had taught him how to help others move past it. The old certainty that laughter was weakness had taught him precisely what needed to be corrected in how cultivation society thought about humor. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was lost. Everything had become part of the path. What do you want, Wei Chunliang? Not what does the Tao need. Not what does your sect need. Not what does the cultivation world need. What do you want? These words echoed in Wei's mind as he sat on the stone bench in his hometown, watching the sun rise over the terraced fields of green water. He had spent years running from the question. Building the laughter Tao, establishing schools, training disciples. All of it had been ways of avoiding the deeper question of what he actually desired for himself. The laughter Tao had been necessary. The work had been important. But it had also been, in some way, a way to justify his existence through utility. If he could build something great, perhaps the cosmic absurdity of his ridiculous power would be transformed into meaning. But the system had cut through that logic with its question. It had asked him not about the Tao's purpose, but about his own. Wei realized, sitting in the morning light, that he had been afraid of the answer. Because it was specific, it was personal, and it required him to admit that he wanted things beyond what any framework of duty could justify. Wei had spent the entire journey north asking himself why he came back. The laughter Dao had been recognized as a great Dao. The fragments had been distributed across the continent. He'd built a school. He'd come so far from the boy who stood here, trembling and ashamed. There should have been nothing left to do in Greenwater Town except perhaps to show them all how far he'd come, how vindicated he'd been. Some deep part of him, he supposed, wanted them to see. But that was not the real reason he was sitting here. The real reason was the question the system had asked him weeks ago, the one he'd been avoiding ever since. What do you want? Wei Chengliang. Not what does the Dao need. Not what does your sect need. Not what does the cultivation world need. What do you want? He had built the Laughing Heaven system into a recognized great Dao because it was the right thing to do, because it unlocked genuine power, because it was true. He had established the Laughter Dao because cultivation society needed it. Needed something that questioned hierarchies, that found the gaps in rigid thinking, that demanded real perception rather than performance. He had built the Laughing Heaven system into a recognized great Dao because it was the right thing to do, because it unlocked genuine power, because it was true. He had established the Laughter Dao because cultivation society needed it. Needed something that questioned hierarchies, that found the gaps in rigid thinking, that demanded real perception rather than performance. But the system had revealed that this reasoning was incomplete. It was an answer to different questions, and Wei had been running from its question for weeks now, pushing it aside, moving forward without confrontation. The question hovered in his mind like a stone he was afraid to turn over. But that was not an answer to the question. That was an evasion. What did Wei Chengliang want? Not the system, not the sect, not the network or the guide or the school. Him. What did he want? He sat with the question as the town continued to wake around him. The answer, he realized, was uncomfortable. It was specific. It was personal. And he had been running from it for a long time. A footstep on the path made him turn. Bai Ruxue emerged from beneath the archway, her sword resting across her back, her expression unreadable. She did not ask what he was doing here or why he hadn't told her he was coming back to Greenwater. She simply sat down beside him on the bench, leaving exactly the space between them that made it clear she was not presuming. They sat together in silence while the town continued its business. Neither of them spoke. After a long time, Wei reached over and took her hand. Bai Ruxue led him, her fingers firm and certain beneath his own. I'm still not sure, Wei said quietly. What comes next? You will be, Bai Ruxue replied. She was looking at the altar, at the place where he had stood as a frightened boy. You always figure it out. Eventually. And when you do, I'll be here. That was when he understood, sitting on this bench in his hometown, with the woman who had crossed the known world beside him. The answer to the question was not something he needed to find. It was something he was already living. He wanted this. Exactly this. The work that mattered. The people who stayed. The gaps worth fighting for. The girl who sat beside him without condition. Chapter 122. They remained in Greenwater Town for 2 weeks, and in that time Wei reconnected with the scattered threads of his old life. He found his mother's sister, who wept when she saw him. He visited the school where a young instructor taught history and told Wei that the local children now called the Laughing Heaven system the hero's power, a complete inversion of how he'd been mocked for it. He stood in the marketplace and let people recognize him, and did not leave early. They remained in Greenwater Town for 2 more days after that first morning at the altar. 2 days of Wei reconnecting with the scattered threads of his old life. His mother's sister, who wept when she saw him and could not stop touching his shoulder as if verifying that he was real. The young instructor at the school who told him that local children now called the Laughing Heaven system the hero's power. The market vendors who greeted him with respect instead of mockery. Through it all, Bai Ruxue remained present. Not hovering, not intrusive, but simply there. A constant presence that said, without words, that whatever came next, he would not face it alone. Bai Ruxue did not leave his side during any of it. They were in the market on their second week when she pulled him aside to a quiet corner between 2 cloth vendors, where the morning sun was bright and no one was paying attention to them. I have come to a conclusion, she said, speaking in the same measured tone she used when delivering tactical analysis before a battle. I have assessed my situation thoroughly. I have considered my options, and I have determined that I intend to remain in your vicinity indefinitely. Wei blinked. Is that what this is? I'm outlining my conclusion, she continued with the precision of someone filing an official report. You have demonstrated consistent tactical genius. Your survival rate in adverse circumstances is exceptional, and you made me laugh in front of a transcendent stage entity when I genuinely believed I would die in the next instant. She paused. No one has ever done that before. And I have assessed that this is something I want to continue experiencing. By Rushue, Wei said, trying not to smile at the sheer bureaucratic structure of her confession. Are you saying what I think you're saying? I'm saying I'm staying, she replied. She looked directly at him. Wherever you are. Whatever comes next. I'm staying. The silence stretched between them, full and warm. The silence stretched between them, full and warm. Wei could feel something shifting in the space between them, not just emotional, but something deeper. A recognition, an acknowledgement, a commitment that went beyond words. Rushue had crossed the known world at his side. She had fought through impossible odds. She had been willing to die beside him, and more importantly, she had been willing to live beside him. That kind of choice could not be undone. That kind of commitment could not be questioned. Okay, Wei said finally. Then I'm not alone in this. You never were, Rushue replied. You just took a while to notice. Is that it? Wei asked quietly. That's all you have to say? Yes, she said. That's all. He smiled. Not a performance, not a tactical move, but something genuine and unguarded. Okay, then I'm glad. From behind a nearby pillar came a sound that was suspiciously like the noise someone would make if they were attempting to celebrate silently, followed by a small crash and then frantic scrambling. Fatty Qian emerged a moment later, trying unsuccessfully to look like he had just arrived. His face flushed, one hand pressed against his chest. Amazing morning, he announced with tremendous enthusiasm. Very clear. The vegetables here are excellent. Did you two know the vegetable prices are excellent? Wei exchanged a look with Rushue. She was trying very hard not to smile. Wei was not trying at all. Fatty, he said, how long were you hiding there? I wasn't hiding, Fatty Qian insisted, his grin breaking through all pretense. I was just standing quietly. And then Rushue said all those beautiful things about staying with you forever, and I may have gotten a bit excited, and I may have pumped my fist, but I didn't think it would cause a pillar to shake. The pillar is fine, Wei said. I'm aware. Fatty Qian beamed at them. I'm just very happy. I need to go make some celebration soup. And also a victory soup. And also a I always knew this would happen soup. Do you know how long I've been telling Wei you were obviously going to stay? Approximately forever, Rushue said dryly. Exactly. Fatty Qian looked vindicated. Come, both of you. Soup awaits. And I have excellent news about a new fish stock that is positively revolutionary. As they walked back toward the inn, Rushue's hand found Wei's again. Neither of them let go. Wei felt his breath catch as she spoke. This was Rushue's way, to strip away all pretense and lay down the truth like a piece of tactical analysis. But that precision was part of what made it devastatingly genuine. She wasn't performing emotion. She was declaring it as fact, with the same careful logic she would use to review a military strategy. He thought about the first time she had looked at him, in that village where they'd met, her eyes analytical and measuring. He thought about every moment since then, the way she moved at his side, never ahead, never behind, always present. The way she had fought through impossible odds. The way she had stayed, even when the path forward was genuinely unclear. You made me laugh, he said softly, repeating back the phrase that seemed to carry such weight for her. That's what it comes down to. That's what it comes down to, she confirmed. Before that moment, I had never laughed. I had never understood why anyone would. I thought it was weakness. I thought it was a failure of control. But you made me laugh in the moment when I was most certain I was going to die. And I realized that was the strongest thing anyone had ever done for me. You showed me something I didn't know existed. The marketplace had grown slightly more crowded around them, merchants calling their wares, customers haggling over prices. But in the corner where they stood, it felt like they were alone in the entire world. Later that evening, back at the inn, Fatty Qian had indeed made 3 different soups. The celebration soup was light and bright, with spring vegetables and fresh herbs. The victory soup was richer, built around a bone broth that must have been simmering for hours. I always knew this would happen. Soup was his masterpiece, complex and layered, with flavors that revealed themselves slowly, each one a small surprise. I started planning these the moment Wei left to find Rushue, Fatty Qian admitted, refilling Wei's bowl for the 3rd time. I had to make my best guesses about when he would return and with what degree of success. But the variables suggested that the outcome was going to be excellent. Rushue was simply too obvious, and Wei is always too obvious about the things he actually cares about. They both are. They just kept pretending they weren't. Rushue watched Wei eat with an expression that suggested she was filing away information about his soup preferences for future reference. I have to ask, she said to Fatty Qian, how long have you been planning this? Since Greenwater Town, Fatty Qian said promptly. Approximately. I may have started planning celebration soups even earlier, but my confidence levels weren't high enough to commit to detailed preparation. Wei had this look, This particular distant look, whenever he thought no one was watching. The look of someone missing something they didn't know how to find. I suspected by reshape was the something, but I couldn't be certain until we actually began traveling together. Wei felt himself smiling despite the emotional exhaustion of the day. This was his circle. These two people who had become essential in ways he couldn't have predicted when he started the Laughter Dao as a desperately lonely 17-year-old boy. Chapter 123 The Laughter Dao's early cohort of disciples produced unexpected problems. Not all of them were good problems. At least a third of the initial students seemed to believe that the Laughter Dao meant be absurd and power flows. They thought the Dao was permission to abandon all seriousness, to perform humor constantly, to treat every moment like a joke. This was, Wei discovered with growing frustration, almost the opposite of what the Laughter Dao actually was. The Laughter Dao's early cohort of disciples produced unexpected problems in ways that both challenged and validated Wei's entire framework. One disciple, a young woman named Zhao Min who had shown exceptional promise in her first 6 months, asked a question that Wei found himself unable to answer immediately. Master, if the Laughter Dao is about perceiving gaps in reality, what about gaps that are genuinely harmful? What if I perceive a gap in someone's character and I laugh at them for it? Is that the Dao working, or is that just cruelty with a philosophical justification? Wei sat with that question for 3 days before he had an answer. The difference, he said finally, is whether the perception creates compassion or judgment. If you perceive a gap in someone and you laugh in a way that says, I see how you're deluding yourself and I hope you see it too, that's the Laughter Dao working toward clarity and change. If you perceive a gap and you laugh in a way that says, I am superior because I see what you don't, that's cruelty. The technique doesn't work if the motivation is superiority. The Dao requires genuine care for perception to actually activate. Zhao Min's face shifted as she understood. And from that point forward, her cultivation of the Laughter Dao accelerated dramatically because she had finally grasped the most essential principle. The Laughter Dao was a tool for love, not for judgment. He spent an entire week correcting the same mistake with different students. No, he told a young cultivator named Li Chun, who kept cackling at his own meditation attempts. The Laughter Dao is not about being silly. It's about seeing the gap between how you think reality should work and how it actually does. The laughter comes from perceiving truth at an angle you weren't expecting. It's not performance. It's perception. Li Chun looked disappointed. So I can't just be funny all the time? If you're performing funny all the time, Wei said carefully, you're working twice as hard as someone who's being genuine, and you're getting half the insight. That's not the Dao. That's theater. He had this conversation, in different words, with at least 15 students before something remarkable happened. A young woman named Su Huang came to him during the evening meditation hour. She was a quiet cultivator, one of the students who rarely asked questions, who sat and worked methodically through the exercises Wei provided. She bowed when she reached him. I've been thinking about what you said, Su Huang told him, about seeing the gap. And this afternoon, I was attempting the solemn form, the basic meditation that's supposed to steady your spirit, and I kept failing. I kept thinking I was doing something wrong. And then I realized I was failing in exactly the same way every single time. The same mistake. The same moment I was breaking the form. Yes, Wei said. He knew this moment. That's where the gap is. So I laughed, Su Huang continued, and there was wonder in her voice. I laughed at how consistent I was at making the same error. I laughed at how obvious it was when I wasn't trying to impress anyone with my seriousness. And when I laughed, the form stopped being a thing I was trying to do perfectly and became a thing I was trying to understand. She paused, and my spiritual cultivation advanced. Wei felt something settle in his chest. How much? 3 full stages, Su Huang said. In one evening. I've never advanced that fast in my life. This was how the Laughter Dao was supposed to work. Not silliness. Not performance. Genuine perception creating genuine power. Su Huang, Wei said, you're the first true disciple of the Laughter Dao. What you've discovered is the actual mechanism. Guard it. Teach it. Make sure the others understand this is not about being funny. This is about seeing clearly. Su Huang bowed again, her face serious. I understand. But I have a question for you, Wei Xian. Ask it. You keep telling us that the Laughter Dao is about finding truth at an unexpected angle. But you haven't told us what your personal cultivation principle is. What's the unexpected angle you found? What truth did you perceive? Wei opened his mouth to answer, then closed it. The honest answer was that he still didn't know. He'd been avoiding the system's question for weeks now. The same question she was asking in different words. He was being asked, directly and earnestly, what he actually wanted, what truth he was building toward. That, he said slowly, is an excellent question. I don't have the answer yet. But when I do, I'll tell you. Su Huang nodded as if this was exactly the right response. Good. Because none of us can go farther until we know what we're walking toward. And I suspect you need to know that before the rest of us can truly understand. She left him sitting in the meditation hall, turning her words over in his mind. She was right. All the fragments, all the network, all the Tao recognition, none of it meant anything if he couldn't answer the core question. What did Wei Chunliang want? What was he actually building toward? Chapter 124. Yin Jingming came to the school 3 weeks after its official opening. He arrived in the evening, and when Wei saw him, it was immediately obvious that something fundamental had shifted. The rigid brittleness that had characterized Yin Jingming for the last decade was still present, but it was different. It was no longer armor. It was becoming structure. I need to ask you something, Yin Jingming said without preamble. They stood in the courtyard, away from the other disciples. Can a cultivator practice both the solemn stone Tao and the laughter Tao at the same time? Not as separate paths, but as a unified practice? Wei considered this. No one had ever attempted it before. The Tao seemed antithetical. Solemnity and laughter. Rigidity and flexibility. Stone and whatever the laughter Tao was supposed to be. Air maybe. Perception. Light. A punchline only works, Wei said slowly, working through the idea as he spoke, because the setup is serious. You spend time establishing a framework. You make the audience care about the rules. And then you violate the rules in a way that's surprising because it respects how serious the setup was. He paused. Maybe the serious is not the enemy of the laughter Tao. Maybe the serious is the foundation. Yin Jingming's eyes widened slightly. The framework that makes the deviation meaningful. Exactly. Then I should try, Yin Jingming said. I've rebuilt my solemn stone Tao, partially. It's not what it was before Xiao Wuji broke it, but it's real. If I could layer the laughter Tao on top, if I could find the gap in my own rigidity while maintaining the stone, maybe the path doesn't have to be broken. Maybe it can just bend. Wei assigned him to work with Su Huang, who could teach him what she'd discovered about finding truth at an unexpected angle. Yin Jingming disappeared into the training yard, and Wei didn't see him again for 3 days. When Yin Jingming emerged, it was in the middle of the afternoon, and he was laughing. It was not a sound Wei had ever heard him make before. Genuine, unguarded. The sound of someone who had just perceived something both ridiculous and true about himself. The other disciples in the courtyard stopped what they were doing to stare. Yin Jingming was standing in the center of the yard, his hands raised, and his stone cultivation was visible around him. But it was not rigid anymore. It was flowing. It was bending without breaking. It was responding to the laughter rather than resisting it. He laughed once more, and when the sound faded, he lowered his hands. His stone Tao remained, but it had become something new. Flexible. Alive. It works, he said, looking at Wei with something like astonishment. I laughed at how rigidly I've been approaching my own cultivation, at how much effort I've put into preventing myself from being broken. And the stone, it didn't shatter. It became stronger because it could bend. Wei, this is, he stopped, searching for words. This is the most real thing I've ever felt in my cultivation. Wei saw then that this was the true power of the laughter Tao. Not that it destroyed other paths, but that it asked every path to look at itself honestly. To laugh at its own assumptions, to see where it had become so rigid that it had forgotten why it started in the first place. For Yin Jingming, who had spent years trying to make his stone Tao into an impenetrable wall, the revelation was revolutionary. Show the others how to do this, Wei told him. This is as important as what Su Huang discovered. We need cultivators who can hold both the seriousness and the perception. We need people who understand that the foundation and the laughter aren't enemies. Yin Jingming bowed, and Wei could see the relief in his posture, the feeling of a path that had been broken finally, finding a way forward. Chapter 125. The fragment distribution network formalized over the next 3 months. What had begun as scattered individuals, each holding one piece of the Laughing Heaven system, became something more organized, still distributed, still individual, but unified by purpose. The actual work of building the laughter Tao as a distinct cultivation path required Wei to distinguish between what the path actually was and what serious cultivators expected it to be. The expectation was that the laughter Tao would be like other philosophical traditions, a set of principles that contradicted orthodox teaching and therefore had to operate secretly or in opposition to established institutions. But Wei understood, from studying the God of Jokes character, that Xiao Wuji would not have created a tradition built on contradiction and opposition. The laughter Tao was not the opposite of serious cultivation. It was a supplementary perception system that made serious cultivation more effective. The laughter Tao is not for people who want to abandon orthodox cultivation, Wei explained to the first formal group of students at Floating Peak. It is for people who have done orthodox cultivation and realized they were missing something. We are not building an alternative cultivation society. We are enriching the existing one. This distinction produced an immediate shift in how the laughter Tao was perceived. Cultivators who had achieved significant advancement through orthodox paths began asking if they could add laughter Tao perception to their existing practice. The answer was always yes. The laughter Tao's principle, genuine perception creates the capacity to transcend limitations, was universally applicable. It did not matter what cultivation method you had used to reach your current state. You could still benefit from learning to perceive the gaps in your understanding and the limitations you had been carrying without realizing it. Wei's first students were therefore not young cultivators seeking an alternative path. They were experienced practitioners seeking to deepen their understanding of what they were already doing. An elder from a traditional sect who had spent 50 years cultivating and wanted to know if there was something deeper. A martial cultivator who had reached the peak of combat technique and wanted to understand what lay beyond pure technique. A formation specialist who understood how to construct formations but wanted to perceive the underlying principles of how the formations actually functioned. Each of these practitioners brought something valuable to the Floating Peak School. The elder brought decades of cultivation knowledge. The martial cultivator brought practical understanding of how perception created effectiveness. The formation specialist brought the insight that genuine understanding of principle transcended the need for specific techniques. Once you perceived what the formation was actually doing, you could construct it in infinite variations. Wei realized that the laughter Tao's development would not come from creating a new school that was separate from and in opposition to existing schools. It would come from practitioners within existing schools discovering the laughter Tao's principles and bringing that discovery back to their schools. The transformation of cultivation society would happen not through institutional replacement, but through gradual perception shift. This meant that the school's role was not to build a rival power structure. The school's role was to create practitioners who were so clear in their perception and so genuinely grounded in the laughter Tao's principles that they could influence their own communities toward greater truth-seeking. By the time Bai Ruxue had formalized the curriculum and Wei had established the teaching framework, the Floating Peak School had become something unusual in cultivation history, a training institution that was deliberately designed to disperse its graduates into other institutions rather than accumulating them into its own power base. This is the opposite of how cultivation schools normally operate, Bai Ruxue noted. Yes, Wei agreed. Which is exactly why it will actually change the cultivation world. We are not trying to compete with existing power structures. We are trying to make everyone within existing power structures perceive more clearly. That is a different kind of work entirely. Wei worked with Bai Ruxue to establish the protocols. A fragment holder network could not have a central structure that could be targeted and destroyed. The moment the network became hierarchical, it became vulnerable. Instead, it had to operate on the principle that had built the laughter Tao itself: distributed insight, individual perception, genuine connection rather than imposed order. Each holder is autonomous, Bai Ruxue said, outlining the framework she'd developed. They were in the school's main hall, maps spread across a table. They practiced their fragments ability. They develop understanding specific to their own situation. If someone approaches them with questions about the laughter Tao, they share what they've learned. But they don't report upward. They don't follow orders from a center. The network is only as strong as the connection between individual practitioners, and those connections are built on genuine relationship, not command structure. The fragment distribution framework that Bai Ruxue developed over 3 months of intensive planning was elegant in its simplicity, but the actual implementation was considerably more complex. The theoretical structure assumed that fragment holders would be scattered across the continent, each one developing their own understanding of their power in isolation. But the practical reality was that some fragment holders lived in institutional contexts, sects, schools, cultivation houses, where their individual power development might conflict with institutional priorities. Bai Ruxue's solution was to create a distinction between public practice and private advancement. The fragment holders would continue their lives in their institutional contexts, practicing their fragment applications in ways that appeared to be consistent with their sect's teachings. But they would also participate in the network, exchanging knowledge and understanding through relay formations, correspondence, and periodic in-person gatherings. The network itself was organized according to geographical proximity rather than institutional affiliation. Fragment holders in the eastern regions would form their own subnetwork, sharing knowledge about their local conditions and the specific challenges their environment presented. Fragment holders in coastal areas would develop their own understanding of how the laughter Tao applied to maritime cultivation. The Central Continent Network would continue to grow from Floating Peak. This creates redundancy at every level. Bairushiwa explained to Wei as she reviewed the framework. If the central network becomes compromised or threatened, the regional networks can continue functioning independently. If one region's practice produces innovations, those innovations can spread through the network without depending on any single central authority. The network survives through distributed strength rather than concentrated power. Wei understood what Bairushiwa was creating, a structure that the heavenly Tao could not easily suppress because it had no center to target. The traditional cultivation schools could be infiltrated and corrupted by pressuring the leadership. The Laughter Tao network, if properly structured, would be impossible to corrupt at the top because there was no top. The challenge, of course, was preventing the network from fragmenting into isolated groups that eventually forgot they were connected to a larger whole. Bairushiwa's solution to this was elegant. Quarterly gatherings at Floating Peak where representatives from each regional network would come together to share what they had learned. The gatherings would serve as the network's connective tissue, preventing regional drift while preserving regional autonomy. This is going to work, Wei said, reviewing the full framework. It's going to work if the fragment holders actually commit to participating, Bairushiwa corrected. If people get comfortable in their regional networks and stop engaging with the larger structure, the network will collapse into isolated pockets. The whole system depends on ongoing connection and communication. Wei added coordination and relationship building to his list of responsibilities. This was not work that could be delegated to a subordinate or systematized into a repeatable process. It required the kind of personal engagement that only Wei could provide, meeting with fragment holders, understanding their individual situations, helping them see how their local practice connected to the larger movement. It was more work than fragment collection had been, but Wei understood it was also more important. It's the opposite of how every other cultivation organization works, Wei said. Yes, Bairushiwa agreed. Which is precisely why it will survive. Hierarchies can be decapitated. Networks can only be disrupted if you destroy every node. And even then, knowledge survives because it was genuinely learned, not just transmitted from above. They finalized the network across the continent. Each fragment holder received a single ability from the Laughing Heaven system, chosen not at random, but specifically based on their personality and nature. A tea merchant in the southern provinces got the fragment that allowed him to taste emotions in plants. He was already known for his sensitivity to subtle flavors, and his power became an extension of what he already understood. A young hunter in the mountains got the fragment that induced involuntary sneezing in prey animals, something that should have been useless until she realized it could also be used to disrupt meditation in hostile cultivators, turning a ridiculous power into a tactical asset. A scholar in the eastern cities got the fragment that transformed any liquid into soup, and she had studied the theory of sympathetic cultivation for 20 years, so she began using soup making as a metaphorical framework for understanding how disparate elements could be unified into something nourishing. The insight was fundamental. The Laughing Heaven system's power was not diminished by distribution. It was magnified by it. Each fragment holder brought their own understanding to their ability. The joke only worked because each practitioner found the gap specific to their own situation, specific to their own perception. A power that came from a central source doing impressions of genuine people would be weak and brittle. A power distributed to people who were genuinely themselves became stronger with every practitioner who claimed it. By the time the network was fully established, there were 108 fragment holders across the continent, and each one had discovered something unique about their power that no one else had found yet. This, Wei understood, was how the Laughing Heaven system was truly meant to operate, not as the property of a single cultivator, but as a shared inheritance, held by a community of people who were each genuinely themselves. Chapter 126, He Wuming emerged from the archives with papers that had turned to fragile dust in his hands. The documents He Wuming laid out were not dramatic. That was part of what made them horrifying. They were bureaucratic. They were precise. They were records filed away in cosmic archives with the same methodical care that any administrator might use to organize routine business. Look at this one, He Wuming said, pointing to a particularly fragile scroll. This is from 300 years after the god of jokes was killed. It's a report on the effectiveness of the suppression mandate. Do you know what it says? Wei shook his head. It says the Laughter Tao is being driven underground, but shows no signs of dying out. 73 cultivators detected and eliminated for humor-based advancement. 1,100 disciples of the god of jokes scattered fragments in hiding across the continent. The suppression is effective but incomplete. He Wuming's voice was sharp with something that might have been anger or might have been academic outrage. They were literally tracking how well they were murdering people who tried to cultivate the Laughter Tao, and they updated their reports every 5 years. He held up another document. And this one, from 200 years ago, the suppression mandate continues to be effective in maintaining cultivation hierarchy. Anti-humor education is now standard in all major sections. Young cultivators are being trained to view humor as a sign of instability or weakness. Compliance with the anti-humor cultural standard is approaching 97%. The threat of large-scale laughter DAO resurgence is minimal. They weren't just suppressing the laughter DAO, Wei said slowly. They were erasing it from how people thought about cultivation. Exactly, Wu said. They made it shameful. They made it seem wrong. They made cultivators police themselves and their peers, refusing to laugh, treating humor as something to be ashamed of. It was more effective than killing practitioners because it prevented practitioners from ever coming into being in the first place. He pulled out one final document, marked with seals that spoke of divine authority. This is from 147 years ago, right before you were born, actually. Final status report on the humor suppression mandate. It says, the laughter DAO has been effectively contained. The theological framework supporting the suppression remains stable. Barring unexpected emergence of a new Xiao Wuji equivalent entity, the threat is expected to remain minimal for at least another 5 centuries. Recommend continuation of standard monitoring protocols. Wu set it down very carefully. They had no idea what was coming. They thought they had 5 more centuries. And then you were born in Greenwater Town with the most ridiculous power possible, and within 11 years, you had rebuilt what they spent 500 years trying to destroy. The archivist had been searching for 4 months, longer than Wei had asked, longer than seemed necessary. But Wu had an obsession that rivaled Wei's own. He needed to know why. Why the god of jokes had been killed. Who had commissioned his death? What entity had deemed humor dangerous enough to require the assassination of a divine being? He came to Wei in the evening, exhausted, his clothes covered in archived dust, his eyes bright with the kind of focused intensity that meant he'd found something. The commissioning authority, Wu said, laying out documents on the table, is not a faction. It's not a rival god or a competing sect. It's an aspect of the heavenly Tao itself. Wei felt something go very still in his chest. The heavenly Tao, Wu continued, made a determination 537 years ago that humor was a destabilizing force in cultivation society. Not comedy. Not social levity. Humor in the sense of perceiving truth at an unexpected angle, of finding the gap in rigid structures, of questioning through laughter rather than through argument. He spread out more documents, each one older and more fragile than the last. The god of jokes wasn't killed because he was weak, Wu said. He was killed because he was effective. He was showing cultivators how to see. He was teaching them to laugh at the structures that claim to be unchangeable. And the heavenly Tao, which maintains the fundamental order of cultivation reality, determined that this was a threat, not to cultivation itself, to the hierarchy that kept cultivation stable. Wei read through the documents, each one a fragment of administrative record, divine paperwork, the bureaucratic trail of a god's assassination. 500 years, Wu said. The heavenly Tao has been systematically suppressing humor-based cultivation, discouraging it, removing practitioners who got too close to genuine power through perception rather than technique, maintaining a careful fiction that humor was trivial, that laughter was weakness. And then I was born, Wei said quietly. And then, Wu agreed. The god of jokes shattered across 108 fragments, and one of them ended up in the hands of a boy in Greenwater Town who couldn't take anything seriously, who treated cultivation society's most fundamental assumptions as jokes that weren't funny because they weren't true. Wei felt the weight of it settle across his shoulders. He had spent 11 years thinking he was building something new. He had not understood that every step forward was a direct violation of a cosmic mandate that had been in place for 5 centuries. Wei, Wu said, from the perspective of the heavenly Tao's aspect that commissioned the god of jokes' death, you are not a promising young cultivator. You are the single greatest threat to cultivation stability since Xiao Wuji himself. You are a god in the process of being reassembled. You are a direct contradiction to 5 centuries of deliberate cosmic policy. Then, Wei said carefully, we should prepare for the heavenly Tao to take notice. Yes, Wu said. I believe we should. The weight of Wu's discovery settled over them in the following days. Wei had known that the laughter Tao had been suppressed, but reading the actual bureaucratic records made it visceral in a way that knowledge could not match. The heavenly Tao had systematically hunted practitioners. It had corrupted entire schools with anti-humor teachings. It had spent 5 centuries constructing a civilization in which laughter was treated as weakness. And Wei had rebuilt it all in 11 years, not through force, but through truth. Do you understand what this means? Wu asked during one of their many conversations about the archives. The suppression failed, not because it was insufficient in force, but because it was insufficient in understanding. The heavenly Tao fundamentally misunderstood what the laughter Tao was. It thought it was fighting chaos. It was actually fighting clarity. He pulled out yet another document, marked with older seals that spoke of the earliest days of the suppression. This one is the original commission. Listen, the god of jokes represents a destabilizing force that questions all authority and all structure. His disciples laugh at cosmic law itself. His power is a threat to the fundamental order that keeps reality stable. Therefore, his death is required and justified. That was the reasoning. Perfect cosmic logic. Except it was based on a foundational error. Which was? Wei asked, though he suspected he knew. They thought laughter at structure was laughter at order, He Wuming said. But laughter at a false structure is not the same as laughter at structure itself. The laughter Tao doesn't undermine all authority. It undermines false authority. It reveals which structures are genuine and which are performance. The heavenly Tao couldn't distinguish between those things, so it suppressed both. Wei felt the implications settle through him. The laughter Tao had never been chaos. It had always been a tool for perception. And the heavenly Tao's inability to see that was why the suppression had ultimately failed. Chapter 127, The Heavenly Tao's aspect did not announce itself dramatically. It simply arrived one morning during the school's daily meditation, and its presence was so vast and undeniable that every disciple in Floating Peak felt it like the pressure of a hand on their chest. The presence did not manifest dramatically. There was no explosion of divine power or manifestation of cosmic force in spectacular form. The heavenly Tao simply made itself known through the fundamental structure of reality itself. Every disciple in the school felt it like a pressure against their existence, a sense that something vast was paying attention to them. Some fell to their knees. Others fled to their rooms. Most simply stood frozen, unable to process the magnitude of what they were experiencing. Wei, meanwhile, felt something else. He felt the weight of what he had done. He had built the laughter Tao in secret, believing that the suppression was unjust. But he had never truly confronted what it would mean to stand face to face with the force that had done the suppressing. He had never contemplated what his next words would be, standing before an entity that could unmake his cultivation with a thought. "I'm ready," he said aloud, though he was not, in fact, ready. But sometimes, you had to be unready and face what needed to be faced anyway. The presence acknowledged this in some way that Wei could feel, but not understand. And then, slowly, the pressure began to ease slightly. Not gone, but less immediately overwhelming. Like a weight that you could learn to carry rather than one that would crush you. Wei stood in the courtyard, and the air itself seemed to crystallize. The aspect was not embodied. It had no form. It was simply a presence that defined the space around it. A sense of cosmic order, of hierarchy, of a structure so fundamental that questioning it seemed like questioning whether water should be wet. When it spoke, it did not use words. It used concepts. Wei understood them directly, without translation. The laughter Tao is a threat. Its recognition as a great Tao is tentative. An official challenge to its validity is hereby issued. The heavenly Tao denies the laughter Tao's claim to be a fundamental ordering principle of cultivation reality. Humor is destabilizing. Laughter undermines legitimate authority. The laughing heaven system is an aberration. A formal debate is offered to determine whether the laughter Tao has any merit whatsoever. What are the terms? Wei asked, speaking not to the aspect, but into the presence of it. The response came swift and certain. One representative of the laughter Tao will present arguments before the heavenly Tao's court. The argument must be made within 3 days. Failure to appear constitutes concession that the laughter Tao has no valid foundation. Argument must be made before representatives of the heavenly Tao and the established great Taos. No violence will be permitted. Only reasoned debate. The presence withdrew, leaving behind only the faint memory of what it had been. Wei stood in the courtyard as his disciples gradually emerged from meditation, their eyes wide with shock and fear. Bai Rushue reached him first. That was the heavenly Tao. Yes, Wei said. It's challenging the laughter Tao's validity. Yes. You're going to have to argue before a cosmic court, Bai Rushue continued, as though working through a tactical problem, while the heavenly Tao argues against you, and somehow convince the representatives of established great Taos that a Tao based on humor has merit. Yes. Bai Rushue was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Come. We have 3 days to prepare. Fatty Qian should be told immediately. We'll need him to manage the school. He Wuming needs to be informed. He may find more useful historical context. Yan Jingming should be brought in to help structure arguments from the perspective of dual-path cultivation. And Su Huang should present her own experience with the laughter Tao's mechanism." Wei felt something in his chest ease slightly. He had known she would do this. Had known she would move immediately from shock to strategy. Had known she would not waste time doubting. This was why Bairushiwa was here. This was why she'd chosen to stay. You're right, Wei said. We prepare. We will give them an argument they cannot dismiss, Bairushiwa said with quiet certainty. Because the laughter Tao is real, Wei. I've watched it work. I've seen cultivators advance from genuine perception. I've watched it repair what Xiao Wuji broke. We'll prove this. Over the next 3 days, the school became a planning center. Bairushiwa organized the tactical approach. He Wuming provided historical context about how the heavenly Tao had suppressed humor cultivation. Yan Jingming prepared testimony about the laughter Tao's capacity to strengthen, not weaken, established practices. Su Huang worked through her own experience of rapid advancement through genuine laughter. Fatty Qian kept everyone fed with an assortment of soups that he claimed were specifically designed to enhance analytical thinking. I don't think soup actually works that way, Wei told him. Everything works better with soup. Fatty Qian replied with absolute conviction. This is just a true thing. On the evening of the 3rd day, as the sun was setting, a portal opened in the courtyard. The heavenly Tao was ready. The argument would begin at dawn. Chapter 128. The court existed in a space that was not quite a place. Wei found himself standing in a great hall that had geometry that hurt to look at directly. Angles that should not have existed, perspectives that shifted depending on how he focused his attention. The representatives were seated in a semicircle. Ancient cultivators who had achieved great Tao status across 5 centuries, plus at the center, the aspect of the heavenly Tao itself. The aspect spoke first. It did not argue for or against the laughter Tao specifically. It simply presented its position with the absolute certainty of something that had never questioned itself. Humor is inherently destabilizing. It produces cultivators who undermine established hierarchies. It cannot be the basis of reliable cosmic law. Its recognition as a great Tao was premature and must be reversed. The heavenly Tao has maintained cosmic order for hundreds of millennia. The laughter Tao has existed for less than a decade. The heavenly Tao will not tolerate a competing ordering principle that operates on the basis of destabilization. Then it fell silent, waiting for Wei's response. Wei stepped forward. He had considered, during those 3 days of preparation, many different arguments. He could argue that the laughter Tao was harmless, but that would be a lie, and the first rule of the laughter Tao was that you could not lie to yourself and expect the power to work. He could argue that humor had been present in cultivation society for millennia, true, but not the point. He could argue that the heavenly Tao's suppression had been unjust, also true, but also not an argument that would convince a cosmic entity that had never questioned its own justice. So instead, he tried to tell the truth. The heavenly Tao says that humor is destabilizing, Wei began. This is correct. The laughter Tao is destabilizing. But the heavenly Tao is wrong about what that means. He paused, gathering his thoughts. Behind him, he felt Bairushiwa's steady presence, felt He Wuming's attention, felt the network of 108 fragments scattered across the continent, all turning their awareness toward this moment. Hierarchies that cannot survive being laughed at deserve to fall. Wei continued. Not because laughter is powerful. It's not, in the way the heavenly Tao thinks. But because a hierarchy that's so fragile that it breaks when someone points out its gap is not actually a hierarchy worth maintaining. It's a structure held together by the shared fiction that everyone's afraid to question. The representatives of the established great Taos were very still. The aspect itself was silent. The laughter Tao doesn't undermine cultivation, Wei said. It asks cultivation to be honest about where it actually is. The gaps the laughter Tao exploits are not weaknesses in the cosmic order. They're honest assessments of it. Xiao Wuji did not destabilize cultivation society by revealing that it was fragile. He just revealed that parts of it were already unstable and no one had been willing to say so. The laughter Tao comes after and says, yes, these gaps exist, and you can perceive them, and you can grow stronger by understanding them rather than pretending they don't exist. He looked directly at the aspect of the heavenly Tao, understanding now what he was really facing, not malice, but fear. Fear of a new ordering principle. Fear of something it could not control. The heavenly Tao, Wei said quietly, is afraid. It's been afraid for 500 years, ever since the god of jokes showed cultivation that you could grow by laughing at yourself. And so you killed him. And then you spent 5 centuries making sure no one else could learn what he was teaching. But you cannot kill ideas that are true. You can only suppress them. And you can only suppress them until someone is willing to say them out loud. The response from the aspect came not as words, but as a single question, posed with the weight of cosmic authority. If the laughter Tao undermines every authority, what stops it from undermining itself? The silence that followed was absolute. Chapter 129. Wei opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Wei felt his breath catch as the aspect leaned into the question. This was not a theoretical challenge. This was the genuine crux of the matter. If the laughter Dao's entire mechanism was the ability to laugh at rigid structures and find the gaps in them, then what stopped it from laughing at its own structure until nothing was left? What prevented it from becoming pure chaos? It was, in fact, the perfect counterargument. The only argument that actually mattered. And Wei realized with a spike of genuine panic that he did not have a prepared answer. All the work he had done, building the Dao, developing the framework, training disciples, had been built on the assumption that this question would not be asked. That the heavenly Dao would either accept or reject him based on whether the laughter Dao produced genuine power, not on whether it was theoretically sound. He had been wrong about that assumption. I could claim the answer, Wei said carefully, still standing before the vast presence of the aspect. I could pretend I have some philosophical framework that explains why the laughter Dao won't undermine itself. I could give you a beautiful theory about self-aware systems or recursive truth perception or any number of things that sound like they make sense. He paused, feeling the weight of every eye in the court on him. But that would be me lying, he continued. And the laughter Dao is built on something that cannot tolerate my lying to you about its fundamental nature. So I'm going to sit with this question for one night. I'm going to genuinely think about it. And tomorrow, I'll either come back with a real answer, or I'll come back and admit that I don't have one and that you're right to be concerned. The aspect considered this. One of the representatives of the great Daos, the master of the solemn stone Dao, his expression grave and steady, nodded fractionally. Approval, or at least acknowledgement that Wei's honesty was itself a kind of answer. Return at dawn, the aspect said. We will continue then. He had prepared for many questions. He had anticipated challenges about whether the laughter Dao could maintain its own consistency, whether it could avoid becoming mere randomness, whether it could function as a great Dao rather than as a tool of chaos. But this question was not about those things. This question was asking something far more fundamental. If the laughter Dao's power came from laughing at rigid structures and finding the gaps in them, what prevented it from laughing at itself until it had no structure left at all? It was, Wei realized, the right question. The only question that really mattered. I don't know, he said finally, and the honesty of it seemed to echo through the impossible geometry of the court. I don't have the answer to that. The aspect was silent. The representatives of the great Daos exchanged looks that Wei could not interpret. I'll answer it tomorrow, Wei said. I need to think about this properly. Because you're right, if the laughter Dao can laugh at everything, what stops it from laughing itself out of existence? That's a real problem. And I need to understand the actual answer before I claim anything. He withdrew from the court, and the hall released him back into ordinary space. That night, in the room Floating Peak had provided for him, Wei sat with the question. He did not meditate on it. He did not try to reason through it systematically. He simply sat with the impossible weight of it, feeling the shape of it, waiting for something to occur to him. Wei did not sleep that night. He sat with the question until the eastern sky began to lighten, waiting for some revelation that never came. He had returned from the court and tried to meditate, tried to use the techniques that had always brought him clarity in the past. Nothing worked. The question sat in his mind like a stone in still water, creating ripples that disturbed everything. If the laughter Dao's power came from undermining rigid structures, then what stopped it from undermining itself until nothing remained? What prevented it from becoming a force of pure dissolution? Every other great Dao had some kind of stabilizing principle. The crane flight Dao had the principle of harmony. The solemn stone Dao had the principle of unchanging truth. The celestial harmony Dao had the principle of eternal balance. But the laughter Dao's principle was to laugh at every stabilizing principle, to find the gap in every truth claim, to undermine every assertion of permanent order. How could something like that not eventually undermine itself? He thought about every disciple who had misunderstood the laughter Dao's true nature. He thought about Li Chun cackling at his own meditation, thinking that randomness was power. He thought about the ones who had left, convinced that Wei had betrayed the laughter Dao by insisting on genuine perception rather than pure absurdity. And Wei realized, sitting in the darkness of the guest chamber, that the aspect's question had cut to the deepest concern he had never quite admitted to himself. What if the laughter Dao was fundamentally unstable? What if he had been building something that would inevitably collapse under the weight of its own contradictions? The panic that thought generated was almost unbearable. It sat in his chest like a weight, making breathing difficult. Everything he had accomplished, every step forward, every revelation about the laughter Dao's true nature, all of it suddenly felt fragile. Nothing came. The problem remained exactly as intractable as when he'd left the court. Bai Rushua found him near midnight, sitting in the window watching the stars move in patterns that suddenly seemed entirely arbitrary. She did not ask how the argument had gone or what the heavenly Tao's question had been. She simply sat beside him in silence. After a long time, she said, "You know the answer. You've been living it. You just haven't said it out loud." Wei turned to look at her. "You were listening?" "I was there," Rushua said. "I heard the question, and I watched you think about it, and I realized you already understand the answer. You're just afraid it's not sufficient." "Then tell me," Wei said. "Because I'm completely lost." "The laughter Tao," Rushua said carefully, "doesn't protect itself by being rigorous or careful or preventing laughter from touching it. It protects itself the way laughter always protects itself, by being honest." Wei stared at her. "Think about it," she continued. "Every disciple you have who mistakes silliness for insight, the laughter Tao fails with them, and then it teaches them. Every moment you applied the technique without genuine perception, the laughter Tao didn't work, and you learned. The Tao doesn't protect itself by being above criticism. It protects itself by being willing to fail and by being willing to acknowledge that failure. The correction mechanism is built in. The laughter Tao doesn't work if you're lying to yourself. And that includes lying to yourself about the laughter Tao." Wei felt something crystallize in his mind. It was so obvious, once she said it, that he wanted to laugh at himself for not seeing it immediately. "So the heavenly Tao's question is the answer," he said slowly. "If the laughter Tao undermines every authority, yes, it does, including itself. The only thing that stops it from undermining itself into non-existence is that undermining doesn't destroy. It clarifies. It shows you what's actually true and what was just performance. And a Tao based on actual truth is harder to destroy than a Tao based on rigid principle." Rushua smiled. It was a small expression, barely visible in the darkness. "Now you're ready to answer." At dawn, Wei returned to the court. The aspect of the heavenly Tao was waiting, immobile, patient in a way that suggested patience that would last for centuries if necessary. The aspect's question had created a crack in Wei's confidence that took the entire night to heal. But in healing, something stronger was formed. Because the question had forced Wei to look at his own foundation and to discover that it was solid. The laughter Tao did not depend on cosmic authorization. It did not depend on the heavenly Tao's approval. It depended on something much simpler and much more fundamental: truth. As long as practitioners of the laughter Tao were willing to be honest about what they perceived and how they perceived it, the Tao would function. As long as they refused to lie, refused to perform, refused to pretend that they had understood something when they hadn't, the technique would work. And when it failed, when they tried to use humor as a shield or as an excuse, the failure itself would teach them where the dishonesty lay. The Tao was self-correcting through its fundamental mechanism, and that was stronger than any rule, any principle, any cosmic authorization could ever be. Wei took his place before the vast presence and gathered his thoughts. He had not slept, but he had thought. All night, sitting in the darkness, he had turned the question over and over until its shape became clear. "The laughter Tao protects itself through its fundamental nature," he said, and his voice was steady. "Every disciple who tries to use humor as permission to be careless discovers that the technique doesn't work. Every moment I applied laughter without genuine perception, the Tao failed. The failure is built into the mechanism itself. You cannot use the laughter Tao to lie because the laughter Tao is, fundamentally, a tool for seeing truth." He paused, feeling the weight of the aspect's attention. By the time dawn broke and Wei returned to the court, he had sat with the question for an entire night. He had not slept. He had not tried to meditate or to reason it out systematically. He had simply sat with the weight of it, feeling its shape, waiting for something to shift. And finally, it had. The answer was not something he had discovered. It was something he had always known but had been afraid to claim. It was so simple that he had almost missed it in his search for something more complex. The laughter Tao protected itself not through rules or rigid principles, but through its fundamental nature. It could only function when the user was being genuinely honest. A disciple who tried to use the laughter Tao to lie, to perform, to hide behind humor rather than to perceive through it, that disciple would discover that the technique didn't work. The Tao would fail, and in failing, it would teach the disciple that the problem was not with the Tao, but with their own dishonesty. The self-correction mechanism was built in at the most fundamental level. The laughter Tao didn't need external protection because it had internal protection. It required truth to function. Understanding this transformed how Wei approached the court. He no longer needed to defend the laughter Tao. He just needed to explain it clearly enough that the heavenly Tao could see the truth of it. "So yes," he continued, "the laughter Tao can laugh at itself. And when it does, what it discovers is whether that laughter is based on genuine perception or on performance. If it's performance, the technique fails. If it's genuine, the perception stands. The Tao doesn't protect itself by forbidding self-examination. It protects itself by making self-examination the only thing that actually works. Chapter 130. At dawn, Wei returned to the court. The aspect of the heavenly Tao was waiting, immobile, patient in a way that suggested patience that would last for centuries if necessary. I have an answer, Wei said. But it's not an answer in the way you probably expected. The aspect was silent, waiting. The laughter Tao undermines itself all the time, Wei said. Every disciple who mistakes silliness for genuine insight, the laughter Tao fails with them until they understand the difference. Every practitioner who performs humor rather than finding it, the laughter Tao shows them the gap in their approach. Every moment I myself have applied the technique without genuine perception, the laughter Tao didn't work. It showed me that I was lying to myself. He stepped forward, feeling the weight of the statement. That is not a flaw in the laughter Tao, Wei continued. That's the laughter Tao doing its job, showing you where you're not actually seeing clearly yet. The Tao's correction mechanism is that it doesn't work if you're lying. And you cannot build something sustainable on lies, because lies have to be maintained. They require constant effort to hold together. But truth is simple. Truth doesn't require defense. Truth only requires that you keep looking at it honestly. The representatives of the great Taoists were leaning forward now, genuinely engaged. So the answer to your question is this, Wei said, looking directly at the aspect. The laughter Tao does not protect itself from undermining itself. It survives because understanding the truth survives. And you cannot undermine understanding, because understanding is what makes you strong. The only thing that could destroy the laughter Tao is if it started lying to itself. And if that happened, the Tao would simply stop working. And then it would be revealed as false. And it would deserve to fall. He was quiet for a moment, then added, the heavenly Tao has maintained cosmic order for hundreds of millennia by enforcing rigid principles. But a Tao based on rigid principle is like a bridge built to bear exactly this much weight. It's strong until the load changes. The laughter Tao is based on honesty. It bends because it's flexible, and it survives because nothing that's actually true needs to be enforced. The silence stretched long and deep. The aspect of the heavenly Tao did not respond immediately. When it did, the quality of the response was different, not more accepting. The aspect did not apologize, did not reverse itself, did not declare Wei correct. It simply acknowledged, this is a sufficient answer. The fragment network grew more efficiently once by Rushiue established the organizational framework. What had begun as scattered individuals, each holding pieces of the laughing heaven system, became something genuinely networked, still distributed, still independent, but unified by purpose and connected through regular communication channels. The Floating Peak School became the hub of the network, but not in a hierarchical sense. The school did not direct the fragment holders. It did not command their actions or demand reports. It simply provided a place where fragment holders could gather periodically, share what they had learned through their cultivation, and help each other refine their understanding of how the laughter Tao operated. The first network gathering brought together 32 fragment holders from across the continent. They came to Floating Peak over the course of 3 weeks, each arriving separately, so as not to draw attention from the intelligence networks that were still monitoring unusual cultivation activity. Wei worked with each of them individually before the gathering, understanding their specific fragment application, their cultivation level, their personal relationship to the power they held. Each one was different. Some had been carrying the fragment for decades without understanding what it was. Some had discovered the fragment within themselves during Wei's continental circuit and had immediately connected with the network. Some were family members or disciples of the primary fragment holders, recipients of knowledge and training that had been passed down. But all of them, regardless of background, had one thing in common. They had discovered something about truth perception in their cultivation that the traditional schools refused to acknowledge or teach. They had found the gap in their own thinking and laughed at it. They had become stronger through that laughter. The gathering itself was not ceremonial. There were no formal presentations about the laughter Tao's principles. Instead, Wei arranged conversations between fragment holders who held complementary applications, creating opportunities for them to learn from each other's experience. Headache Liu, the first fragment holder Wei had successfully transferred a fragment from, found himself in conversation with a cultivator named Sun Ming, who had discovered a different fragment application entirely, the ability to perceive lies with uncanny accuracy. When Sun Ming described the experience of seeing truth shine through deception like light through a gap in closed doors, Liu understood immediately. He was experiencing the same perception mechanism, just applied to a different aspect of cultivation reality. By the end of the gathering, something had fundamentally shifted. The fragment holders were no longer isolated individuals with mysterious powers. They were a movement, They were the laughter Tao made practical and distributed. They were the beginning of what Wei's inheritance would become. Chapter 131. The verdict came 2 hours later, delivered with the weight of cosmic authority that had not been challenged for 5 centuries. The laughter Tao's status as a great Tao stands confirmed and valid. The court proceeded to explain the reasoning, and in doing so, it revealed something extraordinary. The previous aspect of the heavenly Tao, the one that had commissioned the god of jokes' death 5 centuries ago, had made a fundamental error in its analysis. It had treated humor as performance rather than as perception. It had treated the god of jokes' laughter as a threat to cosmic order rather than as a tool for understanding cosmic order more clearly. In the 500 years since that decision, the heavenly Tao had evolved. The current aspect was not the same as the previous one. It had developed greater sophistication in how it understood cultivation, and it had come to recognize that the previous aspect's decision to suppress the laughter Tao had been insufficiently rigorous, which was another way of saying it had been wrong. Therefore, the verdict continued. The previous aspect that commissioned the god of jokes' death has been dissolved back into the heavenly Tao's general structure for insufficient rigor. The suppression mandate is hereby revoked. The laughter Tao is recognized as a legitimate path of cultivation. The laughing heaven system is no longer prohibited. Wei listened to this announcement, understanding that he was not receiving an apology. The heavenly Tao did not apologize. It was stating facts. It was being honest about what it had learned. And in the context of the heavenly Tao, this was perhaps the closest to an apology that it could ever come. The representatives of the great Taos offered their acknowledgement, but the aspect of the heavenly Tao itself had one more question before closing. The laughter Tao will now exist openly, it said, and the words resonated through the transcendent space. But we have already learned from 5 centuries of suppression that open suppression merely drives a truth underground. We must understand, will the laughter Tao remain stable as it grows? Or will it become, as we feared, a force that undermines all order including itself? This was the question Wei had been dreading. This was the question that cut to the very heart of what the laughter Tao was. I don't know yet, Wei admitted. I need time to develop the answer properly. Because if I give you a philosophy that sounds good but isn't tested in practice, I'm just giving you what you want to hear. And the laughter Tao's foundation is that it cannot tolerate lies, even beautiful ones. The aspect was silent for a very long moment. The representatives of the great Taos offered their own acknowledgement. The crane flight Tao, the solemn stone Tao, the celestial harmony Tao, all of them, in their own ways, affirmed that the laughter Tao was now recognized as equal to them. When Wei left the court, the portal closing behind him, he found that a weight he had not known he was carrying had lifted. The laughter Tao did not need permission from the heavenly Tao to exist. Its power came from genuine perception, not from cosmic authorization. But having the authorization, having the suppression mandate dissolved, meant that the work of spreading the laughter Tao could accelerate. No more hidden cultivation. No more necessity for silence. The laughter Tao could exist openly. Bai Ruxue was waiting for him in the courtyard, and when she saw him, she knew immediately that it had worked. You did it, she said. We did it, Wei corrected. None of this would have been possible without you. Still, Bai Ruxue said, you looked at the heavenly Tao itself and convinced it to revoke a 500-year policy. That's extraordinary. Wei smiled. I just told the truth. The heavenly Tao already knew it was true. It just had to be willing to say so out loud, plainly and completely. Wei let the words of the verdict wash over him again, each phrase carrying weight. The aspect that commissioned the god of jokes' death has been dissolved back into the heavenly Tao's general structure for insufficient rigor. That phrasing, insufficient rigor, was the heavenly Tao's way of saying it had been wrong. But not in the way ordinary beings experienced wrongness. The heavenly Tao experienced it as a flaw in analysis, a mistake in reasoning, an incomplete understanding. The previous aspect had not been evil, in its view. It had simply been insufficiently rigorous in its thinking, and therefore it could not be allowed to persist. The suppression mandate is hereby revoked. 5 centuries. 5 centuries of systematic suppression, of careful cultivation of shame, of a civilization trained to believe that laughter was weakness. And it was being revoked in a single statement, filed as bureaucratic closure. The weight of it doesn't hit yet, Bai Ruxue said quietly, reading something in his expression. They were standing in the courtyard of the transcendent space, neither of them moving toward the exit. But it will. Later, when you realize what it actually means for the laughter Tao to exist openly, for disciples to cultivate without hiding, for the shame to be lifted from something you've been fighting for since you were 17 years old. How can you tell? Wei asked. Because I know you, she said simply. And I know that the things that matter to you don't reveal their importance all at once. They sink in slowly. This, the cosmic acknowledgement, the dissolution of the aspect that opposed you, the opening of a path that was closed for 5 centuries. This is going to reshape how you understand what you've done. Not today, but soon. She reached over and squeezed his hand. And I'm glad I'm here to watch it happen. Wei understood what Bairushiue was really saying. This moment in the court, this confrontation with the heavenly Tao itself, was important. But it was only important because of what came before it and what would come after it. The laughter Tao had been built by thousands of people over centuries, slowly reconstructing itself from Xiao Wuji's scattered fragments. Wei was just the cultivator who had happened to receive a fragment in the right place at the right time. His role was to move the work forward, not to be the work itself. What happens if I fail the test? Wei asked. What if I can't answer the question? Then we fail together, Bairushiue said. And we figure out what comes next. The heavenly Tao's approval would have been convenient. But the laughter Tao's truth doesn't depend on cosmic authorization. We've been surviving without it for 5 centuries. We can survive without it for 5 more if necessary. But Wei knew that would not be necessary. He could feel it in the structure of the conversation, in the way the aspect's attention was focused on understanding rather than on condemning. The heavenly Tao had already decided, somewhere in its vast and alien intelligence, that the laughter Tao was worth preserving. Now it just needed Wei to prove it to the aspect, and more importantly, to prove it to himself. That understanding settled into him like clarity. But as they walked back through the courtyard of the transcendent space, Wei felt the full weight of the moment beginning to settle in. The opposition was gone. 5 centuries of active suppression, dissolved in a single verdict. And now the work that came next was not about surviving opposition, but about building openly, in the light. What will you do? Bairushiue asked as they moved toward the exit of the transcendent space. I'll go home, Wei said. Back to Floating Peak. I'll tell the disciples that the suppression is ended. And then I'll help them understand what that actually means. Not that we can now practice openly, but that the entire framework of what the laughter Tao is can now expand beyond what we've built in secret. He felt the strangeness of it, moving from a world of necessary secrecy to one where the laughter Tao could exist without hiding. And the heavenly Tao? Bairushiue asked. Will they interfere further? No, Wei said with certainty. The verdict was final. The aspect that opposed us has been dissolved. What remains is the current aspect, which has accepted the laughter Tao. Cosmic law, now, is on our side rather than against us. It was such an unfamiliar sensation that for a moment, Wei didn't know what to do with it. For 11 years, every step forward had been against resistance. Now, finally, there was no resistance. Only the work itself. Chapter 132, He Wuming spent the following week in a state of what could only be described as scholarly ecstasy. The commissioning authority's closure meant that he could finally complete his research, not by finding more documents, but by formally documenting the conclusion. Do you understand what this means? He asked Wei, spreading official paperwork across the archive desk. 500 years of anti-humor cultivation suppression, systematically enforced, documented in what amounts to cosmic bureaucracy. And it all ends not with a dramatic confrontation, but with an administrative filing. You're very happy about this, Wei observed. I'm extremely happy about this, He Wuming confirmed. Because it means the suppression is actually over. Not symbolically. Literally. The void arbiter contract that maintained the suppression is void. The authority that commissioned the death is dissolved. The mandate is revoked. All of this is now documented in a way that cannot be undone, because it's written in the heavenly Tao's own records. He handed Wei a scroll. This is the formal closure notice. It states clearly that the laughter Tao is no longer prohibited. The god of jokes' death was unjustly commissioned, and any cultivator engaged in humor-based cultivation is now operating within cosmic law rather than outside it. He Wuming had barely slept since the verdict. Wei had never seen him like this, energized in a way that went beyond excitement. It was the deep satisfaction of an archivist who had found not just answers, but the complete pattern of answers. Do you know what the most interesting part is? He Wuming asked, without waiting for Wei to respond. The heavenly Tao's own records show that the suppression was ineffective at its core purpose. Look here. He pointed to another set of documents. This entry is from 278 years ago. It documents 17 separate attempts to establish laughter Tao cultivation groups. 17 different groups, in different regions, working independently. The suppression prevented them from connecting, prevented them from creating larger organizations, but it couldn't actually kill the fundamental insight. The humor kept emerging. The laughter kept happening. They couldn't suppress the actual truth, only the institutional framework around it. He looked up from the documents with something like pride. That's what's going to matter, going forward, he said. Not just that the heavenly Tao has officially ended the suppression, but that the suppression never actually worked. And now that it's ended, the natural tendency of cultivation society is going to be toward the laughter Tao, not away from it. The ecosystem has been distorted for 500 years. Now it's going to correct. Wei understood what he Wuming was really saying. The work was not done. In many ways, the actual work was just beginning. But it was no longer work done in hiding. No longer work done against the cosmic order. What about you? Wei asked. What comes next for your research? He Wuming was quiet for a moment. Then he looked back at the documents with something that might have been love. I'm going to write it all down, he said. Not just for myself. Not even just for the laughter Tao. For history. I'm going to create a record so thorough that 500 years from now, anyone who looks at these archives will understand exactly what happened, exactly why it happened, and exactly why it was wrong. The suppression may have been dissolved officially, but the actual understanding of it, the clarity of why it was insufficient, that needs to be permanently recorded. Otherwise, history becomes malleable. The truth becomes negotiable. He Wuming carefully placed the documents aside, almost reverently. The heavenly Tao may revoke mandates, he said quietly. But only humans can preserve the understanding of why those mandates were wrong. That's our job now. That's what lasts beyond cosmic bureaucracy. Wei felt something settle fully in his chest. It was done. The laughter Tao was not just recognized. It was protected by cosmic law itself. The aspect of the heavenly Tao that had dissolved would not return. The current aspect had made its position clear. The laughter Tao was valid. What will you do now? Wei asked He Wuming. I'm going to finish the archive work, He Wuming said. Not because I'm searching for anything anymore, but because I'm writing down the conclusion. I'm creating a record so thorough and so well documented that 500 years from now, no one will be able to pretend that the suppression didn't happen or that the god of jokes was justly killed. The truth gets recorded in history, and history survives even cosmic bureaucracy. This was He Wuming's gift, Wei understood. Not the ability to perceive gaps and laugh at them, but the ability to make sure that once something was understood, it was recorded in a way that could never be forgotten. In the weeks that followed, as He Wuming settled into the work of archival preservation, Wei watched the archivist with newfound respect. While other cultivators celebrated the victory, and there was indeed celebrating across the laughter Tao community, He Wuming worked quietly, methodically, creating a record that would outlast any celebration. Most people think history is about recording victories, He Wuming said one evening, surrounded by carefully organized documents. But real history is about understanding how we got here. How could a cosmic force as vast as the heavenly Tao make such a fundamental error? How could an entire civilization be trained to believe that truth perception was weakness? How can policy that has been in place for 5 centuries be dissolved almost casually, in the moment a better understanding becomes available? He gestured at the documents. These are the real story. Not that the laughter Tao won, but that winning was possible because the opposing force was willing to be corrected. That's the principle that matters. That cosmic order itself is subject to refinement when confronted with sufficient clarity. Wei understood what the archivist was doing. He was not just recording events. He was recording the conditions under which change became possible. And that record would shape how the laughter Tao developed in the generations to come. When will it be finished? Wei asked. When the truth is so thoroughly preserved that it becomes impossible to rewrite, He Wuming said simply. In other words, I have centuries of work ahead of me. But I'm content with that. I'm creating something that will outlast all of us. Chapter 133. The Laughing Heaven System surfaced a question at the beginning of the 4th month after the Heavenly Tao's verdict. The journey back to Floating Peak had given Wei time to process everything that had occurred. The suppression was ended. The laughter Tao was recognized. And the work, the real work, was only beginning. Bai Rushua had traveled at his side, and neither of them spoke much about what had happened in the Heavenly Tao's court. There was too much to process. The implications would take years to fully sink in. But Fatty Qian, who had joined them for the return journey, could not contain his joy. We won, he kept saying, presenting Wei with excellent meals at every stop. The laughter Tao won. The cosmic order itself bowed. Wei allowed himself to sit with that joy, even as he contemplated the deeper work that lay ahead. What is the punchline you are building toward? The integration of the Laughing Heaven system into a comprehensive cultivation framework required Wei to develop what Yi Wuhan called system architecture. The underlying logic of how the 108 fragments fit together not as random divine power, but as a coherent whole. The fragments had originally been distributed individually across the continent, but integration into Wei's cultivation base revealed patterns that Xiao Wuji had deliberately built into the inheritance structure. Fragments 1 to 9 were the foundational applications, the core powers that every holder needed to develop practical mastery. Fragments 10 to 36 were the enhancement applications, modifications and extensions of the foundational powers that increased their range, precision, and effectiveness. Fragments 37 to 72 were the synthesis applications, techniques for combining multiple fragments into complex effects that no single fragment could produce alone. Fragments 73 to 108 were the evolution applications, the mechanisms for developing the foundational powers into something that transcended their original limitations. Xiao Wuji designed this inheritance as a curriculum. Wei realized, reviewing the progression. The fragments are not just power objects. They're teaching tools. Of course they are, Yi Wuhan said. A god who creates a scattered inheritance would not do it randomly. Xiao Wuji arranged the fragments so that learning them in sequence would teach the holder how divine power actually worked, how to develop it, how to extend it, how to synthesize it into something greater than the sum of components. Wei spent 3 weeks mapping the fragment progression, understanding how each cluster of 9 fragments built on the previous cluster. The first 9 fragments taught basic control and application. The second cluster taught how to extend those applications beyond their apparent limitations. The third cluster taught how individual applications could interact and combine. The final cluster taught how the entire system could be transcended into something that was no longer just divine power, but a fundamental shift in how the holder perceived reality. By the time Wei had completed the mapping, he understood something crucial. He was not learning to become a god. He was learning to learn in the way that gods learned. The fragments were training tools designed to teach the process of progressive revelation. The understanding that power always had deeper levels of development available if you could perceive what was preventing that development from occurring. This was the Laughter Dao's ultimate principle encoded into the fragment structure itself. Every fragment represented a specific discovery about how truth perception created the capacity to transcend limitations. The inheritance was not random. It was a carefully designed teaching curriculum that would force the holder to repeatedly confront their own assumptions, perceive the gaps in those assumptions, and develop the capacity to work with what they had been unable to see before. Every limitation was actually a gap. Every gap, when genuinely perceived, revealed the next level of possibility. The inheritance was teaching the exact same lesson through 1,000 different mechanisms and applications. Wei brought this realization to Bai Ruxue, and her response was immediate. This is how we teach the network. Not by giving people direct instruction, but by arranging situations where they'll discover the next level themselves. Fragment holders will develop this same progression in their own practice. Each one will experience the same pattern of limitation gap discovery transcendence at their own pace and in their own way. So the school becomes a mechanism for accelerating this natural progression, Wei said. Yes, Bai Ruxue confirmed. And the network becomes a mechanism for distributing the accelerated progression across the continent. And eventually, the cultivation society becomes fundamentally different because the Laughter Dao's principle, truth perception creates capacity, is embedded in how people learn and develop. This vision of how the Laughter Dao would eventually reshape cultivation society was what sustained Wei through the intensive months of fragment integration and system architecture development. He was not just collecting divine power. He was building the mechanism through which the fundamental perception principle could transform how all cultivation worked. Wei was in his room at Floating Peak when he felt it, the familiar sense of the system's attention, the presence of the divine machinery that had shaped his entire cultivation path. He had been avoiding this question for months now, pushing it aside, moving forward without an answer. But now there was no moving forward without addressing it. He retrieved the book of unfinished jokes from where it had been stored. The last page contained the setup he'd been filling in throughout his entire cultivation journey. A god builds his power from laughter and is killed for it. His fragments scatter to a nobody. The nobody collects the pieces and becomes. Wei had stopped writing there. He had written somebody who still makes soup as a placeholder. And then he had stopped, because that felt true enough, and because he was afraid of what the real answer might be. Now he sat with the incomplete sentence. The system was waiting. The Laughter Dao was waiting. All of it was waiting for him to complete the joke. He picked up his brush. He crossed out somebody who still makes soup. It wasn't false. He did still make soup with Fatty Qian, and they had laughed together through more impossible situations than Wei could count. But it was not the punchline. It was what came after the punchline. He wrote instead, somebody who makes everyone else better at seeing. The moment the brush hit the paper, something shifted. The system's attention crystallized into certainty. The joke was complete. Not that the narrative of Wei's life was finished. There were years of work ahead. But the core structure was there. The punchline existed. A god's power scattered and reassembled in a nobody. The god's power became the nobody's ability to help others perceive what they could not see before. Wei sat with this understanding, feeling how true it was. The moment when the first genuine error was discovered in the guide occurred 3 weeks after its distribution. A fragment holder in the Northern Territories had found an example in the combat applications section that did not actually reflect the principle that was being taught. The example suggested that perceiving an opponent's stance would create a tactical advantage, but the practitioner's actual experience was that perceiving the stance created clarity about the opponent's movement, which was not the same thing as creating an advantage. The clarity had to be paired with one's own technical skill to produce advantage. Wei received the feedback through the Sound Down network. He read the criticism and felt something shift. This was exactly what the guide was supposed to do. It was supposed to generate genuine dialogue where practitioners would test the principles against their own experience and would send feedback when the principles didn't map to reality perfectly. Wei took the feedback directly to Bai Ruxue and the other guide authors. The discussion that followed revealed a subtle but important distinction. The guide had been written from the perspective of people who had already achieved a certain level of cultivation sophistication. But a newer practitioner, just beginning to develop laughter Dao perception, might experience the principles differently. The guide needed to account for that developmental difference. The first revision of the guide incorporated this feedback and explicitly acknowledged that the principle's manifestation varied depending on the practitioner's current cultivation level. What appeared as a single principle from one perspective appeared as multiple distinct elements from another perspective. This revision cycle, distribute the guide, receive feedback, refine understanding, produce revised version, became the mechanism through which the Laughter Dao's teaching continuously evolved. The guide was therefore not a finished document that practitioners learned from. It was an ongoing conversation where practitioners' lived experience was constantly refining how the principles were articulated. This was why he had kept moving forward, not for personal power or personal advancement, but for the capacity to show others the gaps in their own thinking, the truth they were not seeing, the possibility they had dismissed as impossible. He closed the book. The system was satisfied. The question had been answered. Chapter 134. The formal establishment of a cultivation network required mechanisms for communication that would not attract attention from institutional authorities or intelligence operations. The relay formations that already connected major cultivation centers across the continent proved to be inadequate for what the Laughter Dao network needed. The relay formations were institutional infrastructure, monitored by government agents and faction intelligence services. Mian proposed an alternative. The network would develop its own communication system based on the Sound Dao principles that she had been developing. The system would use modulated sonic frequencies that could carry complex information across long distances without being detectable to non-Sound Dao practitioners. The frequencies would be embedded in natural sounds, bird calls, wind patterns, water flows, so that anyone listening would hear only ordinary environmental noise unless they specifically knew how to interpret the encoded information. This is actually more efficient than the relay formations, Mian explained to the core team. The relay formations require sending messages through institutional infrastructure, which means institutional infrastructure monitors what is being communicated. With sonic encoding, the entire communication exists in a layer that official monitoring systems can't access. We can send detailed information about new fragment holders, about practitioners who need guidance, about regional challenges, all without anyone knowing the conversation is happening. The implementation of the Sound Dao network took 3 months. Mian trained 12 practitioners from across the continent in the encoding and decoding of sonic frequency information. These 12 became the network's primary communication specialists, each one maintaining connections to multiple regional hubs. The network's efficiency improved dramatically once the Sound Dao communication system was operational. What had been a slow process of monthly communications between regions became an almost real-time information flow. A fragment holder in the Eastern Territories could send a detailed question about cultivation challenge and receive guidance from Wei or Bai Ruxue within days instead of weeks. But more importantly, the Sound Dao network created the possibility of genuine coordination between regional groups. Before the network, each region was developing the Laughter Dao according to its own interpretation of the foundational principles. This was actually valuable. It ensured regional diversity of expression, but it also created risks. Practitioners in one region might develop interpretations that contradicted understandings in other regions, potentially creating fragmentation. The Sound Dao network allowed Wei and Bai Ruxue to recognize these divergences early and facilitate dialogue between practitioners from different regions who had arrived at different conclusions about the same principles. Most of the time, The apparent contradictions proved to be different applications of the same principle rather than genuine disagreements. But occasionally, a real gap in understanding would be revealed, and the entire network would benefit from the clarification. This is how distributed learning works, Wuoming noted, documenting the network's evolution. Each region develops understanding based on its context. The network communication creates the possibility of comparing understandings across contexts, and the comparison sometimes reveals gaps that individual regions would never have identified on their own. By the time the network had been operational for 6 months, it had become something genuinely resilient. The network could survive the loss of any single region or communication hub because the redundancy had become embedded into the system's architecture. Information flowed through multiple pathways. Leadership was distributed across multiple practitioners. Decision-making was collaborative rather than hierarchical. Wei recognized that what Mian had created through the Sound Dao communication system was the network's nervous system. The floating peak school was the heart, generating new understanding and training new practitioners. But the Sound Dao network was what allowed that new understanding to circulate throughout the entire distributed body and integrate into the larger whole. And because the nervous system operated in a layer that institutional monitoring couldn't access, the network could grow quietly, completely, without triggering the kind of institutional opposition that would have crushed a more visible organization. The formal record-keeping of the Laughter Dao's teaching required Wuoming to develop an entirely new system of documentation. The traditional cultivation schools used hierarchical archives organized by sect, by teacher, by lineage of transmission. But the Laughter Dao had no lineage. It had no single teacher. It had Wei, and it had the fragments, and it had the distributed understanding of everyone who was genuinely practicing the path. Wuoming's solution was ingenious in its simplicity. He created an archive structure based on principle rather than hierarchy. Each fundamental teaching about the Laughter Dao was documented, but instead of being attributed to Wei as the originator, each teaching was documented with every person who had independently discovered it or contributed to its articulation. This is how knowledge actually develops in practice, Wuoming explained to Wei while reviewing the archive structure. It doesn't come from one person transmitting downward. It comes from multiple people discovering the same truth from different angles, and then comparing notes to see where their perceptions align. The archive system I've built reflects that reality. The archive grew rapidly as the network expanded. Each month, Wuoming received contributions from fragment holders across the continent documenting their discoveries. A cultivation technique that combined Laughter Dao perception with traditional combat applications. A teaching about how the Laughter Dao could be applied in business negotiation. A series of exercises specifically designed to help young cultivators begin perceiving the gaps in their own thinking without becoming discouraged by the process. Wei realized that Wuoming had essentially created a living document of how the Laughter Dao was being developed by its practitioners. The archive was not the fixed authority that traditional cultivation records represented. It was a record of genuine exploration, with all the contributions and refinements that came with multiple people discovering and articulating the same principles from different perspectives. The living document meant that the Laughter Dao would never become fixed dogma. It would continue to evolve as new practitioners added their understanding to the collective knowledge base. It was a record of genuine exploration, with all the false starts and corrections and refinements that came with discovering something new. Will this ever stabilize? Wei asked. Will there ever be a definitive version of the Laughter Dao? Or is it going to keep growing and changing? Yes and no, Wuoming said. The core principles are stable. The understanding of truth perception, the mechanism of genuine laughter at what you discover, the framework of how the Laughter Dao integrates with cultivation practice. Those things are probably as close to definitive as they're going to get. But the applications will keep evolving. Every time someone discovers a new way to apply these principles, the archive expands. The Laughter Dao will probably always be a living system rather than a fixed doctrine. Wei found he was pleased with this outcome. A fixed doctrine would have felt like betraying the actual nature of what the Laughter Dao was, a path of genuine perception that necessarily changed as more people walked it and discovered new truths from their unique perspectives. The actual writing process for the practitioner's guide was more collaborative than Wei had anticipated. He had assumed he would gather input from the network and then synthesize it into a coherent document. Instead, what emerged was a document that was genuinely authored by multiple people, with each section representing a distinct voice and perspective. Su Huang's foundational section on distinguishing genuine laughter from performance was deceptively simple. She provided 10 exercises that a cultivator could practice to develop the perceptual distinction. The exercises were not complicated, but they worked. They forced the practitioner to feel the difference in their own body between the laugh that came from genuine perception and the laugh that was social performance. When Wei read Su Huang's section, he realized he was reading something that would become one of the most important documents in cultivation history. Not because it was theoretically sophisticated, but because it worked. Any cultivator who practiced the exercises would immediately develop the ability to recognize the specific quality of genuine laughter. That ability would change how they approached the rest of their cultivation. Bai Rushua's tactical section was similarly elegant, but for different reasons. She structured it not as rules about how to apply the laughter Tao in combat, but as a series of questions. What gap in your opponent's stance are you perceiving? Is that gap real? Or are you imposing your expectation onto the gap? What happens if you respond to the actual gap rather than the gap you expected? This teaches people to verify their perception before acting, Bai Rushua explained. Every cultivator thinks they're good at perceiving combat situations. The laughter Tao asks them to verify that perception and accept what they actually perceive rather than what they expected to perceive. That verification step is what produces the actual advantage. Yan Jingming's section on dual-path cultivation was the most technically sophisticated. He explained in precise language how maintaining both the solemn stone cultivation and the laughter Tao was not contradiction, but complementary development. The solemn stone gave him structure and discipline. The laughter Tao gave him the ability to recognize when that structure was becoming constraining. Wei realized that each section of the guide was not just teaching information about the laughter Tao. Each section was modeling how the laughter Tao actually worked in practice. Su Huang was showing genuine perception. Bai Rushua was showing how to apply genuine perception practically. Yan Jingming was showing how genuine perception could integrate with other cultivation practices. When the guide was read as a whole, it was not a document describing the laughter Tao. It was a document that taught the laughter Tao through its structure and authorship. The completion of the Laughter Tao Practitioner's Guide was formally announced at a continental gathering that Wei convened specifically for this purpose. The gathering brought together representatives from every major regional network, creating the single largest assembly of Laughter Tao practitioners that had ever occurred. The guide was presented not as sacred text or definitive doctrine, but as a working document, something that practitioners could engage with, argue about, and refine through their own practice and discovery. Wei explicitly stated that he expected the guide to be revised as new understanding emerged. He encouraged practitioners to write their own sections if they discovered something important that the original guide had missed. This is not a book you memorize, Wei told the gathering. This is a book you argue with. The moment you stop arguing with it, you've stopped genuinely practicing the Laughter Tao. The guide is designed to provoke thought and discovery, not to provide answers that you can rest on. Fatty Qian's afterword was read aloud at the gathering, and Wei watched how people responded. Many of them cried, not because the words were sad, but because they recognized something true about themselves in the description of friendship persisting through pain. Fatty Qian had somehow captured the essence of why people stayed with the Laughter Tao even when it was difficult and uncomfortable, because the connection was worth more than the comfort. The distribution of the guide to every fragment holder across the continent took 2 weeks. Teams of couriers carried copies through dangerous and difficult terrain, ensuring that even the most isolated fragment holders would receive the guide and could begin studying it. But the true dissemination came through the Floating Peak School, where the guide became the foundation of the curriculum. Each new student received a copy and was taught not just to read it, but to engage with it critically. New students were encouraged to find the gaps in the guide's reasoning. They were asked to develop their own applications of the principles that the guide described. One young student, after studying the guide's combat applications section for a month, approached Wei with a question. The guide doesn't explain what happens when you're facing someone who is also practicing the Laughter Tao, but has perceived the truth of your stance differently than you have. What do you do then? This was exactly the kind of question Wei wanted his students asking. What do you think happens? Wei asked in response. You both perceive genuine truth, the student said slowly, working through the logic. But you perceive different truths about the same situation. So you're both right, but you're right about different things. Yes, Wei said. And what comes out of that? Genuine dialogue, the student said. Not one person proving the other wrong, but both people discovering new understanding by comparing their different perceptions. Wei felt something shift in his understanding at that moment. This was what the Laughter Tao actually produced at its best. Not victory or domination, but genuine dialogue where both people became stronger through understanding each other's perspective. The guide had encoded this principle, but the young student had discovered it by engaging with the guide rather than simply reading it. That discovery would echo through the network and would probably appear in the next iteration of the guide, authored by the student herself. The Laughter Dao Practitioner's Guide took 3 months to finalize. It was not a document that could be completed by a single author. Each section had to come from someone who had genuinely discovered something through the Laughter Dao's practice. Su Huang wrote the foundational section, explaining how to distinguish between genuine laughter at truth and performance that only looks like laughter. Her chapter became the entry point for every new cultivator. Bai Rushiwei contributed a tactical section on how the Laughter Dao could be applied in combat. How finding the gap in an opponent's stance was not about external exploitation, but about perceiving the truth of their movement and responding with genuine efficiency rather than wasted force. Yan Jingming wrote about dual-path cultivation, explaining in precise language how the Laughter Dao could strengthen rather than undermine established practices. He Wuming wrote the introduction, a historical context that explained, in careful detail, where the Laughter Dao had come from and why its suppression had been so thorough. He made sure that every cultivator who picked up the guide would understand they were inheriting not a new fad but an ancient path that had been deliberately obscured. Wei wrote the chapter on failure, because the Laughter Dao's most crucial teaching was that it showed you where you were not actually seeing clearly. And the greatest discoveries came not from perfect practice but from observing how you failed to perceive, what gaps you had missed, what rigidity you had carried without realizing it. Fatty Qian insisted on writing the afterword. Everyone assumed it would be a section on the nutritional properties of soup or perhaps the spiritual metaphor of how different ingredients combined into something greater than themselves. Instead, Fatty Qian wrote about friendship, about how he had followed Wei through impossible circumstances not because he understood the Laughter Dao or because he was pursuing cultivation advancement, but because Wei had made him laugh when everything was terrible, and how the greatest power of the Laughter Dao was that it allowed you to stay connected to your friends through pain that would otherwise have isolated you. This is exactly right, Wei told him, reading the section 3 times to make sure he understood. This is the core of everything. Laughter that doesn't connect you to other people is just noise. When the guide was finalized, copies were distributed to every fragment holder across the continent. But the true dissemination came through the Floating Peak School, where each new cohort of Laughter Dao disciples received a copy and was taught not just to read it, but to argue with it, to find the gaps in the guide itself, to perceive where even the guide's authors had been limited in their understanding. The first cohort of 10 students who had completed the entire curriculum and demonstrated genuine Laughter Dao perception were formally acknowledged as full practitioners. Su Huang was appointed as the senior teacher, her capacity to perceive the distinction between genuine and false laughter making her invaluable in training new disciples. Chapter 135. The school's formal opening ceremony took place on a day when the spring sun was bright enough to make the persimmon tree cast clear shadows across the courtyard. Wei had deliberately kept the ceremony small and undramatic. No speeches about destiny, no grand declarations about the future, just the work of transmission from teacher to student and the simple acknowledgement that the path was real and it was open. 43 cultivators came forward to receive their official transmission of the Laughter Dao. Some were young, some were older. All of them had demonstrated the capacity to laugh at their own rigidity and grow stronger through that laughter. Wei gave a short speech. The gap you're learning to see is not external, he said. You're not finding weaknesses in other people's cultivation so you can exploit them. You're learning to perceive your own limitations so you can surpass them. And that perception only comes from genuine laughter, from seeing something about yourself that's so true and so unexpected that you can't help but laugh. Bai Rushiwei stood beside him. She gave an even shorter speech, but it carried the weight of absolute conviction. When you're in combat, the Laughter Dao will show you the gap in your opponent's stance. But the gap is not a weakness to attack. The gap is a truth about how they're moving. And if you perceive the truth, you can respond with perfect efficiency. That efficiency is called victory. Fatty Qian gave a very long speech about soup. It covered the origins of various soup traditions, the spiritual significance of combining disparate ingredients, the philosophical implications of heat transforming separate elements into unified nourishment. By the end of it, every disciple understood that Fatty Qian was fundamentally talking about the Laughter Dao, just using soup as the metaphor. It was perhaps the most effective teaching moment of the ceremony. Mian stood to the side, carrying a small pot. She had tended the wandering tree since the moment it first appeared in the spatial stripped zone where Wei had discovered it. The relationship between Mian and the tree was something that went beyond the normal relationship between cultivator and cultivation object. It was almost as though the tree recognized her care and responded to it with its own reciprocal intention. The tree appreciates being noticed, Mian had said once, and Wei had understood she was expressing something that was genuinely true. The tree responded to attention the way living things did. It grew toward locations where people were looking at it carefully. It extended branches toward practitioners who were genuinely observing its movement. It seemed to have preferences about how its spaces were arranged and would gently discourage arrangements that didn't align with its apparent preferences. During the opening ceremony, as Mian Mian placed the tree's pot in the courtyard center, Wei felt the tree's attention shift. The branches extended more fully, as though the tree was expressing satisfaction about being positioned in a location where many people would encounter it and observe it carefully. What happened next was something that none of the assembled practitioners were fully prepared for. The tree's growth accelerated dramatically. Branches extended in multiple directions simultaneously. New sections of root appeared and anchored themselves into the courtyard's earth. Within the span of 3 minutes, the tree had visibly transformed from a contained object to a major architectural feature of the courtyard space. But the most unsettling part was the fourth branch. It became more visible than it had been before, and it began moving more rapidly, sweeping back and forth across the courtyard as though searching for something or perhaps celebrating something. The movement was not threatening, but it was definitely intentional. The tree was doing something. The tree was responding to the ceremony in a way that suggested the tree had its own awareness and its own purposes. Inside the pot, occupying space in a way that should have been impossible, was a portion of the wandering tree. As the ceremony concluded, she placed the pot in the courtyard center. The wandering tree extended its branches, and somehow, without actually growing, it seemed to fill more space. One branch went toward the eastern wing where the library was being constructed. Another extended toward the training yard. A third seemed to disappear entirely, existing in a space that was not quite here. And the fourth shifted and moved, as though uncertain of its location. "That's new," Su Huang said, watching the fourth branch phase in and out of visibility. "The tree's never done that before." "It's responding to the school's opening," Wei said. He had a theory about the wandering tree, one that he had not yet shared with anyone. The tree had grown in a space where normal spatial rules did not apply. And now, existing partially in that space and partially in ordinary reality, it had developed the capacity to perceive simultaneously across multiple locations. The fourth branch, Wei suspected, was always reaching toward wherever something genuinely surprising was happening, wherever truth was being perceived in an unexpected way. As if in response to his thought, the fourth branch swung toward the library, where He Wuming was reading something and laughing so hard that his hands were shaking. Chapter 136. The school's operational model became increasingly clear as the first cohorts of students completed their training. The school was not designed to accumulate students or build a permanent body of practitioners who remained at Floating Peak indefinitely. It was designed to provide intensive training over a limited period and then release the students into the cultivation world to apply what they had learned. Some students wanted to stay longer. They had tasted the Laughter Dao's practice and wanted deeper immersion. Wei created advanced instruction tracks for these students, allowing them to remain at Floating Peak while taking on increasingly significant roles in the school's operations, teaching newer students, refining curriculum based on their experience, developing new applications of the Laughter Dao. But the core philosophy remained. The school's success was measured not by how many students it could retain, but by how effectively it could train students to carry the Laughter Dao practice into their own cultivation communities. A student who left Floating Peak and changed their entire sect's understanding of perception and truth was worth more than a student who remained at the school and became increasingly specialized in the unique Floating Peak environment. Wei had seen what happened to sects that measured success by internal growth. They accumulated power until the weight of accumulated power became their limitation. They developed internal politics and hierarchies that corrupted the original principles. They became vulnerable to dissolution the moment their central figure fell. The school would not be vulnerable to that pattern, Wei had decided, because the school would not try to keep people. It would make them so capable and so clear in their understanding that they would want to leave. The school's graduates would become the agents of the Laughter Dao's expansion across the continent. Bai Rushua's role in this process was invaluable. She had become the de facto director of the school's training operations, managing the curriculum refinement, evaluating student progress, and identifying students who were ready to graduate and transition into network roles. She had a gift for recognizing when a student had truly absorbed the principles versus when they were still performing competence. "This one is ready," she said to Wei, reviewing the assessment of a 6th cohort student. "She has integrated the teaching enough that she can teach others without needing constant guidance from us." "Where will she go?" Wei asked. "To the Northern Territories, where she came from. She'll work within her sect system and develop understanding there. She'll probably be rejected by some people and accepted by others. In 5 years, she might have convinced 20 cultivators that the laughter Tao is worth investigating. That's how this spreads, Wei said. Yes, Rushua confirmed. One person at a time, one genuine conversation at a time, one person discovering truth about themselves and sharing that discovery with someone they trust. It's slow, but it survives because each person carries genuine understanding, not doctrinal position that can be corrupted or suppressed. This was the gift Wei had received from Rushua, not just partnership, but a vision of how power could be distributed without being diluted. The school would become more powerful by releasing its students than it ever could by keeping them. The formal establishment of Floating Peak as a cultivation school, not a sect, but a school, was finalized 3 weeks after the opening ceremony. The distinction was crucial. A sect retained its disciples, controlled their advancement, demanded loyalty to the sect's hierarchy. A school taught and then graduated. It expected its students to move beyond it. It existed to disperse understanding, not to accumulate power. The first cohort of 43 students received their completion certificates in a simple ceremony. The ceremony itself was informal by deliberate design. Wei did not want the graduation to feel like a major institutional milestone. He wanted it to feel like a natural transition. People had studied. People had developed understanding. People were now ready to practice that understanding in their own contexts. The graduation was not an endpoint. It was a waypoint in a longer journey. Rushua gave each graduating student a private conversation about what they had learned and where they might apply that learning. For some, the conversation involved identifying specific sects or schools where laughter Tao perception could be valuable. For others, it involved discussion of how to practice the laughter Tao without any formal institutional affiliation. For some, it involved planning to establish their own teaching centers in their home regions. The diversity of post-graduation paths was what Wei valued most. It meant that the laughter Tao would not be concentrated in a single institution or location. It would spread organically across the continent through practitioners who had each developed their own relationship with the teaching and their own vision for how to share it. This school is not the laughter Tao, Wei told each graduating cohort. The school is one place where the laughter Tao has been taught. But the laughter Tao exists wherever someone genuinely perceives truth at an unexpected angle and laughs at that perception. Your role is not to replicate the school. Your role is to find the places in your own communities where the laughter Tao is already waiting to be discovered and to help people discover it. Each certificate carried 3 signatures, Wei's, Rushua's, and He Wuming's. Fatty Qian had wanted to sign them too, but Wei had asked him to instead write a personalized soup recommendation for each graduating disciple, which he had done with tremendous enthusiasm and remarkable specificity. For Li Chun, he had written, a hearty mushroom and barley soup to ground your cultivation and remind you that the simple is often the most nourishing. For Su Huang, a delicate clear broth with hand-pulled noodles to celebrate how you cut through complexity to see simplicity. For Yin Jingming, a spiced bone broth to warm what was cold and make flexible what was rigid. Each recommendation was both perfectly accurate and absolutely ridiculous, which was, Wei understood, exactly right. The school's charter was formal and clear. Students came, studied the laughter Tao for a season or a year or however long they required. They advanced through a curriculum. They proved their understanding not by accumulating rank, but by demonstrating genuine perception. And then they left, carrying the laughter Tao into whatever cultivation society they inhabited. This approach will never create a powerful sect that dominates cultivation politics, Rushua noted, reviewing the final charter. I know, Wei said. That's the point. The heavenly Tao was afraid that the laughter Tao would destabilize hierarchy. And the way to prove that it doesn't is to make sure we're not creating a new hierarchy. We're just teaching people how to see. What they do with that seeing is their choice. You're trusting a lot of people with their own choices, Rushua said. Yes, Wei replied. Because that's what genuine cultivation is. It's not someone telling you what to do. It's you learning to see clearly and choosing your own path. As the school settled into its rhythm, Wei recognized that this was perhaps his true contribution. Not the system itself. Anyone could use the 108 fragments. Not the laughter Tao. It was real and existed independently of his will. But the school, the transmission, the deliberate choice to teach and then release rather than to accumulate and retain. This was something only Wei could have created, because only someone who had been laughed at for his power could have understood that the goal was not to become powerful, but to help others perceive clearly. Chapter 137, He Wuming's discovery was so perfectly aligned with the laughter Tao's principles that Wei found himself laughing before He Wuming had even finished explaining the details. A bureaucrat in the 47th century of cultivation history had made a filing error. The error had cascaded through divine bureaucracy, gotten lost in the administrative shuffle, and had never been corrected. By the time anyone noticed, the god of jokes had been dead for 200 years, and the paperwork error had become institutional record. The suppression mandate had been issued as routine administration rather than as a correction of a clerical mistake. "This is perfect," Wei said, still laughing. "This is the most perfectly ironic outcome possible." The entire 500-year suppression of the laughter Dao was founded on a filing error. "There's more," He Wuming said, his eyes bright with scholarly satisfaction. "The bureaucrat who made the error? There's a record of the bureaucrat's identity. It's the same bureaucrat who accidentally created the water transport reform that eventually led to the development of the Continental Canal System. The same bureaucrat who accidentally approved the research project that eventually produced the breakthrough in core formation medicine. The same bureaucrat who filed wrong on 3 separate occasions, and each time the administrative system eventually corrected the error and produced something valuable." Wei understood the implication. The bureaucrat was being recognized as someone whose mistakes had actually produced significant value for cultivation society. "The bureaucrat's name is being rehabilitated?" Wei asked. "Actually," He Wuming said with obvious pleasure. "The current divine administration has started referring to the bureaucrat as the divine accident. They're treating the pattern of mistakes that produced valuable outcomes as evidence that the bureaucrat had some kind of genuine insight about which kinds of errors the system could productively learn from." Wei sat down on the training platform, trying to process the irony. The suppression of the laughter Dao, which had seemed like a fundamental judgment about the danger of humor and genuine perception, was actually the result of bureaucratic incompetence. And that incompetence was now being recognized as a form of accidental genius. "So we're living in a reality shaped by a bureaucrat's clerical errors," Wei said slowly. "Yes," He Wuming confirmed. "And the heavenly Dao seems to have decided that this is actually fine. The outcome was valuable. The path was real. The suppression mandate, while administratively unjustified, led to a situation where the laughter Dao was preserved precisely because it was suppressed. A directly acknowledged laughter Dao might have been immediately co-opted by serious sects who wanted to appear progressive. A suppressed laughter Dao remained pure because only genuinely committed practitioners risked practicing it." Wei felt something shift in his understanding of the entire situation. He had been thinking of his cultivation journey as a serious confrontation with cosmic opposition. But Xiao Wuji had understood something that Wei was only now grasping. Sometimes the best jokes are the ones where reality itself becomes the punchline. The god of jokes had not just created an inheritance. He had created a situation where the very mechanism of suppression ensured the inheritance's authenticity when it finally emerged. "This needs to be in the official record," Wei said. "I'm already working on it," He Wuming assured him. "The divine bureaucrat's accidental wisdom is going to become part of the laughter Dao's foundational history." He Wuming emerged from the archive on a spring morning with a document so old that its edges had turned to dust. "I found the final piece," he announced. Wei and Bai Ruxue were in the training yard, reviewing the latest cohort of students. He Wuming was breathless, his scholar's calm entirely shattered. The identity of the entity that was behind the Void Arbiter contract. The one who commissioned the god of jokes' death. Wei felt something go still in his chest. The bureaucratic nature of the suppression, that it had been a filing error rather than an active decision to suppress a dangerous heresy, fundamentally changed how Wei thought about the relationship between divine hierarchy and human cultivation. It suggested that the great powers that shaped cultivation society were not necessarily guided by intention or wisdom. They were guided by administrative processes that were sometimes arbitrary or erroneous. This was both comforting and unsettling. It was comforting because it meant the suppression had not been the result of some cosmic judgment about the laughter Dao's value. It was simply a bureaucratic accident that had cascaded through divine administration. But it was unsettling because it meant that the entire 500-year suppression had been based on a clerical mistake. Countless cultivators had been prevented from practicing the laughter Dao. Countless potential paths had been blocked. All because someone filed the wrong form 500 years ago. "The joke is 500 years deep," He Wuming said, excitement radiating from him. "The god of jokes died because of a bureaucratic error. His inheritance was suppressed because of a bureaucratic error. And the suppression actually ensured that his inheritance survived authentically because it could only be practiced by people with genuine commitment. The bureaucratic errors created the exact circumstances that made the inheritance eventually viable." Wei understood what He Wuming was saying. The entire arc of his cultivation, the fragments finding him, the intense work of collection, the institutional opposition he had faced, the eventual triumph of the laughter Dao's recognition, all of it could be traced back to a single filing error made by a divine bureaucrat who probably didn't even know what form they were filing. So I became a God's chosen inheritor because of an administrative mistake, Wei said slowly. You became a God's chosen inheritor because the God chose you through the mechanism of distributing fragments, he Wuming corrected. But the circumstances that allowed that inheritance to matter, the suppression, the eventual triumph, the recognition as a great Tao, all of that was shaped by the bureaucratic error. The joke is 500 years deep and involved divine bureaucracy as one of the punchlines. Wei sat down on the floor of the archive, surrounded by documents that spanned cultivation history, and began laughing. Not the polite laugh of social courtesy, but the genuine laugh that came from perceiving something true about reality that you had not expected to perceive. The laughter Tao itself had been protected by divine incompetence. The path had survived because the bureaucratic system was imperfect enough to preserve it even while officially suppressing it. It wasn't a malicious actor, he Wuming continued, his excitement and amusement warring for dominance in his expression. It wasn't a rival god or a competing philosophy. It was a record-keeping error made by a divine bureaucrat in the 47th century of cultivation history that was never corrected. Wei stared at him. A bureaucrat, he Wuming said, his voice rising with incredulous laughter, filed the wrong form. Instead of filing a petition for divine audit review, the bureaucrat filed a petition for divine execution. No one caught the error for 200 years. By the time anyone noticed, the god of jokes had been dead for so long that the system just filed it as routine administration rather than as a clerical error. You're telling me, Wei said slowly, that the god of jokes was killed because of a filing mistake. I'm telling you, he Wuming confirmed, that the entire 500-year suppression of humor-based cultivation was founded on a bureaucrat's clerical error. And when the heavenly Tao reviewed it for the Laughter Tao's trial, it discovered this was the case, and simply dissolved the previous aspect rather than try to correct a mistake that was this fundamental and systemic. Wei sat down on the edge of the training platform. He sat for a very long time, absorbing this information. The Laughing Heaven system did not exist despite cosmic opposition. It existed because of a paperwork error. The entire reason he had been able to collect the fragments, establish the Laughter Tao, challenge the heavenly Tao's suppression mandate, all of it stemmed from someone filing the wrong form 5 centuries ago. This is the most perfectly ironic thing I have ever heard, Wei said finally. Isn't it? He Wuming was practically vibrating with scholarly satisfaction. The punchline that requires a 500-year setup. The joke so cosmic that it required the death of a god and the suppression of an entire philosophy to deliver. Wei began to laugh. He laughed until his eyes were streaming. He laughed until he had to sit down on the ground because his legs wouldn't support him. He laughed at the absurdity of it, at the perfect comedy of the structure. He existed because the heavenly Tao made a bureaucratic error. He had become powerful because someone had filed the wrong form. The entire arc of his cultivation had been predicated on a divine clerical mistake. It was, he understood, a punchline that would have made the god of jokes himself extremely proud. Chapter 138. The ascension prompt that appeared in Wei's private chamber was formatted with unusual specificity. Not just "Godhood awaits," but detailed information about what ascending would entail. It would not be instantaneous. It would require Wei to gradually increase his divine aspect while maintaining his human form, a transition that would take approximately 1 year of intensive cultivation work. During that year, Wei would gradually lose the capacity for surprise. A god perceived reality with omniscient clarity. There was no gap for genuine discovery because a god already knew what would be found in every gap. Wei would be able to perceive truth with far greater accuracy, but the truth would be fixed and permanent. The journey of discovery that characterized the Laughter Tao would end. The system had been explicit about this limitation. Divine omniscience and Laughter Tao genuine discovery are fundamentally incompatible. Ascension is irreversible. Choose. Wei sat with this information for 3 days. He did not discuss it with Bai Rushue or anyone else. It was a choice that only he could make. He could ascend and become a god with authentic divine power, but lose the capacity to practice the Laughter Tao as he had been. Or he could remain human, with all the limitations and weaknesses that implied, and continue the journey of genuine discovery. The system's prompt included alternatives, advancement possible without ascension. Cultivation level can reach peak void transformation and stabilize there. Divine inheritance can continue operating at human scale with comparable functionality. Wei understood what the system was offering. He could become the most powerful human cultivator alive without becoming a god. He could achieve almost everything godhood offered except actual divinity. On the 3rd day, Wei sent his response through the system. Not yet. 3 more years minimum. Then I will decide. The system did not protest or question. It simply accepted the deferral, and Wei felt a shift in the system's attention. The ascension possibility receded slightly, but it did not disappear. It remained there, available, waiting. The system was patient in a way that human beings could not be patient. It could wait 3 years. It could wait 3 decades. It could wait forever if necessary. The system would persist as long as Wei was alive and cultivating. Wei took comfort in this. The choice was genuinely his. The system was not pressuring him or creating false urgency. The system was simply making clear that when Wei was ready, the path to godhood was available. But readiness was something Wei would determine, not something the system would impose. The work of the next 3 years would be important. Wei understood this with clarity. The network needed to stabilize enough that it could function without his direct involvement. The school needed to expand to multiple locations and needed to develop teaching staff who could carry on the curriculum refinement process. The fragments needed to be fully integrated and understood at a level where Wei could guide others in their use without needing to discover new applications himself. But underneath all of this practical work was something deeper. Wei needed to confirm that his choice to remain human was genuinely what he wanted. He needed to live within the limits of human perception and human mortality long enough to understand whether transcendence was actually a sacrifice or actually a fulfillment of something necessary. 3 years would give him that opportunity. 3 years of living fully as a human cultivator, teaching others, building community, discovering the ongoing implications of the laughter Tao as it developed through diverse practitioners. 3 years of genuine uncertainty about what came next. 3 years of being surprised by what reality held. Only after that could he make the ascension choice with full understanding of what he was choosing between. It simply accepted the deferral and closed the prompt. Wei could feel the ascension possibility receding, remaining available but not urgent. The system was willing to wait because the system understood what Wei had finally come to understand. That choosing when to ascend was more important than ascending itself. The work of building the Laughter Tao's institutional presence required a human scale of engagement. Gods created movements. Humans created relationships. The Laughter Tao required relationships built on genuine connection, not movements imposed by divine will. Wei chose to remain human. He chose to continue the work of teaching, building, connecting. He chose to give Fatty Qian 3 more years to train his apprentices. He chose to let He Wuming finish documenting the history. He chose to let Bai Rushua expand the school to multiple locations across the continent. This was the real power, not the authority to command, but the time to teach. Not the certainty of omniscience, but the joy of genuine discovery. Not divinity, but humanity expressed fully and completely. The system presented the ascension prompt again. Wei was alone in his room when it surfaced. All 108 fragments assembled and stabilized. The Laughter Tao established as a great Tao. His cultivation at peak void transformation. The divine inheritance complete. The path open to godhood. He read the prompt carefully. It was not an order. It was an offer. He could walk the remaining steps and join the ranks of divine beings. He could become the laughing heaven god in truth rather than in name only. The system was ready. The heavenly Tao would not oppose it. The path was clear. Wei sat with the prompt for a long time. He could feel the power of the offer, the ability to transcend human limitation, to reshape reality through divine will, to take permanent form as a god. It was real. It was possible. And he chose not to accept it. Not yet, he told the system. 3 years minimum of network stabilization work. The fragment holders need consistent guidance as they integrate their powers into their own cultivation. The school needs to expand, to establish that it can sustain itself beyond my direct involvement. And He Wuming still has work to do on the punchline document. I want to know where that leads before I step into godhood. The system did not argue. It simply closed the prompt and retreated into silent agreement. Wei made soup with Fatty Qian and Bai Rushua that evening. Neither of them asked why he seemed lighter, why something in his posture suggested a decision had been resolved. They already knew. The connection ran too deep for explanations to be necessary. You turned it down, Bai Rushua said as they ate. How did you know? Wei asked. Because you're here, Bai Rushua replied. If you'd chosen to ascend, I'd still be here, but you would be somewhere else. And you would not have made soup. She was right. The moment Wei had chosen to remain human a while longer, the moment he had decided that the work of teaching and building was more important than the power of transcendence, he had become present in a way that required direct presence. He could not do this work as a god. Gods were fundamentally separate from human experience. They could observe it, but not inhabit it. 3 years, Fatty Qian said with satisfaction, is exactly the right amount of time for me to train my apprentices to the point where they can run the school's food operation with the quality that's necessary. By the time Wei needs to go be a god, The soup tradition will be sufficiently established that it can survive his departure. I appreciate your priorities, Wei told him. It's important, Fatty Qian insisted. A god without good soup is a god who's lost his way. I won't have that. Chapter 139. The recognition that came with realizing he was genuinely uncertain about the future was liberating rather than frightening. For months, Wei had been carrying the expectation that he should know what came next, that the arc of his cultivation had some predetermined endpoint, some final form that he was working toward. But sitting with by Ruxue in the evening stillness, Wei understood that the journey towards something was not the same as knowing what the destination was. The fragments were distributed. The laughter Dao was established. The school was functioning. The work was real and ongoing. But the end state was not fixed. It was still emerging. The wandering tree's fourth branch, visible from his window, extended toward locations where genuine surprise was occurring, where people were discovering truth at unexpected angles. The tree was responding to the laughter Dao in action, and the tree's movement suggested that the laughter Dao's development was not complete. It was still generating genuine surprise. It was still producing the kind of truth perception that could not be predicted in advance. Wei thought about what Fatty Qian had written in the guides afterward. The greatest power of the laughter Dao was not the technique or the system or the fragments. It was the capacity it created to stay connected to people through pain that would otherwise isolate you. To laugh together at truth even when the truth was difficult. To find that the genuine connection was more valuable than the power that supposedly came from transcendence. The ascension prompt was still available. The system was still waiting for his decision about whether to step into godhood. But Wei understood now that he did not need to answer that question yet. The work of building the laughter Dao's institutional presence was more important than the personal advancement. And the work was far from complete. He had chosen to remain human. He had chosen to teach rather than transcend. He had chosen to build something that would outlast his personal cultivation journey. And in that choice, he had found something that had been missing from the moment he first absorbed Fragment 1, peace. The system had not promised him peace. The system had offered power and inheritance and the responsibility of managing a dead god's scattered capability. But peace had emerged from the choice to share that power rather than hoard it, from building a school rather than a cult, from treating the fragments as responsibility rather than personal advancement. Wei sat in that peace, looking at the garden where the wandering tree's fourth branch was visible in the moonlight, and felt that he had finally discovered what the god of joke's greatest joke actually was, that transcendence and godhood were the red herring. The genuine power was the capacity to help others see what they could not see before, and that power required remaining human enough to care about other people's understanding as much as your own. The wandering tree settled into its final configuration on the anniversary of the laughter Dao's official recognition. The tree's transformation had been gradual but comprehensive. Over the months following the heavenly Dao's verdict, the tree had slowly shifted from the portable form that Mian carried to a distributed existence that seemed to operate according to principles that ordinary spatial rules did not govern. The central courtyard's branch grew more permanent, establishing itself as a living structure that students navigated around during training. The branch was visibly alive, producing new growth and extending itself in directions that sometimes contradicted the conventional geometry of the space. People who studied at Floating Peak became accustomed to the tree being in slightly different positions each day, having extended new branches or redistributed its weight according to principles that Wei suspected involved the laughter Dao itself. He Wuming had a theory. The wandering tree was evolving in response to the laughter Dao's development. The tree grew in a space where normal rules didn't apply. The laughter Dao operated by perceiving truth at unexpected angles, gaps in conventional understanding. The tree was becoming a physical embodiment of the laughter Dao's principle. It was learning to perceive the gaps in spatial consistency and to extend itself through those gaps into places that should have been inaccessible according to conventional geometry. The tree is not just growing in multiple locations, He Wuming explained to Wei. The tree is developing the capacity to exist in the spaces between locations. Each of its 4 visible positions is anchored in reality, but the tree itself exists partially in a space that is not quite real, not quite here. Wei understood what He Wuming meant. The tree had become a metaphor made physical. It was the laughter Dao given form, something that existed according to its own logic rather than according to the logic of the conventional world. It was beautiful and unsettling in equal measure. The tree's growth had started attracting scholarly attention. Cultivation theorists began visiting Floating Peak specifically to study the tree and try to understand how it was functioning. Most of them concluded that the tree was demonstrating principles that went beyond current understanding of how cultivation shaped physical reality. A few suggested that the tree might be developing capabilities that would eventually become available to advanced practitioners who had sufficiently integrated the laughter Tao into their cultivation base. Wei watched these developments with interest but did not attempt to control them. The tree was developing according to its own nature. Whatever it became would teach lessons to whoever was willing to observe carefully. The tree's fourth branch, constantly moving and seeking locations where genuine surprise was occurring, was exactly the kind of guide that the laughter Tao needed. Something that pointed toward discovery without imposing specific direction, that responded to genuine truth perception without being constrained by institutional logic. It now existed in 4 locations simultaneously, each one stable and real. The first was the pot that Mian carried. The tree occupied a space that should have been too small for even a sapling, let alone a fully grown tree. The second was the school's central courtyard, where the fourth branch had initially seemed to disappear. The third was the site of the original spatial stripped zone, deep in the mountains, where the tree's roots sank into earth that did not follow normal spatial rules. And the fourth location shifted. No one had been able to determine what governed which location the fourth branch reached toward. Wei had a theory, one he eventually shared with Mian, who tended the tree with the kind of careful attention that suggested she understood something no one else had explicitly articulated. The fourth location is wherever something is happening that genuinely surprises the person watching, Wei said. The tree exists partially in the space where spatial rules don't apply. From that perspective, it can perceive truth at unexpected angles. And it's drawn toward locations where that perception is occurring. Mian nodded as if this made perfect sense. So the tree is following the laughter Tao, she said. In a way, Wei agreed. The tree has become a living expression of the laughter Tao's principle. It shows you where genuine surprise is occurring, where someone is perceiving truth at an unexpected angle. To test this theory, Wei checked the tree's fourth location on a morning when he Wuming was in the archive, working on the punchline document. And he found that the fourth branch was extending directly toward He Wuming's desk, where the archivist was reading something and laughing so hard that the tears were running down his face and the ink of his notes was smudging. Whatever He Wuming had discovered in his research, it was surprising him, and the wandering tree, perceiving that surprise, was drawn toward it. The mechanism was so perfectly aligned with the laughter Tao's principle that Wei could not doubt his understanding. Bai Ruxue, standing beside him and observing the tree's current configuration, said quietly, "The tree is more laughter Tao than we are. It doesn't perform the principle. It just is the principle." "Yes," Wei said, "which means it's probably going to teach us things we haven't learned yet." Chapter 140. On the evening of the spring equinox, 1 year after the heavenly Tao's verdict on the laughter Tao's validity, Wei sat in his room at Floating Peak and looked out at the garden. The persimmon tree was doing its thing with the moonlight, the same thing it had done on the night he'd first completed the book of unfinished jokes, the way it cast shadows that were somehow more real than the tree itself. Beside him, Bai Ruxue sat in the stillness of evening rest, neither speaking nor sleeping, but simply present. He Wuming was in the archive, still building toward conclusions that Wei suspected would rewrite how cultivation society understood its own history. Yin Jingming was in the training yard somewhere, practicing the impossible balance of solemn stone and laughter Tao, laughing at his own rigidity until it became something that could bend without breaking. The first true disciple was somewhere teaching someone else how to extract wisdom from their own mistakes at double speed. The fragment network spanned the continent, 108 nodes of the Laughing Heaven system distributed across every region, held by people who were genuinely themselves. The laughter Tao was present and working in honest. The suppression mandate was dissolved. The school was open. The guide had been written and distributed. The punchline had been completed. And Wei Chungliang sat at his window, at peace with the understanding that he still did not know what came next. The fourth location of the wandering tree was here, in his garden, because right now, something was surprising him in a way he could not name. The tree perceived it. It was drawn toward it. He thought that was the right answer. Not to know what was coming, not to have it all arranged and neat, but to be genuinely present, genuinely uncertain, genuinely surprised by what the next moment held. To sit with Bai Ruxue in the silence and feel how that uncertainty was not a flaw, but a gift. The system was quiet. The fragments were distributed. The work was real and ongoing and never complete. And he was okay with that. "What are you thinking about?" Bai Ruxue asked, not turning from her stillness. "Nothing," Wei said. "Everything. I'm not sure there's a difference." She smiled. It was the small expression that meant she understood exactly what he meant. They sat together as the moon moved across the sky, as the persimmon tree's shadows shifted, as the wandering tree's fourth branch held its position in their garden, drawn by something genuine and surprising and true. The laughing heaven system was complete. The god's power, scattered and reassembled in a nobody, had become the nobody's gift to help everyone else see. And that, Wei understood, was the real punchline all along. The god's power, scattered and reassembled in a nobody. The nobody's power became the everybody's capacity to perceive more clearly. The joke was 500 years deep. The punchline had required a bureaucratic error, a god's death, a continent's history, and a nobody cultivator willing to work through impossible odds to collect fragments and build a school and establish a network. Wei closed his eyes and simply sat in that understanding. The laughing heaven system was complete. Not finished. It would never be finished, but complete in the sense that it had served its purpose. It had found its host. It had shaped his cultivation path. It had provided him the framework to understand how divine power could be transmitted through fragments to create not a new god, but a new way of perceiving reality. The system was at rest. The fragments were distributed. The laughter Tao was established as a great Tao, recognized by the heavenly Tao itself. The school was open. The network was functional. And Wei, at last, had come to genuine peace with uncertainty about what came next. 3 years, Rushiwa said quietly, speaking aloud the thought that had just passed between them without words. And then you'll decide. Yes, Wei said. And by then, maybe you'll have decided something too. Rushiwa smiled. It was the small expression that meant she had been waiting for him to perceive what she had known all along. Her own path had been altered the moment she chose to support his instead of pursuing her own advancement to void transformation. Her own ascension had been deferred. Her own choices about whether to transcend were also 3 years away. We'll sit here together, Rushiwa said, and we'll watch the wandering tree perceive what surprises it. And we'll remain uncertain about the future. And that uncertainty will be the greatest gift we could possibly give the laughter Tao. Wei understood. The laughter Tao required teachers who were not pretending to know the answers. It required leaders who were genuinely uncertain about what came next. It required the willingness to sit with the open questions and let practitioners discover their own answers. In 3 years, Wei might become a god. Or he might choose to remain human and eventually pass the inheritance to someone else who was ready to carry it forward. Either way, the laughter Tao would survive and would continue developing through the genuine perceptions of practitioners across the continent. The moon moved further across the sky. The persimmon tree's shadow shifted and reformed. The wandering tree's fourth branch extended toward he wooming in the archive, still discovering something that made him laugh with genuine surprise. And Wei and Rushiwa sat together in the stillness. 2 people who had chosen to defer their own transcendence in order to make space for something greater than themselves. Subscribe to the channel, and don't forget to like and share if you found truth in a gap you weren't expecting to perceive. Comments about where you see the laughter Tao working in your own cultivation are always welcome, because the joke only works when it's genuinely surprising, and genuine surprise only happens when real people share what they've discovered. Welcome to the laughter Tao. The moon was high enough now that the light had changed quality, becoming sharper and more defined. The persimmon tree's shadow was almost geometric in precision, lines and angles creating a pattern that looked constructed despite being the product of natural forms and natural light. When you transcend, Rushiwa said quietly, you'll understand things that you cannot understand now. Divine omniscience will show you aspects of reality that human perception cannot access. You'll know why certain outcomes occurred. You'll understand the complete pattern of causality that produced everything you have experienced. And I will have to choose not to care about the pattern, Wei said, following the logic. Yes, Rushiwa said, because caring about the complete pattern is what makes gods distant from human experience. They know why things happen, and that knowledge prevents them from being surprised, and surprise is essential to genuine connection. Wei understood what Rushiwa was saying. The 3-year deferral of his ascension was not really about waiting. It was about actively choosing to remain in a state of genuine uncertainty. It was about valuing the possibility of surprise more than the certainty of omniscience. This choice separated him fundamentally from every cultivator who was pursuing advancement toward godhood. Most cultivators dreamed of the knowledge and power that came with transcendence. Wei was actively choosing to postpone that knowledge because he understood that the knowledge would destroy something valuable: the capacity to be genuinely surprised, genuinely uncertain, genuinely in dialogue with other people who perceived differently than he did. The wandering tree's fourth branch was still visible, still moving, still drawn toward locations where genuine surprise was occurring. If Wei transcended, the tree would still exist. The laughter Tao would still exist. The network would continue functioning. But the tree would no longer be drawn toward Wei's location, because a god at omniscience could not be surprised by anything. The tree's presence at Wei's window would become meaningless. So Wei was choosing, for the next 3 years minimum, to be the kind of person the wandering tree wanted to find. A person capable of genuine surprise. A person open to discovering truth in unexpected places. A person willing to laugh at the gaps in his own understanding and grow stronger from that laughter. The evening grew into night, and the moon moved further across the sky. Wei and Rushua sat together in absolute stillness, two people who had become so familiar with each other's presence that words were no longer necessary. When Wei finally spoke, his voice was quiet. "What happens to us when the work is complete?" "The work is never complete," Rushua said. "There is always another level of understanding to develop, another layer of perception to refine. The completion you're imagining is the moment when the laughter Tao becomes so integrated into cultivation society that it no longer requires our direct involvement to maintain it. That moment will probably come, but it will not be the end. It will be the beginning of the laughter Tao becoming what it actually is rather than what Wei Chunliang made it." Wei understood what Rushua was saying. He had been thinking about the future in terms of his personal role, what he would do when the school was established, when the network was stable, when the fragments were integrated. But the real future was not about Wei's role. It was about what the laughter Tao would become when it had been developed by multiple practitioners, in multiple contexts, over many years of genuine exploration. His personal journey was nearing completion, but the laughter Tao's journey was only beginning. This understanding brought peace. Wei could feel it settling into his awareness like the final piece of a puzzle finding its place. He had spent months anxious about whether he would make the right choices, whether the network would hold together, whether the laughter Tao would survive institutional opposition. But the survival of the laughter Tao did not depend on Wei. It depended on its own fundamental truth and on the growing number of practitioners who had discovered that truth for themselves. The fourth branch of the wandering tree shifted in the moonlight, and Wei perceived where it was extending. Directly toward he wooming in the archive, still reading something that was making him laugh with genuine discovery, his understanding expanding into new territory, his perception refining into something deeper than it had been before. Wei sat at his window with Rushua, watching the tree's branch extend toward genuine surprise, and understood that this was the real punchline of the entire joke. The god's power, scattered and reassembled, had become nothing more and nothing less than the capacity to help people perceive clearly. And that capacity, once genuine, could never be taken away. The system was at rest. The fragments were distributed. The work was ongoing. And Wei, at last, was at peace. If Wei's journey resonated with you, if the idea of absurd powers finding their true purpose hit something real, subscribe to the channel and ring the notification bell so you never miss a new story. Like and comment below to let us know which ridiculous power you'd want most. Share this with someone who needs to hear that the joke might be the point.